After retiring from the quick-transmigration bureau, the ace employee Leng Qingqing finds herself in the role of the tragic mother of a sadistic villain in a novel. At that moment, the young antagonist teeters on the brink of darkness. In a state of panic, Leng Qingqing clutches her child with one hand while holding a variety show contract in the other. Embarking on a journey of recording a parenting show, I, Leng Qingqing, shall be a good mother and steer the nation's flower back onto the right path. However, as other guests rise to prepare breakfast for their children in a harmonious atmosphere, Leng Qingqing lingers in bed, calling out, "Son, is breakfast ready? Your mother is starving." Chapter 1. My husband is about to have a new wife. Leng Qingqing, I remember every lash you delivered. When I grow up, I shall repay you 100-fold. In the dead of night, within the luxurious children's room of the Hor residence, the soft yet resolute voice of a young boy resonates from the corner. The words, though gentle, are laced with deep-seated resentment. Kneeling in the corner is a small, frail figureea boy with a delicate, pale face adorned with a blood-red birthmark on his forehead. His skin is so fair it nearly appears translucent, enhancing the striking contrast with the vivid mark. His dark, mesmerizing eyes reflect a chilling indifference. The exquisitely crafted visage of the boy resembles a doll from a traditional painting. Yet, his shirt reveals several intersecting scars on his tender skin. He utters his words with an icy demeanor, gazing at Leng Qingqing as if she were an inanimate object. Leng Qingqing is taken aback. Witnessing such a gaze on a child's face is truly terrifying. It is no wonder he is the greatest villain in the story, showing signs of extraordinary temperament from a young age. The ace employee of the Quick Transmigration Bureau. This is her final mission, one she regards with utmost seriousness. Though she has been deceived by the dogged Sisman issue for another time, with a sudden jolt, Leng Qingqing experiences a sharp pain in her head, memories flooding back like a tidal wave, revealing the life of the original owner. She was a well-known ornamental star in the entertainment industry, lacking the ambition that characterized her contemporaries. Her greatest aspiration had been to marry into a true wealthy family. Soon, an opportunity arises, and with her striking beauty, she successfully infiltrates a high-profile banquet in the imperial capital, where she encounters the influential Hua Jingsen. A year later, she secretly gives birth to a son, and just 3 months after that, she becomes the envy of all as a wealthy matron. Even after all this, her interactions with Hu Jingsen do not exceed a single sentence, nor does he ever stay the night. As a rising star in the business world, he is surrounded by beautiful women, and the gossip magazines are rife with rumors. Her mother-in-law disdains Leng Qingqing, viewing her as a mere pretty face, utterly unworthy of her son. The chasm between her and the ideal daughter-in-law is unfathomable. Meanwhile, her insufferable stepsister flaunts her plans to take her stepson to participate in the trending parenting show A Family of 3 Season 2. Under such immense pressure, Leng Qingqing finally reaches her breaking point. She often bursts into tears or anger without warning, throwing things about, her complexion deteriorating and her hair thinning. It is well known that while pressure does not dissipate, it often transfers to others. Merely 5 years old, Hu Yanheng becomes the sole outlet for his mother's frustrations within the lavish, cold villa. Yet, the original owner fails to cherish her son, instead opting to inflict torment upon him. This cruelty is soon exposed during a live broadcast of A Family of 3, where millions witness the boy's numerous scars. The outrage on social media escalates, leading to police involvement. Ultimately, Leng Qingqing is convicted of child abuse, serving several years in prison before facing years of retribution from Hu Jingsen, followed by being committed to a psychiatric facility by her vengeful adult son. Her fate is nothing short of tragic. The instigator is dead, yet the psychological scars left on Hu Yanheng will haunt him for a lifetime. At this moment, he is merely 5 years old, still in kindergarten. Despite being beaten, Hu Yanheng does not cry or plead for mercy. Even with numerous wounds, the quiet darkness in his eyes only reflects indifference and disdain towards his mother. The original owner, already in a fragile mental state, could only be further enraged by such defiance from a child. Sighing, Leng Qingqing approaches him. Hu Yanheng's gaze sharpens with wariness, and he retreats until his back meets the cold wall, leaving him with no escape. Closing his eyes, he braces himself for the anticipated pain. The thinner the whip, the more it stings, especially for a child with delicate skin. Clearing her throat, Leng Qingqing hides the evidence of the original owner's misdeeds behind her back. What if I told you that it wasn't me who hit you just now? Would you believe me? Hu Yanheng's eyelashes flutter slightly as he slowly opens his eyes, his gaze piercing with a chilling intensity. The message in his eyes is clear. Who would believe that? Leng Qingqing raises a finger, her expression earnest. I swear, I will never hit you again. Hu Hui Yanheng continues to watch her warily, retorting coldly, "But you're using your middle finger." Leng Qingqing. Never had she encountered someone so astute. Hui Yanheng becomes even more convinced that she is up to no good. All right then. If gentleness does not work, she must resort to force. Leng Qingqing strides forward, scooping up the little bundle and carrying him to his room. It's late, you need to rest now. She hopes to quickly erase the previous incident from their minds. However, before that, let me examine your injuries. Leng Qingqing's embrace is warm and fragrant, imbued with a subtle floral scent. Hui Yanheng resists her touch, but the disparity in strength prevails, and he is led into the room. Holding her breath, Leng Qingqing carefully inspects his small body, revealing several glaring red whip marks beneath his checkered shirt. The little boy's back is taut, like a bowstring drawn tight, betraying his fear. Without uttering a word, Leng Qingqing applies some ointment to his wounds, relieved to find that they are merely surface injuries, with no bleeding, and will likely heal within a few days. After ensuring there are no other scars on Hui Yanheng's body, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Things aren't as dire as they seemed. She gently places him down, covers him with a blanket, and turns off the light as she leaves. In a fit of frustration, she punches the air with a series of mock cat paw strikes, growling furiously, "Dog system, you've wasted my youth. Come out and face your doom. Where is the promised world of retirement? Where are the yachts and beaches? Where are the 8-pack abs and bikini-clad beauties? All of it is gone." Standing there, tears stream down her face. System. All these years of devotion and time have ultimately been misplaced. Leng Qingqing never anticipated that the system she had collaborated with for so long would deceive her. Host, as the ace of the quick-transmigration bureau, facing difficulties with retreat rather than advance is not your style. The system, no longer pretending to be lifeless, reveals a tremor in its voice as it feigns calmness. Everyone knows Leng Qingqing's fierce reputation, yet it finds itself at a loss. This current world has been collectively deemed an impossible challenge by the Bureau's employees. If no one can complete this mission, its performance evaluation for the year will be ruined. Host, only someone as fiercino, as beautiful and kind-hearted as you can subdue the great villain Hui Yanheng. Haha. In the end, the system chuckles obsequiously, and no matter how beautiful or gentle the pursuer, none have been able to penetrate Hui Yanheng's heart. Countless previous employees returned empty-handed, even harboring terrifying thoughts of early retirement. The villain Hui Yanheng is as fearsome as ever. After a long pause, Leng Qingqing shakes her head and sighs. Now that I'm here, I might as well make the most of it. The system responds, "Indeed, now that you're here, having arrived, they both understand the implications. System, please provide an overview of the world's narrative." Certainly. The world you have entered is designated as M8434, and the primary objective is to reform the future antagonist, your biological son, Hui Yanheng, thereby irrevocably altering his tragic fate. According to the system's comprehensive assessment, there are two feasible approaches to win over Hui Yanheng. The first involves relying on your own instincts and experiences. The second entails fulfilling Hui Yanheng's wishes one by one, ultimately achieving his reformation. Leng Qingqing, intrigued, inquired, "What are Hui Yanheng's wishes?" To visit an amusement park, acquire numerous toys, or perhaps for his mother to cease her abuse. The system responded, "He wishes to see his father every day." Leng Qingqing pondered momentarily, strategically taking a sip of water, but was the original host truly that audacious? She dared to drug Hui Jingsun, unafraid of retribution? In Hui Jingsun's eyes, you are merely air. He cares not for any woman. His sole concern is for his son. His blood runs through that child. The system exclaimed fervently before regaining composure to continue. Recently, your mother-in-law has been busy arranging for your husband to select a concubine. It must be said that your husband is indeed in high demand, with numerous women vying for the position of your son's stepmother, noble ladies, affluent heiresses, and demure maidens alike. The system sought to ignite Leng Qingqing's enthusiasm, applying some pressure. However, Leng Qingqing calmly replied, "Oh, it seems rather likely that my husband will soon acquire a new wife. Will he continue to provide me with financial support?" She blinked her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, her mind solely preoccupied with this query. "As long as he continues to send me money, I shall personally attend to him during his wife's confinement." Leng Qingqing's expression was remarkably sincere. Habib the system coldly uttered an unapproved remark. "Ah, indeed." Leng Qingqing stroked her chin, contemplating seriously. "As long as the funds are sufficient, it may not be out of the question." Chapter 2. The stepsister named Cold Ailey. In summary, one must never underestimate Hui Yanheng. The system sighed deeply, its tone forlorn. Regardless of the type of strategist, no matter how earnestly they have poured out their hearts, None have ever penetrated his inner self. Leng Qingqing offered a faint smile. If you insist on saying that, then do not blame me for uttering that phrase.
What?
At this moment, the system was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Leng Qingqing narrowed her eyes, mimicking a certain someone's tone, enunciating each word with unwavering determination and rhythm. That is solely because he has never encountered me before. The system fell silent for a long while, finally producing 2 golden lines. No one understands the romantic mind better than you. You do grasp the concept of irony. After a brief banter, the system resumed its elucidation of the original plot. In the original narrative, Leng Qingqing had a half-sister named Cold Ailey. Leng Qingqing stroked her chin, pondering. Wait, Ailey? That name seems somewhat familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. The system paid her no heed and continued. Cold Ailey, like Leng Qingqing, was a star in the entertainment industry. A few years ago, she married a wealthy older man with children, thereby proudly becoming a young stepmother. She shared a strong bond with her stepson, enjoyed the affection of her mother-in-law, and was blessed with wealth, beauty, a husband, and children without the need to bear them herself. She has effortlessly bypassed a decade of hardship, truly the aircraft carrier among stepmothers. Leng Qingqing's mouth twitched. Metaphors could be spared. In her treatment of her stepson Shenhan, Cold Ailey was dutiful and attentive, quickly winning the affection of the entire Shen family. Though they were not of the same blood, they felt more like family. The original character's various transgressions against Hui Yanhang were exposed by Cold Ailey during a live broadcast of the variety show A Family of 3. The drama became a massive hit, and Cold Ailey, thanks to this production, won the title of Best Actress, achieving a splendid balance between love and career, an unequivocal victor in life. Looking at her, Leng Qingqing couldn't help but compare herself. The contrast was nothing short of devastating. The system, with a tinge of sympathy, remarked, in just a few hours, the production team of A Family of 3 will arrive for filming. Qingqing, I advise you not to foolishly check the comments from netizens on Weibo. Wait, what are you doing? The system inquired. Leng Qingqing lifted her head and pointed at her phone. I am looking at the comments from netizens about me on Weibo. The system's mouth twitched. Wasn't it advised against? Why not look? Just think about it. I've been out of the industry for 5 years, so the ones left must be true fans. Her heart racing and hands trembling, she opened the Weibo account belonging to the original Leng Qingqing. Leng Qingqing's profile stated she was an actress, with no notable works to her name. Weibo followers, 5 million. The system praised, what a propitious number, truly befitting your aura. Most of the followers on Leng Qingqing's Weibo were previously purchased by her company, essentially bots, with the remainder being genuine fans, but they were few and far between. The account's latest post dated back 5 years. After such a long time, it had gathered dust. However, due to the recent announcement of Cold Qingqing's participation in A Family of 3, this ornamental star had finally re-entered the public eye. The comments beneath her Weibo post were relatively harmonious, primarily inquiring about her appearance. Leng Qingqing, what a magnificent face. Can't you just be a proper ornamental figure? Please, goddess, return to acting. By the way, is your face still beautiful? Beautiful goddess, do give your face a good touch-up. The audience and onlookers were not particularly fond of this excessively beautiful ornamental figure. At red carpet events, Leng Qingqing consistently overshadowed others with her stunning appearance. When her brilliance was compared to that of other female stars, none could truly measure up. Yet Leng Qingqing, with her unmatched allure, left no room for criticism. Even those who wished to condemn her found themselves at a loss for reasons. The envious female stars and the netizens who disliked Leng Qingqing felt increasingly frustrated. Clearly, she wielded her beauty like a weapon. Even her son, whom they had never met, faced verbal assaults. After years apart, I thought this person had vanished. Married? Surely a sugar daddy situation. Clearly, an unwed pregnancy, now seeking to profit from parenting? That poor child, having such a mother. Born a bastard. Isn't that unfortunate? They deserve it. In addition, viewers in the live broadcast room could freely send comments, engaging in real-time dialogue. After the first season of A Family of 3 was filmed, the guests became overwhelmingly popular. The last season averaged a viewership rating above 3, almost undefeated among concurrent variety shows. Now, the second season was set to meet the audience, and the director, aiming to avoid viewer fatigue, decided to mix things up. After a fierce selection process, the production team invited a renowned ballad singer, a top supermodel, a talented film emperor, and the now affluent socialite Cold Ailey. The most sensational aspect was the return of the stunning ornamental figure Leng Qingqing 5 years after her retirement. Netizens unanimously believed that time had not been kind. Though Leng Qingqing was once beautiful, she was now merely a tired mother. Despite her 5-year hiatus from the industry, her red carpet legends and ethereal candid photos were still occasionally resurrected by various marketing accounts used to undermine other rising stars. Those who had once been eclipsed by her at major events and on the red carpet seized the opportunity for revenge, enlisting bots to attack Leng Qingqing relentlessly. Their primary focus was on her appearance. Late at night, after failing to negotiate a reasonable price for bots, Leng Qingqing, dejected, reopened Weibo, only to be stunned. The 3 characters of Leng Qingqing firmly occupied the top 4 spots on the trending list. Insiders revealed that Leng Qingqing's husband resembled a pig. Leng Qingqing's condition was concerning. Rumor had it that she lost 20 pounds after giving birth. Leng Qingqing's son was deemed unattractive. But I haven't even had the chance to buy bots yet. Leng Qingqing was taken aback. However, one must say, the last remark was a bit excessive. How dare they say her son is ugly? Is that not simply a blatant falsehood? Leng Qingqing resolved to meticulously groom Hui Yanheng the following day, ensuring his appearance would dazzle those who dared to speak ill. Chapter 3. The Goddess of Beauty descends. Everyone clear the way. At 7 in the morning, Hui Yanheng awoke promptly, rubbing his eyes as he climbed out of bed. Surveying his surroundings and recalling Leng Qingqing's words from the previous night, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his dark eyes. Hui Yanheng pursed his lips, descended the bed, and approached the window, drawing aside the curtains to let warm, bright sunlight flood the room. He shed his nightclothes and donned the neatly folded outfit prepared on the bedside, arranging the bedding meticulously. After freshening up, he glanced at the children's smartwatch on his wrist, which read exactly 8 o'clock. As was his routine, Hui Yanheng made his way downstairs to prepare for breakfast, after which the servants would take him to kindergarten. Passing by Leng Qingqing's room, he noticed the door was tightly shut. Hui Yanheng stole a glance, his gaze seemingly stung. Quickly averting his eyes, he quickened his pace, his little legs propelling him away. Just as Hui Yanheng was enjoying his breakfast, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He lifted his glass of milk, but did not take a sip, his calm gaze tracking the servant as they moved toward the other side of the screen. He heard the servant open the door and engage in conversation with the visitor. Our lady, she. The lady has not yet risen. She slowly revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Meanwhile, in the other 4 live rooms, a harmonious scene unfolded. At this hour, parents were dutifully waking their children, and Ailey personally dressed her stepson, serving breakfast that she had prepared for her husband and stepson. Receiving a blissful kiss before her husband departed. Shinji, wife, I love you. Ailey inadvertently struck a perfect profile at a 45-degree angle to the camera, showcasing a shy yet serene smile, devoid of any flaws. Why speak of such things so early? Hurry to work. She shyly cast a glance at the camera, perfectly capturing the envious gazes of several female staff members. Thus, the smile at the corner of her mouth grew increasingly genuine and triumphant. What a perfect morning it was! Fans exclaimed. Ailey is the best stepmother I have ever seen, both beautiful and gentle. The brother-in-law dotes on sister Ellie excessively. How enviable. Ellie embodies the dream of every woman. The live stream featuring the cool Ellie and her stepson Shenhan is one of the most popular, currently ranking second. The highest rated is the Diva of Love Songs by Dan, while the 3rd place is occupied by the cool Qingqing, with the remaining 2 groups nearly tied in popularity. The show has just begun, and the initial viewing figures do not reveal much insight. Have you eaten enough, Xiaohan? Would you like to help your mother pack the luggage? Ellie gently took Shenhan's small hand, speaking in a coaxing tone that easily won the affections of the child. Shenhan, seemingly pleased, glanced at her, nodded, and reached out to place his hand in hers, accompanying her upstairs. Qingqing? That fool who has nothing but looks. How dare she compete with me? As she turned her back to the camera, Ellie smirked, her eyes brimming with smug derision. The first task of the day required parents to wake their children and assist them in packing their belongings, with a draw in the afternoon to determine the mode of transport for each group to their destination for the first episode. The servants led them to the last room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, everyone felt the lavish decor of the 3-story European-style villa. Even the seemingly ordinary bedroom door was inspired by a renowned national designer. The servant stood rigidly before the door, paralyzed with fear. She dared not knock. Even if given 10 times the courage, she would not. Everyone in the villa knew that the lady had a notorious temper upon waking. Those who had knocked on this door before had invariably faced severe reprimands. If the servant's instincts were correct, the lady had likely indulged in a considerable amount of wine the previous night. It was no surprise she was unable to rise at this hour. However, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their impatience, especially the haters of Qingqing and her supporters, who were eagerly urging her to wake up. What's going on? It's already mid-morning, and the queen has yet to rise? Millions waited for her, yet she had the audacity to sleep in. Qingqing, with her thick skin, was truly something else. The expansive villa seemed devoid of the male host. She merely found a wealthy benefactor and fancied herself a lady of high society. The pressure mounted on the servant. Aren't you going to knock? Madam doesn't he like to be disturbed when she is resting? The servant replied, trembling. Suddenly, without warning, the door swung open from the inside, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. What commotion was there so early in the morning? A beauty draped in a silk robe stepped out, her hair disheveled and her eyes still hazy from sleep. This was Qingqing. The close-up beauty struck all staff speechless. Qingqing was even more stunning than 5 years prior. Her hair flowed like clouds, her skin as white as snow. She raised a hand to cover her rosy lips, her squinting eyes glistening with tears, and the dark locks cascading down her collarbone exuded an enchanting chill. The goddess of beauty indeed lived up to her title. Every movement was as though meticulously choreographed. Silence enveloped the corridor, so still one could nearly hear the thumping of hearts. Everyone was rendered speechless by her beauty. So white, so slender, so beautiful. The beauty of the entertainment industry's top flower vase was indeed as legendary as rumored. At that moment, as Qingqing stepped through the door, the live stream chat was inexplicably silent. The staff were captivated by her beauty, and the millions of viewers online were equally mesmerized. After a few seconds, the chat erupted at a terrifying speed, messages flooding the screen, too fast to comprehend. Is this a celestial being descended to Earth? The goddess has arrived. Can you feel the pressure of such unparalleled beauty from the entertainment industry's pinnacle? Gasp, is this a face that a human can possess? Such a stunning beauty. She looks utterly divine. Wow, is this really Qingqing? Why did no one tell me she was this beautiful? Absolutely breathtaking. I'm falling head over heels. As Chapter 4 begins, the live stream in Qingqing's room continues to attract new viewers. Countless netizens flocked to see the goddess of 5 years ago and what she had become. To their surprise, as they entered the stream, they were overwhelmed by her beauty. Is this really Qingqing? They say a woman ages 10 years after giving birth. Yet she appears even more exquisite than 5 years ago. While others age normally, she seems to defy time. The shock of her mere appearance propelled her name to the top of trending topics. Qingqing was a true beauty, even without makeup, leaving the staff in awe. The live stream screenshots spread like wildfire across the internet. A throng of people gathered in the grand hall, and only Qingqing stood out. Her presence rendering the opulent decor mere background. Viewers remarked on her ethereal beauty. Qingqing's beauty is otherworldly. The #1 flower vase in the entertainment industry. Truly living up to her reputation. I'll reserve this face for my next life. Such a magnificent visage. Though familiar with her, it was hard not to be enchanted by her visage. Just admiring her beauty felt like paradise for her fans. Meanwhile, at the entrance, upon seeing the cameras and the crowd of staff, Qingqing finally snapped out of her daze. Are you the crew from A Family of 3? After receiving confirmation, she ran a hand through her hair in frustration. Oh no, I set 10 alarms, but not a single one went off. Seeing this, the photographer cautiously pushed the camera closer, focusing on Qingqing's phone screen. The viewers were treated to a series of alarm interfaces, endlessly scrolling, with Qingqing having to swipe down twice before reaching the end. All the alarms displayed had gone off. Oh, I didn't hear them, she realized. Apologizing to the crowd, she said, sorry for wasting your time. The staff, unable to find fault in her beauty, could only swallow nervously. What do we do? She's so beautiful. It's all right. We've just arrived. The staff's hearts raced as if a small deer was bounding within. The photographer and crew chimed in, indeed. It's only just begun. It's not late at all. Not late in the slightest. We must have come too early and disturbed your rest. The live stream audience had reached millions and continued to grow. Seeing the scene, viewers felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. Wake up, buddy. Are you mesmerized by her beauty? So this is the power of aesthetics. I never knew a star could be so relatable, setting so many alarms and missing them all. Finally, a glimpse of normalcy. This sister is so down to earth. appearing before the audience without makeup. Clearly, the stunning beauty had no fear of the camera. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Everyone turned to see a young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, ascending the staircase. His skin was fair and tender, with chubby cheeks and dark, sparkling eyes, adorned with a single red beauty mark on his forehead. He looked like he had stepped out of a traditional painting. Clad in a summer white shirt emblazoned with Holy Leaf Private Kindergarten and its emblem, along with light blue pants, he carried a backpack issued by the kindergarten. "I'm going to school now," the boy said in a soft voice, yet his expression remained aloof and cool. Leng Qingqing gracefully traversed the crowd, kneeling before Hu Yanhang. Meeting his gaze at eye level, Hu Yanhang averted his eyes, fixated intently on his own toes, deliberately refusing to look at her.
Oh.
Has he forgotten how he threatened her last night? Where is that audacity now? Leng Qingqing found this amusing, despite his cold demeanor. She couldn't help but ruffle Hu Yanhang's fluffy hair. "We won't be going to school today. Instead, we shall visit a delightful place where many little friends will play with you." The filming location for the first episode of A Family of 3 was situated in the picturesque Taoyuan village, not far from the capital. This episode aimed to immerse parents and children in the charm of rural life, albeit with tasks to complete. Hu Yanhang's expression conveyed to Leng Qingqing that he was aware of the recording but was reluctant to participate. She adjusted his small shoulders, turning his face toward the camera, and cheerfully whispered in his ear. The staff and viewers would only assume the child was throwing a tantrum, yearning for his mother's comfort. Leng Qingqing's words subtly informed Hu Yanhang that all their interactions and conversations would be scrutinized by the lens for the next 7 days. A contemplative and bewildered expression crossed his youthful face. School at home, and now being scolded by Leng Qingqing. After a few seconds, Hu Yanhang gave a slight nod. This maneuver elicited admiration from the system. You anticipated his anticipation. Viewers, captivated by Leng Qingqing's beauty, unexpectedly found themselves enchanted by the charm of her son. "This is Leng Qingqing's son, who said he was unattractive. Step forward and face the consequences." He was truly a paragon of beauty, almost excessively so. What a cool and aloof child, but he is undeniably handsome. Did Leng Qingqing win the genetic lottery? How could she bear such a stunning child? His nose resembled his mother's, high and straight, as if sculpted from the same mold. When the mother and son appeared together, they resembled siblings rather than parent and child. Today, viewers were overwhelmed by the visual impact of Leng Qingqing's beauty, choosing to overlook this detail. They excitedly engaged in a game of spotting differences between Leng Qingqing and Hu Yanhang. His mouth resembles Leng Qingqing's. And his skin too, how enviable to be naturally fair. His eyes must resemble his father. Hu Yanhang's features bore no trace of Leng Qingqing. His pupils were jet black, unfathomable, like a vortex in a tranquil deep sea. Viewers reached a conclusion they were reluctant yet compelled to accept. Leng Qingqing's husband must be extraordinarily handsome, wealthy, attractive, and with such a beautiful wife. It left them unsure of whom to envy more. And what of Leng Qingqing? With beauty, wealth, a handsome husband, and a son who was a pinnacle of attractiveness. Viewers exclaimed, "We are not envious at all." Chapter 5. This cunning, wicked woman.
Urgent.
Who exactly is Leng Qingqing's husband? Her son is so adorable. Meanwhile, the trending topics purchased by other guests, originally set to be the top, were overshadowed. The Shun family. After winning praise for delivering fruit to the staff, Ailey seized the opportunity to slip away to the restroom, finally escaping the camera's gaze. She pulled out her phone and quickly opened Weibo, only to find her name and that of her stepson, Shinhan, absent from the top 3 trending topics. Ailey frowned slightly, her heart racing as she scrolled down. Growing increasingly frustrated, why was it all about that wretched Leng Qingqing? Seeing Leng Qingqing's beauty dominating the charts, Ailey could no longer contain her fury and called her manager, demanding, "Where's my trending topic? Can't we invest more money to suppress that wretched Leng Qingqing?" Ailey had always been incensed by Leng Qingqing. From their childhood to adulthood, they had never seen eye to eye. Leng Qingqing possessed an innate rebellious streak, constantly opposing her, first by competing for roles, then by vying for men. Had it not been for her sudden pregnancy, Ailey wondered if she would have achieved her current status. Who knew whether that child was even legitimate? After all, they hadn't laid eyes on Leng Qingqing's husband in 5 years. What? Ailey froze. How did she manage to trend? Leng Qingqing's trending topics had risen solely due to organic support from netizens. In the trending topic square, onlookers expressed their genuine thoughts. Leng Qingqing's comeback, I waited 5 years. Do you know how I've spent those years? The most beautiful in the entertainment industry. A springtime for beauty enthusiasts. I am an unthinking fan of Leng Qingqing. Oh goddess, notice me. Praise for Leng Qingqing's beauty surged, causing Ailey's blood pressure to spike. Taking a deep breath, she instructed, "Buy me Leng Qingqing's trending topic." The manager was stunned. Ailey, are you out of your mind? We're buying her trending topic? Is there not enough money to go around? After a brief pause, the manager exclaimed, Ailey, you are truly brilliant. I will send someone to handle it immediately. Why does it seem that Huahua is quite indifferent toward Leng Qingqing? Would a child really be so distant from their mother? To be fair, it was indeed a bit strange. Huahua appeared somewhat tense. In Leng Qingqing's live stream, the barrage of comments was rapidly increasing, diverse in content. Yet, viewers noted that the relationship between Leng Qingqing and her child did not seem to align with their expectations. After breakfast, Leng Qingqing learned that the morning task involved packing luggage with the child. Hua Yanheng sat on the living room sofa, the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him adorned with lush greenery. He was engrossed in the animated series Boonie Bears playing on the television. Leng Qingqing fell into contemplation. According to the original owner's memories, unless she personally permitted it, the servants would not dare to allow Hua Yanheng to watch cartoons. The original owner was an exceedingly controlling mother, dictating her child's every action. Any disobedience would result in punishment. Today, Hua Yanheng seemed unusually bold. Could it be? Hua Yanheng sensed Leng Qingqing's gaze, blinking but unwilling to tear himself away from the screen. The little one clutched the remote tightly, glancing cautiously at the staff and the cameras. When his gaze flicked past Leng Qingqing, it lingered not a moment, as if she were merely a wisp of air. The system remarked, "See, I told you this child is exceptionally clever." Leng Qingqing stroked her chin. "He is testing me." At that moment, the system still did not grasp her meaning. What? A glint of understanding crossed Leng Qingqing's eyes. Hua Yanheng was indeed more astute than she had anticipated. By turning on the television before her, he sought to gauge the truth of her previous words. For, given the original owner's temperament, she would have long since resorted to discipline. The original owner did not permit Hua Yanheng to engage in any actions without her consent. Indeed, while the little one appeared to be fixated on the television, he was subtly observing her. Leng Qingqing approached and took his small hand. "All right, let us watch it later. For now, we must go upstairs to pack." Hua Yanheng tensed, a flicker of distaste passing through his features as he instinctively tried to pull away. Leng Qingqing did not relent. Her grip was warm yet firm. They held this standoff for a few seconds until Hua Yanheng gradually relaxed, allowing her to lead him up the stairs. "Let us bring a few extra pairs of shoes. This raincoat is adorable. We can wear it when it rains. Should we take this toy? You can cuddle it while you sleep." Leng Qingqing quickly transformed Hua Yanheng's neatly organized wardrobe into a chaotic mess. Hua Yanheng stood silently to the side. He neither assisted his mother, like the other children in the live stream, nor engaged in play. Seemingly frozen in place like a stone statue, his tightly clenched fists betraying a hint of confusion. Indeed, he had never before encountered such a chilling atmosphere. The coldness he remembered was beautiful yet frigid, never speaking softly to him, only ever berating him as a worthless failure, blaming him for failing to hold onto his father's heart. Hua Yanheng was convinced that Leng Qingqing was merely putting on an act for the audience. This cunning and duplicitous woman. Chapter 6. Are you happy? Though young, Hua Yanheng was far from naive. At this thought, he instinctively glanced towards the camera, certain that Leng Qingqing's peculiar behavior was a result of its presence. At just 5 years old, with rosy lips and bright teeth, and eyes as dark as ink, he was already poised to grow into an extraordinarily handsome young man. This fleeting glance struck a chord in the hearts of viewers, causing a collective gasp from over 1 million online spectators. In that moment, I was utterly captivated. Although somewhat abrupt, one viewer boldly proclaimed, "May I be your mother?" I was taken aback by the charm of this 5-year-old. "I hereby declare that from today forth, Hua Yanheng shall be my beloved son. Rang rang, give auntie a kiss." What merit does Leng Qingqing possess to have birthed such a beautiful child? Hua Yanheng, after a mere glance at the ominous camera, redirected his gaze to Leng Qingqing. His small frame stood rigidly upright, devoid of the joy one would expect from a child about to embark on a vacation with their mother, only enveloped in profound silence. Moments later, Leng Qingqing, perspiring profusely, remarked, "Do children truly require this much?" As she lifted her arm to wipe her brow, she turned to Hua Yanheng and inquired, "Son, Is this clothing sufficient? At first glance, her attempts at packing seemed adequate, but in stark contrast to other live streams, significant shortcomings became evident. Other mothers had meticulously prepared for every conceivable need, from toothbrushes and toys to clothing for schoolwork, filling an entire suitcase. Leng Qingqing, in contrast, had managed to pack a mere large suitcase filled with clothes and toys. After contemplating for a moment, she stroked her chin, concluding that they were ready to depart after she tidied up her own belongings. Listening to her soliloquy, Huiyan clenched his small fists, a frown forming on his brow. He endured it. However, when he saw Leng Qingqing genuinely turn to walk towards her room, he could no longer contain himself and pointed out, "I didn't pack my homework, nor my toothbrush, and there are still many things left." Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqing realized that indeed, many items had been forgotten. "But homework?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips. "What homework? During the holidays, you must enjoy yourself. Your mother has granted you a reprieve from your assignments. Are you happy? Are you joyful?" Leng Qingqing awaited the sparkle of delight in Huiyan eyes, hoping he would rush to embrace her leg and call her mommy. Or at least fidget with his small fingers and mumble a thank you, or at the very least smile. Yet, Huiyan merely proceeded to gather a large stack of books and stuff them into his backpack. Finally, with a swift and forceful motion, he zipped it shut. Leng Qingqing was taken aback. This boy truly is impervious to reason. The system, witnessing her moment of defeat for the first time, erupted in laughter. "I told you." Huiyan is not easily swayed. Observing the intellectual duel between Leng Qingqing and Huiyan, the system found it quite entertaining, believing that future days would undoubtedly be filled with more amusement. Huiyan's actions, in contrast to other children when faced with homework, drew the attention of viewers, who found it fascinating. Who would have thought there could be such a self-disciplined child? Meanwhile, over at Ailey's, there's a full-blown war, with Shun Han refusing to bring his homework, yet here, it seems so easy to placate this child. Let us be honest. What kind of deity should we worship to have such a child? You all must not be aware of a little thing called a script. Leng Qingqing could not discourage the child's enthusiasm for learning, so she continued to inquire, "Is there anything else?" Huiyan's expression turned peculiar. He lowered his long, dark lashes, his small hands nervously twisting the hem of his shirt. When Leng Qingqing's puzzled expression prompted him to speak, his face flushed, and he whispered, "Also, I need a change of underwear." His voice was so faint that Leng Qingqing did not catch it. She leaned in closer, asking, "What did you say? Speak up." This first time, she genuinely did not hear him. However, to Huiyan, it seemed she was deliberately trying to embarrass him in front of so many onlookers. His body stiffened, his pale cheeks blossomed in a deep crimson, and he twisted his fingers tightly around his shirt. Huiyan could not comprehend why, in just one evening, Leng Qingqing had adopted such a cruel sense of humor, choosing to mock a child. It was utterly unbecoming. He would rather endure a beating than be humiliated in front of so many people. With a tight-lipped expression, he stood rigidly, his entire being radiating discomfort, eliciting laughter from the viewers in the live stream. "I heard it." Huiyan said his underwear wasn't packed. "Why, tell me." "Tell Leng Qingqing." "Too adorable. Look how red his face is, just like a little apple." Shy human cubs are simply too cute. Now that the child is older, he knows to feel shy. Leng Qingqing, give the child some dignity. Even the staff members present couldn't suppress their amusement. When faced with Leng Qingqing's inquiry, Huiyan lowered his gaze. His lashes trembling, his cheeks still flushed, and repeated, "Underwear." His voice remained barely audible. Fortunately, Leng Qingqing heard him. She dove into the drawer, finally locating his undergarments. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, casually pulling out a pair and asking Huiyan, "How about this one with the bear? Don't you love the bear?" Huiyan clenched his fists, refusing to look, and answered distractedly, Then, she pulled out another pair. "What about this one with the King of Joy? It's quite cute." Huiyan continued to turn his head away, his expression somewhat blank. His face flushed as if he had a fever. As she pulled out a third pair, Leng Qingqing began to sense something was amiss. "Why are all of these from the Bear series?" "Huiyan, tell the truth. How many episodes of the Bear series have you secretly watched while the original owner was away?" Chapter 7. Mocked by a 5-year-old. The original owner, a woman of considerable means, would never personally attend to her son's daily affairs. Huiyan's clothing was all procured by servants. Given the original owner's indifference towards her son, she was even less likely to realize the extent of Huiyan's obsession with the Bear series. Some individuals, while professing that vengeance is best served cold, secretly amassed an entire drawer of bear-themed cartoon underwear. Leng Qingqing, holding the children's underwear, found herself at a loss for words. To onlookers, however, this was a delightful and heartwarming interaction between mother and son. Huyenhang's flushed cheeks and Leng Qingqing's antics with the cartoon underwear provided a genuine glimpse into the life of Leng Qingqing, the ethereal beauty reigning over the entertainment industry. Now embracing motherhood. In the live stream, viewers erupted in laughter at the scene. Behold the hilarity. I never knew Leng Qingqing had such a silly side. Today's dose of laughter is off the charts. This mother-son duo is hilarious. I'm laughing so hard that tears are streaming down my face. I thought they weren't very close, but it turns out they have a delightful love-hate relationship. Give the child some privacy, please. Finally, closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Cold Qingqing displayed a pair of underwear adorned with a cartoon bear pattern for all the netizens of Huagua to see, leaving Huyenhang in a state of disillusionment. Though still young, he understood the concepts of personal privacy and the dignity of a man. This grievance, Huyenhang meticulously noted. Once Cold Qingqing tidied everything up and wiped the sweat from her brow, she turned to find Huyenhang standing still, his once bright eyes now dull and misty, devoid of light. To put it simply, it seemed as though the spark in his eyes had vanished. Perplexed, Cold Qingqing could only earnestly consult the military advisor system. What was wrong with him? Had something happened during her brief moment of tidying up? The system, feeling utterly embarrassed, replied, "How can you ask what is wrong? Even a child has privacy. Be more mindful next time." Cold Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Don't you think this is precisely how a child should act? Children should express their feelings. After all, they are at an age bursting with vitality, not moping about as if carrying the weight of the world. The system pondered, then was struck with astonishment. You, cunning one. Surely wouldn't he have done this on purpose, would you? Just because a 5-year-old teased him, is it necessary to react so dramatically? Due to this unexpected incident, some netizens who had questioned Huyenhang's cold demeanor towards Cold Qingqing were distracted. Huyenhang's little face was flushed and adorable. How one longed to plan a kiss on that cherubic visage. This child truly won the genetic lottery in the next life. I want to look like that. How could someone possess such flawless beauty as Cold Qingqing? At that moment, a trending topic suddenly emerged, swiftly capturing the attention of netizens. The content was surprisingly about Cold Qingqing. The staff of a family of 3 awaited Cold Qingqing to rise from her slumber outside her bedroom. An anonymous netizen claimed to have captured the morning live stream video and shared it online. The staff had arrived at her doorstep, yet she remained in bed? Who could see this and not comment on it? I detest such individuals. What use is beauty if one behaves poorly? The threshold for becoming a celebrity is alarmingly low. Such a bothersome vase still manages to garner fans? Cold Qingqing was still that vase, merely elevated to a lofty, uncultured, and off-putting stature. Even more shockingly, netizens turned their ire towards Huyenhang, hurling malicious insults at a mere 5-year-old child. Like mother, like son, this boy would surely grow into a ne'er-do-well. He appeared to be a little rascal, resembling his mother without a trace of expression, utterly unappealing. Of course, behind all of this was the meddling of Ailey's management team. Without their influence, the incident could never have escalated to such proportions. Ailey could hardly revel in her fleeting happiness before receiving a phone call from her manager. Assuming the manager was delivering good news, Ailey answered with a smile. "I've seen your commendable performance online."
"What are you talking about?"
The manager interrupted sharply. The trending topic has been retracted. All negative comments regarding Cold Qingqing have vanished. I suspect someone is protecting her. Miraculously, all of Cold Qingqing's disparaging remarks online disappeared within half an hour. Upon seeing Cold Qingqing, viewers transformed into a throng of admirers. Weibo users awakened from their stupor. What? She isn't being difficult. The audience, who had been glued to the live stream, reluctant to leave, flocked to Weibo upon hearing the news. On site, Cold Qingqing had offered apologies and confirmed numerous alarms. Had I not seen the live stream, I might have truly believed it. I have finally recognized some individual's ability to invert truth and falsehood. Has Cold Qingqing offended someone? In this wave of events, Cold Qingqing indeed faced a severe injustice. Even more astonishing was that the staff who had participated in filming at Cold Qingqing's home stood up to clarify the truth on her behalf. Cold Qingqing, wronged, inadvertently gained a wave of support, her beauty earning her a surge in followers on Weibo, with no losses incurred. The only one left fuming was Ailey. She would never believe that this flawless counterattack could occur without a professional public relations team orchestrating it behind the scenes. When did cold Qingqing acquire such capabilities? Blood vessels bulged in Alia's eyes as she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Investigate this. That wretched girl must have someone assisting her. Meanwhile, overseas, in the upper office of the Hua Group's branch, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the carpet. Mr. Hua, all tasks you assigned have been completed. The secretary slightly bowed before the desk, presenting a stack of documents with both hands. Cold Qingqing had grown bolder. Chapter 8. Then you shall call me Pinru. Cold Qingqing received word from the staff that the other groups of guests had packed their belongings and were en route to the lakeside park, approximately 3,000 meters away. The guests would meet for the first time in the park, where the director would determine the transportation method to Taoweiyuan village through a lottery. Cold Qingqing hurriedly placed a baseball cap atop Hu Yanhang's head, grabbing her luggage and his hand as they rushed outside. Having come this far, she intended to give it her all. Cold Qingqing was never one to slack off in her tasks. She relished in the prospect of turning the tables. However, once again, she disregarded Hu Yanhang's expression. Hu Yanhang freed himself from her grasp, swiftly snatching the cap off his head and clutching it to his chest. He pursed his lips, casting her a furtive glance. I do not wish to wear this cap. Cold Qingqing knelt to meet his gaze, resting her hands on his small shoulders. What's wrong? Is there an issue with this cap? Goodness, what time is it now? Must the little antagonist choose this moment to throw a tantrum? Cold Qingqing remained oblivious to what was wrong with the hat. After pondering for a few seconds, she seemed to grasp Hu Yanhang's inner thoughts and confidently extended 3 fingers, assuring him, Mommy promises to buy you a bear cap, or even several. Once we reach our destination. She stood up and took his hand. But not now. We must depart. We cannot keep the other aunts, uncles, and little friends waiting. Hua Yanhang continued to cling tightly to the hat, his small frame tensed, exuding immense strength, as if he were a great tree firmly rooted to the ground. Cold Qingqing furrowed her brow, realizing Hu Yanhang had a tendency to bottle things up when faced with dilemmas, disliking to express his feelings. Yet how could she possibly guess? I do not want this green hat. At that moment, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Hu Yanhang's smooth forehead. His expression was grave, utterly serious. It was as if he were discussing a matter of profound significance rather than merely a hat. From last night until now, Hu Yanhang felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Why did Cold Qingqing appear to have transformed overnight? Previously, she showed no interest in his affairs, remaining utterly indifferent. Was the current version of her the authentic one? A side of her he had never encountered? Hu Yanhang's young mind brimmed with profound questions. Cold Qingqing could never have anticipated that Hu Yanhang's refusal to move stemmed from this reason. It was merely a green hat, Cold Qingqing sighed. Believing it to be a trivial matter, it's nothing to worry about. If we wish to lead a decent life, we must wear a bit of green atop our heads. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, smiling as she patted Hu Yanhang's fluffy head. Hu Yanhang's pupils dilated in shock. What? He did not want to wear a green hat, neither now nor ever. Hu Yanhang frowned, his entire demeanor radiating rejection. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing this scene, erupted in laughter. Cold Qingqing, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death and inherit my aunt's financial account? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Inquiring minds want to know, is Cold Qingqing here to perform a comedy skit? Who would have guessed that Cold Qingqing was such a silly beauty? I couldn't help but burst into laughter during class. No. I do not want a green hat. Hu Yanhang's voice resonated from the depths of his soul. I do not wish to wear a green hat. Upon hearing this, Leng Qingqing refrained from pressing further, putting away the hat with a hint of regret on her face. Very well, I shall save it for your father. The online audience gasped. Did we just overhear something we shouldn't have? Hu Yanhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Did Leng Qingqing truly realize what she was implying? To audaciously suggest that she would make her father wear a green hat, had she lost her mind? After all, her father treated her with utmost kindness, providing her with financial support and allowing her to reside in such a spacious home. Hu Yanhang's astute mind quickly engaged in a thorough analysis. He concluded, with a complex gaze directed at Leng Qingqing, that she was merely using the hat as a threat. If he refused to wear it, she would indeed bestow the actual green hat upon his father. Despite his youth, Hu Yanhang comprehended the devastating impact such a fate would have on a man. Thus, to protect his father's honor, he resolved that he must don that green hat today. With a solemn demeanor, he extended his hands, as if accepting a live grenade. To take the mint green baseball cap. Let me wear it, he insisted, for he was still young, and it wouldn't matter. Taking a deep breath, as if to muster courage, he prepared himself for the task at hand. The online audience erupted. Ha. Did you see that, my husband? Leng Qingqing, you truly don't treat us as outsiders. Spread the word. Leng Qingqing intends to make her husband wear a green hat. With that, they departed, holding Hui Yanhong's warm little hand. Leng Qingqing noticed he was lost in thought, displaying a semblance of acquiescence. As they stepped out of the house, Hui Yanhong, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and a pristine white baseball cap perched atop his head, puffed out his cheeks and furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly troubled by the uncertainties that lay ahead in his emotional journey. And then there was also the matter of his father. Upon reaching the lakeside pavilion in the park, Leng Qingqing discovered that she was the second group of guests to arrive, while the first group had already been awaiting their arrival. Inside the pavilion, a young woman was softly conversing with a little boy beside her. Dressed in a pure white Chanel-inspired ensemble, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She contrasted sharply with the boy, who sported an all-black, trendy outfit and exuded an air of rebelliousness. Taking Hui Yanhong's hand, Leng Qingqing approached them slowly. It seemed that Ailey had heard the sounds behind her and turned around, her eyes lighting up with a fleeting moment of astonishment upon seeing Leng Qingqing. She stood up, gently taking Shen Han's hand, wearing a perfectly polite smile typical of a first encounter. Though Leng Qingqing intended to reveal their identities, Ailey had other plans. She took the initiative, extending her hand. Hello, just call me Ailey. Without hesitation, Leng Qingqing grasped her hand firmly, shaking it vigorously with enthusiasm. Then you can call me Pinru. Chapter 9. Pinru. A faint smile graced Leng Qingqing's lips. Pinru? Ailey's expression shifted to one of confusion, her smile stiffening as she regarded Leng Qingqing for a moment. When had she adopted such an unrefined name? Feigning ignorance, Leng Qingqing inquired, "What's wrong?" Ailey regained her warm smile, shaking her head. "It's nothing. I just had a sudden feeling that I had heard that name before." Pinru? What an unpleasant name, Ailey thought, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards those two syllables. Even she herself could not fathom why. The system in Leng Qingqing's mind groaned dramatically. Oh my, what a surreal crossover. You might as well change your surname to Lin. That way, you and Ailey could be like loving sisters. But remember to keep an eye on your man. Pinru smiled subtly, concealing her accomplishments. This must be Huahua, she mused, noticing that there was nothing more to discuss with Leng Qingqing. Ailey, with a beaming smile, bent down to address Hui Yanhong, who was clutching his backpack straps. The boy, surprisingly polite, pursed his lips and greeted her. Hello, Auntie. Though Ailey and Leng Qingqing were ostensibly sisters, their relationship was fraught with animosity. During Leng Qingqing's time with the Leng family, they had engaged in daily quarrels. One day, she abruptly moved out, claiming she was getting married, yet the entire Leng family had never seen her husband or children. Ailey and her mother had long suspected that she had borne an illegitimate child with some unknown man, but they had failed to uncover any evidence. Even now, they had not abandoned their search for proof. Ailey believed this would serve as crucial evidence to sever her father's ties with Leng Qingqing. With Leng Qingqing out of the way, she and her mother would become the sole heirs to the Leng family fortune. Hui Yanhong. Ailey pondered the name. The surname Hua? The boy undeniably inherited Leng Qingqing's striking beauty, though his eyes were the only feature that seemed distinct, with dark irises and a hazy gaze. Relieved, Ailey thought, indeed. He is Leng Qingqing's offspring. This little rascal possesses an infuriatingly handsome face. After inquiring about Hui Yanhong's birthday, she took Shen Han's hand and smiled. Little Han, greet your new friend. You two will be good buddies from now on. In the live broadcast, Ailey's fans were fervently flooding the chat with excitement. Both women were clad in white, Ailey in her elegant Chanel outfit, while Leng Qingqing appeared ethereal in her flowing white dress. A gentle breeze danced across her face, lifting the hem of her gown, rendering her almost too beautiful to behold. When the two stood side by side, the comparison was unmistakable. Amidst the fervent banter between their fans, it was clear that Leng Qingqing had triumphed in beauty, truly a goddess. Fans attempted to feign neutrality, but it was evident they favored Ailey, pointing out that Leng Qingqing's looks were the result of cosmetic enhancements. Seriously, I'm just a bystander, one declared. Come on, the only fans who can't see the truth are Ailey's. Enough of this. One is a pretty-faced single mother, and the other a legitimate socialite. I want to say who lost, huh? Meanwhile, on Weibo, Netizens were slow to catch up, and only as the discussion reached the green hat incident did they realize the absurdity of the content. They initially expected a scandalous revelation but were met with sheer hilarity. Leng Qingqing is so audacious. It's been ages since I've seen such a down-to-earth entertainer. Having been reprimanded by her superiors and in tears, she found herself laughing instead. Is there a mother who would sabotage her own son like this? I'm curious about how Leng Qingqing's husband feels upon seeing this. The Green Hat incident propelled the show a family of 3 to new heights of popularity, as the director monitoring the real-time data became astounded by the influx of viewers into Leng Qingqing's live stream, catapulting her to the top of the popularity charts. As the director rubbed his eyes in disbelief, 2 nanny vans, one black and one white, pulled up to the roadside near the lakeside park. The doors opened almost simultaneously, revealing 2 groups of guests to the viewers. The first to catch the audience's attention was a slender, gentle figure, the lyrical singer Bai Dan, holding her daughter Tian's hand, smiling at the surrounding cameras, causing an uproar of excitement among her fans. The little girl, dressed in a knee-length dress and clutching a beautiful doll, possessed features even more exquisite than the doll itself, fringe bangs and large, innocent eyes. Appearing adorably shy as she stayed close to her mother amidst the flurry of cameras and staff. Following closely was the second group of guests, standing at 1.78 meters. The renowned international supermodel Andy, with her large sunglasses partially concealing her cool demeanor, strode confidently, her fair complexion radiant as she swiftly pulled her suitcase, effortlessly commanding attention as if she were on a runway. Accompanying her was her 5-year-old mixed-race daughter, Julie, with skin as pale as snow, a cascade of black curls, and eyes as deep and mysterious as the ocean. She exuded a cool demeanor reminiscent of her mother, undoubtedly a budding beauty. The appearance of 2 stunning women in the live stream prompted viewers to express their delight, with fans exuberantly calling out in excitement.
Bai Dan?
When will you release an album? I've been waiting for a year. Tian is so adorable, like a doll. So well-behaved. Andy has such a strong presence. No wonder she's a supermodel. I want to help her with her skirt. Wow. Is this Andy's child with that foreigner? She's so cool. Her height is exceptional. As the guests arrived, the lakeside pavilion buzzed with energy. While the adults introduced themselves, several children exchanged glances. Hello, Julie greeted the others with a nod, before coolly settling down in the pavilion, extracting a laptop from her backpack and typing away, seemingly uninterested in the remaining 3. Tian took a few steps toward her mother, who was preoccupied and did not notice her. Hugging her doll tightly, she bit her lip, blinking her lashes, her cheeks flushed with shyness. In a corner, Hu Yanheng tightened his grip on his backpack straps, casting his gaze downward at his toes. His long, curled lashes fluttered slightly as he focused intently on a large black ant on the ground, tracking its movements with his eyes. From a distant perspective, he appeared as still as a statue. Meanwhile, viewers were attempting to gauge the personalities of the little ones through the camera. They all seemed quite shy. Julie is such a cool girl. I wonder what she's typing on her laptop. Tian is truly sweet. She's adorably cute. What are you looking at?
I am Qianhan.
What's your name? Hua Yanheng's ant-watching was abruptly interrupted by a nonchalant voice. He lifted his gaze to meet the boy's eyes. In that moment, Shenhan frowned, disliking the gaze of this younger sibling. I'm asking you a question, Shenhan insisted. Hua Yanheng responded slowly, revealing his name. Shenhan's mind raced. To his knowledge, there were no prominent families named Hua in the capital, suggesting that this Hu Yanheng was not of high status. Consequently, his tone adopted a hint of condescension.
Well,
you'll follow me from now on. I'm older, so you have to listen to me. Shen Han naturally transferred his authority to Hu Yanheng, thinking he had found another target to bully. This little brat's expression was truly annoying. Unbeknownst to Shen Han, Hu Yanheng remained unresponsive.
Hey.
AI Li said you're also at Shengyi. How come I've never seen you? His tone carried an air of superiority, which Hu Yanheng found irksome. Viewers, however, perceived the interaction as harmless banter between 2 kindergartners. Shenhan is quite friendly, haha. What a loyal little brother. If you call me big brother, I'll look after you. Hu Yanheng chose to ignore Shenhan's words, which incited irritation in Shenhan. Are you mute? His fiery tone drew the attention of everyone present. Hu Yanheng stiffened, pressing his lips together defiantly, refusing to respond. Though children often struggle to articulate their feelings, Shenhan's words clearly conveyed a sense of discomfort and disrespect. It was as if he were speaking to a dog. Hu Yanheng rejected any conversation with such a person. Sorry, a pale figure interjected. stepping in between the two tense children. Leng Qingqing knelt, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she addressed Shinhan. I apologize on his behalf. Hui Yanheng just recovered from a cold, and his throat is still sore, so the doctor advised him to speak less. Her eyes sparkled with kindness, and her soft voice even left the little tyrant Shinhan somewhat bewildered. Oh, is that so? Hui Yanheng thought, it's just a cold. Leng Qingqing could certainly spin a tale. Meanwhile, Julie and Tian exchanged sympathetic glances. Julie closed her laptop and approached, adopting a tone of a little adult. Your name is Hui Yanheng, right? Let's play together. You can always come to me for help. Here, brother. Encouraged by her mother, Tian stepped forward, thrusting her tightly held doll into Hui Yanheng's arms, her voice sweet and innocent. She then stood on tiptoe, leaning in slightly, puffing her cheeks to blow gently at him. Fly away. Hui Yanheng, amid Julie and Tian's sincere gazes, could only embrace the doll slightly, refraining from contradicting Leng Qingqing. Thank you. The viewers in the live stream were nearly overwhelmed by Tian's adorable antics.
Wow.
This is too cute. It's unbelievably adorable. Ah, I'm going crazy. My heart is bursting with joy. Who do you three think you're trying to outcute? These little humans are just irresistibly cute. Tian, sweetie.
Come to your mom.
Ai felt a surge of frustration. While others might not notice, she could clearly see that Leng Qingqing was fabricating a story. Initially, it was Hui Yanheng's poor manners, but now Shinhan appeared inconsiderate and aggressive. Leng Qingqing certainly has a way with words, Ai thought, gritting her teeth while maintaining a facade of grace. Fortunately, despite his young age, Shinhan was sharp-witted. Noticing his stepmother's expression, he quickly shifted gears, adopting a pitiful demeanor before the camera. Andy, I didn't mean it. I thought the little brother disliked me, which is why he wouldn't talk to me. He even managed to squeeze out a couple of crocodile tears.
Uffed.
Who can't feign innocence? Shinhan scoffed internally, having witnessed Ai Li use this tactic on his father countless times over the years. Leng Qingqing gently patted his head, thinking this child had a stubborn streak, evident from his prickly hair. She smiled kindly. It's all right. Children make mistakes. A good child learns from them. Shinhan's face darkened. When did I say I was wrong? In the realm of turning truth upside down, Leng Qingqing had never feared anyone, let alone a mere child.
Ai li curse din wardly, deeming ki matterly useless.
With Leng Qingqing's explanation, viewers began to focus on the pitiful Hui Yanheng, showering him with sympathy, which quickly flooded the live stream. Is Hui Yanheng sick? No wonder his little face looks so pale. Is it just me, or does Shinhan seem a bit odd? Hui Yanheng doesn't seem like a rude child at all. But Tian is truly sweet. She must be an angel. Hui Yanheng tilted his head slightly, his clear pupils gazing mistily at the woman beside him. In his memory, he had never felt such unwavering protection from her. Was she acting? If so, it was far too convincing. But then again, wasn't she an actress? Finally, the last group of guests arrived, and from the open car door emerged a round, plump little boy. Little Fatty appeared clumsy, yet he moved with remarkable agility. Ignoring the parents behind him, he chased after a low-flying, recently hatched sparrow, bounding towards this direction. Behind him, his father, Jiang Tianxiong, stepped out of the car, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. He was a mature man in his 30s, tall, with a white shirt that accentuated the contours of his well-defined muscles. His face bore a resolute expression, exuding a composed demeanor. Jiang Tianxiong gazed in the direction his son had dashed off, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes as he coldly instructed, Jiang Shi, slow down, don't fall. Jiang Shi seemed oblivious to his father's words. Or perhaps he deliberately chose to ignore him. Just a few meters from the pavilion on the grass, he bent down and seized the sparrow, his fingers digging into its feathers as he cheered with delight. I caught it, I caught it. The sparrow, with a wounded wing, was grasped by little Fatty, who promptly pulled out a few of its feathers, eliciting desperate cries from the bird. In the next moment, this small creature managed to wriggle free from little Fatty's grasp. The sparrow, with one wing nearly broken, floundered and glided downward for several seconds before ultimately collapsing weakly into Hui Yanheng's arms. Nearby, Shinhan watched with keen interest. Being at an age full of energy, the boy possessed an innate curiosity and a propensity for mischief regarding these creatures. Give it to me. Little Fatty approached, spreading his plump palm and boldly demanding the bird from Hui Yanheng. Hui Yanheng lowered his gaze. The warmth of the sparrow, filtered through its delicate feathers, reached his palm. allowing him to distinctly feel the heartbeat of the small life, as if cradling a tiny, living furnace. Handing the sparrow to him would surely seal its fate. Shun Han took a step forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I read online about the best way to roast sparrows. Let us do it together. Little fatty, with surprise at finding a kindred spirit, glanced at the little tyrant and nodded enthusiastically, his double chin quivering. Sure. Teach me. It's quite simple. Shun Han's eyes lit up. First, we need to clean the sparrow and pluck its feathers, then gut it, and finally, find a stick to skewer it before roasting it over the fire. Listening to their conversation, Hui Yanheng's expression subtly shifted, and he discreetly hid the sparrow behind his back. Meanwhile, Tian's face turned pale as she took a step back, looking at Shun Han and little fatty as if they were two devils. Even Julie frowned, furrowing her brow in concern. What were they discussing? A sparrow is a life too. How could they speak of roasting it for food? Julie's voice, naturally tinged with coolness, radiated disapproval as she regarded the two boys with her sapphire-like eyes. Shun Han blinked in surprise. But it's just a sparrow. Clearly, he hadn't given it much thought. Life? Ants are also life. Yet no one cares for the lives of such creatures. To Shun Han, a sparrow was no different from an ant. Both merely served as distractions. If he felt displeased, he could easily crush one underfoot. Little fatty quickly chimed in. Exactly, it's just a sparrow. Why get so worked up? He scratched his ear and muttered, girls are so troublesome. Tian's face flushed with anger, but she stammered, unsure how to retort. Fortunately, Julie, accustomed to grand occasions, paid little mind to little fatty's petty remarks. Boys are just so chatty. You. Little fatty's face turned crimson, stammering as he struggled to respond but found himself utterly dwarfed by the height and presence of the mixed-race girl. Shun Han rolled his eyes in secret. Useless. When adults intervene in the affairs of children, it often feels out of place. For a moment, all the parents remained silent, watching the dynamics unfold between them. After Julie's comment, Shun Han hesitantly glanced up, his gaze falling upon a crowd of guests, staff, and dark, looming cameras. He had to swallow his pride. Yet, how could children perfectly mask their emotions? To outsiders, Shun Han's face was painted with defiance, adding a touch of liveliness to the scene. We were just joking. Shun Han blinked and said, a sparrow is also a life. Do you really think we would kill it? Ellie thought to herself, this little rascal truly knows how to lie. Her cat, the fish in the garden, weren't they all victims of his mischief? However, as long as she didn't embarrass herself, anything was acceptable. It was just as painful to witness her child falter as it was to be humiliated herself. Tian tugged at her mother's sleeve, timidly peeking. Is what my brother said true? Shun Han nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. We were just playing with you. Look at how scared you are. Girls are so timid. Before he could finish, he suddenly seemed to recall something, instinctively raising his head. Shun Han's gaze met the striking blue of the girl's eyes for a brief moment, halting his words mid-air. That was close. He nearly got confronted by this little foreign girl. Shun Han bit his lip, feeling a bit cowardly. Would he truly be afraid of a girl? That would be quite embarrassing. Hui Yanheng paid them no mind, carefully tucking the sparrow into his pocket, revealing only its fluffy little head. The sparrow blinked its tiny black eyes and chirped persistently, peeping insistently. It then turned and burrowed deeper into his pocket, dragging its injured wing as it wriggled about. The little sparrow seemed to regard Hui Yanheng as its mother, chirping continuously without pause. Hui Mama displayed no signs of impatience or aversion. In fact, in that fleeting moment as she lowered her gaze, a warm and pure light glimmered in her pupils. Could someone so seemingly aloof possess such a delicate and tender heart? When Hui Yanheng concealed the sparrow behind him, she observed every detail with clarity. That instinctive gesture could not deceive anyone. Hui Yanheng remembered he had a rather lenient mother and slowly approached, extending his fair hand to gently tug at Qingqing's skirt, raising his little head. See, can I keep it? Hui Yanheng braced himself for rejection, but to his surprise, she agreed almost without hesitation. Of course.
It will be part of our family now.
What name do you want to give it? Name? This seemed to stump Hui Yanheng, as he furrowed his brows slightly. Suddenly, he heard the person in front of him clap their hands. How about we call it King Gigi? In that instant, Hui Yanheng felt as if the world had turned upside down. Chapter 12. Hui Yanheng was utterly stunned. Being embarrassed in front of netizens on the internet was an experience he felt well qualified to comment on. Laughter erupted around him from male and female guests, directors, and staff, resonating in waves. Every word was distinctly audible, flooding into Hui Yanheng's ears. King Gigi? Does Huo really like King Gigi that much? Ha ha ha, so adorable. Look at his expression. It's too cute. I want to hug him and give him a kiss. Can I bribe Huo with a set of bear busters? 555. Hui Yanheng. Hui Yanheng was completely overwhelmed. As long as they were happy, it didn't matter what happened to him. Meanwhile, the incident regarding the roasted sparrow was generating heated discussions online. The opinions were largely divided into two camps. One side believed it was a trivial matter not worthy of condemnation towards the children, while the other argued that such behavior, if uncorrected in childhood, would lead to trouble in adulthood. Who hasn't harmed insects and birds in their childhood? Isn't that normal? What's the fuss about? That a living being? Utterly cruel. Is there no humanity left? They're just kids. Don't all kids act this way? It's said that innocent cruelty is a part of childhood. It is precisely this that renders the situation all the more terrifying. Parents ought to engage in earnest education, particularly concerning Jiang Shi, who has unfortunately been led astray by his mother. Two factions of netizens, each holding divergent views, engaged in a fervent dispute until a bystander intervened, directing attention to the official account of a family of three. It turned out that the official account itself had stepped in to clarify the matter, assuring that their remarks were merely playful banter and that even the sparrow is a living being. They would never contemplate harming it. The mystery was resolved. It was merely a jest. Yet, dissenting voices persisted, questioning the veracity of Shun Han's words. Observing Shun Han's expression, it seemed far from feigned. In this era, even children have learned the art of pretense. Simultaneously, the official account compiled a montage showcasing the delightful performances of the other children, ensuring that none faded into the background. Julie's quick response was commendable. The queen had spoken. I adore her. I could proclaim 1,000 times that Tian is an angel. Hang is utterly enamored with King Gigi. Ha ha ha.
Han Edgar Lim, Mom.
Could you please stop putting me in awkward situations? Jiang Tianxiong stepped onto the pavilion in the center of the lake, signaling the cessation of this matter. As if to say, just you wait. A pair of delicate, snow-white hands gently rested on Hui Yanheng's shoulder, guiding him to look in another direction. Leng Qingqing remarked, the drawing of lots is about to commence, my son. What mode of transportation do you wish to take? Hui Yanheng cradled the little sparrow in his hands, locking eyes with it. Anything is fine. Leng Qingqing sighed, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. My son, you truly choose your words with great care. In reality, he was an exceedingly good child, a source of immense relief. Yet he required some guidance.
Huo Zanhan.
Emboldened by an unknown source of courage, instinctively retorted, I am not your son. Leng Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Then whose son are you? Is there something the system has failed to inform me about? Just as alarm bells rang within her mind, Hui Yanheng pursed his lips. His youthful voice tinged with resignation. Didn't you say you wanted to humiliate Dad? Perhaps I am not even his son, if that is the case. I do not wish to be your son either. All he desired was to be his father's son. Regrettably, as a child, he lacked the autonomy to choose his parents. Leng Qingqing responded, well, very well. The staff member held the drawing cylinder, standing at the forefront. Inside the wooden cylinder lay 5 sticks of equal length and thickness, each affixed with a paper note facing downward for the guests to select. The essence of this event was fairness and impartiality. Ailey raised a question. How will the order of drawing lots be determined? Who will draw first? The guests exchanged glances, offering awkward yet polite smiles. A brawl? Is that permissible? Alternatively, rock, paper, scissors? Thus, half a minute later, several children gathered loosely, their high-pitched voices rising and falling in a delightful cacophony. Scissors.
Rock.
Paper. Scissors.
Rock.
The crowd exclaimed, which channels have switched. All eyes in the venue, including those of the online viewers, focused on the scene as the camera slowly zoomed in.
Except for Shun Han?
All the children had made their choices. Only Shun Han had chosen a bag. He cast a significant glance at Hui Yanheng. Yet the latter did not even raise his eyes. Upon witnessing Shun Han's victory, Ailey seemed to envision her own triumph. Son, you are magnificent. She directed a gaze toward Leng Qingqing that conveyed a mix of envy and pride in her son's prowess. Leng Qingqing, resting her chin on her hand, did not even glance her way. This marked Ailey's first experience of being entirely ignored, a flicker of malice passing through her eyes. One day, she would surely trample Leng Qingqing beneath her feet. Regardless of her pretense of indifference, she would always be first. Ailey stood regally, tucking a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, wearing a smile that conveyed her strategic acumen. Excellent. The director appeared quite pleased, clapping his hands to announce loudly, "Our last participant has been determined." As the director's words echoed, the venue fell into a silence that stretched for 5 seconds. The atmosphere seemingly paused. Ailey exclaimed, "What on earth?" Shun Han echoed her sentiment. "What the heck?" Chapter 13. The children were bewildered. Ailey and Shun Han stood frozen in shock against the wind. The director scratched his head. "We are employing an elimination system. Did I not mention this earlier?" "My memory isn't what it used to be. Please forgive me." "Who needs your forgiveness? If you're getting old, retire already and stop causing chaos." Ailey felt a surge of anger, a bitter taste in her mouth. The other children cast bewildered and perplexed glances, and under the director's guidance, they continued their cheerful game of rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Scissors.
Rock.
Paper. Scissors.
Rock.
Based on the final ranking, the first place was awarded to Tian Tian, followed by Julie, Hua Yanheng, and the chubby Jiangshi. When the director announced Shun Han as the last, the children's faces darkened, brimming with despair. Shun Han suspected the director was deliberately targeting him, yet he had no proof. Supermodel mother Andy adjusted the star-themed hair accessory in her daughter's hair, reassuring her, "It's merely the order of drawing lots." Julie, a fiercely competitive girl, though she rarely voiced it, desired to secure the top position. She grasped her mother's cool hand. "I understand, Mom."
No need to worry about me.
Noticing the other guests interacting warmly with their children, Leng Qingqing blinked her large eyes at her adopted son. Hua Yanheng gently rubbed the soft yellow beak of King Ji with his fingertip, oblivious to Leng Qingqing's gaze, as he was lost in his own world. From his demeanor, Leng Qingqing could discern no signs of anxiety, thus she felt reassured. This child, in truth, was not as fragile as she had imagined. The director called out the names of the children based on their rock, paper, scissors results, and they obediently lined up to draw a stick from the staff member's cylinder. The parents curiously stood behind their children, and the director cheerfully remarked, "Children, you may show our viewers in the live stream what you have drawn." Hua Yanheng untied the note at the bottom of his stick, gradually unfolding it to reveal a bold inscription written in black ink, "Self-Drive Tour." Leng Qingqing squinted her eyes and read the words aloud, her expression suddenly brightening as her tone turned jubilant. "A self-drive tour? How wonderful!" She felt an overwhelming urge to scoop her son up and shower him with kisses. What a stroke of luck. Without a second thought, the other modes of transportation, planes, trains, and high-speed rail, were far from ideal for the affluent guests and children, especially the hard seats on trains. Having endured over 20 hours in a train's hard seat, the moment of disembarkation felt like a soul-exiting experience. Every part of her body screamed discomfort. No adversary had ever instilled fear in her, yet those 20-plus hours on a hard seat had managed to do so. Hard seats on trains, you are the fiercest of foes. How splendid a self-drive tour would be, with the steering wheel firmly in one's grasp, journeying through scenic landscapes until reaching the destination. However, before Leng Qingqing could revel in her excitement, Hua Yanheng doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "My mom doesn't know how to drive." Hua Yanheng rarely referred to Leng Qingqing as mom, only feigning the title in the presence of others. It was a facade, as he publicly revealed Leng Qingqing's shortcomings. Seemingly harmless, yet deeply cunning, Leng Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, as the system burst into laughter. "You can drive, but the original host cannot. The original host lacks a driver's license. How delightful it is to see you boast. Now you've been caught out." Upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Leng Qingqing's face, the system nearly burst into laughter. Yet, no one could outsmart Leng Qingqing. She swiftly proposed, "Who can drive? We can share our car." The guests who drew the airplane tickets naturally had no need for this, but what about the others? Leng Qingqing was certain there must be guests who had drawn the hard-seat train tickets. The director interjected, "Have you consulted me on this? Are you the director, or am I?" To which he replied, "No. A miscalculation. Director, Leng Qingqing." Bai Dan gently spoke up, "I can drive if that is all right." Unsurprisingly, Bai Dan belonged to the unfortunate group that had drawn the hard-seat train tickets. Leng Qingqing had no objections, her eyes beaming like crescent moons. "Of course, you're welcome." Ailey was initially pleased with her high-speed train ticket. Although it wasn't an airplane, it was certainly preferable to the alternative. After all, who would willingly ride the train? Reserved for the less fortunate? She feared the germs it harbored. It was evident that Shun Han shared her sentiments. Having been raised in luxury since childhood, he had never traveled by any means other than an airplane. In his view, both high-speed trains and regular trains were for the impoverished. How could he lower himself to such a status? What if he ended up smelling of poverty? Fortunately, they had drawn a high-speed train ticket, which he could reluctantly accept. Nevertheless, Shen Han endeavored to mask his disdain, though his eyes betrayed his feelings. Nearby, Andy was reassuring his daughter, Julie, saying that the scenery on the train would be delightful, and she had never experienced it before, had she? This mother consistently encouraged her daughter to bravely embrace new experiences. Indeed, Julie was captivated by her mother's words, her long, thick lashes fluttering like dancing butterflies. But, Mommy, Julie queried, we have hard-seat train tickets. Does that mean we have to sit until we reach our destination? The child's expression was innocent and inquisitive. At that moment, everyone, including Leng Qingqing, sensed something amiss. Were the hard-seat tickets not drawn by Bai Dan and Tian Tian? Bai Dan met everyone's gaze, her eyes bright and gentle. Andy and Julie can sit in our soft sleeper, she offered. Subsequently, she apologized to everyone, explaining that Tian Tian had allergic rhinitis and was highly sensitive to odors. Being on a train with a mix of people was a protective measure from a mother to her child. As fellow parents, everyone expressed their understanding. Then let us switch. A steady male voice echoed. Everyone turned to see Jiang Tianxiong, who had remained silent until now. His gaze was solid, and his tone measured, exuding the calmness unique to a mature man. Let us switch. We'll take the hard seats. Jiang Shi was taken aback. Did this old man want to exchange hard seats without consulting him?
No.
I want to fly. I refuse to take the train. Despite having drawn the airplane tickets, this old man insisted on swapping for the worst train seats, and he would not allow it. The chubby boy rolled on the ground, covering himself in dust, flailing his limbs and crying out in protest. This is abuse. I want my mommy. The children led by Hui Yanheng were thoroughly entertained. The guests present and the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. Jiang Shi had always followed his mother's lead, revealing her lack of effective parenting. Indeed, the education of children is of utmost importance. Aside from being somewhat impolite, our little chubby boy was rather adorable. Wager, Jiang Tianxiong, this fitness enthusiast, will undoubtedly make his son lose weight. After all, being his own flesh and blood, a father would surely find a way to discipline this disobedient son. He effortlessly lifted his chubby child, his tone brooking no argument. What's wrong with taking the train? Let us go. Hardships cultivate character. This is for your own good.
Put me down.
I refuse to ride the train.
Wah.
The old man let me go. The chubby boy pounded on his father's muscular shoulders, gradually disappearing from the sight of everyone amidst his cries. Seeing that the situation had solidified, the chubby boy could only weakly shout one last time. Old man, just wait until I grow up. Chapter 14. I have no conscience. System. What are you thinking? Thus, the child fumed. Hua Yanheng possessed the ability to converse fluently with everyone except Leng Qingqing, unless he chose not to. From the perspective of this 5-year-old, Leng Qingqing easily discerned his thoughts. He truly disliked Shen Han, and he was simultaneously vexing Leng Qingqing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was indeed destined to become the greatest antagonist, his young mind remarkably astute and discreet. System. Don't you feel guilty for speculating about a mere 5-year-old?
Of course not.
Leng Qingqing donned her sunglasses and settled into the back seat, murmuring, because I have no conscience. Hui Yanheng climbed into the car from the other side and secured his seatbelt, seemingly aware of someone observing him. The young boy raised his dark, clear eyes, and the crimson birthmark on his forehead appeared strikingly enchanting. In the front seat, Bai Dan and her daughter Tian Tian were also ready. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle sped away. 3 hours later, the bus came to a halt. The view before them was picturesque, with the only dirt road leading into the distance, flanked by charming local houses. The village sign read, Peach Blossom Source Village. We have arrived. The moment they disembarked, the children, who had rarely ventured beyond the city, were wide-eyed with wonder. Beyond the dirt road lay vast green fields, farmlands, lotus ponds, duck houses, and rice paddies. Various common poultry were spotted everywhere, with ducks waddling from the rice fields, shaking off the river water, and strutting past the newcomers without a hint of fear. In contrast to the ducks, it was the guests who were more apprehensive. I heard ducks can bite. Everyone be careful. Bai Dan bent down to pick up her daughter, cautiously avoiding the ducks. The other guests followed her lead, stepping aside to let the ducks pass. In a narrow encounter, The ducks reigned supreme. However, Shun Han paid no heed to the adult's warnings. His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered something amusing. Not only did he rush toward the flock of ducks, but he also attempted to grab one by the wing. "Mom, can we stew a goose for dinner tonight?" Unfortunately, the ducks were too swift, and Shun Han missed his chance to catch one. He puffed his cheeks, visibly displeased. Suddenly, Shun Han felt something warm and heavy land on the back of his left foot. Looking down, his pupils contracted. "Ah, my limited edition sneakers," he shrieked, lifting his foot to reveal a fresh pile of duck droppings. Shun Han was tempted to kick the offending duck away. However, as he scanned the flock, he could not identify which duck had sullied his new shoes. Enraged, his eyes reddened, and Ailey, knowing his temperament, quickly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and drew him closer. After saying something in his ear, Shun Han's expression softened somewhat. However, his attention was suddenly caught by something else, and he burst into laughter, pointing at Ailey. "You have duck droppings on your shoes." It turned out he was not alone in his misfortune. Ailey glanced down, her face freezing in shock. She was wearing high heels, and the droppings had splattered across the surface, a ghastly sight of white and green. Ailey covered her mouth, her expression one of horror. "Ugh, I feel like I'm going to be sick." The melodic chirping of birds emerged from Hui Yanheng's backpack as the little one clutched his cartoon bag protectively, following the guests onward. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqing trailed closely behind him. From her perspective, the taut muscles on Hui Yanheng's back were unmistakable, even as he gazed ahead. An air of tension and distrust lingered towards those behind him. Leng Qingqing observed in silence, unable to suppress a gentle pinch of her brow. Was she truly so fearsome? Among all the guests, only Tian was lifted by her mother. Julie held her mother's hand, carefully navigating around the clumps of soil and poultry droppings in their path, her expression devoid of disdain, filled instead with curiosity. Just hours ago, Jiang Shi had boldly declared his intention to sever ties with his father, yet now clung tightly to Jiang Tianqiang's arm, attempting to climb onto him. "Hold me. There are ducks."
I'm scared.
Jiang Shi resembled an overly agile little chubby monkey, clinging desperately to his father's arm, his feet nearly off the ground. It was only due to Jiang Tianqiang's formidable strength that he was not crushed beneath the weight of a son. Hui Yanheng did not mind the dirt. Perhaps to escape the scrutiny behind him, he strode forward, wholly oblivious to his surroundings, his clear gaze steadfastly fixed ahead. The flock of ducks moved in the opposite direction to the guests, and once they parted, the air was filled with the fresh, steamy scent of manure. The other children pinched their noses, while Hui Yanheng, seemingly impervious, showed no sign of distaste. Having such an easygoing son brought a sense of relief to Leng Qingqing. The guests and children encountered a comical clash with the rural environment along the country path, providing ample amusement. On Weibo, fans swiftly edited together humorous compilations of the children's antics, while the guests' management companies seized the moment to buy trending topics. A family of 3 blocked by ducks. Shun Han's limited edition children's shoes ruined by duck droppings. In the live broadcast, netizens erupted in laughter at the scene. Those expensive shoes, ruined by duck droppings. My heart aches. If it were me, I would cry on the spot. Julie and Tian are so well behaved. Jiang sure is hilarious. I can't believe you still have a father now. Chapter 15. The production team is truly merciless. Taoweiyuan village, nestled between mountains and water, boasts breathtaking scenery. The guest space for this episode is a 3-story bamboo house at the foot of the mountain, with a spacious courtyard paved with bluestone slabs. To the left of the courtyard are several thatched huts housing cattle, sheep, and ducks. To the right, a pavilion offers shade for the guests, featuring a square stone table and 4 stone benches surrounded by clusters of green bamboo, simple yet charming. Wow, is this where I'm staying tonight? The little chubby boy scampered towards the pavilion, exploring with unbridled enthusiasm, galloping around like a little pig. However, his whimsical fantasies were soon dashed. "Good boy," the director said, gazing fondly at the chubby child. "Your accommodation for tonight will be determined by the results of a competition. This is the best of the 5 houses, known as House 1. Only those who work hard will have the opportunity to stay there tonight." The chubby boy, confused, could only grasp 2 words: work hard. The very thing he detested most. He sulkily rested his head on the stone table, resembling a despondent, plump pufferfish. The guests either lounged in the pavilion or took a moment to rest indoors before the director presented the next task. It is now 2 in the afternoon, 4 hours until dinner begins. Within these 4 hours, guests must complete the ingredient challenge, which will determine the order of their accommodation choices. As the director, I don't mind giving the guests a little spoiler, he said with a mysterious wink. The best accommodation is right in front of you, House 1, while the worst. He elongated his words, observing the guests' reactions before lowering his voice to emphasize. The worst is a thatched hut with a leaking roof, uninhabited for years. If the accommodation conditions were already so dire, one could only imagine how much worse the other amenities, such as bathing facilities, might be. If living in a thatched hut for an entire episode wouldn't drive someone mad. After a tiring journey, the guests appeared somewhat dispirited. The blazing sun hung high, and the temperature in the pavilion was stifling. Ailey fanned herself with her hand, sweat soaking her temples, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. The conditions of the houses here should be relatively similar. They can't be that different, she said dryly. Surely, there couldn't be a villa for them to stay in. How bad could it possibly get? Ailey cast a discreet glance at Leng Qingqing, silently hoping that if there was a competition, she would do everything in her power to ensure that Leng Qingqing did not get the best accommodations. Ideally, she would have Leng Qingqing share a cowshed with her son. For artists accustomed to villas and hotels, not witnessing the thatched huts firsthand was indeed unconvincing. The director had no choice but to unleash his trump card, clearing his throat, scanning the room, and softly uttering, aside from House 1, the rest have outdoor toilets. Those 2 words, delicate as feathers, fell upon the guests' ears like an unbearable burden.
What?
They exclaimed in unison, their faces paling. I have something to attend to. Supermodel mother Andy leaped up from her stone bench, hastily rushing towards the door, her shoes barely on. Ailey followed suit, clattering out in her high heels, the sharp sounds echoing against the bluestone slabs, nearly shattering them. This is outrageous. Bai Dan realized what was happening and quickly dashed out as well. Only Leng Qingqing and Jiang Tianqiang remained, exchanging bewildered glances. In the live stream, netizens began to chime in with reminders. Forget about the kids. Don't you care about your children? If that is the case, I want to hold back. Moms, don't you feel like something's missing behind you? The director certainly knew how to motivate the guests. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, growing closer. Ailey, Bai Dan, and Andy re-entered, out of breath, stepping back into everyone's view. The mothers extended their hands towards their children. Julie, come here. Xiao Han, follow your mother. Tian, come over. The children gathered around the stone table, swinging their little legs, yet none moved. The director said we have our own tasks, and we can't be with the adults. Tian asserted, placing her doll neatly on the table. The mother sighed, if only we had known. We wouldn't have rushed out. Wiping the sweat from their brows, the parents hurriedly exited again, off to the village in search of ingredients for dinner. That's an outdoor toilet. The production team is truly merciless. Leng Qingqing, however, was not in a rush, flitting about like a headless fly. Do you even know where to find the ingredients? Aren't you going? Jiang Tianqiang stood, casting a tall shadow over Leng Qingqing. I'll go later. It's too hot right now, she replied, setting down her teacup and waving him off. Jiang Tianqiang nodded in acknowledgement before departing. The children were summoned to the backyard by the director, engaged in some mysterious activity, while Leng Qingqing gathered her long hair into a bun, moving to the center of the courtyard to turn on the tap and splash her face with the cool mountain spring water, instantly feeling refreshed and awake. Before leaving, she decided to check on that little rascal Huiyanheng. In the back kitchen, Zhang Shi had somehow acquired a round, hefty coconut, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. He struggled to lift it onto the stove, nearly exhausting himself, his chubby face flushed, panting heavily, sweat pouring down. What are you just standing there looking at? Aren't you going to help me? He complained to the person behind him. Do you have any idea how hard it was to bring this coconut here? Behind Zhang Shi, by the firewood stack, stood a small, upright figure. Huiyanheng, with his unusually large, dark eyes, watched Zhang Shi's every move in silence. Forget it. If you help me open it, I shall forgive you. The chubby boy leaned against the stove, oblivious to the large patches of greasy soot clinging to his clothes. As Zhang Shi spoke, his eyes darted about restlessly. In truth, he was preoccupied with the thought of sharing the coconut with Shen Han once Huiyanheng had opened it. I politely decline. I am not eating, hence I shall not open it, Huiyanheng replied. The chubby boy was taken aback by his audacity to refuse, his eyes widening in disbelief. He straightened up and took a few steps forward, drawing closer to Huiyanheng. Zhang Shi, who was a year older than Huiyanheng, not only had a broader frame but also towered over him by nearly a head. Undoubtedly, Huiyanheng appeared the more vulnerable of the two. In the next moment, Jiang Shi raised his fist, narrowed his eyes, and donned a fierce expression. There are no cameras here. If you do not do as I say, do you believe I will beat you senseless? Chapter 16. A Strange Auntie. The initial task upon arriving at Taoyuan village concerned the ingredients. The tasks for the guests and the children were conducted separately, which provided Jiang Shi with ample opportunity to bully Hui Yanheng. After the director assigned tasks to the children, Jiang Shi seized the opportunity to inform Hui Yanheng of a supposed matter, stealthily avoiding everyone else as he dragged Hui Yanheng to this secluded spot. Hui Yanheng was reluctant to comply, but Jiang Shi's grip was too strong, causing pain in his arm. Hui Yanheng hesitated momentarily before responding uncertainly. What? Jiang Shi repeated, if you don't listen to me, I will hit you. With that, he seized Hui Yanheng's collar with both hands. Jiang Shi's strength exceeded Hui Yanheng's expectations. He nearly lifted him off the ground, his pudgy hands tightening around Hui Yanheng's throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Hui Yanheng's struggles appeared to Jiang Shi as feeble as a chick, offering no resistance whatsoever. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Jiang Shi, noticing Hui Yanheng's unwillingness, grew furious. Throughout his life, apart from the elderly, no one had dared to defy him. At home, he was accustomed to having his way. In a fit of anger, he swung his fist toward Hui Yanheng's face, intending to teach this little brat a lesson and assert his dominance. Hui Yanheng gazed at him with wide, dark eyes, devoid of fear, only exhibiting a sense of numbness and emptiness. After all, how painful could Jiang Shi's punch be? What was there to fear? Hui Yanheng had long accepted that no one would come to his rescue, and he assumed this instance would be no different. Thus, he apathetically observed the unfolding scene, as if his soul had detached from his body, watching from above as he was bullied on the ground. However, before Jiang Shi could land his blow, a flurry of footsteps and voices approached from the doorway, growing increasingly louder as they neared. In the 2 seconds before the footsteps halted, Jiang Shi instinctively dropped Hui Yanheng, attempting to create the illusion that nothing had transpired. What are you two playing? Why aren't you doing the tasks assigned by the director? A melodious female voice chimed from the entrance, laced with mirth. Are you hiding here to slack off? Hui Yanheng's heart raced, and he and Jiang Shi turned their heads in unison. A slender hand rested against the weathered doorframe, with delicate fingers and fair skin. Following the exquisite hand upwards, they met the smiling gaze of Leng Qingqing. Not only was she present, but a throng of cameras and crew members trailed behind her. The kitchen was cramped, its walls blackened by soot and smoke. Yet, the moment Leng Qingqing stepped inside, the dim surroundings seemed to brighten. Oh, why are you two here? Sneaking off to play? She exclaimed. Director, look who we've caught. No wonder only Julie and Tian Tian were diligently completing their tasks. Where had Xiaohan gone? The viewers in the live stream began to flood the chat with messages. Since their arrival at Taoyuan village, Leng Qingqing's live stream had maintained the highest popularity, with the number of viewers steadily increasing. To fulfill her task, she had traded her cumbersome long dress for a pastel cartoon t-shirt and light blue pencil jeans, sporting a bun that made her appear more like a high school student than a mother. Is this reasonable? How is it possible for her, being several years my senior, to look even younger? This scene resembled that of a high schooler. Who could believe she wasn't the neighbor's younger sister? I beg for an episode on how Leng Qingqing maintains her youth. Stop dreaming. It's all about genetics. Leng Qingqing won the genetic lottery. I was just playing games with my brother. Jiang Shi stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt as he quickly released Hui Yanheng and straightened his collar. Right? His seemingly innocent inquiry bore an underlying threat. Leng Qingqing approached, crouched down, and smoothed out the wrinkles in Hui Yanheng's collar with a calm demeanor, gazing at him intently. Is that what Jiang Shi said? She asked. What game are you playing? Hui Yanheng blinked slowly and replied, Yes, we are playing a game. However, he felt reassured knowing that as long as she was present, no one would dare bully him. As for Shun Han, he mostly remained in a guiding role behind the scenes and would not directly intervene. During the recording of the program, Jiang Shi transferred to Xingye Kindergarten, becoming Shun Han's devoted follower. In his childhood, Hui Yanheng endured much bullying from the two, but these experiences forged his silent and resilient character, making it difficult for him to seek help from others, including Hu Jingsun. Hu Jingsun was preoccupied with company affairs, though he never deprived his only son of material comforts. He could not compensate for the absence of parental figures in Hui Yanheng's life and the resulting consequences. Their time together was scarce. As Hui Yanheng grew older, he became increasingly distant from his father. In his maturity, Hui Yanheng developed a cold and erratic temperament, often preferring solitude. Naturally, he avenged himself against those who had previously bullied him. Fortunately, all of this had yet to unfold. Fearing Huo Yanhang might reveal that he was the one who bullied him, Zhang Shi quickly interjected, "I found a coconut and wanted to share it with my brother." Leng Qingqing emphasized, a smile playing on her lips. "Oh, so you are playing the game of smashing coconuts?" Zhang Shi eagerly responded, "Yes, yes. But the shell of the coconut is too hard to crack, no matter what I do, so I asked my brother for help." Huo Yanhang was well aware that Zhang Shi was twisting the truth, yet he remained silent, offering no rebuttal. In the next moment, he watched as Leng Qingqing wrapped her arm around Zhang Shi's shoulder, guiding him toward the stove. Her tone was gentle, and to onlookers, nothing seemed amiss. Only Zhang Shi could feel the strength of her grip, which nearly yanked him forward. At that moment, Zhang Shi remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his round eyes staring blankly at Leng Qingqing's actions. "Can't crack it, huh? Let me show you, Zhang Shi." "Watch closely," she instructed, without any tools. Leng Qingqing positioned the coconut and steadied it with one hand. "Zhang Shi, being a year older than our Hui Yanhang, you're the older brother. If anyone bullies our Hui Yanhang, you must inform me. He is my precious darling, and anyone who dares to bully him will face my wrath," she declared. Just like this. With her words, 3 resounding thuds echoed in the kitchen.
Bang.
Bang. Bang. The first punch left a small crack and dent in what Zhang Shi considered an impenetrable coconut. The second punch widened the dent, nearly deforming the coconut. By the third punch, the coconut center caved in under immense force, causing it to shatter completely. After 3 consecutive punches, Zhang Shi stood in stunned silence. A coconut, roughly the size of a human head, had burst open within 3 blows from Leng Qingqing, resembling the cracking of a skull. Alas, Auntie did not gauge her strength properly and accidentally smashed her coconut. Although she coldly uttered apologies, her gaze betrayed no remorse, as if she could see through everything. Zhang Shi instinctively shivered, momentarily feeling that what lay on the countertop was not a coconut, but his own head. No wonder each strike seemed to channel her pent-up frustration. Yet, when he had bullied Hui Yanhang, no one was around. Cold Qingqing had deliberately miscalculated her force. The transparent coconut water flowed from the shattered shell, trickling down the countertop. Chilled coconut chunks and juice splattered onto Zhang Shi's cheek, prompting him to recoil 2 steps back, his face pale with terror and his eyes reddening, as if he were on the verge of tears. In the next moment, Zhang Shi turned and fled, sobbing as he dashed out. He stumbled over the threshold, nearly falling. Regardless, he continued to run, as if pursued by phantoms. "Mom, help! There's a monster here." Chapter 17. A decade of being a mere vase. Yet 3 heavy punches make the world aware. After Zhang Shi scurried away 10 meters, silence enveloped the kitchen and the live-streaming room. It was a deafening silence. The staff and cameramen exchanged bewildered glances. Was this the so-called top face of the entertainment industry? Nothing but a pretty face? The staff murmured, the cameraman was speechless. And onlookers were astounded. Such terrifying strength should not be wasted on construction sites. It was only moments later that the live-stream chat exploded with comments, flooding the screen with a terrifying spectacle unseen in any other streaming room. What just happened? Is this Cold Qingqing? I'm in love. Is this human strength? It doesn't match her delicate and beautiful exterior at all. Bring back my goddess. I'll show everyone how to vertically dive into a pit. This sister is so relatable and hilarious. With so much past scandal, surely she must have offended someone, right? Zhang Shi thought, is anyone going to help me? Zhang Shi was genuinely frightened, yet the viewers in the live stream were captivated by Cold Qingqing's violent coconut opening, with only a few scattered comments expressing concern for Zhang Shi, quickly drowned out. Since the show had begun, it was crucial to see it through. Cold Qingqing furrowed her brow, peering anxiously towards the door. What happened to Zhang Shi? The system in her mind roared with laughter. Haha, that kid is thoroughly scared. Keep acting. Feigning ignorance, Cold Qingqing tenderly inquired of the staff behind her. Why did he run out alone crying like that? Is he all right? Should we inform Jiang Tianxiong to check on him? Indeed, Zhang Shi appeared genuinely frightened, crying out for his mother. But what did that have to do with Cold Qingqing? She scratched her head and sighed. Today's children are truly inscrutable. All major platforms were watching to see how far she could go with a family of 3. The program had just aired but was already showing signs of explosive popularity. If things progressed smoothly, Cold Qingqing could very well ascend to a second-tier artist, yet securing a position among the first tier would require a blockbuster film or series. Many artists have climbed to the second tier through variety shows, but the leap from second to first is a chasm. A hit drama is a stroke of luck, especially for a vase like Leng Qingqing. Everyone knew that with her acting skills, achieving first-tier status was merely a dream. Therefore, some remained unfazed, content to observe the unfolding events. For Leng Qingqing, a decade spent as an overlooked vase, 3 heavy punches had made her known worldwide. The trending searches erupted, dominating the top 4 spots on the trending list, causing a third-tier actress attempting to buy her way into offline events to seethe with jealousy as Leng Qingqing overshadowed her. This time, she was truly breaking out of her shell. Leng Qingqing's strength, Jiang Shi's tears of fright, and the true essence of Leng Qingqing were all on display. Upon opening the video, the homepage was filled with recommendations featuring Leng Qingqing. Leng Qingqing's violent coconut opening. Have you seen this coconut opening method? The correct way to open a coconut and redefining beauty, the top face of the entertainment industry? Videos appearing on the homepage were all from internet celebrities with follower counts starting in the tens of thousands. Is this Leng Qingqing?
She's so funny. Wait.
How come no one has edited this yet? The material is readily available. We'll edit it ourselves. I'm not being forced. I really want to edit. The more I edit, the more interesting it becomes. Not for promotion, purely self-sabotage. Once the video was released, the number of likes and comments skyrocketed across the platform, becoming a sensational hit. Through trending topics on Weibo and video edits from various platforms, the number of fans for Leng Qingqing finally surpassed 5 million. Her private messages on Weibo were overflowing, with major agencies reaching out to inquire about her signing conditions. It is well known that 5 years ago, Leng Qingqing had a tumultuous fallout with her previous agency, culminating in a highly publicized contract dispute that ended with her paying a hefty penalty and being blacklisted as an artist never to work with them again. Her infamous reputation stemmed from that. Little did they know, 5 years later, the very artist they scorned had become a hot commodity coveted by all agencies. It was truly surreal. Even Leng Qingqing herself was astonished to have emerged in such a peculiar manner. She sensed an intense gaze upon her, looking down to find it belonged to Huiyanheng. He stared at her, seemingly unrecognizing, with a hint of hurt and confusion in his dark eyes. It was difficult to imagine such an expression coming from a 5-year-old. Leng Qingqing felt a pang of sympathy. "What's wrong, my son? Are you scared?" She smiled, crouching down to his level. "Don't worry, I'm here." Then, before Huiyanheng could react, she swept him into her embrace, leaning closer to his ear. Away from prying eyes, she whispered softly, "As long as I am here, I won't let anyone bully you." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the little body in her arms stiffen. She pressed her lips together, tightening her embrace, hoping her warmth would reach him through his thin summer shirt. After a long while, Huiyanheng's rigid back gradually relaxed. At his age, he could not articulate the shock he felt at her sudden appearance when he was about to be hit, nor the barely perceptible flicker of joy that accompanied it. He simply sensed that the world had brightened. Could Leng Qingqing's words truly be trusted? Just as Huiyanheng was swayed by her reassurance, a trembling female voice broke through the moment. It was a soft whisper, yet unfortunately, Huiyanheng caught every word. "So touching. I'm about to cry." Huiyanheng's gaze drifted past Leng Qingqing's shoulder to the multitude of cameras aimed at him, all capturing the moment. Strange faces surrounded him, some filled with emotion, others with anticipation. "Say something. Please say something." Huiyanheng lowered his gaze, his lashes casting shadows over his slightly reddened eyes. The young beast withdrew his tentative steps beyond the boundary, re-establishing his sharp armor before retreating into the dark, shadowy jungle. Indeed, this woman had deceived him once more. Everything was merely a performance. Meanwhile, the cool and distant figure remained oblivious to it all. Chapter 18. Help, help, help. Is this it? Jiang Shi collided into a solid embrace, the impact causing his head to throb. Clutching his head, he looked up with tear-filled eyes, eager to inquire about the whereabouts of the old man. To his surprise, he found himself face-to-face with the old man himself. Jiang Tianqiong stood before his son, his dark brows slightly furrowed. His son's face was streaked with tears, with some translucent substance resembling mucus smeared across his chubby cheeks, and his eyes were red and puffy, rendering him nearly unrecognizable to Jiang Tianqiong. Jiang Tianqiong understood his son's temperament. Having been adored and excessively pampered by his wife since childhood, he had grown into a petulant and willful child. What could possibly have caused him to cry in such a manner? Jiang Tianqiong felt a flicker of curiosity. He took his son's plump little hand and led him to the center of the courtyard, turning on the faucet to cleanse his face of the tears and mucus. This time, the usually mischievous Jiang Shi surprisingly allowed his father to wash his face without a fuss, which filled Jiang Tianqiong with astonishment. If someone had caused this reaction, he certainly needed to learn from them. Still not willing to speak. What mischief have you gotten into to end up like this? Jiang Tianqiong rose, his towering figure casting a formidable shadow over Jiang Shi, akin to a mountain that evoked an unspoken pressure. Initially composed, Jiang Shi's emotions surged anew at his father's inquiry, and his tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. The situation had yet to be clarified, yet he was already sobbing profusely. It's Hui Yanheng, Jiang Shi stammered, uttering a name amidst his sobs. Hui Yanheng? Upon hearing this name, Jiang Tianqiong was taken aback. Hui Yanheng had left an impression on him as a beautiful yet silent child, particularly the red birthmark on his alabaster forehead, which added an ethereal quality to his appearance. However, Hui Yanheng and the cool, distant Qingqing seemed to possess entirely contrasting temperaments. Judging by her mannerisms, Qingqing was not shy. It was indeed curious that she could raise such a taciturn son. Yet perhaps Hui Yanheng had inherited his father's demeanor. In any case, the affairs of others were not his concern. However, Jiang Shi's revelation had a significant twist. It's Hui Yanheng's mother, Qingqing? Jiang Shi continued to sob, yet his words became increasingly clear and resolute, leaving Jiang Tianqiong utterly astonished. The dialogue between father and son had captivated millions of online viewers in the live stream. Especially for the new fans of Qingqing, how could they bear to witness their idol being slandered? No, Jiang Shi frightened himself to tears. Qingqing did nothing wrong. She merely opened a coconut. The child is simply too timid, defended one viewer. Yet, such remarks quickly incited discontent among other fans who were also eavesdropping. What nonsense! It's obvious that Qingqing scared the child, and now they don't want him to speak the truth? The fans of Qingqing seemed overly zealous. Are they really trying to silence a child? No wonder she has wealthy sponsors. Unable to stand on her own, she resorts to bullying children and silencing everyone. Chaos erupted in the live stream as fans clashed, comments flooding the screen. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianqiong guided his son towards the kitchen in the backyard. Qingqing was holding Hui Yanheng's hand, smiling down at him and speaking softly. Backlit by the sun, she appeared to be enveloped in a warm, golden halo, creating a serene and tender scene with Hui Yanheng. Unfortunately, Hui Yanheng remained unaware of this beauty, his gaze perpetually fixed on the ground before him. Upon seeing Qingqing for the first time, Jiang Shi halted in his tracks, instinctively retreating a step, wishing to hide behind his father. However, as he stepped back, he found himself pressed against the sturdy leg of Jiang Tianqiong. Looking up, he noticed his father's frown directed at him. Interpreting it as a signal of support, Jiang Shi lifted his chin defiantly, ready to confront the world. With his father backing him, what did he have to fear? Jiang Shi knew of his father's military background. In a fight, it was evident that Qingqing would be utterly defeated. Her beautiful face would surely bear the consequences. He approached with the bravado of a leader, striding forward confidently. Qingqing's eyes flickered. This little rascal had the audacity to complain to an adult. The failures of a parent reflect upon the child. One could always see the influence of their parents in their offspring. If Jiang Tianqiong had indeed come seeking confrontation, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Anyone who dared to provoke her and Hui Yanheng would not find peace. Releasing her hold on her son, Qingqing stepped in front of Hui Yanheng, her slender figure blocking his view. Hui Yanheng pursed his lips, his deep, dark eyes silently observing the unfolding scene. The air crackled with tension, as if it were on the brink of igniting. "Apologize to me," Jiang Shi demanded, his tone fierce. The one covering Jiang Shi's mouth could only be his father. Coughing, Jiang Tianqiong shot a warning glance at his son, signaling him to remain silent.
Actually,
I have come to apologize on behalf of my son to you and Hui Yanheng. He's been spoiled by my family, speaking without thought, lacking in manners, and prone to causing trouble. If he has wronged you in any way, please feel free to discipline him. Do not hold back. After marrying his wife, Jiang Tianqiong had been separated from his family due to work obligations, with the child being placed with his ex-wife. Now that he finally had the time to be with his son, he discovered that the boy was no longer as he remembered. The once obedient and cheerful baby had grown into a spoiled, arrogant little brat under the indulgence of his ex-wife's family. He loved Jiang Shi as much as his ex-wife did, but their understandings of love and the ways they expressed it were starkly different. Determined to be a good father, He faced the daunting task of correcting Jiang Shi's behavior. Truthfully, after spending these past few months with his son, he wished someone would teach Jiang Shi a lesson. Whether through punishment or scolding, the child simply did not learn his lesson and even liked to complain to his mother. A single phone call from his ex-wife, filled with tears, accusing him of mistreating his own son, left Jiang Tianqiong feeling overwhelmed. Thus, from Jiang Shi's stammering, he already sensed that his son had misbehaved again. Jiang Tianqiong's reaction was not only unexpected for Qingqing, but also left the online viewers in utter disbelief. Was he so easily relinquishing his parental authority? The audience rated him highly. He is astoundingly rational for father. Look at that. Now that's what we call a father with vision. This is hilarious. Only Jiang Shi got hurt in this world. It seems Qingqing is ready to throw down, yet Jiang Tianqiong is just laughing. Jiang Shi lamented. Does anyone understand? While Qingqing cried out, help, 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 is this it? Chapter 19. Your father is still your father. Jiang Tianqiong's words left Jiang Shi in a daze. He struggled to wriggle free from his father's grasp, but was effortlessly restrained. All he received were the nonchalant words, don't rush. The failures of a parent reflect upon the child. Jiang Tianqiong was surprisingly perceptive as a father, taking full responsibility without having clarified the matter, which deeply moved Qingqing. To express her gratitude, she provided an objective account of Jiang Shi's actions to Jiang Tianqiong, ensuring to conclude with a comprehensive summary. Jiang Shi committed no wrongdoing. He merely sneaked out with Qingqing to indulge in coconut smashing. However, Qingqing's strength was insufficient for such endeavors, necessitating adult assistance to prevent any potential injury, which would be a regrettable outcome. A staff member stepped forward, presenting a nearly flattened coconut as evidence that Leng Qingqing spoke the truth. Without proper tools, it was indeed challenging for a child to open a coconut, and the act itself carried a hint of danger. Yet, one pondered, from where did Jiang Shi acquire this coconut? Upon hearing the staff member's last remark, Jiang Tianqiong's brow twitched noticeably. Jiang Shi's face flushed a deeper shade of red. He wished to protest, yet his father's firm hand covered his mouth, leaving him to emit muffled sounds. Jiang Tianqiong's gaze fell upon the crumpled collar of Qingqing's shirt, as if he had come to an understanding. His expression subtly tightening. His piercing black eyes turned towards his son, who, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Leng Qingqing's statement was flawless, leaving Jiang Tianqiong with no retort. Moreover, he had no intention of seeking fault. Thank you, I understand, Jiang Tianqiong replied solemnly. As Leng Qingqing observed the father and son retreating, she couldn't help but reflect on Jiang Tianqiong's admirable qualities as a father. Lowering her gaze, she met Hui and Ng's eyes. But he quickly shifted his gaze away, his eyes drifting. His thoughts wandered to the fact that it had been a month since he last saw his father. When would he come to visit again? Let us proceed and see what tasks the other children are engaged in, she suggested. Unaware of Hui and Ng's thoughts, she took his small hand and led him towards the courtyard, feeling reassured to watch him complete his task first. Director. You may decide how to proceed, Jiang Tianqiong stated as he presented his son before the director, prompting Jiang Shi to admit his fault, which left the boy utterly shocked. He had been betrayed by his own father. The director, having witnessed everything through the backstage monitor, took a sip from his thermos of goji berry tea, covering it afterward, and cleared his throat. Jiang Shi had taken the coconut from the refrigerator of residence number 1, and where there is wrongdoing, there must be punishment. What do you think, Jiang Shi? To protect the child's dignity, the director refrained from using the word steal, opting instead for take. Viewers in the live stream, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, applauded the director's emotional intelligence. This director is commendable. He truly cares for the children. Jiang Tianqiong is indeed remarkable. How I wish he were my father. Do you even realize what you're saying? Not everyone is blessed with a good father. Jiang Tianqiong lowered his head. Do you understand your mistake? Jiang Shi attempted to argue. There was no notice on the refrigerator stating that I couldn't take anything. Where's my fault? If you believe you are innocent, why did you sneak around avoiding the camera? Jiang Tianqiong questioned in a low tone. Jiang Shi replied, the higher the magic, the greater the countermeasure. You are still my father, Jiang Shi muttered gloomily, his spirit thoroughly deflated. The director set down his thermos, observing the father-son duo with a smile. Very well, let us assign Jiang Shi the task of cleaning both the front and back yards of residence number 1. After a brief pause, he continued in a serious tone, as a father, Jiang Tianqiong shares in this responsibility, hence, he shall be tasked with preparing dinner tonight. Both father and son were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Tianqiong pursed his lips. All right. Jiang Shi felt utterly despondent. The director, attempting to appeal to Jiang Shi's youthful innocence, explained. Due to your young age, it is natural to make mistakes. No one blames you. However, each time you err, your father will face a more severe consequence. Jiang Shi's mind momentarily stuttered, taking several seconds to grasp the director's intent. A look of sheer joy instantly illuminated his face. He bounced up excitedly. Old man, if you treat me poorly in the future, I'll create trouble to make you suffer the consequences. Let us see if you dare to ignore my words. Jiang Shi, convinced he had the upper hand over his father, lifted his chin defiantly, waiting for his father to appease him. Jiang Tianqiong remained unfazed. I am your father. If you cause me to be punished again, I shall discipline you. His words struck a profound chord in Jiang Shi, leaving him speechless. He voiced a question that resonated from the depths of his soul. Old man, are you truly my father? Chapter 20. Crazy Thursday where I am, you are. Director. What is the children's task? Leng Qingqing asked as she brought her son to the front yard, where the director was leisurely seated in a rocking chair, sipping tea. What? They haven't begun their tasks yet. The director sputtered tea in surprise. Leng Qingqing wiped her face. Actually, it seems only 3 of the boys haven't started their tasks. As she passed through the front yard earlier, she had seen the mixed-race cutie, Julie, wielding a broom taller than herself to sweep the yard. Through the window, she spotted Tian in the kitchen, standing on a stool, diligently wiping the table. Only Shen Han and Jiang Shi were nowhere to be found. The director mused that he might have overestimated the children's capacity for execution and delegation. Indeed. Aside from Julie and Tian, who were earnestly completing their tasks, the other 3 boys hadn't even begun. Shen Han was particularly elusive. Don't run, duck. A duck swooped low, its blood-stained white wings flapping clumsily as it stumbled onto the scene. Shen Han sprinted in from the direction of the duck pen, chasing the duck around the yard, causing it to flutter up onto the pavilion edge. Director, can we have duck for dinner tonight? Shen Han panted, beads of sweat on his forehead. He noticed Hui and Qing, Jiang Shi, and their parents present, but did not greet them. I checked the duck pen. This one is the fattest. Its meat must be tender, he exclaimed innocently. Director, please, I really want roast duck for dinner. The director felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. That duck belonged to the villagers, and it couldn't simply be taken for dinner. Jiang Shi cast a furtive glance at Shen Han, his eyes reddened as if he had been wronged, yet his friend offered him no acknowledgement. Shen Han, with a twinkle in his dark eyes, declared, I know this is the farmer's poultry, and we can't just eat it. My mom is wealthy. We can offer him some money, right? It's just a duck. How much can they ask? These country folks can't possibly refuse. Leng Qingqing looked up to the heavens in disbelief, fanning herself with her hand. Truly, they were not of the same ilk. Could Shen Han really be the biological child of Ai Li? Facing Shen Han's plea, the director feigned a stern expression. Let's discuss this later, Shen Han. Have you completed your task? Shen Han scratched his head, clearly distracted. Task? What task? During the director's speech, he had not been listening, so he was unaware of any task. The director felt a genuine sense of helplessness. Shen Han was more mischievous than any child he had ever encountered. If he went missing for a moment, trouble would surely ensue. With both Jiang Tianqiong and Leng Qingqing present, the director reiterated the children's tasks, sweeping the yard, cleaning the kitchen, organizing firewood, tidying the barn, and mopping the floors. Julie, come here and set down what you're doing. The director has something to say, he beckoned. Calling over Julie, who was engaged in a battle of wits with her broom. He reached into his pocket, producing a candy, and handed it to her while affectionately ruffling her hair. Julie, someone will take over your task. You may go play with your sister. Julie, with a hint of confusion on her lovely face, accepted the candy. But, sir, I haven't finished sweeping the backyard. Good child, Leng Qingqing interjected. Your task has been completed. You may go play now. Other children will help finish the backyard. Julie's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really, Aunt Qingqing? Is that true? Of course, Leng Qingqing smiled, then nudged Hui and Qing forward. The 2 children, of similar height, exchanged a glance. But Hui and Qing awkwardly averted his gaze. With chilly hands draped over her shoulders, warmth accompanied by a slight heaviness, Julie's gentle voice, one that Hou Yanheng had never heard before, floated from behind. Would you like to be friends with Hou Yanheng? He really likes you but is afraid that you might not like him, so I was asked to inquire.
Hou Yanheng stood in stunned silence.
When had he ever expressed such a sentiment? Julie stepped closer, taking Ho Yanhong's hand, and spoke with clarity. Your little brother is very adorable. I would love to play with him. She spoke without a moment's hesitation. Cold and Clear had already discerned that Julie was a girl of great integrity. She crouched down, extended her hand, and blinked. Then let us make a pinky promise. Julie will help Auntie take care of the little brother, and after we go out, Auntie will give you a gift, all right? What kind of gift do you like? Julie, with her sapphire-like eyes blinking, replied, Auntie, I don't want a gift. Can you secretly take me to eat KFC? My mom says it's junk food, and only lets me have it once a month. How dreadful. Cold and Clear was taken aback, empathetic to Julie's predicament. Humanity cannot exist without junk food. Two bright flames ignited in Julie's eyes as she nodded vigorously. Yes. Their thumbs intertwined. They shook solemnly. Pinkies swear 100 years without changing. Whoever changes is a little dog. Chapter 21. Ho Yanhang, the Child of Wonders. The remaining tasks were merely mopping the floor, gathering firewood, and cleaning the barn. The director announced, closing his eyes and leaning back in the lounge chair. Ears perked to the sound ahead. Ordinary children of 5 or 6 do not typically engage in household chores, let alone those raised in the lap of luxury, like star children. The two girls, Julie and Tian, were quite clever. Upon receiving their tasks, they sought guidance from the staff, thus completing their assignments with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Shen Han and Jiang Shi stood dumbfounded before the farming tools before them. Ho Yanhang remained calm, his expression unperturbed. Slowly, he spoke. I will go mop the floor. I will mop the floor. A voice, 100 times louder than his, abruptly interrupted him. In the next moment, Shen Han dashed out like a sprinter, snatching the mop and racing inside as if pursued by wolves. As he crossed the threshold, Shen Han cast a provocative glance at Ho Yanhang through the door. It was clearly intentional. Shen Han's speed was astonishing, leaving no time for anyone present to react adequately. A few seconds later, the staff, having regained their composure, were left bewildered.
Yanhang stood silently, revealing no dissatisfaction.
Amidst many sympathetic gazes, he sensed a distinct stare fixed upon him. With curiosity, he looked up to find Cold and Clear regarding him with a look of exasperation, as if she were more upset than he was, despite being the one bullied. Perplexed, he set the thought aside. Observing Ho Yanhang's task being snatched away, Jiang Shi laughed heartily from the side, carefree. It mattered little. The director would intervene. Jiang Shi, Julie's task is your punishment task. In addition, you must complete your own task as well. You have 2 tasks left. Choose one. Jiang Shi. The smile faded from Jiang Shi's face. All the tasks assigned to the children had been claimed, leaving only the last 2. I will gather firewood. I'm going now. Seizing the moment while Ho Yanhang was still processing, Jiang Shi shouted loudly. Consequently, Ho Yanhang was left with the task of cleaning the barn. Even with the burden of 2 tasks, Jiang Shi felt energized. He shouted as he dashed toward the firewood shed, as if fearing someone would snatch the task away. Alas, the director found himself at a loss. And the staff cast sympathetic glances at Ho Yanhang. This child, so uncompetitive, evoked a sense of pity. At merely 5 years old, an age for kindergarten, could a child endure the filth of a barn? Cleaning a barn involved only one thing, manure. Ho Yanhang said nothing, shouldering a bamboo basket and wielding a small shovel. Viewers followed the camera into the barn, witnessing Ho Yanhang bending down to shovel manure, surprisingly swift in his movements. Cold and Clear thought. She hadn't even had the chance to take out her mask, and this little one was surprisingly fast. Does he actually enjoy shoveling manure? The system couldn't help but interject. No wonder he is the antagonist. Ho Yanhang was indeed unlike other children. While others would avoid the barn, he silently ventured inside. It was impressive. No wonder Ho Yanhang would achieve great things in the future. Initially, Cold and Clear had worried he might be overwhelmed by the odor of the barn. But to her surprise, his expression remained unchanged. The staff members who entered the barn, however, pinched their noses, revealing expressions of discomfort. Has Ho Yanhang evolved a sense of smell? A crew member, holding their nose, queried. The barn, aged and filled with the scent of large livestock and manure, permeated the small space, nearly overwhelming those inside. Thankfully, the cows were out, taken away by the villagers. Otherwise, this task would have been monumental. Ho Yanhang's unbothered and tireless demeanor won him a significant wave of admiration from mothers, sisters, and even fathers in the live stream. Compared to the other 2 boys' mischievousness, Ho Yanhang's quiet obedience endeared him to many hearts. How could such an adorable child exist? If only all children could be like him. What direction must one pray to conceive such a child? The other two children paled in comparison. Ho Yanhang was indeed a child of wonders. Cold and Clear's parenting must have been remarkably successful, and she suddenly garnered admiration. However, amidst the flood of comments, a few unfriendly remarks surfaced, questioning Ho Yanhang's authenticity. Clearly staged, I bet it's all coached by adults. Just wait. It won't be long before the truth comes out. Adults and children alike are so scheming. Is anyone actually buying this? The entertainment industry has even reached the point of crafting personas for children. The domestic entertainment scene is doomed.
To be candid,
Ho Yanhang's prolonged presence in the barn genuinely astonished netizens. Yet, to harbor such hostility towards a child? Are you alright? Perhaps you should have a snack. Leave the haters behind. In the live stream, viewers observed Ho Yanhang diligently collecting manure, the tiny figure crouched amidst the disarray of straw and hidden droppings. Initially, he used a small shovel, but soon, he frowned and donned rubber gloves, opting to pick it up directly with his hands. The staff watched in disbelief. Cold and Clear had such a well-behaved and adorable son. The sight of him earnestly collecting manure resembled that of a small nobleman. Viewers and staff alike shared a sentiment. Men who work diligently are the most handsome. A young nobleman in the barn. Indeed, beautiful people shine brightly everywhere. Is this charminate? Cold and Clear, please tell me your secrets to raising children. I might just kneel and beg you. As time passed, Ho Yanhang remained dedicated, his small back tirelessly engaged, never resting nor slacking. Beads of sweat glistened on his smooth forehead, yet he had no time to wipe them away. After collecting the manure, he moved the dried, tattered straw outside and brought in fresh straw to pile in the corner of the barn, where the ground bore a noticeable indentation. As the camera focused on the delicate features of Ho Yanhang, there was a heartfelt desire to assist him. How? Could you share with everyone why we should pile the straw in the corner? Ho Yanhang looked up, just as the light filtered down from above the barn, illuminating his face, which was pale as snow, with deep black pupils and a vermilion birthmark on his forehead, as red as blood. Standing in the light, he spoke with a soft, innocent voice, because the calf sleeps there at night. A profound silence enveloped the scene.
Moments latte.
Smiles began to spread across the faces of all present, as if their hearts had been struck. The thought of the calf sleeping there at night was simply too adorable. Why are you all just staring? How many lifetimes of good fortune would one need to have such a charming child? This cute little one heals everything. Where are those who claimed Hao was merely putting on a show? Our Hao is genuinely adorable, not pretending at all. Ho Yanhang pressed his lips together. He noticed that the expressions of the older siblings around him suddenly became a bit peculiar, though he could not fathom why. Ho Yanhang turned, attempting to soften the straw piled in the corner with his small hands. Viewers online screamed with excitement. I know. It's to ensure the calf sleeps better.
How?
Quickly praise your mother. Half an hour later, Ho Yanhang emerged, reeking yet fragrant. Waiting in the yard were Shen Han and Jiang Shi, who immediately made faces of disgust and pinched their noses as they dashed away. Chapter 22. Your mother is quite useless. Outside the barn, a gentle breeze blew, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Ho Yanhang glanced around, finding no one. He looked up at the person before him, his dark eyes revealing a hint of understanding. However, Leng Qingqing was not one to cook. Ho Yanhang had never tasted her dishes, and if she were to cook today, he would advise everyone to keep their distance.
Top.
Outside the yard, footsteps approached. Ai Li entered, carrying a basket filled with fresh spinach, the leaves lush and green, as if just picked from the garden, glistening with droplets of water. Ai Li's gaze swept over Ho Yanhang standing at the door, and she laughed, covering her mouth. How gracious of you. In truth, ever since encountering the villagers, Ai Li's eyes had been drawn to the baskets on their backs, repeatedly hinting with her expressions. Wow, such fresh spinach. Did you grow it yourselves? It has been ages since I've had spinach this fresh. It must be delicious. The villagers, seeing her enthusiasm, reluctantly pulled some spinach from their baskets to give to her, filling Ai Li's bamboo basket, so she would not leave empty-handed.
Meanwhile,
her live stream was inundated with compliments from fans. Sister is amazing. Even the villagers know she is beautiful and kind, offering her vegetables. The villagers of Taoweiyuan truly have discernment. They must have given her the vegetables because she is so pretty, haha. Although the spinach was scarce, the first task of the day was accomplished. Ai Li only noticed the little boy, Ho Yanhang, but failed to see Leng Qingqing's absence. With a smile, she approached him and asked, How, Where's your mother? Hua Yanheng looked at her with his dark eyes, said nothing, and shook his head. Li patted his head dismissively and turned to leave. The strong scent of her perfume made Hua Yanheng sneeze. It was only when Leng Qingqing entered that she came empty-handed.
Not only that,
But her clothes were nearly covered in mud, her limbs as well, her cheeks sunburned, and the wisps of hair at her temples drenched in sweat. Leng Qingqing shook her sore arms, intending to bypass the guests in the pavilion to take a shower first. Ai Li, ever observant, had been waiting for her and stood up immediately, greeting her with enthusiasm and a loud voice. Leng Qingqing slowly revealed a polite smile. Older sister, are you happy? Are you satisfied? The fans in Ai Li's livestream went wild. Hey, Leng Qingqing, what else with your attitude? You're acting all righteous. To put it bluntly, what have you done? You didn't even dig up any wild vegetables. It seemed that the villagers were quite displeased with her. A few viewers who seemed to know the truth sent comments in the flood of messages, but their voices were quickly drowned out. Leng Qingqing, having been caught on site without any ingredients, would face the director's punishment. The director intervened again. Leng Qingqing, as the only parent who has not found any ingredients. You will be responsible for cleaning up after dinner, including washing dishes, clearing the table, and cleaning the kitchen. No one is allowed to help you. Julie and Tian exchanged sympathetic glances. Wow, your mother is being punished. In the corner of the pavilion, Shun Han leaned closer to Hu Yanheng and whispered in a tone only the two could hear, Your mother is quite useless. The figure in the center of the yard was slender and poised, exuding a demeanor Hu Yanheng had never encountered before. Indeed, she was rather inept, unable to accomplish anything. While all the other uncles and aunts found their ingredients, she hadn't even located a single blade of grass. If it were up to him to search, he would certainly be more capable.
Chu.
Hua Yanheng lowered his eyelashes, pulling out the noisy Qingqing from his pocket and gently smoothing its fur. No longer paying attention to Shun Han. Shun Han, what did he say? Hua Yanheng's reaction left Shun Han utterly confused. Hearing Shun Han's words, Jiang Shi wore a complex expression. He wanted to tell Shun Han, but Hu Yanheng's mother can smash coconuts with her bare hands. Yet, seeing the fierce determination in Shun Han's gaze directed at Hu Yanheng, Jiang Shi dared not speak, fearing retribution. As parents, Jiang Tianxiong and Leng Qingqing were assigned distinct responsibilities for dinner and its aftermath. The first meal in Taoyuan village was clearly arranged by the director. Both had no objections to the director's distribution. Jiang Tianxiong busied himself preparing dinner while the other guests felt awkward doing nothing and decided to lend a hand. Having spent years filming, Jiang Tianxiong was quite adept at taking care of himself, and cooking was second nature to him. He surveyed the ingredients. How about we make scrambled eggs, braised fish, and spinach soup? We can use the remaining flour to make a few pancakes as the main course. Leng Qingqing replied, with so many of us, 3 dishes be insufficient? She seemed to remember something and asked the director. Director, doesn't the kitchen in House 1 have a refrigerator? I saw some cured meat hanging on the wall, and there are potatoes in the back kitchen. Can we use those ingredients? The director's expression was complicated. How do you know that? Leng Qingqing smiled brightly. I have no particular skills, but my eyesight is quite good. The director took a deep breath and reluctantly said, That is permissible, but the ingredients in House 1 can only be used with the consent of the residents. Leng Qingqing instantly understood. The implication was that the current residents of House 1 were still unknown? That was simple. If everyone agreed, it would be no problem. The guests, naturally unwilling to go hungry, nodded in agreement. Leng Qingqing had already started toward the refrigerator. The unknown residents have agreed, so it's settled, right? Among the 5 groups of guests, any one of them could potentially become the residents of House 1. The director could hardly object, waving his hand weakly in acquiescence. Leng Qingqing successfully procured the ingredients. In the yard, the group was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianxiong had halted at the step of handling live fish. The large carp, freshly taken from the bamboo basket, weighed several pounds, its scales slick and slippery, and it slipped from his hands, landing on the bluestone floor. What's wrong? Andy, who was washing vegetables with his daughter, glanced sideways at Jiang Tianxiong. Everyone observed as the formidable male actor slowly displayed a troubled expression. How could a man of such stature, standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, be incapable of handling a mere fish? Chapter 23. She had castrated pigs before. Is this even plausible? Jiang Tianxiong locked eyes with the carp for a few moments before ultimately conceding and seeking assistance from the guests behind him. Is there anyone brave enough to kill the fish? Ellie, Bai Dan, and Andy exchanged glances, remaining silent yet instinctively retreating a few steps. In the market, fish are already prepared. Who would dare to deal with a live one? Although the freshly caught carp was undeniably enticing, the question of how to handle it was indeed a vexing dilemma. The atmosphere grew tense, as none of the guests dared to take on the task. Shall we just wait for the fish to die of thirst? Ellie suddenly suggested, her words leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Should they laugh or hold back? Wouldn't that put Ellie in an awkward position? Just as the crowd struggled to suppress their chuckles, someone unabashedly burst into laughter. What a death even the fish didn't anticipate. It was Leng Qingqing. Unlike the other guests who masked their amusement, Leng Qingqing's laughter was candid and generous, her mirth infectious. As everyone turned to her, she wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, saying, "I rarely laugh unless I truly can't help it." Leng Qingqing's sense of humor was indeed elevated. However, upon hearing her words, Ellie couldn't contain herself any longer. What hadn't seemed that amusing initially suddenly became hilarious thanks to Leng Qingqing's laughter. Ha ha ha, that fish would never have guessed it would die of thirst. Is this one of the top 10 cruel tortures for fish? Ellie remarked, her humor eliciting further laughter. Fish. Had I known, I wouldn't have fought for survival. I'd rather have perished in the water. Ellie felt a twinge of embarrassment, forcing a few chuckles, her smile faltering. A fish that dies of thirst can't be eaten. Is dying of thirst even a legal form of death? A wave of frustration lodged in Ellie's chest, refusing to rise or fall. Despite the good-natured ridicule from the crowd, her fans in the live stream were unwavering in their support. Our sister is simply adorable.
Ha ha ha.
She's so kind-hearted, even contemplating such a method. Forever touched by her kindness. A bystander timidly inquired, if she's truly kind, why eat fish? Is there really a difference in how one dies? Aren't they all just dead? In my opinion, Ellie is a bit hypocritical.
Oh.
How is there no difference? As is well known, there is no matter too trivial to spark controversy online. Two factions of netizens engaged in a fierce and profound debate over which method of death, dying of thirst or being struck, was more brutal for a fish. Jiang Tianqiang, upon glancing back, noticed that the kitchen knife on the cutting board had vanished. The sound of grinding steel could be heard nearby. Leng Qingqing was half-squatting, her left hand pressing on the whetstone, her right hand expertly wielding the knife. This knife seems a bit dull. Let me sharpen it first. Jiang Tianqiang replied. That's fine, but what exactly are you sharpening it for? As she spoke, Leng Qingqing ran her fingertip along the blade, nodding in satisfaction at its sharpness. The gleaming surface of the knife reflected half of her delicate, fair face and her eyes, which sparkled with a hint of amusement. Leave the task of killing the fish to me. Such professional matters require a professional. Upon hearing Leng Qingqing's words, Ellie was taken aback for a few seconds before nearly bursting into laughter. Has Leng Qingqing overestimated herself? Has she forgotten that she was once the child who cried at the sight of a nanny killing fish? Ellie crossed her arms leisurely, her gaze filled with interest as she watched Leng Qingqing boast. The heavy old kitchen knife danced effortlessly in Leng Qingqing's slender, fair hands, creating a beautiful flourish. She bent down to grab the fish and placed it on the cutting board, striking the fish's head with the back of the knife. In an instant, the lively carp that had been flopping on the board lay still, its tail rigid and motionless. The crowd had yet to react, and Ellie felt as if she were dreaming. Her body tensed, her eyes wide, fixated on the lifeless fish. Yet after staring for a while, the fish remained quietly on the board, unmoving. Although many wished to believe the fish was merely momentarily dazed, the force of Leng Qingqing's strike suggested that it had indeed been dispatched. The guests regarded Leng Qingqing with newfound respect. She is remarkably strong. Leng Qingqing lowered her gaze. Under the sunlight, her skin appeared even more porcelain-like, while her long, thick eyelashes cast gentle shadows over her dark eyes. She continued her work, scaling the fish, opening its belly, and removing its innards. The sharpened knife glided effortlessly, and within a minute, she had filleted the fish. Her speed was impressive, and her technique precise. The fillets were thin and even, with one piece placed in the sunlight appearing almost translucent. The onlookers were entranced. Even more enviable was the fact that, despite the gruesome task of killing a fish, Leng Qingqing managed to maintain an air of effortless beauty. It seemed that some individuals were indeed favored by the heavens. After showcasing her skills, Leng Qingqing seemed to recall something. She paused her filleting and looked up, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Jiang Tianqiang, weren't you planning to make braised fish? Staring at the neatly arranged fish fillets on the plate, Jiang Tianqiong fell silent for a moment before joking. The chef has already prepared the fish fillets for me, making boiled fish wouldn't be out of the question. Even Jiang Tianqiong had not anticipated that such a beautiful woman could wield a knife with such ferocity. That was a whole live fish. She hadn't even blinked before bringing the knife down. However, there was even more brutality to come. Aunt Qingqing, your knife skills are impressive. Did you used to be a chef? Shun Han had approached at some point, tilting his head and seemingly innocently inquiring, yet his words concealed a blatant malice. A chef is one thing. To say one was a cook is another. Shun Han's deliberate belittling did not escape Leng Qingqing's notice. While she was aware of Shun Han's ill intentions, he was merely a petty child who would never pique her interest. She wiped her hands and replied breezily, not quite. I used to castrate pigs. Chapter 24, on castrating pigs. Leng Qingqing was being modest. In truth, she had done far more than merely castrate pigs. In a certain fantastical realm, she had infiltrated the Ministry of Punishments within the palace, specializing in the delicate task of preparing eunuchs. She had performed this duty for 3 decades. After spending years castrating men in the Ministry of Punishments, Leng Qingqing's heart had grown as cold as the knife she wielded. Since departing from that world, her hands had not engaged in the act of castrating pigs or humans for decades. She had not had the opportunity to showcase her skills again. Unbeknownst to her, a faint, harmless smile had unconsciously graced Leng Qingqing's lips. In the past, whenever this smile appeared, it signified that a man was about to lose his most treasured possession. As everyone stood in stunned silence, the live stream chat erupted. What? Leng Qingqing castrated pigs? I must have misheard. How could such a beautiful sister do such a dirty job? It must be a joke, right? It can't be true. If it is, I'll kneel right here. Remember what you said. I believe Leng Qingqing is telling the truth, Ghostface. Aunt Leng, you must be joking. Shun Han scoffed. You're a star. How could you have castrated pigs? Maybe you dreamed it. The director team and the guests exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. Although Leng Qingqing might lack acting skills and notable works, she was nonetheless recognized as a flower vase in the entertainment industry. No matter how down and out she was, it was unlikely she'd resort to castrating pigs for a living. What a load of nonsense. Cold Qingqing tilted her head, tucked her stray hair behind her ear, and smiled brightly. That is all in the past, but if you, Xiao Han, do not believe me, I shall elaborate. Shun Han scoffed, hands on his hips, a fearless demeanor on display. All right. I am curious to see what she can conjure up. First, we must understand why we castrate pigs. Cold Qingqing smiled and extended 2 slender fingers. There are 2 reasons. First, a pig will not gain weight if it is not castrated. Second, a pig's heart will not be at peace if it is not castrated. Shun Han, perplexed by this notion, questioned, Aunt Qingqing, a pig is just a pig. It does not need to work. It merely eats and sleeps. What does it matter whether its heart is at peace or not? Cold Qingqing's gaze deepened, causing Shun Han to feel a shiver down his spine. With a sigh, she shook her head. My dear, you do not understand. A well-fed pig will have desires. Although pigs are animals, they are not so different from humans in this regard. An uncastrated boar is lean and restless, while a castrated pig is quite the opposite, calm in spring, relaxed in summer, content in autumn, and waiting for the sun in winter. Once a pig is castrated, its heart finds tranquility, its energy flows smoothly, and its body thrives, leading to a satisfying appetite and, naturally, weight gain. The process of castration begins with young pigs. The sooner, the better. One must make an incision in the pig's scrotum, remove the testicles, and then stitch it up. This ensures that the young pig will grow into a plump hog. Just a glance at Shun Han sent chills through him. Cold Qingqing's description was too vivid, her tone chilling, reminiscent of a wicked witch from a dark fairy tale. Shun Han even feared he might be treated like a pig. Stop. Stop talking. The 6-year-old Shun Han's face turned pale as he hurriedly covered himself and dashed behind Ailey, distancing himself from Cold Qingqing. All the male staff members, including the guest Jiang Tianqiong, felt an uncomfortable chill in their lower regions. This biting cold was palpable. They nervously swallowed, avoiding any eye contact with Cold Qingqing. What was happening with her? They were human, not pigs. Ailey concealed the trembling Shun Han behind her and, with a stiff smile, admonished, Qingqing, please do not frighten our Xiao Han. He is just a child, and if he gets scared, he might fall ill. Cold Qingqing maintained her smile, replying, boys should be a bit braver. Xiao Han is indeed a bit too timid. Anyone would be frightened by what you said. Ailey bit her lip, pulling the other children forward. Especially with little girls present. Please refrain from discussing such topics. We are not afraid, a soft, innocent voice chimed in. Julie, holding Tyne Sweet's hand, approached, lifting her pristine, delicate face to meet cold Qingqing's gaze. Her clear sapphire blue eyes sparkled with curiosity and delight. Aunt Qingqing, could you tell us more? I have never heard of such things abroad. It is so interesting. The camera turned to Andy, his mother helplessly covering her face. My daughter has always been fearless and is curious about everything. She has never known what fear is. Seeing this, cold Qingqing directed her gaze toward the seemingly most obedient and timid Tian Sweet. Tian Sweet blinked her doll-like eyes, shyly nodded, and sweetly declared, Aunt Qingqing, I am not afraid either. Julie's sister is not afraid, and neither am I. Shenhan could not bear being overshadowed by the two girls. He erupted in frustration. You are not afraid because you are not men. The adults burst into laughter.
How humiliating.
Shenhan's tears of shame brimmed over. Cold Qingqing pushed her son forward, her expression serious. Do you see any fear in him? Hua Yanheng's face was blank, devoid of fear, only calmness, as if he had long been accustomed to it. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream. Hua Yanheng, my mother has been like this for many years. One gets used to it. From a young age. My mother said she would make my father wear a green hat. Castrating pigs is nothing. Was Shenhan too timid? The other children were not afraid at all. Cold Qingqing was undeniably entertaining. In such a short time, the live stream rating soared, and it appeared she was destined for fame. Am I the only one who finds Shenhan's tears amusing? He even has snot bubbles. Chapter 25. These two troubling children. Only Shenhan refused to eat, sulking with crossed arms in the pavilion, presenting a stubborn profile to everyone. Ailey, having anticipated this, emerged from the kitchen with a beautifully arranged, nutritionally balanced children's meal. Carrots and fruits were exquisitely carved into small animals, and the rice was shaped into a big-headed rabbit, with a smiling face drawn in ketchup. The meticulous arrangement of ingredients was visually delightful, captivating even the adults. Tyne Sweet's eyes lit up, and after a moment of contemplation, she looked up at her mother, placing her warm little hand in her palm, and sweetly exclaimed, Mommy's white rice is the best. The adults in the vicinity recognized that Tian Sweet was complimenting her mother in an attempt to lift her spirits. Although Aunt Ailey's cooking was impressive, she admired her mother most. Beside her, Julie could hardly tear her gaze away, and upon hearing her sister's words, she eagerly defended her mother. My mom's low-fat meals are delicious too. Really? I am not envious at all. By Dan, these two troublesome children. Andy, indeed. Ailey, you are truly talented. I feel inadequate compared to you, By Dan admitted, especially after witnessing her daughter's admiring gaze. Ailey waved her hand, clearly pleased with By Dan's compliment. Oh no, it is merely the chef at my husband's hotel. I learned a few tricks from him. Our Xiaohan is picky. If it is not food that I prepare myself, he will not touch it. Yes. Children can be picky eaters, but as long as Xiaohan eats normally, I am relieved. A bit of fatigue is worth it. Wow, you truly put in the effort. By Dan was somewhat moved. Is this a stepmother? She is clearly a mother. Everyone present was touched, and even the live stream viewers were no exception. A stepmother who could reach such heights is remarkable. Being a stepmother is not easy. Ailey is truly magnanimous. I could not do it. I cannot even cook for myself. Who wouldn't want a wife like Ailey? Ailey's husband is indeed fortunate to have married her. The colorful children's meal successfully captured the attention of the sulking Shenhan, who obediently sat down to eat. The long dining table was filled with guests on both sides, but the last seat on the right remained empty. The director frowned, turning to staff. Where is cold Qingqing? She was just here. As the staff scratched their heads, about to send someone to search for her, the director halted them. Forget it. The director scrolled through his phone, the screen displaying the live stream filled with a variety of comments. The director noticed something that did not escape the viewer's eyes. All the parents had shown their skills. Was cold Qingqing just waiting to eat? She was not butchering fish. And besides, she had her share of work to do. Where was cold Qingqing? Is this some new type of camera angle? It seems no one remembers what cold Qingqing looks like. What is there to think? She must have left intentionally to draw our attention. The other guests began their meal, while only Hua Yanheng remained still, his dark eyes fixated on the door. In the next moment, his pupils flickered slightly as a shadow strode through the entrance. Cold Qingqing burst in, her left hand holding a vibrant green watermelon and her right wielding a shiny fruit knife. Everyone was startled. What was she planning to do? Cut fruit in front of everyone? With a resounding thud, the watermelon was placed on the table, perfectly obstructing the camera's view of Ellie. At that moment, Ellie became a headless figure in the live streaming room. Apologies for my tardiness. Glimmering droplets slid down the watermelon's exterior onto the table, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. Calmly and deliberately, Qingqing raised a knife to explain to the startled audience, I don't possess many skills. But allow me to slice this watermelon for everyone. While slicing a watermelon was permissible, the obstruction of the camera on the dining table was hardly a source of joy for Ellie, who commented with a hint of sarcasm. Yet before she could finish her sentence, the knife plunged into the watermelon and cool, pale red juice splattered onto Ellie's face. Ellie wiped her face vigorously, a flicker of anger crossing her eyes. She was about to speak when her gaze fell upon the watermelon before her, captivated and unable to look away. The seemingly casual knife technique gradually revealed a magnificent depiction of a giant elephant. Within mere seconds, the audience's bewilderment transformed into astonishment.
Moments later,
The contours of a three-dimensional landscape painting emerged, depicting flowing water and soaring birds, creating a magnificent artwork upon half a watermelon. The seamless execution within such a short span was nothing short of breathtaking. However, Qingqing appeared somewhat dissatisfied, furrowing her brows as she set down the fruit knife. My skills seem a bit rusty. A collective gasp echoed in the room as jaws dropped in disbelief. Rusty? How can we, with our clumsy hands, even begin to compare? In the live stream, numerous mocking comments directed at Qingqing lingered in the chat. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming flood of comments inundated the screen. I must have been seeing things. Can you do it again? What kind of artistic display have I stumbled upon? What is Qingqing's true identity? I refuse to believe she is merely a celebrity. Is she not just a pretty face? How can she be this skilled? As a 5-star hotel chef, it would take me years to reach this level. Today, I understand what it means to be a master. Bai Dan stuttered in disbelief. Is this a fruit platter? Qingqing, what exactly do you do? From butchering pigs to being a carving master, what other surprises do you have that we're unaware of? What kind of fruit platter is this? It seems a shame to eat it. Bai Dan and Andy exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, they swiftly pulled out their phones, capturing the stunning fruit platter. Oh my goodness, where do I even begin?
Bai Dan exclaimed, holding her chopsticks.
Unsure of how to approach it. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. Andy looked on in awe, offering high praise. Ellie was utterly mesmerized. The amazement and admiration from the children around her were more overt than that of the adults. Julie unabashedly looked at the dazed Huiyanhang and said, Hanhang, your mother is incredible. I envy you for having such a beautiful and talented mom. Meanwhile, Qingqing was serving him fish and vegetables, and soon enough, his plate was piled high. Eat up, Qingqing urged. To grow into a robust flower of our nation, a strong physique is essential. Huiyanhang nodded softly, lowering his head to use his chopsticks on the food. He picked the fish, the bones having been removed by Qingqing. His soft went unheard by her. Halfway through their meal, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Excuse me, is Miss Qingqing here? A voice, thick with local dialect, resonated within the room. The guests looked up, following the sound to see several villagers standing at the door, holding chickens, ducks, fish, and various fresh vegetables, peering eagerly inside. Is Miss Qingqing here? We are here to express our gratitude, the lead villager murmured, scanning the room. Suddenly, Ellie sprang to her feet, somewhat flustered, and asked, what? Thanking Qingqing? For what? To her surprise, the villagers completely ignored her question. The lead villager's gaze fixed on a particular spot in the room, his eyes lighting up like flames. Grasping the items tightly, he strode confidently into the room. Chapter 26. Stop bothering me, sister. Qingqing stood up, a look of surprise on her face. Did I not say not to bring anything? Qingqing was taken aback. She hadn't expected to genuinely recognize them, a bad premonition creeping into her mind. The others also sensed something amiss but remained silent, quietly observing. Before Qingqing could speak, the first villager stepped forward, grasping her hand with palpable excitement. If it weren't for the village chief telling us, we would have never found you. He then explained to the bewildered audience. The sun was scorching, enough to blister the skin, and during this time, the villagers avoided working in the heat, leaving the mountain path deserted. Just as he was feeling troubled, Qingqing happened to come around the corner from the mountain path, looking for ingredients. Upon seeing the situation, she unstrapped her bamboo basket, ready to lend a hand. The villager, upon seeing the delicate and fair Qingqing, had little hope thinking that this slender girl could easily be toppled into the ravine by a little piglet. However, what followed exceeded his expectations. "You're surprisingly strong." The villagers inside the house widened their eyes, quickly giving Qingqing a thumbs up, praising her in front of the seated guests. He had thought he would need to find several young, strong laborers from the village to solve this problem. But he was astonished to discover that this seemingly frail and beautiful girl possessed greater strength than himself. Had this been in the past, he would never have believed it. But who could argue against what they had witnessed? A strong man? Naturally, the others found this hard to believe, assuming it was merely the villagers' exaggerated praise. The guests and online viewers focused on Qingqing's assistance to the villagers, overlooking the claim of her being a strong man. Bai Dan covered her mouth in astonishment. So, Qingqing, didn't he find ingredients this morning because she was helping the villagers? Why didn't you mention it earlier? The director felt somewhat embarrassed. Had he mistakenly penalized the wrong person? It was merely a small favor. What was there to discuss? Not finding ingredients did indeed warrant a penalty, and one must accept the consequences. Qingqing smiled slightly. She wasn't foolish. If she boasted about it, it would imply she sought admiration for her good deeds. Inviting criticism from viewers. The villagers expressed immense gratitude to Qingqing, inviting her to their homes for a meal, which she politely declined. "Very well, you must be busy." The villager glanced at the cameras in the room, not pressing further. He pointed to the array of goods on the ground. "These are all homegrown. They're nothing fancy. But you must accept them. My name is Li Zhuang. If you ever need help, feel free to come to my house." Li Zhuang earnestly patted his chest, assuring her, "We have chickens and pigs. Come find me if you want meat." After speaking, he departed under the village chief's guidance. Bai Dan and Andy hurriedly inquired about the events that transpired, praising Qingqing's carving skills. "Qingqing, you possess so many talents. I envy you. Do you work out regularly?" Andy scrutinized Qingqing's physique, momentarily unable to discern. But if she weren't athletic, how could she have assisted the villagers? After all, she appeared so delicate. Qingqing took a sip of tea, reverting to her playful nature, and exchanged a few light-hearted words that made the two laugh. Laughter filled the air, while a shadow of gloom loomed over Ellie. Clenching her chopsticks tightly, she shoved a mouthful of vegetables into her mouth, but regardless of how she chewed, the taste remained bitter and astringent. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the live stream. The users who had previously mocked Qingqing suddenly vanished without a trace. The public screen was awash with comments from fans and passers-by, drifting by in a flurry. "I never anticipated such a turn of events. Cold Qingqing, do you fancy yourself a modern-day lay foam, performing good deeds anonymously?" If it weren't for the villagers expressing their gratitude, everyone would have thought Qingqing had truly failed in her task. Alas, I find myself oddly fond of her now. This incident has significantly enhanced my impression of her. It seems my previous misunderstandings about Cold Qingqing were far too profound. As night descended, the dark sky was dotted with stars. Based on the amount of work done during the day and the contributions made, the director assigned accommodations to the guests at 8 o'clock. The first allocation was for our #1 residence, the very place everyone currently occupied. The bright incandescent lights illuminated the entire living room as the director took a card from the staff. On this cool summer night, the air was refreshing, and crickets chirped incessantly from the low grass in the corners. The director glanced around at everyone, clearing his throat. Based on the labor performed by parents and children this afternoon and evening, the group with the most contributions is. He deliberately prolonged his tone, prompting the children seated on the cushions to eagerly stretch their necks. Jiang Xiyu, feeling disgruntled, lowered his head, drawing circles on the wooden floor, feigning indifference. Meanwhile, Shun Han's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire to secure first place. However, upon the director's announcement, his previously fervent gaze instantly cooled. Cold Qingqing and Huyenheng.
To him,
It made no difference whether they resided in a cowshed or a bamboo house. Then he heard a high-pitched scream beside him.
"Ah,
"Son, we won. We are first." Cold Qingqing joyfully leaped up from her cushion. Huyenheng, holding a yogurt, was momentarily taken aback as 3 overlapping, fragrant lip prints adorned his fair cheeks. Cold Qingqing recognized that if it weren't for the villagers' assistance, the director would not have assigned her the best house. Nevertheless, everything was part of the plan. What is loss can be gain, and what is hardship can lead to sweetness. Let others bear that. Cold Qingqing was determined not to sacrifice her own comfort for the sake of establishing a persona, especially if it meant her son would suffer. Watching Cold Qingqing in such high spirits, the system hurriedly reminded her, there are so many outsiders watching. Don't go overboard. Behave like an adult. Cold Qingqing rolled her eyes. Stop bothering me. I want to be wild. Who are they to control me? The system fell silent, forced to display a smile reminiscent of Aunt Shue. We are the first. If we aren't happy, who will be? Right, son? Cold Qingqing turned to Hu Yanheng, who was still somewhat oblivious. As she looked down, her smile radiated warmth, illuminating the entire room. Hu Yanheng's heart began to race uncontrollably. Chapter 27. The essence lies in companionship. The outcome was not surprising to the other guests, who displayed envy in their eyes. Why do they get to stay in the best house? The rebellious Shen Han was the first to stand, defiantly raising his neck and shouting. Internally, Shen Han felt unjust. We worked hard too. He had never engaged in such strenuous labor before. Wasn't he exhausted? After toiling all day, to be denied the best house only reinforced his belief that the director favored Cold Qingqing and Hu Yanheng. Ai Li did not physically intervene but feigned concern. Xiao Han, what are you saying? The director has his reasons. Please sit down. Shen Han turned his neck and scoffed, his face clearly displaying his displeasure. As the director, one must anticipate various unforeseen events, and he remained unfazed by the scene unfolding before him. He did not mention how Cold Qingqing assisted the villagers to obtain the ingredients they had brought. He also refrained from explaining how, after Jiangxi and Shen Han took Hu Yanheng's task, Hu Yanheng quietly entered the cowshed and cleaned for an entire afternoon.
Shen Han immediately glanced at Jiangxi,
who, under his father's stern gaze, chose to submit humbly. His previously raised chubby hand gradually drooped like a limp noodle. The other guests sat in silence, as if they had reached a mutual understanding, with no one raising their hand. Those who needed tea had their tea, and those who needed to smile did so. The essence lies in companionship. Shen Han stood alone beneath the incandescent light, resembling a besieged rebel trapped in a dead-end alley, with his comrades fallen, leaving him isolated. Defeat seemed inevitable. Anger filled his youthful face. Nearby, Tian's amber-like exquisite pupils reflected a hint of confusion as she quietly asked, "What is wrong with the director's decision?" With her small mind, Tian could not fathom any flaw in the director's choice. Thus, the little girl voiced her query. Shen Han shot her a fierce glare. "I'm already annoyed." The little girl's eyes turned red instantly, on the verge of tears. Tian turned to snuggle into her mother's embrace, her voice tinged with grievance. "Mom." Bai Dan promptly wrapped her daughter in her arms, gently stroking her daughter's silky hair. "It's all right. Xiao Han is just playing with Tian. Don't be afraid." Tian raised her tear-filled big eyes, half convinced. "Really, Mom?" "Of course, Tian. Xiao Han is just teasing you." Ai Li leaned in, playfully touching the little girl's nose with her icy fingertip, smiling. "Is it because he looks too scary that he frightened our Tian? Upon hearing Ai Li say Shen Han looked scary, Tian broke into a smile. Yet, when she glanced at Shen Han, her expression remained somewhat timid. Shen Han couldn't help but roll his eyes and mutter under his breath, audible only to himself. "You're the one who looks scary. Who cares about playing with her?" Viewers watching the entire scene could not help but praise Bai Dan's high emotional intelligence. "I'm in tears. She is so gentle. If it were me, I would have slapped him. Tian is so adorable. How can you bear to glare at her, Shen Han? Can't you be a little more gentle? It's just playful banter among kids." "Playful banter? Your boy has such a strong temper." Indeed, Shen Han's temper was somewhat foul.
"Xia Han,
"Stop joking around with the uncles and aunts, sit down." To prevent Shen Han from inciting public outrage, Ai Li quickly pulled him down. Shen Han being ridiculed implied that Ai Li was being ridiculed as well. Age serves as the best shield for children, due to Shen Han's youth. The live stream fans did not scold him but instead filled the screen with adoration. "Xiao Han is so cute, so stubborn, haha. Children speak their minds. Children speak their minds. He is just a child. How much can a child understand?" Ai Li was indeed under pressure. Why should Cold Qingqing be given the best house? Since no one raised any objections, the occupants of the number 1 residence for the night would be Cold Qingqing and Hu Yanheng. "We have no objections. Qingqing should indeed stay in the best house." That night, Ai Li smiled until her face nearly froze. During Ai Li's performance, across the dining table, Cold Qingqing languidly propped her arm while snacking on melon seeds, occasionally serving Hu Yanheng some dishes. "How can we compete when we are treated so unfairly?" Hu Yanheng heard her intermittent, whimsical voice from the side. He was uncertain whether she was speaking about him, but glancing at the mountain of meat and vegetables piled on his plate, he said, "No more. I truly can't eat anymore." Late at night, In the split-screen live broadcast of a family of 3, if one wishes to specifically watch a certain group of guests, they can click on the split screen to access. After the director assigned accommodations that evening, the truly honorable Leng Qingqing once again displayed his traditional virtue of selflessness, relinquishing his assigned house in the village chief's home to Baidan and her daughter, while he himself proudly took residence in the cow shed. The fans of Baidan were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of gratitude, wishing they could create a most gentlemanly award on the spot and send it soaring 1,000 miles to hang in the most prominent place in the cow shed. Thanks to the diligent care of the staff, the odor in the cow shed was no longer as pungent as it had been at noon. The cows were led to another shed, which featured a cozy double tent, transforming the small space into a warm haven. As Jiang Shi stepped inside, he took a few steps and peeked into the tent, scratching his head. This place was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Shen Han had been whispering in his ear that a cow shed was a place for livestock, which had made him reluctant to come. With his upper body buried in the tent and his lower half still exposed, his chubby cheek pressed against the pillow. A few strands of transparent drool stained the pillowcase as he seemed to dream of something delicious, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Jiang Tianxiong sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. Well, being able to eat is a blessing. In Chapter 28, it felt as though one were observing a simpleton. Only Andy and Ellie remained. In the evaluation by the director and the staff, their workloads were surprisingly equal, making it difficult to determine who deserved to stay in the cottage and who in the villager's home. According to the guests, as hinted by the director, the cottage was indeed constructed from thatch, and at night, it was not only drafty but also leaked water during the rain, and even had an outdoor toilet. Now, let's examine the 2 female guests before us. One was a wealthy daughter-in-law, elegantly dressed in a high-end suit, exuding grace. The other was a world-renowned supermodel, a queen on the stage, radiating a powerful aura. Regardless of how the decision was made, it seemed inevitable that it would end in misfortune. The director, not wanting to play the villain, resorted to the simplest method, allowing the 2 to decide for themselves through rock, paper, scissors. Ellie emerged victorious. Before her joyful smile could fully form, the director raised the familiar bright yellow megaphone. Let us congratulate Ellie on her exit. The announcement was deafening. Ellie exclaimed, "Damn that director. What a ridiculous rule." The camera shifted to capture the director's face. Good news, good news. After the staff's preliminary repairs during the day, the cottage isn't as terrible as the guests imagined. Standing before the 2 swaying thatched cottages with her suitcase, Ellie's mind was consumed with a single thought. Director, you old rascal. Unlike the first residence, which was grand and opulent, this small courtyard contained only 2 cottages, one large and one small, closely nestled together. The larger cottage had only a bed, while the smaller one served as a storage room and kitchen. This meant that tonight, Ellie would have to share a room and a bed with Shen Han. Ellie was not overly concerned for herself. Rather, she feared that Shen Han might not want her there, possibly even kicking her out. After all, in the Shen household, he had been reluctant to let her step into his room. Upon entering the side room, Ellie instantly frowned. The situation was worse than she had anticipated. Not only was there a single bed, but also only one blanket, and the air was thick with the musty scent of dampness and mildew. How long had it been since anyone had lived here? Ellie held her breath, trying to suppress her disdain. Despite the harsh conditions, she quickly began to think of how this environment could work to her advantage. Perhaps she could cultivate a nurturing persona. Her fears were unfounded. Shen Han seemed to be in a state of defeat, appearing lethargic and disheartened. Perhaps he had not even considered that they would have to share a bed. They managed to settle in without incident. Shen Han tossed his backpack aside and flopped onto the bed without even removing his shoes, presenting his backside to the camera. Ellie suppressed her revulsion, rolled up her sleeves, wrung out a cloth, and diligently cleaned the room, which was covered in cobwebs and dust. She even found a broom in the yard that had clearly not been used in ages and swept the entire space until it was tidy. By the time she finished, Shen Han was already asleep. An old kerosene lamp flickered on the weathered wooden table, casting a dim yellow light that created large shadows on the walls. Cameras were set up in various corners, but the filming crew had already gone to rest. Shen Han mumbled in his sleep, turning over and leaving red marks on his cheek from the rough blanket. Let him sleep, Ellie thought. Hesitating for a moment, she reached out and gently patted Shen Han's shoulder, her eyes filled with tenderness and forbearance as she tucked him in, embodying the warmth of a mother. This maternal affection, this gaze, was something that could not be feigned. The audience was deeply moved, expressing their sentiments in the comments. What more can be said of a stepmother who goes to such lengths? Shinji, how fortunate you are to have such a wonderful wife. The enmity for stealing a wife is a matter of life and death. Seeing Ellie makes me believe that there truly are such good stepmothers in the world. Ellie's manager, who had been monitoring the live stream, immediately seized the opportunity to buy a wave of online support to boost the broadcast. As the viewership began to rise, the manager smiled with satisfaction. Ellie, by tomorrow morning, you will see your name at the top of the trending list. Meanwhile, in another live stream, Dan's gentle voice filled the room as she read the story of the little rabbit and the big bad wolf to Tian Tian. The little girl, dressed in rabbit pajamas, slept peacefully, with her long lashes resting softly against her cheeks. As the viewers listened to this bedtime story, even they began to feel drowsy. Andy and his son, who were staying with the villager, were also enjoying a quiet moment. Julie begged her mother for a bedtime story, and Andy opened his phone, narrating The Little Mermaid to his daughter in rich, melodious English. All the live streams were harmonious, filled with warmth and affection. Hua Yanheng settled King Gigi for the night, preparing to spend the evening with him. Son, he called softly, his voice tinged with a sense of longing. Hua Yanheng tucked the squawking little sparrow into his pocket, his dark eyes lifted to meet hers, as if silently asking what was the matter. Under the warm yellow light, the mother and son exchanged glances. Yet cold Qingqing could not help but notice Hua Yanheng's deliberate distance. However, this was not related to their task. She forced a smile. Son, why don't you sleep with your mother tonight? It's been so long since we shared a bed. Hua Yanheng turned away. No. The refusal was filled with sincerity, devoid of any pretense. You bad child, don't you miss your mother's warm embrace? Cold Qingqing sniffled, the open window allowing a chilly breeze to enter, making her want to sneeze. Hua Yanheng fell into a deep silence, utterly perplexed by her nonsensical behavior. Though it was hard to comprehend, he had to admit that cold Qingqing seemed to have changed from before. Slowly, he turned towards the window, realizing that at his current height, he couldn't even reach the window ledge on his tiptoes, let alone close it. He pursed his lips, dragged a nearby chair over to stand on it, and forcefully shut the two window panes, sealing the cold wind outside. Turning back, his tone remained as indifferent as possible. I don't want to. In light of her earlier kindness in serving him food, he added, Oh. Cold Qingqing wrapped herself in the blanket, flinging herself onto the bed. Lying there, she sniffed and managed to shift slightly, persistently inviting him. Son, aren't you afraid to sleep alone? There are big bad wolves that eat children at night. Come up, and mommy will protect you. Hua Yanheng regarded her as if she were a simpleton. In her eyes, he could see a profound disdain, as if she were a child. Finally, her voice dwindled, becoming increasingly dejected. Is it too much to ask for mother to protect you? Hua Yanheng retorted, What exactly are you trying to say? In the stillness of the night, Leng Qingqing remained stubborn despite her fears, saying, How could mom deceive you? You are, after all, my own son. I merely wish to hold you close and sleep beside you. Hua Yanheng responded briskly, I'm leaving, as he turned decisively to open the door. Wait. Hua Yanheng halted, one foot already crossing the threshold. She swallowed hard, her brows knitting together in a pitiful manner, and finally confessed, All right, my son, let's make a deal. I am afraid of ghosts. You can turn off the light after I fall asleep. Please, I'm begging you. The sincerity in Leng Qingqing's large eyes sparkled with a hint of moisture. Hua Yanheng paused for a moment, deep in thought. Chapter 29. Leng Qingqing's hilarious reverse parenting. Leng Qingqing, you are a top-tier employee of our quick travel bureau. To admit fear of ghosts is utterly disgraceful. On a summer night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Inside the second-floor farmhouse at the foot of Teoweyuan village, the system clamored in Leng Qingqing's mind, desperately attempting to awaken a shred of her modesty. While it might be acceptable to lose face in front of children, did she not remember that this was a live broadcast? Unfortunately, Leng Qingqing paid it no mind. Her gaze was unwaveringly fixed on the door, where Hua Yanheng stood. The 5-year-old boy, clad in dark pajamas, had one foot poised outside the door, slowly turning to reveal his unusually dark eyes, brimming with complexity, almost blending into the night behind him. Hua Yanheng remained in this position for several seconds. Even Leng Qingqing, in the face of the future antagonist, could not fathom his thoughts. Was he contemplating self-harm? Such a notion crossed Leng Qingqing's mind unexpectedly. Surely not. She merely wanted him to help her turn off the light. Was that such a grievous punishment? After a moment of silence, Hua Yanheng's hand, hanging by his side, began to rub the corner of his pajama shirt repetitively. Moments later, he closed the door and stepped inside, standing by the bedside with pursed lips. doubting the authenticity of Leng Qingqing's words. Did she truly fear ghosts? Ghosts should be the ones afraid of her. Finally, Leng Qingqing sighed with relief, slightly lifting her blanket and inviting, "My son, it's cold outside. Come in. Be careful not to catch a chill." At that moment, Hua Yanhang beheld his mother with newfound objectivity. Her figure was elegant, with seaweed-like long curls cascading over her delicate, pale shoulders, reminiscent of the mermaids or sirens depicted in fairy tale books shown to him by his kindergarten teacher. Her skin was fair, and when she smiled, faint dimples appeared, her eyes shimmering as if holding stars within them. She was beautiful, captivating. In this moment, Hua Yanhang gazed closely at his mother, sincerity reflected in her crescent-shaped eyes. As if compelled by an unseen force, Hua Yanhang found himself taking a step closer. Leng Qingqing seized the opportunity, wrapping her warm, fragrant blanket around him, pulling him into her embrace. She exhaled deeply, as though cradling a treasure, holding him tightly and motionless. Hua Yanhang's body stiffened, his heart racing wildly, akin to a lost fawn dashing about in his small chest. The warmth of the blanket flushed his cheeks. Was this the embrace of a mother? Hua Yanhang felt somewhat dazed. The woman's chin rested upon his head, her sweet scent mingling with her soft voice, enveloping him. He heard Leng Qingqing's gentle tone from above. "You must promise to turn off the light only after I fall asleep." The online audience, engaged in the late-night broadcast, could hardly believe their ears. While other parents narrated bedtime stories to lull their children to sleep before attending to their own routines, Leng Qingqing not only asked her son to stay due to her fear of ghosts, but also requested him to turn off the light after she fell asleep. "Having just come from Ailey's livestream, I have 6 points to share. Help. What a novel approach to parenting. Leng Qingqing, you are truly something else. There's no doubt she's the biological mother. Hua Yanhang must indeed be her son. No one else could be so unfortunate. Seriously, I can't handle this. Leng Qingqing is captivating. This chaotic livestream only makes me want to watch more." Is this what parenting looks like for those born after 95? Wherever Leng Qingqing was present, a dramatic clash was inevitable. In the live stream, besides a plethora of new fans, numerous critics were closely monitoring the situation. As Leng Qingqing's admirers poured in praise, the critics could no longer contain themselves. Is this really worthy of such praise? I feel nauseated. How can Leng Qingqing even be a mother? Shouldn't she feel ashamed? It is reasonable to suspect that Leng Qingqing is merely seeking publicity. Truly, she is the queen of superficiality. Poor Hua Yanhang. Has he truly experienced a mother's love? The other guests' live streams were quiet, with only a few comments drifting by. In the stillness of the early morning, as everyone else slept, 2 phrases quietly climbed the trending topics list. Ailey must be her biological mother. Leng Qingqing's hilariously reverse parenting. Unbeknownst to all, the 2 phrases subtly orchestrated a late-night campaign. With the support of paid promotion, Ailey must be her biological mother rapidly ascended the trending list before 5 in the morning, leaping from the 30s to the top 10, then to the top 5, ultimately claiming the first spot. However, after 5 in the morning, the situation underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 30. The childhood of a male mother. As dawn broke, the sky lightened to a pale hue, and the birds in the forest chirped joyfully. On the second floor of residence number 1, in the corridor before Leng Qingqing's room, the director of the show paced anxiously, clutching a task card, occasionally tugging at his thinning hair in frustration, further aggravating his already precarious situation. Had the other guests begun their tasks? After confirming with the staff behind him, the director sat down heavily on the threshold and sighed deeply. Is Leng Qingqing still not awake? It's almost 7. Having experienced the cold shoulder from Leng Qingqing multiple times, her dedicated filming crew had grown accustomed to it. The director had considered breaking down the door, yet Leng Qingqing, crafty as ever, had locked it. After failing to force his way in, he was left to offer an awkward yet polite smile to the camera. Fortunately, at this hour, the number of viewers in the live stream was limited, as most were either preparing for work or school. Few had witnessed the director's predicament. Is Hua Yanhang still asleep? The director inquired, recalling that the mother and son had retired to the same room the previous night. A staff member clarified, "Director, you must have gone to bed early." After Leng Qingqing fell asleep, Hua Yanhang turned off the light and went to sleep in another room. "So, Hua Yanhang is also still asleep?" the director asked. The staff exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads. "We can't say for sure." "Well, never mind. The most pressing matter now is to wake Leng Qingqing. If she sleeps any longer, she will miss the morning sun." In his decade-long career, the The director had never encountered such a slumberous actress. "Director, the window isn't secured," a staff member suddenly pointed out. With the director's guidance, they managed to open the window and climbed inside. In the corner of the room, beneath a thin, worn white curtain, a figure was cocooned in blankets, sleeping soundly. Leng Qingqing. Leng Qingqing? Wake up and make breakfast for Hui Yanhang. The director attempted to rouse her with the call of maternal love. Fire! A staff member shouted in alarm. Leng Qingqing merely turned over. As the director wiped the sweat from his forehead, he found himself unable to rouse the seemingly unresponsive Leng Qingqing. Even her son remained asleep. "Why don't you follow the script of a devoted mother?" he remarked. He then exchanged a glance with the crew, signaling them to shut the door and bring forth the next piece. A massive gong hung directly above Leng Qingqing, and upon receiving the director's cue, the crew strived to lift it, striking it firmly with a mallet.
Bang!
Leng Qingqing jolted awake from her slumber, pulling the covers around her as if she were rising from the dead, her hair disheveled and her eyes wide as saucers.
Who is it?
Hui Yanhang had already awakened. After freshening up, he attempted to rouse Leng Qingqing, but despite his persistent knocking, no one answered. Pressing his ear against the doorframe, he detected an eerie silence from within. A look of confusion crossed his face. Was she already up? The residence was vast, and as Hui Yanhang descended the stairs to investigate, he found no sign of the crew, save for a camera perched in the corner. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that the hour hand pointed to 5:30 in the morning. He recalled the director mentioning the day before that the ingredients in the house were free for use. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach, he pursed his lips and made his way toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, a small figure stood before the enormous double-door refrigerator. Hui Yanhang climbed onto a chair to face the cool air that billowed forth from the fridge, retrieving 2 eggs, a carton of fresh milk, and a bag of red bean toast. After a flurry of plastic rustling, he arranged all the ingredients on a plate and brought them to the countertop. Tentatively, he turned on the gas, struggling initially due to his small stature. With some effort, he managed to twist the gas stove's knob. Whoosh! A vivid blue flame erupted from the stove, encircling itself in a fiery embrace. Balancing a frying pan as large as his face atop the burner, he poured in a few circles of home-pressed rapeseed oil, testing the temperature with his palm and furrowing his brow slightly. It should be about right. Cracking 2 eggs into the pan, he sprinkled a pinch of salt, and soon the egg whites formed into a tempting golden hue, filling the kitchen with a delightful aroma. Although Leng Qingqing often scolded him, she had never been harsh in terms of daily life. Hui Yanhang had never set foot in a kitchen before. He felt the need to prepare for the future, to arm himself with essential life skills. Thus, he seized the opportunity to learn during fragmented moments. Now all that knowledge was coming into play. Standing atop the chair, he forewent an apron, as the adult-sized one was far too large for him. Beads of sweat began to form on his fair forehead, yet his hands remained steady. Once the eggs were cooked, he carefully slid them onto a plate and added 2 slices of toast. Searching the kitchen, he found no microwave or toaster to heat them, so he resolved to make do. As he busied himself, his actions became increasingly adept. The cameras positioned throughout the kitchen recorded the scene truthfully, streaming it live to an audience. Meanwhile, early risers and diligent workers were already on their way to catch buses and subways, passing the time by tuning into the live stream. Fans who had been waiting eagerly in the chat room awoke and rejoined the broadcast. Viewers were met with the sight of a small boy diligently working in the kitchen. His pale skin and delicate features immediately suggested he was not an ordinary child, and his aloof demeanor, coupled with a serious expression while preparing breakfast, created a stark contrast that elicited a sense of humor. The camera crew, hesitant to disturb the breakfast-making Hui Yanhang, stifled their laughter as they pressed the lens closer. Even before savoring their first cup of morning coffee, the viewers were instantly charmed awake by the sight on their screens. The chat exploded with comments, a mix of grumbling from early risers and astonished reactions to Hui Yanhang's cooking endeavor. "Isn't that Hui? What is he doing? It looks like he's preparing breakfast. Am I still asleep? Waking up to such a beautiful scene is so soothing. He's so talented." A bold thought struck some viewers. Why not just have a child of our own instead of stealing someone else's? Hui Yanhang was indeed a prodigious child, far surpassing many adults. As viewers tuned in from other streams, they fell silent, witnessing Hui Yanhang's adept movements. Even seasoned netizens found it hard to believe what they were witnessing. Why did everything seem reversed when it came to Leng Qingqing and Hui Yanhang? Who was truly the adult, and who was the child? Parents who had just come from other streams had already prepared breakfast, while their own children still slumbered. There was no doubt. Hui Yanhang was the true adult in this household. I know you're shocked, but don't be too surprised. Leng Qingqing, tell me, what direction should I bow to give birth to such an understanding son? Hui Yanhang thought to himself, without me, this family would eventually fall apart. In Chapter 31, the remarkable child Hui Yanhang stood out. With him as a shining example, viewers couldn't help but reflect on their own unruly children, igniting a flame of frustration within them. I just kicked my son for stealing my snacks.
Who understands?
My son does nothing but eat and sleep, just like his father. Last night, helping with homework almost drove me to the brink. My child seems to take pleasure in making my life miserable. I'll surely be driven to an early grave. In stark contrast to the previous light-hearted atmosphere, the chat was now filled with lamentations. The world was weary of unruly children. Meanwhile, the trending topics on Weibo prominently featured Leng Qingqing and AI Li's names. Under two closely related searches, fans commenced a new wave of arguments. AI Li must be a real mother, Leng Qingqing's hilariously misguided parenting. And thus, a heated debate erupted between the two camps, with fans and onlookers passionately discussing the merits of each mother's approach. Who dictates that a mother must be selfless? Being a mother is truly a difficult path. AI Li rises at 6 to prepare breakfast for her child. A stepmother doing all this is far superior to Leng Qingqing, the biological mother. The comment section grew increasingly charged, with even a passing dog receiving scorn. If you want to know which parenting style is more successful, just look at the children of these two mothers. A wave of realization washed over the audience. It was a simple solution they had previously overlooked. Countless gazes converged upon the two young boys, Hui Yanhang and Shen Han. To assess the efficacy of parental guidance, one need only observe the demeanor of the children to arrive at a conclusion with ease. Hui Yanhang, a 5-year-old boy, defied initial impressions. The discerning eyes of netizens saw through the FAAD. From the moment the program aired, he tended to an injured bird, nurturing it close to him. When other children overshadowed his efforts, he displayed no anger, instead dutifully cleaning the filthy barn. His occasional innocent utterances, coupled with a serene expression, elicited affectionate smiles from all. Thus, it became evident that despite his strikingly aloof exterior, Hui Yanhang harbored a delightfully proud spirit within. Particularly notable was last night, as the small boy leaned against his headboard, reading a fairy tale aloud, word by word, until the woman beside him fell into a tranquil slumber. Hui Yanhang quietly slipped out of bed, his movements so delicate that he did not rouse her. Unbeknownst to him, this tender scene of him coaxing her to sleep was fervently captured and shared by his fans, flooding the chat with his name from millions of viewers. Fans, both sisters and mothers, adored his seemingly cold demeanor juxtaposed with his warm actions. Such a remarkable child, an angelic being, who could resist adoring him? As for Shen Han, his current performance in the variety show paled in comparison to Hui Yanhang's charm. From any angle, he appeared to be merely a spoiled, mischievous boy, lacking the endearing qualities that elicited affection. In summary, he was neither particularly likable nor detestable, just a slightly naughty boy from an affluent background, a year older than Hui Yanhang. Shen Han's popularity stemmed entirely from his association with Li, and naturally, fans extended their affection to him as well. However, Shen Han's lack of charisma and appeal could not compete with Hui Yanhang's allure. Presently, Hui Yanhang's fan base had soared to the top, dominating the trending topics on Weibo with an influx of spontaneous support from enthusiastic fans. The traditional virtues of humility and modesty in Huagua were embodied perfectly by this 5-year-old, leaving netizens astonished. Could it be that within this child's small frame resided the soul of an adult? Moreover, during tasks, Hui Yanhang exhibited remarkable composure and emotional restraint, achieving feats that even adults struggled with. After over 20 years of life, I found myself envious of a child. Observing Hui Yanhang brought to mind the phrase "still waters run deep." What an exceptional child he was. Top-notch education, the inheritance from his parents, and the influences of his family environment. Who would dare question Li's suitability as a mother? I would be mortified by some netizens who failed to recognize the excellence of her child. Those without equally remarkable children resort to jealousy and slander. With the situation becoming increasingly dire, Li's fans hastily deflected blame. What is there to compare between the two children? Shen Han's mother isn't even here. Shen Han is not Li's biological child. He is not related to her. Indeed, as a stepmother, Li had done her utmost. The speed with which Li's fans shifted blame was truly astounding. Despite the staff's desperate attempts to intervene, Cold Qingqing managed to refrain from clashing with the director. The director, catching his breath, attempted to calm his disheveled hair, visibly shaken, before announcing the task. This morning, the guests were to prepare breakfast. The director took a deep breath, handing the task card to Cold Qingqing. You can figure out the rest. He then covered his head, determined to protect his dwindling hair, and vacated the premises with haste. Was it really necessary to be so furious over waking someone up? Cold Qingqing, aside from her propensity for sleeping in, was particularly fierce. The director was evidently intimidated. Clutching the task card, Cold Qingqing stood in a daze for a moment. After changing her clothes, she proceeded to the adjacent room to awaken Hui Yanheng. The door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open, revealing the scene within. The bed, nestled in the corner, was meticulously made, the sheets devoid of any creases. A backpack rested on an antique table by the window, an open math textbook fluttering in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Yet, there was no sign of Hui Yanheng. Where could he be? Cold Qingqing yawned and turned to leave. As she approached the staircase, she heard what seemed to be clattering sounds from downstairs. Straining to listen, she deduced it was likely from the kitchen. Descending the stairs, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of fried eggs and toast, awakening her morning appetite, which grumbled in response. Was someone in the kitchen? Cold Qingqing blinked in surprise, a curious thought bubbling up within her. Could it be? In the next moment, a small hand pushed aside the kitchen curtain. Hui Yanheng emerged, holding a plate, his cheeks smeared with dark smudges, quietly coughing as he bent down to step outside. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Cold Qingqing at the staircase corner, momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 32. Help, she is quite talented. This tastes quite good, son. You did wonderfully. At the dining table, Cold Qingqing stifled the urge to spit out the overly salty, burnt egg, hastily swallowing it down and giving a thumbs up in hurried praise. However, the next moment, she was choked by the salt, unable to contain a loud coughing fit. I'm fine, just got choked on my saliva. Cold Qingqing attempted to downplay the situation. Yet the more she tried to conceal it, the more severe her coughing became, akin to a late-stage tuberculosis patient. Observing her state, Hui Yanheng seemed to grasp the situation. Silently, he pulled his portion closer, using chopsticks to pick up a piece of the egg, taking a small bite. The next second, his fair complexion turned a shade resembling liver. Adhering to the etiquette instilled in him since childhood, Hui Yanheng refrained from spitting out the food, instead forcing it down. In this regard, the behaviors of mother and son were remarkably aligned. If it doesn't taste good, why pretend it does? Hui Yanheng, uncharacteristically, poured a glass of water for Cold Qingqing, observing her drink deeply with a complicated expression. After downing a glass of water, Cold Qingqing felt rejuvenated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she declared, Mommy truly finds it delicious. This is the first meal Huahua's made for me, and I am deeply moved. Noticing Hui Yanheng's silence, she continued after a moment's thought. Here we go again. Hui Yanheng lowered his gaze, his long, dark eyelashes fluttering, casting faint shadows upon his eyelids. It was clear that her words were insincere. As he blinked slowly, he pondered, yet could not help but feel a ripple of emotion within. Regardless of whether Hui Yanheng felt touched, the viewers in the live stream were overwhelmingly moved by Cold Qingqing's words. Help, she is quite talented. I am increasingly curious about who her husband is. Honestly, if I were her son, I would be on cloud 9 every day. I think this is wonderful. Children and parents should express their love openly and boldly. What a proud son with a straightforward mother. I'm doomed. I must indulge in this. Huahua may appear aloof, but he likely appreciates it deep down. He is just as repressed as my son. I am well acquainted with their kind. Grinning inwardly, Cold Qingqing smiled through her tears, swallowing the burnt, overly salty egg and the 2 charred slices of toast, silently praying for her poor stomach for 3 seconds. After recalling where her stomach medication was packed away in her suitcase, she felt emboldened. Cold Qingqing wiped her mouth, continuing to lavish praise on her future little villain. My son's first cooking attempt was such a success. Could he be a genius? Hui Yanheng's eyes flickered with an indecipherable light. But didn't you say that the kitchen is a place for the less talented, and that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? In truth, Leng Qingqing's original words were far more venomous. It was his first time stepping into the kitchen, a domain reserved for the lower echelon. As the sole heir of the Hu family, how could he sully himself by entering such a filthy place? If I see you in the kitchen again, I'll break your legs. Leng Qingqing was terrified at the thought of him being equated with the servants. Yet, her son lived a life in the Hua family that was worse than that of a servant. The mental torment and suffering were far more unbearable for Hui Yanheng than the physical pain. The young boy slowly lifted his eyelids, a hint of irony flashing through his dark pupils, determined to use maternal love to reform the little villain. Leng Qingqing effortlessly showered him with sweet words. As long as you like it, my dear son, you can do anything. Mother will never impose limits on you. Previously, it was Mother's fault. After all, she is just an ordinary person who can make mistakes. But now, Mother has thought it through. As long as you are happy, I am willing to let you try anything. Of course, Leng Qingqing raised a finger and said sternly, we must not engage in any illegal activities. Hui Yanheng was taken aback. Before he could fully grasp her previous remarks, Leng Qingqing began to dreamily elaborate once more. Mother will let you in on a secret. Nowadays, men are very competitive, and it will only become more intense. We must cultivate practical skills and hard power from a young age, or else it will be hard for you to find a partner when you grow up. A man who enjoys cooking, how bad can he truly be? Leng Qingqing was determined to raise Hui Yanheng to be a well-rounded student, capable of cooking, managing household chores, possessing sound values, and having a kind heart. As she rambled on, she suddenly recalled something. By the way, system, does Hui Yanheng have a romantic subplot in the story? The system replied languidly, of course. As the greatest antagonist in the book, falling in love with the female lead is his fate. Without needing the system to elaborate further, Leng Qingqing, drawing from her ample experience in quick transmigration, had already pieced together a complete narrative. As a villain, he could never become the male lead. And how many antagonists who vie for the male lead's affection end up with a good conclusion? Observing Hui Yanheng's life, she realized that from the moment he was born, it was a tragedy. Leng Qingqing found the system's tone unbearable. Stop being melodramatic. Can you be normal? Did your uncle arrive? The system, feeling exposed, snapped back. I do not. Be kinder to Hui Yanheng. After all, he is just a child. Leng Qingqing widened her eyes. Am I not good to him? Then tell me, what does it mean to treat him well? Humph. The system replied, put away your theatrics. Simply completing your task sincerely is treating him well. Gradually, Leng Qingqing reined in her smile, her lips pressing together. The system, noticing that she was still receptive to its words, felt a glimmer of satisfaction. Hui Yanheng was a child of misfortune, and to be treated sincerely by her, even if briefly, was worthwhile. Even if she was a pretend mother, her concern was genuine, and everything else was real. Just as the system was preparing to have a serious conversation with Leng Qingqing, she suddenly made a face of exaggerated distress, her features scrunching up as she mimicked an elderly woman. What do you mean by putting away my acting? Like this? The system. My emotions are utterly drained. System. Do you believe I could knock you out with a single punch? Chapter 33. One sentence sent fans across the internet into a frenzy. While Leng Qingqing jested with the system, to outsiders, she appeared serene, deep in thought. Hui Yanheng remained silent until he stood up, the sound of the chair scraping against the floor breaking the stillness. Only then did Leng Qingqing lift her gaze. Hui Yanheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a delicate, pale forearm, and stood on tiptoe to reach for the plate in front of Leng Qingqing. The small figure, gazing down at the table, was adorably plump and cherubic. Leng Qingqing's eyes brimmed with pride as she praised him in a maternal tone. Look, Hui Yanheng is not as frightening as the world claims. He is a remarkably self-disciplined child. The system retorted coolly. Some young individuals exhibit strong self-discipline, while others, despite being older, cannot even manage their own lives, becoming paralyzed at a young age. Just then, Hui Yanheng swiftly took the plate from in front of Leng Qingqing, collected her chopsticks, and finally carried away her cup in a fluid motion that made her wonder if he had worked as a server in a restaurant for several years. In response to the system's sarcastic remarks, Leng Qingqing chose to be magnanimous. As Hui Yanheng hurried past her with the dinnerware, he abruptly paused, his lips quivering slightly as he tentatively asked, You're really not angry? Leng Qingqing, being astute, immediately grasped the boy's intent and quickly provided the answer he sought. Of course, whatever you wish to do, Mother will support you. I will absolutely respect any of your opinions. Hui Yanheng's hand tightened around the edge of the plate, and he asked, What if I say I don't want to go to school anymore? What? Leng Qingqing nearly toppled from her chair. Sitting up straight, she smiled, recognizing the little rascal was testing her. Well, what? Hui Yanheng blinked in surprise, thinking he had misheard. What job do you prefer? Working at a construction site, learning to cook at New Oriental, or doing illegal labor? Why the silence? Is there none of these jobs that you like? Leng Qingqing spoke rapidly, like bullets from a machine gun, her eyes glinting with a teasing mirth unnoticed by others, her smile brightening further. In that moment, Hui Yanheng could not discern whether she was joking or serious. After a few moments, he blinked, breaking eye contact with her. He turned and walked straight towards the kitchen, saying in a flat tone, "Mother, I was just joking." Yet, as Leng Qingqing had anticipated, there was no emotion in his call. Hui Yanheng's fervor in calling out the name of King Jiji was far more heartfelt than when he called her mother. No one knew the storm that surged within Hui Yanheng's heart as he walked away towards the kitchen. She spoke as if it were true, he thought. The expression on Leng Qingqing's face was entirely different from before. Unexpectedly, the amusing interactions between this mother and son drew laughter and tears from the online viewers. Who says Qingqing isn't a good mother? I would fight them. Hey, are you serious about sending Hingheng to move bricks? Laughing and crying. Hingheng, Mom should enroll me in the best cooking class. Leng Qingqing, yes, enroll in the best. A top-notch child turned into a new Oriental chef. How dare you ruin my Hingheng? The interactions between this mother and son were too hilarious. I laughed until my stomach hurt. The staff on site were equally moved, eyes glistening with tears. This is what a real mother is. Parents who love their children must plan deeply. Today, I too shed tears for others' familial bonds. Leng Qingqing felt a chill as she noticed the staff casting her curious, sentimental glances. Their expressions were so odd. Could they have seen through her amateur performance? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With Hui Yanheng's lovingly prepared breakfast, the mother and son enjoyed a relatively pleasant morning. Son, Leng Qingqing took a sip of water, cleared her throat, and then tenderly grasped Hui Yanheng's small hand. Mother has decided something. Since you love exploring culinary arts so much, from now on, breakfast will be prepared by you. Hui Yanheng. The boy widened his dark eyes, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. This innocent expression made Leng Qingqing blush, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the live broadcast, mischievous viewers began to caption the moment above Hui Yanheng's head, creating a meme frame. Who am I? Where am I? And what is my name? Hung, retaliate quickly. Who dares to say this isn't your biological mother? Only a biological mother could be this unfair. Our Heng's life is truly fraught with turmoil. Hung, Mom, if you don't want to cook, just say so. Laughing and crying emojis. Who, exactly? Is the child here, and who is the parent? Looking up at the sky. Instinctively, Hui Yanheng sensed that Leng Qingqing's words were amiss. Yet, her gaze was so clear, reflecting his small face, which left Hui Yanheng feeling a touch of indescribable dissonance. However, this did not conceal the fact that Leng Qingqing was clearly trying to shirk her responsibilities. Hui Yanheng gritted his teeth, thinking, if you can't cook, you can learn. Bullying a child is hardly an accomplishment. Leng Qingqing seized the opportunity to deliberately misinterpret his words. What? Hung wants to learn how to cook now. Alright, no problem. Mommy will teach you. There are so many dishes I can make. If you want to learn, I will teach you all of them. As the saying goes, the more skills, the better. Who wouldn't he love a boy who can cook? With that, she turned to the camera, her spirit soaring as she threw a playful wink. Then, she instantly turned serious, clasping her hands in a bow. Dear viewers, this is your future son-in-law, Hui Yanheng. I vow to nurture him into a person who contributes to the nation and the people. Hui Yanheng could hardly believe that the always self-composed Leng Qingqing would showcase such a performance in front of so many people. He stood there, his pupils trembling slightly. Once he processed what she had said, his fair ears seemed to burn with embarrassment, turning a deep shade of red. The cameraman beside him couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. This laughter triggered a chain reaction among the other staff, who doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down their faces. The entire room was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The commotion in the live broadcast room was even louder, ignited by Leng Qingqing's words. The director watched as the viewer count in Leng Qingqing's live stream soared past 1 million. And that was just the beginning. The number of online viewers continued to rise, leaving the second-place contestant, Ai Li, far behind. Leng Qingqing's single statement sent the netizens into a frenzy. The bullet comments poured in relentlessly, all directed at their son-in-law. Hung, I am your future mother-in-law. Remember our Zhang family. Your wife is named Zhang, and she just turned 3 years and 1 month. Who would have thought there would be a chance to have a celebrity as a relative? Am I dreaming? Leng Qingqing, you are incredible. Just because of that one sentence. I'm completely smitten. Leng Qingqing is truly the most genuine and funniest celebrity I have ever encountered. How did I not notice her delightful silliness before? Leng Qingqing. With just one sentence, I made fans across the internet go wild. That morning, her Weibo followers officially surpassed 6 million. The latest post garnered millions of likes, millions of comments, and hundreds of thousands of shares. Such real-time engagement data would stand out even among second- and third-tier celebrities. Unbeknownst to her, Leng Qingqing's words had stirred a massive wave across the internet, and she gained 1 million followers in the process.
Dire son.
You must study diligently and not disappoint your mother's hopes.
What?
Hua Yanheng looked up at her. Was that directed at his aspirations? However, only the system understood that this woman had no good intentions. Leng Qingqing's next words came forth quickly. Yes, once you learn my culinary skills, you can cook for me every day. Wow, just thinking about it makes me happy. Hua Yanheng. Hua Yanheng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then let out a slight exhale, rubbing his forehead. He truly could not comprehend why someone so young had so many worries. The system, as always, jumped in to criticize Leng Qingqing. Huh? There are still many bad people in this world. It's truly disheartening. Chapter 34. After breakfast, the guests received the director's instructions to gather at Residence 1. As the host of Residence 1, Leng Qingqing enjoyed the convenience of simply waiting for the other guests to arrive. In the pavilion, a gentle breeze wafted through the trees, brushing against Leng Qingqing's cheek and tousling her hair. She closed her eyes. Leng Qingqing, your phone. The director's urgent footsteps approached, pulling Leng Qingqing from her reverie. My phone? She stood up. Hua Yanheng also turned to the courtyard as the director rushed up the steps, wiping the sweat from his forehead and handing the phone to Leng Qingqing. Take it over there. He glanced at the surrounding cameras. Even if the artist agreed, the agent would never allow it. The director took a few steps up the stairs and approached Leng Qingqing, handing her the phone with a knowing look. In reality, the director was also bewildered. He had received a sudden notification to have Leng Qingqing answer the phone. He was astonished and still processing the situation. His gaze dropped to the phone in his hand, where a string of numbers flashed on the screen. This was Leng Qingqing's phone. There was no name attached to the caller. Who could possibly be on the other end of the line? Could Leng Qingqing's background truly be extraordinary? Why was there no name? Leng Qingqing moved to the backyard, leaning against a poplar tree, pondering the identity of the caller. However, she couldn't recall any information related to that number. Leng Qingqing knew it was playing dead, but what did she have to fear? She pressed the answer button, ready to showcase her eloquence. The voice on the other end spoke before she could. A woman's voice, condescendingly instructing Leng Qingqing. Even through the phone, one could almost visualize the coldness and disdain on the woman's face. After a pause, the woman added another remark. Suddenly, Leng Qingqing's eyes lit up. Oh, is it you? This was none other than her cheap husband's mother, Madame Xianyun, Leng Qingqing's mother-in-law, the legitimate lady of the Hu family in the capital. Since the moment Leng Qingqing entered this household 5 years ago, she had displayed no hesitation in expressing her disdain for this actress daughter-in-law. She had never taken her to any public events. Madame Xianyun attempted to convey to her son through her actions that she did not approve of Leng Qingqing as his wife. However, Hu Jingsun was not a man easily controlled by his mother or any woman. This was not the first time Xianyun had issued threats to Leng Qingqing. But at that moment, having never watched a Korean drama, Madame Xianyun was momentarily taken aback by Leng Qingqing's cheerful "Oh, is it you? What do you mean? You? What trick is this Leng Qingqing up to?" Xianyun furrowed her brow, issuing her final ultimatum before abruptly hanging up. Since Leng Qingqing married into the Hu family, every interaction with her had left Xianyun feeling utterly repulsed. Chapter 35. To possess knowledge and a good figure, to have a reputable family, and good looks. Leng Qingqing held the phone that had just been hung up, the sound of the dial tone ringing in her ears, while memories of the original owner flooded her mind. As the legitimate wife of the Hu family, Xianyun had always looked down upon Leng Qingqing as her daughter-in-law. In the original story, until Leng Qingqing's demise, she never gained Xianyun's approval. This brings to mind a significant event during the tumultuous years of marriage between Leng Qingqing and Hu Jingsun. Xianyun even went so far as to introduce a third party to force their divorce. Miss Zhao, a true heiress, had been Hu Jingsun's childhood friend and had harbored feelings for him for a long time. Coming from a prestigious family, Xianyun despised using underhanded methods against Leng Qingqing. Her specialty was the subtle art of manipulation. Xianyun knew precisely where Leng Qingqing's vulnerabilities lay.
Now,
This elegantly poised woman slowly lifted her gaze, smiling as she looked at the person before her. Xian Yun smiled gently, and immediately a maid stepped forward to pour tea for the beautiful girl across from her. The girl was dressed in an exquisite seasonal limited high-end ensemble, her long brown curls tied back with a silk ribbon into a ponytail. She sat gracefully on the sofa, her poise impeccable, and her gentle, serene eyes conveyed a sense of gratitude. "Aunt, how can I accept this?" Xian Yun took her hand affectionately, her tone indulgent. "You have grown up alongside Jingxin. You are like a daughter to me. There is no need for formality after 3 years of absence." Xian Yun's smile faltered as she slowly released the girl's hand. What sister-in-law? She was hardly deserving of such a title. More infuriating was Leng Qingqing's unilateral decision to take away Heng without even informing her. Although Xian Yun was not particularly close to Heng due to Leng Qingqing, he remained her beloved grandson, and she could never wish him harm. Taking a deep breath, Xian Yun's expression darkened. "Miss Zhao, is this quite appropriate? After all, sister-in-law is Jingxin's legitimate wife. If he were to find out, do you really think Jingxin cares?" Xian Yun chuckled, lightly tapping Miss Zhao's nose with her finger. However, her smile faded as she gazed expectantly at the girl. "You know, I have never favored her petty demeanor. Even with Heng, I still do not believe she is worthy of the position of daughter-in-law of the Hui family. In my heart, my ideal daughter-in-law has always been you. You have liked Jingxin for so many years," Xian Yun sighed. "I too share some blame. I failed to keep Jingxin in line and allowed him to marry that actress." Miss Zhao quickly grasped her hand, shaking her head. "Aunt, please do not say that. It is not your fault." While she despised Leng Qingqing for stealing her love, she held no ill will towards Miss Zhao. Hui Jingxin was a man of conviction, inscrutable to others, which was precisely why Miss Zhao was drawn to him. "Men remain much the same," Miss Zhao remarked. Thus, she hastily made her way to the Hui residence, eager to catch a glimpse of her childhood crush, fervently praying that Hui Jingxin had not gained weight. Unfortunately, he had recently traveled abroad to oversee matters concerning the overseas branch, leaving her empty-handed. "Miss Zhao, do you still harbor feelings for Jingxin? Are you willing to wait until the day he divorces?" Xian Yun's brow furrowed slightly, but was soon replaced by a look of determination. She had resolved to rid herself of that actress once and for all. "Not to worry, Aunt. I am quite open-minded. What does it matter if he has been married abroad? A man like Hui Jingxin would still have countless suitors even after 3 marriages. I prefer men who have been married. They know how to cherish others." She said this with a grin, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hui Jingxin had been the light of her youth. Did she truly have a chance to claim him? Rubbing her eyes, Miss Zhao smiled, thinking that being married with children was inconsequential, especially since she now had her aunt's blessing. A long silence lingered, and curiosity and anxiety compelled Miss Zhao to raise her gaze. A damp patch marked Xian Yun's arm, her expression slightly awkward. Clearly, she had accidentally knocked over her teacup. Xian Yun blinked and slowly inquired, "What did you just say, my dear?" She recalled the girl's words and wondered when Miss Zhao had become so bold. In the original storyline, Miss Zhao was a typical vindictive supporting character, a true heiress of a wealthy family. In contrast, Leng Qingqing was merely a pretty face, lacking in both intellect and depth. Under Xian Yun's guidance, the two of them quickly subdued Leng Qingqing, reducing her to submission. Yet, in front of others, Leng Qingqing dared not express her anger and instead directed all her frustrations towards the child. Ultimately, it was the 5-year-old Hui Yanheng who bore the brunt of it all. System. Hui Yanheng has had a tragic life. From a young age, he received neither love from his father nor affection from his mother. Just as he finally found someone he cherished, she turned out to be the male lead's destined partner. In a futile attempt to compete with the male lead, he ended up losing everything. Leaning against a tree, Leng Qingqing pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds and began to crack them open, muttering, "Tragic, tragic, tragic." I ought to carve the word tragic on Hui Yanheng's thigh. Miss Zhao had adored Hui Jingxin since preschool, always assuming the role of his girlfriend. Judging by the narrative, she was not to be underestimated. After graduating from high school, Hui Jingxin was accepted into Stanford abroad, leaving Miss Zhao behind. Yet, he never cast her a glance. From childhood, the people around her, including Xian Yun, incessantly instilled the belief that she would one day become Mrs. Hui, a notion she herself embraced. The emergence of a small celebrity in the entertainment industry who had managed to sit in the position of Mrs. Hui while expecting a child was something Miss Zhao found hard to accept. Enraged, she left to study abroad for 3 years, only to return still infatuated. Across from her, Xian Yun gently wiped away her tears. My dear, I have always believed in you. In my heart, you have always been the only choice for daughter-in-law. If they could successfully rid themselves of Leng Qingqing this time, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Yet, Miss Zhao pondered another question. Aunt, what about Heng Heng? Xian Yun smiled slightly, her tone resolute. The Hu family has the most professional legal team. The Hu bloodline must remain within the Hu family. To leave the mother and keep the child is the best course of action. At that moment, the butler hurried over, whispering a few words into Xian Yun's ear. Chapter 36. Your wife is a devil. Half an hour earlier, a torrential downpour had washed the skies of the capital, leaving them exceptionally clear. In the top-floor office of the Hu Group's building, designed by a renowned architect, a semicircular space offered a grand view. The floor-to-ceiling windows presented a breathtaking panorama of the city, even capturing the distant coastline. Perched on a black leather sofa, a young man clad in a sharply tailored brown long coat lifted his gaze from a financial magazine, flashing a bright, even smile at his friend. As Sheng Ming finished speaking, he seemed to anticipate the man's next words, frowning in advance. Don't you dare disregard me. I postponed work for you. I don't have time. The man's voice was low, almost synchronized with Sheng Ming's. At the desk, he held a pen, signing Hu Jingsun in bold, black strokes on the pristine white paper. Upon hearing this, Sheng Ming's hand froze, and the ink from the pen blurred on the pure white page. The atmosphere in the office thickened, a low pressure filling the air. Have you seen Leng Qingqing and Heng Heng? Look at this scene. Sheng Ming tossed aside the dull magazine. Turning to lean against the sofa, his eyes alight with excitement, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. As the sole heir of the Hu family, the elite circles of the capital firmly believed that Hu Jingsun would marry a true lady of high standing, one that matched his status. The appearance of Leng Qingqing took everyone by surprise. The phenomenon of a starlet marrying for convenience was not uncommon in their circles. Yet, what was Hu Jingsun? A man of such caliber, doing entangled with a shallow vase? Is there even a need to ask? The answer is evident. Half a month later, Sheng Ming lost his beloved car. The betrayal from a close friend kept him awake through countless sleepless nights, consumed by anguish. Because of this, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Leng Qingqing. The attitudes of a man's friends towards his partner are often shaped by the man's own disposition. Sheng Ming seized the remote control and directed it towards the large screen in the living room, pressing a button that illuminated the display, freezing on a photograph. In a picturesque rural courtyard, nestled among mountains and waters, Leng Qingqing sat in a pavilion with her son, gazing at the distant peaks. Her profile was pale as snow, with long eyelashes that accentuated her stunning beauty, which seemed magnified by the screen, as if she were breathing right before him. In the upper right corner of the screen, the title of the popular variety show A Family of Three was displayed prominently. Is there such a father as you? He pressed the play button again, revealing that the image was the beginning of a video. A compilation of her witty remarks, painstakingly edited by fans, flashed before him. Sheng Ming crossed his arms and scoffed. Just look at what she has said. At this rate, I truly believe this woman will find a stepfather for Heng Heng. The mention of a stepfather caused Hu Jingsun to frown slightly. Hua Yanheng stood in the courtyard, sweat glistening on his small, fair forehead. Unsure if it was from the sun or another reason. I don't want to wear a green hat, he stated. Leng Qingqing retracted the green hat from her hands with a hint of regret. Then fine, I shall keep it for your father. Sheng Ming clicked the pause button. Speaking in agitation, see. I told you this woman is unworthy of you. Sooner or later, she will stray. Hu Jingsun remained composed, his dark gaze steady. Your anger might lead one to believe that Heng Heng is your son. Sheng Ming retorted. What bond do we share? I ascend to your son, my son as well? Hu Jingsun narrowed his eyes, appraising him. All right, I shall remain silent, Sheng Ming conceded. Leng Qingqing tied her hair into a bun and bowed to them. Hu Yanheng appeared somewhat bewildered by her actions. Dear-in-laws in the live stream, this is your future son-in-law, Hu Yanheng. I vow to nurture him into a person who contributes to the nation and its people. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a lark song, and her vibrant demeanor radiated infectious joy, starkly contrasting with her previously exaggerated attempts to please. Sheng Ming retrieved his phone and handed it to Hu Jingsun. Look, this woman will inevitably lead the child astray. Hu Jingsun took the phone, seeing his wife and child's names trending at the top of Weibo. Leng Qingqing had declared her intention to form a family bond with the netizens. Hu Yanheng, the youngest national son-in-law, was now at the center of attention. The speed at which Leng Qingqing gained followers was astounding. A single phrase from her in the live stream had garnered her millions of fans, effectively turning her into a phenomenon. This particular remark had gone viral across the internet, with countless users humorously claiming relationships with Huyen Hang's future in-laws. Some even playfully combined images of their own children with Huyen Hang's to create mock wedding photos, as if planning a celebration. Aren't you afraid of being sued by Leng Qingqing for all this joking? In the entertainment industry, it was not uncommon for netizens to be taken to court for excessive jesting. Do you think Leng Qingqing would sue us? If we trace the origins of his humor, she is the one who indulges in it the most. Leng Qingqing was truly a comedic woman. Hang, if you are to harbor resentment, let it be towards your mother for being a comedic figure.
What?
I see Leng Qingqing enjoying this more than anyone else. Am I the only one curious about who Leng Qingqing's husband is? What sort of man can manage this devil? Shang Ming declared, "Did you see? Even the netizens are calling your wife a devil." Chapter 37, Director. We've brought in a firebrand. In Peach Blossom Source Village, the sun gradually ascended, and the guests walked along the raised paths of the rice fields, each adorned in knee-high black rain boots and light gray fishing jackets, wide-brimmed hats shielding them from the scorching sun. Upon arriving at their destination, the director boisterously announced the day's task. This morning, your task is quite simple, to gather ingredients for lunch from around the village. However, starting today, you will no longer receive gifts from the villagers. For the next few days, you must fend for yourselves. The guests did not voice any complaints, all eyes turning towards the end of the line where Leng Qingqing stood. Although Jiang Tianqiong had made a valid point, the director could not openly admit it in front of everyone. He scratched his head awkwardly, attempting to laugh it off. Leng Qingqing made a funny face at the director, and the others, aside from him, noticed, causing the staff to stifle their laughter. This posed a challenge for the viewers in the live stream, as her single gesture prompted them to chuckle, yet the camera shook uncontrollably. Director. We really have a firebrand here. He could discern that it was indeed Leng Qingqing's antics that had incited laughter among those around her.
Mom.
There are really fish in here, exclaimed Julie, her eyes lighting up as she released her mother's hand. She squatted on the path, observing the lush rice paddies, where tiny fish swam gracefully through the calm waters, the bottom clearly visible. Upon hearing this, the other children mimicked Julie, squatting down and gazing intently at the fields. Ellie patted Shunhan's head, eager to flaunt the knowledge she had acquired prior to their trip. The further you go in, the larger the fish become. Not only are there fish in the rice fields, but also snails, eels, and crabs. Besides the aquatic creatures, the villagers' ducks also come to play. It's quite lively. Just remember, children, don't venture too deep. It's best to play around here. Her words were indeed enlightening, especially to the city-raised children. Auntie Ellie, you know so much, Taitian exclaimed, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiangshi chimed in, yes, Auntie Ellie, you're amazing for knowing all this. Unlike my dad, who knows nothing. Jiang Tianqiong. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Jiangshi was indeed a good son, complimenting others while subtly mocking his own father. Jiang Tianqiong, always reminding myself, he is my biological child. Haha, the more I watch, the more adorable he becomes. This child was exceptionally candid. The children squatted in a row on the path, watching as their parents waded into the rice fields, nets in hand, fishing. Auntie Qingqing, why aren't you coming down? Jiangshi's bright eyes turned to see Leng Qingqing squatting at the end of the line, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly lost in thought. Upon hearing him, she turned, everyone is fishing, and Auntie must stay here to watch over you. What if something happens? Jiangshi scratched his head, sensing her intentions were not entirely innocent. Really? Or are you just trying to get out of work? How could you think that of Auntie? Leng Qingqing feigned indignation, standing abruptly. Hearing you misinterpret my actions truly saddens me. Then she squatted down again, earnestly tugging at a weed from the path, as a guardian. I would never shirk my responsibilities. Just look at what I'm holding. Jiangshi cautiously approached, still skeptical. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, this is a weed.
Wrong.
Lightly tapped his head and remarked, this is wild vegetables. Jiangshi, with tears in his eyes, hugged his head and weakly inquired, is there a difference between wild grass and wild vegetables? Indeed, there is a distinction. Cold Qingqing elucidated the characteristics of wild vegetables, leaving Jiangshi in a haze. The plant in Cold Qingqing's hand was mustard greens, which she explained. Wild grass is inedible, while wild vegetables can be sautéed or used in nourishing soups. They are pure, natural, and organic greens, highly priced in the city. This delectable taste is not found in urban areas. It can only be savored in the countryside. Jiang Shi, somewhat comprehending, extended his chubby little hand and imitated her by pulling some from the ridge. Cold Qingqing cast an approving glance at the little girl. Tian is quite clever. Shen Han, feeling disgruntled, scoffed. Who knows if it's poisonous? You all should be cautious. How foolish this group was. They believed whatever Cold Qingqing said. It would serve them right to be poisoned. Cold Qingqing, unperturbed, shot him a sidelong glance. Then don't eat it. Fine. I won't eat it. Who cares? Shen Han turned his head away, visibly disdainful. Hua Yanheng lowered his gaze, resting it on the back of the woman's hand he held. Her hand was beautiful, slender fingers glistening like jade under the glaring sun. This hand was also warm and strong as she guided him to touch the plants along the ridge, the tender green tips of wild grass brushing against his palm. Cool and ticklish. Yet he recalled how painfully this beautiful hand had struck him, instinctively recoiling. Chapter 38. The Empress Dowager pushed the consort Shi. Hua Yanheng soon found himself pondering a new question. How did Cold Qingqing recognize this wild vegetable growing in the countryside? She even claimed she would make soup for him. In the Hua household, she had never set foot in the kitchen. How could she possibly cook? It was merely an act for the camera. He almost took it seriously. Cold Qingqing was completely unaware of the bizarre thoughts swirling in Hua Yanheng's mind. She would never imagine that the future antagonist of the story, Hua Yanheng, had been a daydreamer since childhood. Cold Qingqing, addressing the camera earnestly, stated, "Those with romantic notions in the live stream need to familiarize themselves with wild vegetables. You will thank me later." Viewers felt a sense of implication. My head itches. I feel like I'm developing a romantic notion. Could Cold Qingqing step back from the camera? I'm about to be overwhelmed by her beauty. Her features are truly a masterpiece of Niwa, a divine beauty in the entertainment industry. How can a human be this stunning? Not a single pore in sight. A heartfelt plea for Cold Qingqing to start a wild vegetable learning class. I'll be the first to enroll. Cold Qingqing led the children to play by the river, separated by a mountain path. Soon, they returned, laden with treasures, including several white duck eggs, intended for lunch. On the way back, Shen Han wore a sour expression, feeling slighted that even Jiang Shi had gone to play with Cold Qingqing without inviting him. Used to being the king of the kindergarten, it was the first time he felt such a stark contrast. Typically, other children clamored to play with him, yet today, he was the one left behind. Cold Qingqing instructed the children to stay in a safe place and safeguard the duck eggs while she donned rain boots and waded into the rice paddies to join the guests and observe their harvest. Bai Dan trudged through the paddies, struggling visibly. Spotting Cold Qingqing approaching from a distance, he excitedly turned to show her his basket. "We caught so many crabs and shrimp. And even fish. It's so heavy." Cold Qingqing gently supported the bottom of the basket with her hand, smiling. "It seems today's harvest is quite good. Is there anything I can assist with?" "No need. We caught plenty of fish. There's enough for lunch. The rest can be properly stored for later." Jiang Tianqiong, a robust figure standing under the scorching sun with a spear in hand, had his shirt partially open, revealing sun-kissed skin shimmering in the light. "How many did you catch?" Cold Qingqing stood on tiptoe to peer into his basket. "2," he replied, slightly tilting his head and bending down to make it easier for her to see. As the woman leaned in, Jiang Tianqiong caught a whiff of a refreshing floral scent, momentarily taken aback. The bottom of the bamboo basket held 2 lively carp, their slippery essence wafting toward her. Cold Qingqing pinched her nose and stepped back a couple of paces, exclaiming, "How pungent." "Qingqing, did you find any ingredients by the riverbank?" Seeing everyone's attention on Cold Qingqing, Ai Li waved from a distance, her radiant smile brightening the scene. Simultaneously, she walked over and asked Shen Han the same question. "Xiao Han, did you find anything delicious with Aunt Qingqing?" Shen Han's face flushed with anger. He ruffled his hair in frustration and, after a moment's thought, approached the nearest ridge. Ai Li, drawing closer, gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with a tissue. "Did you enjoy playing with Aunt Qingqing?" Ai Li inquired softly, her expression motherly. "Don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes Shen Han furious." He turned his face away, even ignoring Ai Li. As Cold Qingqing drew near, her cameraman lagged a few steps behind. Ai Li's eyes flickered slightly. The rice paddies at their feet were lush and verdant. The cameraman positioned behind Cold Qingqing could see none of the actions between the two, only her silhouette. This advantageous situation seemed to be heaven's assistance to her. Standing on the ridge, a Yanheng suddenly sensed something amiss. Hesitating briefly, he descended the ridge to approach cold Qingqing. The cameraman called out, "Hang, slow down," and followed. But they were a step too late, trailing behind Hui Yanhang at a slow pace. Just as cold Qingqing reached Ai Li, Hui Yanhang also arrived beside them, raising his head to tug at cold Qingqing's garment. Unbeknownst to Ai Li, who was engrossed in her plans, a small figure approached. In the next moment, Ai Li seemed to trip over something, her expression turning to one of terror as she looked at cold Qingqing, her body tilting sideways as she fell into the rice paddy. Cold Qingqing looked up at the sky. In broad daylight, is this a scheme? Is there no justice? Reality offered cold Qingqing no time for contemplation as she heard Shun Han's frantic cries from the ridge. "Mom, are you okay?" Shun Han stumbled into the muddy ground, panic-stricken as he rushed over. The soft, damp earth made walking difficult, and he nearly lost his rain boots. Nonetheless, the drama had to play out fully. Shun Han finally reached cold Qingqing, summoning all his strength to push her forcefully. Everyone nearby was taken aback. What's happening? In just a few seconds, what transpired? Shun Han's position was perfectly in the camera's blind spot, and the cold expression he wore while pushing cold Qingqing seemed far beyond his years. Raising his head again, however, tears streamed down Shun Han's face as he pointed at cold Qingqing, crying out, "She pushed my mom. She pushed my mom." Chapter 39. The Femme Fatale. In an instant, everyone rushed over, pulling Ai Li from the rice paddy.
Is Ai Li all right?
Did she get hurt? Let us check for injuries. I have ointment for bruises. And band-aids. The most anxious were Ai Li's fans in the live stream, each one wishing they could fly to the scene.
Ai Li.
Is she okay? Cold Qingqing. Can you explain? This is live. Her audacity was staggering. How could she dare to commit such mischief in front of so many people? My heart aches deeply.
How could this be?
Is Leng Qingqing unwell? The director must restore justice for Ellie. Leng Qingqing is utterly malicious. Ellie was pulled from the rice field, her makeup smeared, her hair disheveled, one side of her soaked, resembling a creature dragged from the mire.
Fine.
Qingqing didn't he mean it? Please don't blame her. Ellie managed a strained smile, tears welling in her eyes, as if about to spill over. Her words inadvertently corroborated Shun Han's claim. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their gazes fixating on Leng Qingqing. Several young crew members cast scornful glances her way, unable to suppress their whispers. How true it is that one cannot truly know a person's heart by their appearance. It seems the adage about beautiful yet venomous women holds. I truly never perceived her as such. I shall keep my distance from her henceforth. She'll lower your voices, she asked, looking over. Regardless of where she went, gossip followed. Leng Qingqing smiled sweetly in her direction, causing the few men and women hiding behind to abruptly fall silent. Qingqing, is what Ellie said true? Bai Dan could hardly believe that Leng Qingqing had intentionally knocked Ellie down. What could possibly be her motive? Jiang Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. Julie appeared anxious, wanting to say something, but Andy tightly grasped his daughter's hand, silencing her. Having witnessed a grand performance, Leng Qingqing clicked her tongue in admiration. If it weren't for the live broadcast, she would have gladly applauded Ellie and Shun Han for their remarkable acting. Such talent in this mother and son duo. It would indeed be a pity if they didn't pursue acting. Leng Qingqing expressed her sincere admiration, her gaze scrutinizing Ellie and the others, brimming with appreciation for their performance. However, to the onlookers, it appeared as nothing short of provocation.
Qingqing, what do you mean by that?
Ellie's complexion turned pale, exuding an air of pitiable fragility. Leng Qingqing removed her sun hat, fanning herself, and replied nonchalantly, "I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. I did not push you. One must stand firm against such individuals." "I find it curious," Leng Qingqing remarked, glancing sideways at her. "You're standing half a step away from me, and the rice field is muddy. How could I have stepped over and tripped you? Do I possess a doppelganger? The rice here is lush, and the mud has a strong grip. You tripped over the rice and the mud," she said, extending her index finger and gently shaking it before Ellie, softly adding, "Not me." Ellie took a deep breath, smiling. "I'm certain you tripped me. Are you implying I'm accusing you falsely?" The atmosphere grew tense, both women standing firm in their assertions, the air thickening with palpable tension. No one dared to speak, uncertain of the situation's truth. Shun Han stepped forward, pointing at Leng Qingqing. "I saw it. It was Leng Qingqing who knocked my mother down." "Knocked down?" Jiang Tianxiong caught that word, his brow furrowing subtly. "Little Han, are you sure it was Aunt Qingqing who pushed your mother?" Ellie quickly interjected, her tone weak. No. Qingqing did not push me. She merely tripped me accidentally. Shun Han's eyes shifted, catching his stepmother's signal, and quickly revised his statement, aligning with her. I misspoke. It was Leng Qingqing who tripped my mother. I saw it with my own eyes. The camera struggled to capture the unfolding drama. The director rushed over from the other side of the rice field, breathless, lifting his shirt hem to wipe the sweat from his face. The sun blazed down, a fiery orb hanging in the sky, leaving everyone drenched in perspiration. Just as the crowd wrestled with how to articulate the situation, a youthful voice rang out, clear and distinct, though soft. I'm sorry, Aunt Ellie. It was I who accidentally tripped you. Many turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, landing on the small figure of Hui Yanheng. The young boy stood upright, the scorching sun casting a glow upon his cherubic face, beads of sweat trickling from his hairline, cascading down to his long, thick eyelashes, blurring his vision. He pressed his lips together, solemnly bowing at a 90-degree angle toward Ellie. Ellie's smile faltered, disbelief washing over her as she looked down at this little one, barely reaching her knee. Where had he come from? A breeze rustled through the lush rice fields, the leaves whispering against one another. Hui Yanheng softly explained, and Ellie, I was here earlier, looking for my mother. I was running a bit fast and accidentally tripped you. You may not have noticed me, which is why you thought my mother tripped you. I'm just too short. As he spoke, his tone was calm and his expression steady. Ellie crouched down to meet his gaze, forcing a smile, yet her beautiful almond-shaped eyes held no warmth, only ice. Are you certain it was you who tripped me? But I clearly saw your mother do it, she gently corrected, smoothing out his crooked collar with a soft touch. Hui Yanheng averted his gaze, hands curling into fists around his clothing. Yes, I tripped you. I'm sorry, you mistakenly believed it was my mother. After speaking, Hui Yanheng took a step back, leaving Ellie's hands suspended in the air. The crowd was bewildered. What was happening? Only Leng Qingqing, arms crossed, gazed at Hui Yanheng with an expression of unprecedented complexity. Was this young boy helping her? The system suddenly erupted, exclaiming, impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Hui Yanheng cannot be aiding you. It makes no sense. For previous strategists, merely not facing retribution from him was a cause for gratitude. The notion that Hui Yanheng would assist was unfathomable. What magic did Leng Qingqing possess that could compel Hui Yanheng to take the blame? Chapter 40. Retribution. The system took mere seconds to accept reality. Starting to flatter Leng Qingqing, I've always said that only you could accomplish this task. From the current perspective, Hui Yanheng's attitude towards Leng Qingqing had undergone a seismic shift, perhaps even unbeknownst to him. Yet, one must admit, the boy was remarkably quick-witted, devising a solution in mere seconds, perfectly diffusing a crisis. With such intelligence, why choose the path of a villain? A villain has no future. Bai Dan patted her chest, sighing in relief. So it was Huahua who accidentally tripped Ellie. What a misunderstanding. Perhaps Ellie did not see Huahua, but only Leng Qingqing, leading to her erroneous belief that it was her who tripped her. Jiang Tianxiong's tone grew somewhat cold, as if sensing something. Ellie detected a hint of sarcasm in his words. She staggered to her feet, feeling drained, and stood too abruptly, her vision blurring momentarily, nearly causing her to fall again. It's nothing, Ellie murmured, her lips pale from the anger this mother-son duo had stirred within her. So, it was Huahua who tripped me. I thought something fell off. It was my fault for not noticing him approach. Pausing, she looked up at Leng Qingqing, humiliation spilling from her lips. I apologize, Qingqing. I misjudged you. You won't hold it against me, will you? Leng Qingqing donned her sun hat, nodding slightly and lowering the brim to reveal her exquisite chin. Of course not, she replied, though inwardly she thought otherwise. In front of numerous staff and the online audience, it was imperative for her to graciously forgive and let bygones be bygones. The system knew well that this woman was notorious for holding grudges, and she was indeed one who would repay every slight. On the surface, she appears to be a mere wildcat, yet in reality, she embodies the ferocity of a tigress. Anyone who crosses her path can only hope for the best in the days to come. In silence, the system conjured a cross in the void, offering a prayer for Ellie. Amen. If it is indeed that Qingqing has intentionally tripped Ellie, the situation could spiral into an uncontrollable crisis. Regardless of whether Ellie chooses to forgive, her fervent fans would not rest easily, and Qingqing would surely face severe backlash. However, what if the one who accidentally caused the fall was merely a 5-year-old child? Moreover, Hui Yanheng acknowledged his mistake and proactively apologized to Ellie with a commendable demeanor. As an adult, Ellie cannot hold a child's error against them, for that would only reflect poorly on her character. Even if she were to stumble over her own missteps, she would have to endure the humiliation in silence. Ellie mentally noted this incident against Qingqing. When Hui Yanheng spoke up, he swiftly diminished the gravity of the situation, easing the collective tension of those present. The director, having trekked from across the rice fields, was parched and hoarse as he declared, "All right, since Ellie has not been harmed, and it was an accident on Yanheng's part, let us move past this incident." Hui Yanheng lifted his gaze, his eyes as dark as obsidian, and once more apologized to Ellie. "I'm sorry, Aunt Ellie, I didn't mean to trip you." Such obedience and politeness. How could it possibly be intentional? A surge of frustration surged within Ellie, nearly pushing her to the brink of tears, yet her face maintained a forced smile. "Auntie understands that it was not on purpose. I do not hold it against you. It is not your fault." Observing Ellie's displeasure, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent. The viewers in the live stream, who had just witnessed a tumultuous exchange, began to quiet down, but Ellie's fans were far from satisfied. "Why do you all believe Hui Yanheng's words without question? Ellie has stated that it was Qingqing who tripped her. Is Hui Yanheng merely attempting to absolve his mother of blame?" They insisted that such malevolence must surely be instigated by the adults. Ellie was truly unfortunate. Hui Yanheng's explanation was not universally accepted. Ellie's fans firmly believed that it was a deliberate act by Qingqing and her son, a conspiracy where the child bore the brunt of adult misdeeds. Yet, the live stream was not a sanctuary for Ellie's fans. Yanheng could not have meant to do it. What are Ellie's fans even saying? Ellie herself has admitted to misjudging the situation, yet her fans continue to stir up trouble, jeopardizing public sentiment. It was indeed Qingqing who tripped Ellie. She even made the child take the blame. How despicable. Did Ellie's fans suffer from delusions of persecution, as they had no animosity towards her? Ellie had been pushed by Qingqing, and she had misjudged her. The trending topic on social media seemed to waver, leaving onlookers disinterested. Where was the anticipated drama of celebrity feuds? The director, noticing Ellie's disheveled state, asked if they could momentarily refrain from filming her. Her makeup was smudged, her hair tousled, and her attire was marred with dirt, resembling a beggar more than a star. She had always cherished her appearance and was reluctant to present herself in such a disheveled manner. The director nodded in understanding, recognizing the importance of maintaining a female artist's image. He signaled for the filming crew to withdraw. "You may join other groups for now. Do not follow Ellie." Lowering her head, Ellie feigned wiping her eyes, and once the filming team departed, her expression turned cold and rigid. In truth, her actions were a response to the anger that Qingqing and Hui Yanheng had stirred within her. She feared losing her composure in front of the camera or saying something detrimental to her image. As the filming crew dispersed under the director's direction, Ellie found herself trailing behind, surrounded by an empty space. Except for Qingqing. Ahead, Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly, glancing back with apparent concern, and said to the director, "You all may go ahead. There is no need to follow me. I will check on Ellie." Upon hearing this, the director regarded her with newfound respect. "Very well, go ahead. The filming can wait. It is far more important to resolve any misunderstandings between you." Qingqing entrusted Hui Yanheng to Bai Dan, saying, "Sister, please take care of him." Bai Dan replied, "Of course, you need not worry." She gently clasped the little boy's hand. Watching as Qingqing hurried off, her steps light, seemingly deeply concerned for Ellie. Bai Dan shook her head slightly. Qingqing is too kind. Ellie was clearly looking for trouble. Yet she remains so considerate of her. She is unaware that she is being bullied. Such a foolish girl. Hearing footsteps approaching, Qingqing looked up and donned a smile. However, that smile froze upon seeing who approached. "What are you doing here?" Ellie's face turned pale, for it was indeed Qingqing who had come, undoubtedly to revel in her misfortune. Under the blazing sun, which seemed intent on peeling away skin, Ellie shielded her eyes from the glare and quickened her pace, wishing to distance herself from Qingqing. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected leg extended from the side, brazenly blocking her path. It was too late to halt her steps. Ellie screamed as her ankle was caught, sending her tumbling forward uncontrollably. Thud. Ellie landed hard on the rugged path, strewn with stones and gravel, instantly feeling a sharp pain in her forehead and palms. Never having experienced such pain before, tears sprang to her eyes. "I came to inform you." Qingqing observed Ellie's tears from a vantage point, then approached with a sly smile, leaning close to whisper in her ear, Now that is what I call truly tripping you. Chapter 41. Affecting my cooking speed. What's wrong with Ellie? Back in the courtyard, Bai Dan pulled Qingqing aside, her voice low and cautious as she glanced towards the partially concealed gate. Qingqing sighed, her brow furrowed, as she tugged at the wild vegetables in her hands. Just now, I was worried Ellie might blame Yanheng, so I wanted to apologize on his behalf. I didn't expect her to rush forward and trip over a stone, injuring her forehead. It's all my fault. She tugged at her long hair, her bright, beautiful eyes revealing a hint of regret. Biting her lip as she asked Bai Dan, sister, do you think Ellie will dislike me? Qingqing, younger than Bai Dan, possessed snow-white skin and striking beauty. Her soft tone hinted at a childlike innocence, evoking a surge of maternal affection in Bai Dan. Ellie, doesn't he seem to like you very much? Bai Dan replied quietly, leaning in closer. It would be best to keep your distance from her. Qingqing appeared to understand only partially. Sister, what do you mean by that? Bai Dan gazed at her affectionately, unable to restrain herself from ruffling her hair. No need to question so much. I wouldn't harm you. Just try not to be alone with her in the future. All right, Qingqing obediently replied. I will listen to you. Very good, Bai Dan smiled, lifting a half basket of washed wild vegetables. Let us go help in the kitchen. After a busy morning, everyone must be hungry. Qingqing eagerly followed, one hand grasping the basket while the other looped around Bai Dan's slender arm, her cheek brushing against her shoulder. Sister, you smell wonderful, the system remarked. Truly greasy. In the front yard, the kitchen was bustling with activity. As Qingqing approached, she noticed the children playing in the pavilion. On the stone-paved ground, a few small crabs were scuttling about, while Hui Yanheng, having changed into fresh clothes, sat on a small stool, gazing down at a bird in his hands as it chirped cheerfully, suddenly flying down to the ground and swiftly pecking at a crab. Hui Yanheng was slightly taken aback, softly exclaiming, "You mustn't eat." The crabs scattered in all directions, while King Jiji, with his small, shiny black eyes resembling buttons, gazed at Hui Yanheng for a few moments before tilting his head slightly and using his beak to preen his feathers, as if he truly understood his words. Leng Qingqing chuckled softly, choosing not to disturb him. She tied on her apron and stepped into the kitchen, deciding to inquire about the boy's assistance later that evening. Can you cook well? She mused, entering the kitchen where she found Jiang Tianqiong standing by the window, preparing vegetables. His knife skills mirrored the rugged demeanor he exuded. Quite dismal. Indeed. Your cutting skills leave much to be desired, Leng Qingqing remarked, wincing at the sight. Jiang Tianqiong paused, a bit embarrassed. I usually live alone. So aside from takeout or crew meals, I only know a handful of dishes. Please forgive me. The other two mothers, accustomed to a life of luxury, merely assisted, and when faced with a challenging dish, they could only partake in the consumption. Andy, eager to lend a hand, chimed in, shall I give it a try? I can whip up some light meals. She blinked playfully, glancing around the array of ingredients, then sheepishly touched her nose. Jiang Tianqiong rolled up his sleeves, revealing a muscular, sun-kissed arm, strong and defined. Let me take charge of the cooking. At least my dishes are edible. My father's cooking is terrible. Jiang Shi's had popped in from the kitchen door, warning, don't be fooled by him. A few fluffy heads peeked in from outside the kitchen. Jiang Tianqiong admonished his son, take your siblings to play, or else you'll help wash the vegetables. The chubby boy promptly scampered away. I'll handle it, Leng Qingqing said, turning on the tap to wash her hands. She called out to the doorway, Han Heng, come in, and lend your mother a hand. Didn't you want to learn how to cook? Today, I'll teach you a few of my specialties. Hui Yanheng entered slowly, standing a few steps away like a mythical creature, his dark eyes fixed on her. The other guests, overhearing Leng Qingqing, became intrigued. Bai Dan asked Qingqing, you really can cook? Initially, they thought her watermelon carving was impressive, but it turned out she was a hidden culinary talent. Andy, who had been relatively quiet, couldn't help but ask, are you truly that skilled? Can we leave everything to you? Or, do you need assistance? Among the female guests, Andy stood the tallest, her sharp features radiating a powerful aura that even Jiang Tianqiong seemed to diminish before. Yet, in the presence of Leng Qingqing, this formidable beauty lowered her guard, engaging in friendly inquiries. Leng Qingqing waved her hand, dispersing the crowd. If you all stand here, you'll only hinder my cooking. Mom, is your cooking good? Hui Yanheng, fond of Leng Qingqing, caught Bai Dan's attention, who adored the well-mannered child. She squatted down, smiling as she asked him. The little boy, somewhat shy, stood with his hands behind his back in a corner, with skin as fair as snow and a tiny red birthmark on his forehead, resembling a character from a comic book. Hesitating, Hui Yanheng was caught off guard by the question. He knew well enough about Leng Qingqing's culinary prowess, yet did not wish to embarrass her in front of so many, so he averted his gaze and nodded awkwardly. The live stream chat erupted with praises for Hui Yanheng's good behavior. Is that birthmark really natural? How fascinating. My grandmother watched the stream and said Han Heng is destined for great fortune. That birthmark is truly unique. Can I get one for my child too? Do you really not need help? Jiang Tianxiong, stepping back, still felt uneasy. No, I've already said it. Why ask again? Leng Qingqing took the iron pot from him, and instead of being offended, Jiang Tianxiong smiled down, amused. Suddenly, a soft female voice interrupted. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you all cooking? Do you need my assistance? The crowd turned towards the doorway, where Ai Li appeared, donned in a sleek black fitted dress, her makeup flawless. However, a noticeable bump adorned her previously fair forehead, a ghastly bruise. Bai Dan approached, examining her injury with concern. Are you all right? If you're hurt, you shouldn't be in the kitchen. You should rest. I'm not that fragile, Ai Li replied, though her lips lacked color, her gaze fixed intently on Leng Qingqing, not wavering. The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly tensed, as the guests sensed something was amiss between the two. Hey, Ai Li, when did you arrive? Is your injury serious? After a few moments, Leng Qingqing paused, turning in confusion. Upon seeing Ai Li, she quickly set down the iron pot, wiped her hands, and approached to inspect the bruise. Director, do we have any medicinal liquor? I need to treat Ai Li. Despite Ai Li's protests, Leng Qingqing insisted on pulling her to a stool.
Ai Li feigned indifference,
deliberately leaving her wound untreated to garner sympathy from the audience. Yet, Leng Qingqing seemed to read her thoughts perfectly, refusing to let her be at ease. You really need to be more careful, she said, sitting across from Ai Li, gently dabbing iodine on her wound. All done.
Now.
Listen to Sister Bai Dan and go sit outside. I'm here. Ai Li's expression was nearly contorted with frustration. Had it not been for this wretched woman tripping her, she wouldn't have been in such a pitiful state. Now, she had the audacity to speak such words. And as Ai Li glared at the innocent facade of the woman before her, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart. There are many things you can't discern. Leng Qingqing smiled, adding, I'll give you a surprise every day from now on. The live stream chat was abuzz with comments, a cacophony of reactions. In comparison, Leng Qingqing truly is a stunner. How does her face appear a whole size smaller than Ai Li's? Is she even human? That bump is massive. Ai Li must be quite careless. Why does she always get injured when she's near Leng Qingqing? What happened on set? Only Leng Qingqing knows. At the same time, a wave of skepticism regarding Leng Qingqing's culinary skills flooded the chat. No offense, but aren't these delicate female stars usually pampered? I can't believe she claims to have cooked. It's all just a script, right? Haha. Reality shows are scripted. Just enjoy the show. Leng Qingqing's attempt at redemption is impressive. Did she change her PR team? Remember to give those people a raise. We'll find out soon enough if she can really cook. As Leng Qingqing busily prepared the ingredients, recutting them after Jiang Tianxiong's clumsy handling, she retrieved a brand new clay pot from the cupboard and placed it on the stove. Qingqing, what dish are you planning to make? Bai Dan and the other guests remained, seating themselves on small stools, eagerly watching her. A comment floated through the chat. These guests are like hungry infants awaiting nourishment. Don't put pork. Leng Qingqing picked up a square piece of pork, approximately 2 inches in size. The meat was well balanced, with an equal distribution of fat and lean. This meat was a token of gratitude from the villagers, presented to her yesterday. Although the director had stated that the guests could no longer accept gifts from the villagers, yesterday's offering clearly fell outside of those regulations. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Hui Yanheng sitting quietly on a small stool, his dark eyes fixed upon her, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. With a well-honed kitchen knife, Leng Qingqing sliced the pork into even squares, binding them with white cotton thread. She brushed a light layer of oil at the bottom of a clay pot on the stove and filled the base with chopped scallions and crushed ginger slices. Rang rang. Come help me, she called, glancing at the time and realizing she was short on it. Jiang Tianxiong stood up even quicker than Rang rang. I'll assist you. Hui Yanheng's piercing gaze shifted to the uncle for a few seconds before he slowly resumed his seat, casting another glance at Jiang Tianxiong. The unique secret recipe of the Leng family is only passed down to my son. Leng Qingqing raised her iron ladle, her eyes filled with skepticism. You're not thinking of stealing my secrets, are you? With her words hanging in the air, Jiang Tianqiong had no choice but to sit down again.
Hence,
Hua Yanheng stood up once more, walking over to her, though he could not reach the stove, and could only gaze up at her with his deep-set eyes, remaining silent. Pay attention. My secret recipe is taught solely to Rang Rang, Leng Qingqing whispered softly in his ear. Hua Yanheng felt slightly uncomfortable with such intimacy, turning his head away slightly, nodding. The notion of a unique recipe was merely a jest, a gentle way to decline Jiang Tianqiong's offer. Having a man around would only hinder her cooking speed. Leng Qingqing proceeded to place the pieces of pork skin side down in the bottom of the clay pot, arranging them perfectly to form a single layer. She then retrieved some yellow wine and soy sauce, measuring them with her eyes before gracefully tossing in a few chunks of rock sugar and igniting the flame. Let it simmer for now, she said, gathering her long hair into a ponytail as if preparing for the main event. We need to simmer it on low heat for an hour. Let's handle the other ingredients first. Rang Rang, could you help me find the flour and starch? At last, she had assigned Hua Yanheng a task. Hua Yanheng began opening cabinet doors in search of the flour and starch she mentioned. Meanwhile, Leng Qingqing took the opportunity to start cooking rice. Tao Huayuan village was renowned for its rice production, yielding high-quality grains that resulted in perfectly fluffy and distinct rice regardless of the cooking method. Next, Leng Qingqing set out to prepare a signature dish, sweet and sour carp. She approached the half-height brown water vat in the corner of the yard, the water nearly overflowing, with 2 lotus leaves bobbing above the surface, their stems standing upright. Suddenly, a flash of silver darted past, causing the stems to tremble and ripples to spread across the surface. Upon closer inspection, the shadow had sunk to the bottom of the vat. The large carp gifted by the villagers was still lively, having spent the night in the water. Leng Qingqing crouched beside the vat, using the lotus leaves to conceal her form, revealing only her bright eyes as she focused intently on a certain spot on the water's surface. After a few seconds of stillness, she swiftly plunged her hand into the water, and with a splash, when the camera refocused, everyone witnessed her grasping a lively carp. This act left both the onlookers and the audience in stunned silence. What just happened? A quick glance confirmed it was live, with no possibility of editing. Is Leng Qingqing human or a ghost? Is this speed and agility even possible for a human? In the live stream, the spectacle was even more shocking than what the crew had witnessed. Everyone, including the director, stood with mouths agape, resembling a row of frogs by a summer pond. Leng Qingqing, is she a martial arts master? The film crew, filling the kitchen, gazed at her with a fervor that the guests could not comprehend, fixated on her silhouette as she prepared to kill the fish. Bai Dan felt deeply perplexed. Is the director's team alright? The cameraman, having just received a message from his colleague, slowly closed his gaping mouth and gently tapped Bai Dan on the shoulder with trembling fingers, pointing toward Leng Qingqing. Sister Bai, did you know? She just caught a fish barehanded from the vat. It took her only 2 seconds. Bai Dan turned in confusion. Huh? The realization dawned on her. What? After removing the fish's bones, Leng Qingqing tilted the knife at about a 45-degree angle, making precise cuts along the fish's body, maintaining a 2-centimeter distance until she reached the tail. Her movements were swift. The onlookers only saw the knife glinting in the sunlight, and in a mere blink, the entire fish was filleted. The fillets were placed in a porcelain dish, where she mixed some cooking wine and salt in a bowl, evenly coating both sides of the fish before pouring in the seasonings and letting it marinate for 20 minutes. Everyone in the room was riveted, their eyes glued to her every action. From the moment she caught the fish, no one doubted her culinary prowess. Hua Yanheng held a basin containing the mixed flour and starch, and under Leng Qingqing's guidance, he placed it on the countertop, gradually adding water. Leng Qingqing took a pair of chopsticks and began stirring the mixture in a steady clockwise motion until it transformed into a thick batter. Soon, the carp was well marinated, and she used chopsticks to remove the scallions and ginger from the surface before rolling the fish in the batter, ensuring it was evenly coated. All right, step back. We're about to fry the carp. Concerned about hot oil splattering, Leng Qingqing gently nudged him aside. Hua Yanheng remained motionless, his eyes transfixed on her movements. Gradually, disbelief began to creep into the depths of his dark eyes. Leng Qingqing inserted a chopstick into the oil to check its temperature. Once it reached the right heat, she carefully placed the battered carp into the pot, frying until the skin set, and then frying it again after a few minutes. Before their eyes, the fish's exterior transformed into a golden, crispy hue. After using a strainer to remove the fish and drain the oil, this dish, a main course for lunch, was finally plated. Is it done? Bai Dan rose, momentarily stuttering. The seamless execution of her cooking was on par with that of a five-star chef. In that moment, Leng Qingqing's stature seemed monumental in the eyes of the spectators. She can do everything. Leng Qingqing glanced at her. There's one final step left. A true sweet and sour fish from Westlake could not be complete without her special sweet and sour sauce. Finely chopped red and green pepper strips cascaded over the golden carp, while the iron ladle in the pot stirred vigorously, sending fragrant aromas soaring to the heavens, quickly filling the entire room. Eyes widened with anticipation, everyone fixated on the iron pot in her hands, their nostrils flaring as they audibly swallowed, the sound echoing every few seconds. Finally, it's ready. Leng Qingqing wiped the sweat from her brow and placed the renowned dish, sweet and sour fish from Westlake, on the side preparation table. The dompa pork was still simmering, and she also prepared a plate of fried small fish caught from the rice patties and a pot of meatball soup. After completing several dishes, she appeared relaxed, in stark contrast to her vigorous movements, clearly a seasoned chef. The live streaming room of Leng Qingqing was inundated with an overwhelming flood of messages from fans and netizens. Thousands of comments poured in as if they were free, with fans passionately expressing their affection and bystanders showering her with praises. Indeed, a dedicated woman is the most admirable. I earnestly seek to understand the level of culinary skill displayed here. Moments ago, my mentor watched Leng Qingqing skillfully toss the wok, remarking that even after a decade of practice, I would still fall short. For the past 5 years, Qingqing has tirelessly labored in silence, unbeknownst to us, her fans. I am astounded. Her name dominates the trending topics. Our sister is indeed a sensation, ha ha ha. This afternoon, the kitchen has unequivocally transformed into Leng Qingqing's personal domain, relegating the other guests to mere background figures, yet none expressed any dissatisfaction. Just as everyone was immersed in the awe of Leng Qingqing's remarkable culinary skills, a certain netizen, who had been vigilantly monitoring the live stream, exited in a huff. As the time arrived, Leng Qingqing presented the dompa pork. Unbeknownst to all, they gathered around, eagerly gazing at the clay pot that was about to be unveiled, collectively swallowing their saliva. The dompa pork was elegantly arranged on a white porcelain plate, the chunks of meat stacked neatly like a miniature mountain, glistening with a ruby hue, exuding visible tenderness and flavor. Each individual was served a bowl of rice, the grains plump and translucent. Artists from various cities, who had never interacted before, now resembled children in a kindergarten, obediently seated at the dining table, awaiting the moment to feast. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious, with everyone anticipating the meal.
Wow.
Delicious. The first to extend a hand toward the dompa pork was Jiang Shi. Jiang Tianqiong, catching a glimpse of his son's action, instinctively attempted to intervene. But it was too late.
So hot.
In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shi's eyes widened in shock. The dompa pork was exceptionally fragrant and tender, melting almost instantly in the mouth. The delightful combination of fat and lean meat brought immense satisfaction to the palate. No sooner had he swallowed that bite than Jiang Shi eagerly reached for more.
Clang.
2 pairs of chopsticks clashed in midair, trapping Jiang Shi's chopsticks in the process. He looked up in annoyance to see who was being bothersome. Oh, it was his father. Auntie and the little ones haven't touched their chopsticks yet. How can you start eating? Jiang Tianqiong reprimanded softly. Who taught you such manners? If you don't want to eat, then just don't. Jiang Shi pouted, looking at him with an expression of innocence, feeling no guilt whatsoever. As the older brother, you should set an example for your younger siblings. They haven't eaten yet. How can you indulge? Jiang Tianqiong's face remained stern as he shifted the dompa pork to Hu Yanheng's side, for Hu Yanheng was always the more considerate one. I merely had a piece of meat, Jiang Shi muttered under his breath, dismissing it as insignificant. At that moment, he felt several pairs of eyes on him. So he looked up to find Zhu Li and Tian gazing at him with calm, innocent expressions. Tian blinked, hesitating slightly, then timidly spoke. Brother Jiang Shi, are you very hungry? If you're hungry, please eat this. She pulled a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her dress pocket, leaning over the table, extending her tiny arm to offer it to Jiang Shi. Meanwhile, Tian and Zhu Li's chopsticks lay quietly untouched on the table. The little girl's big, bright eyes looked at Jiang Shi with genuine innocence, her pupils reflecting his face, which bore a hint of guilt, with remnants of a shiny red sauce at the corner of his mouth, betraying his gluttonous nature. For some reason, Jiang Shi's face suddenly felt ablaze. The lunch commenced amidst a lively atmosphere. Leng Qingqing drizzled sweet and sour sauce over the steaming rice, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Then, She handed it to Hui Yanheng, remembering his fondness for sweet and sour flavors. Few adults can resist the allure of delectable food, let alone a mere 5-year-old. Hui Yanheng gazed at the mound of rice before him, each grain glistening, soaked in the enticing sweet and sour sauce, the aroma tantalizing his senses. When had Leng Qingqing learned to cook? That thought was swiftly dismissed. The only priority now was to eat. He cautiously cradled the bowl, pulling it closer, and as he picked up the spoon, he could not help but swallow in anticipation. In the next moment, a chorus of swallowing echoed around him. Besides the staff present, countless netizens in the live stream were eagerly awaiting their turn. Hurry, show me what's in your mouth. Where's the address? I'll buy a ticket immediately. This is so mouth-watering, and here I am stuck with takeout. I'm envious. Leng Qingqing's husband is so fortunate. The rumors about her being just a pretty face are clearly unfounded. Once I have the means, I must acquire a phone that can transmit flavors. The dining table was bustling with excitement, each person hastily grabbing food, devouring bite after bite, scarcely able to converse. The dishes being passed around matched those served to the guests, specifically portioned for the director and the crew. After all, having salivated through the entire process, it would be a disservice not to sample the flavors. One staff member, unable to resist, popped a piece of dongpo pork into his mouth. Tears of joy streaming down his face. So delicious. Others echoed their admiration for Leng Qingqing's culinary prowess. This is the best dongpo pork I've ever tasted. Sister Qingqing is too wonderful. From now on, I'm her die-hard fan. The sentiments of the staff mirrored that of everyone else. Sister Qingqing is a goddess. Suddenly, someone accidentally bumped into his head. Who was that? The staff member turned in confusion, noticing two of his colleagues engaged in a heated argument over the remnants of sauce left in a dish. You had a piece of meat, and I only got half. That sauce is mine. Wasn't it you who vowed to lose weight last night? Didn't you ask me to supervise you? Didn't you say I wasn't fat at all? You liar. The staff member glanced around, observing that everyone was focused on the quarrel, and quietly extended his arm to sneak a taste of the sauce with his finger, savoring the delightful flavor. Chapter 45. No more eating. Hui Yanheng had devoured a hefty bowl of rice, feeling as though the food had reached his throat, his stomach heavy and bloated. He looked down at his noticeably protruding belly, gently patting it. This was by far the most fulfilling meal he had ever experienced. The long dining table was filled with guests, and even the director, at Leng Qingqing's warm invitation, had joined the gathering. Before long, the director's face glowed with delight. The guests engaged in conversation, with beers and drinks at hand, chopsticks crossing in midair. It seemed as though everyone had forgotten that this was a live broadcast of a reality show, instead embracing the ambience of a familial gathering, sharing a lively meal together. Hui Yanheng raised his cup and took a sip of cola, while Leng Qingqing to his left played rock-paper-scissors with the director, the loser having to drink 3 cups as punishment. Zhu Li and Tian cast envious glances at Hui Yanheng. Noticing their gazes, he set down his drink and lifted his eyes. Brother Hui, your mother is amazing, Tian exclaimed with an expression of longing, her small hands cradling her face. If only my mother could cook such delicious dishes. Hui, could you ask your mother to teach my mother how to cook? Julie's sapphire blue eyes blinked as she gazed eagerly at Hui Yanheng, saying, what if we swap moms for a few days? I'll trade you some Legos. A swap of mothers? Hui Yanheng was taken aback by Julie's unexpected proposal, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. Yet instinctively, he felt a surge of aversion and resistance within. Furrowing his brow, he was at a loss for words, resorting to placing a vibrant green vegetable into their bowls. Julie and Tian silently began to eat, wondering if Hui Yanheng intended to silence them. Perhaps it was better not to inquire further. Leng Qingqing's culinary creations had thoroughly captivated the taste buds of the 2 little girls, as well as their mother. Not only them, but everyone who had tasted Leng Qingqing's dishes found themselves in awe of her culinary prowess. Guests, staff, and even the director indulged in her cuisine, while the viewers in the live stream were left to suffer, unable to partake. Can you imagine the temptation for a food lover? How enviable! The ambience among the guests is delightful. Why is Ellie so quiet? She seems rather unhappy. That relentless critic has deactivated their account. It's absurd. If you can't handle it, don't speak up and make yourself seem capable. I can't fathom why I used to criticize Leng Qingqing. She's truly outstanding. It's never too late to join the fan club. Our Qingqing adores her fans. Haha, I'm not at all envious.
What?
My dongpo pork delivery has arrived. Coming right up. From the very beginning, Shun Han's eyes were fixated on the table, his nose twitching with anticipation as saliva pooled in his mouth. He ravenously stuffed food into his mouth, forgetting to speak altogether. How could the dishes be so delectable? Though he harbored disdain for Leng Qingqing, it did not hinder Shin Han and Ellie from indulging until they were thoroughly satisfied. After marrying Shinji, Ellie had tasted the culinary skills of the finest chefs in the capital, yet few could prepare dongpa pork to such perfection. Unexpectedly, today, all her previous efforts seemed futile. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. She could consume an entire plate of meat. Why was Leng Qingqing's cooking so delicious? Surely, she must want Ellie to grow fat and unattractive, thus usurping her place. Ellie angrily shoved another piece of meat into her mouth. This malevolent woman, Leng Qingqing, was indeed deserving of scorn. As Ellie cursed her inwardly, she realized she had devoured yet another piece of meat. Glancing down at her gradually rounding belly, panic set in as she hastily dropped her chopsticks. No more. As the wine flowed and the table was cleared of all dishes, only one piece of dongpa pork remained. Shun Han licked the sauce from his lips, narrowing his eyes, and swiftly reached for the last piece, but his movements were outpaced by another. By the time Shin Han reacted, Jiang Shi had already stuffed the meat into his mouth, savoring it with delight. You,
Tian Han, insincere.
slammed his chopsticks down and stood up. Jiang Shi felt a twinge of fear, especially under Shin Han's menacing glare, as if he were about to commit murder. Swallowing the morsel, Jiang Shi, losing his nerve under Shin Han's fierce gaze, shrank back and muttered, "I've already eaten it. Next time I'll let you have one less piece." What next time? Leng Qingqing clutched Jiang Shi's shoulder, smiling sweetly. How could she be unaware of any next time? Jiang Shi had completely succumbed to Leng Qingqing's culinary charm. Eager to continue tasting her exquisite dishes, he willingly submitted, acknowledging her as the leader. "Aunt Qingqing, will there be another opportunity to taste your cooking?" Jiang Shi's tone was excessively flattering, making even his own father, Jiang Tianqiong, cover his eyes in disbelief. "Rest assured, I will protect little Hua Yanhang." As if fearing Leng Qingqing would doubt his sincerity, Jiang Shi raised 3 fingers in a hasty vow. He then threw an arm around Hua Yanhang's shoulder, feigning camaraderie. Hua Yanhang maintained a calm demeanor, but a flash of disdain crossed his eyes as he lowered his head. Hua Yanhang despised Jiang Shi, a fact that did not escape Leng Qingqing's notice. In the original narrative, Jiang Shi had also bullied Hua Yanhang, and it was absurd for Leng Qingqing to trust him. She smiled and said, "You said it yourself. A man must keep his word." Jiang Shi nodded fervently. "I am a man. I will certainly uphold my promise." As long as he could continue enjoying such delicious food, he would do anything. The guests watched Jiang Shi with keen interest, while Shun Han clenched his fists in anger, wishing to punch Jiang Shi in the face. A turncoat. Is he really so easily swayed by a few simple dishes? From this moment on, Shun Han marked Jiang Shi as a traitor in his mind. Choosing to be a traitor would warrant punishment. Really? Then I must rely on you to look after Hua Yanhang as an older brother. In front of the cameras and so many people, Leng Qingqing gave him a token compliment, though she hardly took the chubby boy's vow to heart. The oppressive heat of summer enveloped the surroundings, with cicadas incessantly chirping from the branches. After finishing their meals, the guests, drenched in sweat, sat in a gazebo to cool off, sipping hot tea. A gentle breeze rustled through the woods, refreshing their perspiring bodies and lifting their spirits. From a distance, the undulating mountains beckoned, carrying the sweet scent of locust flowers. Everyone seemed lost in their thoughts, silently savoring the moment, as time appeared to stand still. They collectively embraced this exquisite, tranquil time. This is what life is all about. The director, supporting his bulging belly from the feast, took a deep breath, squinting his eyes as he remarked thoughtfully. Chapter 46. The Lame Man Seeks a Bride. The guests, having consumed a couple of drinks, were startled when a villager suddenly arrived, specifically requesting to see Leng Qingqing. The camera focused on a man in his 40s, approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, stooped and thin, with an oddly shaped face resembling an inverted triangle, topped with a tattered hat that had lost its original color. His right leg was lame, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp. As he stepped into the courtyard, a pungent odor wafted through the air, permeating the entire space. Nearby staff pinched their noses, waving their hands in vain, as the stench clung stubbornly to the atmosphere, invading their nostrils. The villager stood in the yard, his beady eyes glinting with a subtle intensity. "I'm Li San from the east end of a village, known as Li the Lame," He bowed to the assembled guests, appearing somewhat shy before the city folk. Li San, what brings you here? Upon hearing the director's question, Li San's brow furrowed in distress. Our village's pig butcher fell ill and has been hospitalized in the city. My pig farm has over a dozen piglets waiting to be tended, but with this heat, they aren't growing. I heard there's a butcher here, so I came to ask for her help.
Huh?
The director was taken aback. Butchering pigs? This was a place filled with renowned artists. Surely no one here would engage in such labor. You must have come to the wrong place, he replied with a forced smile, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Rest assured, I will pay you fairly. Li San quickly interjected, clenching his teeth. No, I'm willing to pay double. If that doesn't work, I can even offer triple. The director pondered for a moment, sensing an inkling of something amiss. Who informed you that we had a guest skilled in the art of butchering pigs? A glance revealed his eyes widening in astonishment. Within the pavilion sat several enchanting women, each possessing a unique allure. Their fair skin and striking features accentuated by dresses he had never before encountered, some even revealing their pristine thighs. In the village, Li Qingqing had never witnessed such splendor. Compared to these women, the village matrons he was accustomed to scarcely resembled true femininity. Li Qingqing stood transfixed, oblivious to the director's words. Entranced, as if he had stumbled into a fairyland. What caught his gaze? Andy furrowed her brow, feeling profoundly uncomfortable under his stare. Unbeknownst to her, Li Qingqing was scrutinizing her as well. This woman's piercing gaze and defined contours unsettled him. A square-faced woman was never one to provoke lightly. Moreover, she towered over him, standing at least 6 feet tall, her demeanor far from gentle. However, the woman in the black dress piqued his interest. A bit more exposure would have been delightful. Li Qingqing, oblivious to the fact that the woman in black was the very owner of the letter, found himself unconsciously grading the women in his mind. Just then, a glimpse of a fair profile caught his eye, and as if sensing his gaze, she turned slightly to face him. Clad in the simplest of attire, she nonetheless radiated beauty. A pure white blouse paired with a bun, she held a cup of tea. Her large, bright eyes with slightly upturned corners were utterly captivating. Upon her appearance, all other women faded into the background. Having lived for over 40 years, Li Qingqing had never encountered a woman so exquisite. His breath caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily entranced. He raised his bony, claw-like hand to his mouth, wiping it discreetly before swallowing hard. A lifelong bachelor, Li Qingqing had never married, having resorted to petty thievery in his youth, which led families with daughters to dismiss him at the mere mention of his name. In the end, even matchmakers ceased to take him seriously. With a reputation marred by his misdeeds, the village women avoided him like the plague. Yet, these outsiders were blissfully unaware of his past. Among the director's crew were a few recent university graduates who, upon seeing his tattered clothing and stooped figure, felt a pang of pity. Li Qingqing's gaze remained glued to the pavilion, unwilling to divert his attention for even a moment. His mind began to weave beautiful fantasies. How splendid it would be if this woman were his. Li San, can you hear me? The director approached him, waving a hand before his eyes. Elise breathed a sigh of relief. This rustic fellow was not entirely dull. He had almost revealed her identity. Had he jeopardized her plans, she would not have spared him. However, it seemed the years of seclusion had not left him idle, as he had acquired various skills. Cooking, for instance, could be mastered in a matter of days. But butchering pigs? Eileen's eyes glimmered with a mischievous anticipation, relishing the unfolding drama. It was time for Cold Qingqing to awaken from her delusions. With all parties present, the timing was fortuitous. Ailee seized the moment. It appears you have been following our live stream. Qingqing indeed mentioned this matter, but I believe it was merely in jest. You must have mistaken the person. This seemingly defended Cold Qingqing while simultaneously placing her in a precarious position. If Cold Qingqing acquiesced to Ailee's, it would confirm her deceit to everyone present. The repercussions for misleading the audience could be dire, potentially obliterating an artist's career. The correspondent had instructed him to remain steadfast in his belief in Cold Qingqing. Observing the envelope brimming with cash, Li Qingqing was determined to perform his role flawlessly. Perhaps his benefactor was watching at this very moment. Ailee's feigned a troubled expression, as if she had no choice but to turn to Cold Qingqing. Qingqing, if you truly possess the skill, why not assist this unfortunate villager? Excellent. She had deftly redirected the responsibility onto Cold Qingqing. Had Cold Qingqing claimed she could butcher pigs? Yet Ailes had lived with her for years and had never witnessed such an extraordinary feat. Cold Qingqing must be lying. Unless she had married a pig butcher. Chapter 47. A young piglet utterly lost its dignity as a male. What could be more mortifying than suffering humiliation in front of millions of viewers? Ailes pressed her forehead, suppressing a wince. The pain was undeniable. After all, these were Cold Qingqing's own words, heard clearly by countless viewers, making denial nearly impossible. Though the guests wished to support Cold Qingqing, they found themselves at a loss for words. The audience, eager for entertainment, buzzed with excitement in the live chat. Wasn't this a bit too cruel? After all, Cold Qingqing was a star. How could she be subjected to such a task?
Now,
She claimed others were putting her in a difficult position. This scenario implied that Cold Qingqing had indeed lied. A female star butchering pigs? Who would believe such a tale? Save for her fans? I find great delight in witnessing moments of discomfort. My goodness. I feel embarrassed for Cold Qingqing to the point of creating an entire Disneyland at my toes. Shen Han recalled the terror he felt under Cold Qingqing's pig slaughtering commentary and seized the opportunity to ridicule her, eager to assert his presence. Aunt Qingqing,
didn't you say you could roast a pig?
please help this villager. One Tu? Shen Han clasped his hands together, feigning innocence, his expression pitiful. Seeing that Cold Qingqing ignored him, he took it upon himself to tug at her sleeve, displaying a blatant lack of boundaries. Cold Qingqing brushed off his filthy hands, casting him a fleeting glance, though that word is pronounced in the fourth tone, not the first. Oh, Shen Han widened his eyes, pretending to be innocent. He felt no embarrassment for his mispronunciation, exuding an air of indifference. Li Kezi had not anticipated that the mysterious Cold Qingqing referenced in the letter was this very woman. His murky gaze suddenly sparkled with eagerness as he said, "So it is you. I've heard your skills are remarkable, and that's why I came to seek your assistance. You must help. I have the money ready," he said, hastily retrieving a crumpled piece of tissue from his chest. Spitting on it before unfolding it, a few crisp 100-yuan bills emerged. He approached with an eager smile, intent on personally handing the money to Cold Qingqing. We are live streaming. Recording this wouldn't be appropriate, would it, director? Seeing Cold Qingqing remain unmoved, Bai Dan speculated that perhaps she was unwilling, and thus suggested to the director. Bai Dan's reasoning was not without merit, prompting the director to turn toward Cold Qingqing as everyone awaited her response. In the corner, Hui Yanheng observed the unsightly cripple with unwavering focus. Children possess an innate, keen intuition, enabling them to perceive malice more acutely than adults. The moment the cripple entered the courtyard, Hui Yanheng felt an overwhelming discomfort, especially from the way the man looked at Cold Qingqing, inciting an urge to gouge out his eyes. He disliked the way the cripple gazed at her. Meanwhile, Shen Han continued to pester Cold Qingqing. Aunt Qingqing,
Didn't you say you could do anything?
please help him. He truly is pitiful. Shen Han attempted to push Cold Qingqing toward the black, emaciated man emanating the odor of pig excrement. The last time in the rice field, Shen Han had exerted all his strength, yet failed to push Cold Qingqing. He mistakenly believed that the inability to move was due to the water and mud in the rice paddies creating too much suction. However, today, why was he still unable to budge? At this moment, the focus of the crowd, Leng Qingqing, sat serenely on a stone bench, pouring herself a cup of tea. Her body remained utterly still, while beside her, Shen Han fidgeted like a restless monkey, sweat beading on his forehead. Whether he tugged at her clothing, attempted to grasp her arm, or pushed against the stone bench with all his might, none of it proved effective. Shen Han, flushed and panting heavily, finally paused, gasping for breath. This scene elicited laughter from the online audience. What was Shen Han doing? A comedic performance without props? Hilarious! I must say, he resembled a bouncing flea. Leng Qingqing possessed remarkable patience. I detest it when people touch me without permission. Shen Han's antics were rather childish. His parents ought to discipline him properly. Leng Qingqing contemplated something silently, choosing not to speak for the moment. Just as Shen Han moved forward again, Hui Yanheng blocked his path, his gaze unwavering. Do not touch her. Shen Han looked down on this mother-son duo and recalled Hui Yanheng's previous opposition to him. Your mother claimed she could castrate pigs. Shen Han declared defiantly, puffing up his chest and deliberately pushing against Hui Yanheng. If she said she could, not going through with it means she is lying. Hui Yanheng replied coldly, what does that have to do with you? Shen Han's eyes widened. It had everything to do with him. For instance, He relished watching Hui Yanheng and Leng Qingqing make fools of themselves, and he was a person who held grudges. But could he voice this?
No, he could not.
Thus, Shen Han simmered down. The cool touch of her fingertip lingered on his cheek, while Hui Yanheng's face flushed slightly, his lips pressed together as he shook his head. The audience's attention drifted elsewhere, most captivated by Hui Yanheng's recent actions. Yanheng fiercely protecting his mother. I love this storyline. More, please. Who among them was smitten? A biological connection means fiercely guarding one's mother. How adorable. It makes me want to have one too. What do you mean? Xiao Han is also very considerate towards Ailey. Haha, becoming a stepmother is something one knows best based on personal experience. He intended to use this as an excuse to decline Li Keizi's request. However, Li Keizi was relentless, crying and throwing a tantrum. The director was also at a loss, bewildered by this individual. Ailey thought she had finally found the right person, and, feeling gleeful, added fuel to the fire. Qingqing, if Li Dage weren't truly desperate, wouldn't he come to us for help? Why not lend him a hand? With a smile, Leng Qingqing replied, I don't mind, I just fear it might frighten the audience and children. Shen Han perked up immediately. I'm not afraid. I want to go with Aunt Qingqing to see the piglets. He shot a sideways glance at Hui Yanheng, his eyes filled with provocation. What he truly wished to see was not the piglets, but rather Leng Qingqing's blunders. Half an hour later, the group arrived at Li Keizi's pig farm at the eastern edge of the village. As Li Keizi described, the scale of the farm was modest, with a dozen piglets wagging their tiny pink tails, restlessly wandering due to the heat. The odor was quite overwhelming. The staff pinched their noses, and some even donned masks. Leng Qingqing donned a pair of ginger-colored rubber boots, entered the pen, and picked up a piglet, examining it closely for a few seconds. Li Keizi approached, saying, The tools are all ready for you. But something blocked his path. Looking down, he discovered a small boy, his skin fair under the sun, with deep black eyes and a small red birthmark on his forehead, resembling a little imp. It was her child. Little devil, Li Keizi muttered inwardly, pondering whom he was trying to scare. After donning gloves and sterilizing the blade, Leng Qingqing's expression turned serious. For humans, this process took mere seconds, but for the piglets, it marked a significant day that would alter their lives forever. As the lead surgeon, she had to maintain a solemn demeanor. Sitting on a chair, she bent down, securing the piglet's limbs, disinfecting before swiftly bringing down the blade. With a swift motion, a piglet lost its masculine dignity. Each time Leng Qingqing lifted her hand, another piglet relinquished its status as a male. In the blink of an eye, all the piglets underwent surgery. She entrusted the subsequent sterilization steps to Li Keizi, who merely followed the mysterious person's instructions, never imagining that this beauty possessed such skills. The admiration and intrigue mingled in his gaze towards Leng Qingqing. As she removed her gloves, she turned to see a group of onlookers, their mouths agape, resembling a row of frogs perched by a pond. Among them were Ailey and Shen Han, all transfixed. Leng Qingqing felt a tinge of helplessness. It was worth noting that she had no intention of showcasing her abilities. It was all Shen Han's fault. Chapter 48. It seems that most beauties have a bit of temperament. Li Keizi glanced at the dozen piglets in urgent need of wound sterilization before turning back to steal a few lingering glances at Leng Qingqing, who was washing her hands. Ultimately, he chose the former. While she was indeed beautiful, he knew that such beauty was not his to possess. He hoped these pigs would thrive and fetch a good price come New Year. Ailey maintained a stiff smile, like a lifeless puppet. Her eyes felt dry and painful, her mouth filled with an acrid taste, and even the wind blowing towards her was foul. She had aimed to humiliate Leng Qingqing before the entire internet, yet unexpectedly, her elaborate scheme had been turned into a showcase for Leng Qingqing. Without needing to look, she knew the fans in the live stream were going wild. Not only Ailey, but Shen Han was also having a rough time. Children could face ridicule from their peers. They were not oblivious. Seizing the brief moment when the filming crew was mesmerized like frogs, Julie quietly approached Shen Han. She whispered in his ear, I know you intentionally brought Aunt Qingqing here. You're a naughty child. The innocence of children often reveals sharp insights. However, Shen Han seemed oblivious, his eyes dull and lifeless, his pale lips trembling slightly. The images of the slender hand wielding the blade flashed before him. Blood glimmered, the pig's body went rigid, and countless cries filled his ears. A sudden chill enveloped a certain part of him. Shen Han felt as if he had become one of those piglets pinned down by Leng Qingqing. His pupils dilated. His face turned white, and he felt as though he might collapse at any moment. Hey, can you hear me? Julie waved her pristine arm in front of Shenhan. Though it was a simple gesture, Shenhan screamed in terror, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, covering his head and stumbling backward to the ground. Just as Ailey had suspected, from the moment Leng Qingqing picked up the blade, viewers in the live stream held their breath, intently watching the starlet's next move. Leng Qingqing's actions were swift and precise, indicating she had practiced countless times. It was nothing like what some viewers had claimed. Under her deft hands, the act of castrating a pig seemed as simple as chopping vegetables. Countless viewers felt excitement bubbling within them. I'm fired up. Someone, bind me and take me to her feet. I'm in awe. Leng Qingqing, you truly are remarkable. Queenly behavior. What other surprises does this woman possess that I am unaware of? Ever since I became a fan of Leng Qingqing, each day feels like unboxing a mystery. In the entertainment circle, who else could possibly hold the top position? Sister Qingqing, who can expertly handle pigs, truly embodies the essence of charm. Mother. It seems Shenhan has become a bit dazed. Noticing Shenhan's unusual demeanor, Julie expressed her concern and hurried over to Andy, who was eagerly engaging with the enchanting Qingqing, asking one question after another. You are simply remarkable. My friends in the industry would surely adore you, as they are notoriously difficult to please. I've never encountered a female artist as genuine as you. Many starlets maintain a facade, presenting dual personas both on and off stage. You are utterly delightful. May I befriend you? Andy, with an excited and expectant expression, displayed her green QR code. Of course. Qingqing promptly retrieved her phone. Bai Dan also joined in, exclaiming, I want to join too. Some artists are quite protective of their privacy. Hence the director had only stored their phone numbers in the mobile devices provided to the guests. The 3 female guests exchanged WeChat contacts, and Andy quickly created a small group chat for the 3 of them. Mother, gazing upward, felt a pang of disappointment as her daughter, notably shorter than her peers, was barely at her mother's calf. Immersed in the joy of adding Qingqing on WeChat, Andy completely missed her daughter's call. All right then, Julie muttered, walking away in frustration. Before departing, Li Keizi limped over, avoiding eye contact and heading straight to Qingqing. With a sheepish grin, he said, Miss Qingqing, I must thank you for your assistance today. When might you be free to join me for a meal as a gesture of gratitude? Despite his unremarkable appearance, his intentions were rather bold. The moment those words left his lips, both Bai Dan and Andy furrowed their brows, perceiving his ulterior motives. As fellow women, they detected Li Keizi's inappropriate intentions. Qingqing, with a playful smirk, replied, If you wish to treat me, you must also invite us all. The director interjected, Why not start by mentioning how monkeys began to walk upright? He pointed at Ellie. If it weren't for Ellie constantly urging me to come here, as a star, I would never have set foot in your pig farm to do such laborious work. Ellie retorted. Who asked you to come? Finally, she pointed to herself. You should be thanking me. Although I may not be a major star, I still have several million fans. I possess wealth and beauty. Had it not been for Ellie pleading with me to assist you, I would never have deigned to engage in such menial tasks, which tarnishes my public image. Do you comprehend how difficult it is for me to gain followers? Now, having helped you, I fear I will lose many, and to make matters worse, I must even spend my own money on fake followers. Her words were a direct affront to Ellie. This was not mere sarcasm, it was blatant disdain. Yet, shockingly, Li Keizi remained unfazed, even reveling in it, his heart racing as he caught a glimpse of her captivating eyes. What a melodious voice, he mused. So different from the harsh women in my village, incomparable indeed. The audience, too, was not offended. Perhaps beautiful women possess a certain temperament. They not only refrained from anger, but even grew fonder of her. I absolutely adore her. She's so wonderfully dramatic, proud, and utterly charming. Sister, scold me, please. Qingqing was right. Having such a stunning star engage in such work would indeed harm her fashionable image. If only Qingqing were to endorse a product, the brand would certainly breach their contract. Was Ellie being deliberate? However, moments later, a netizen suddenly expressed a desire to see Qingqing act, reasoning that with such a face, it would be a shame not to grace the big screen. Directors, take note. Hurry and cast Qingqing as the lead in the adaptation of the fantasy novel Asking the Immortal. She alone can embody the essence of beauty. Others chimed in, there's no need for that. While Qingqing may be visually appealing, she lacks acting skills. I'm truly exasperated. Qingqing's fans should refrain from associating with Asking the Immortal. Yet, despite this, many acknowledged that Qingqing's image aligned with the character, which accounted for a significant advantage. Seeing an actor whose image is vastly mismatched with their role can detract from the performance, regardless of their skill. Just as everyone presumed that Qingqing had concluded her thoughts, she continued, arching an eyebrow. Well, there aren't many of us here. If you sincerely wish to express your gratitude, a few tables with a modest spread would suffice. No need for extravagance, just 12 dishes, 6 meat and 6 vegetable. Li Keizi's eyes darted around, realizing the magnitude of her request. At least dozens of people. Setting up 5 or 6 tables, each with 12 dishes, 6 meat and 6 vegetable, was an overwhelming prospect. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. How much would that cost? It was akin to the scale of a wedding feast in the village. Was she intentionally trying to ruin him? Fine, I will definitely treat you. Li Keizi hastily wiped the sweat from his forehead, laughing awkwardly as he swiftly changed the subject. From his tattered pocket, he retrieved a few crumpled 100 yuan bills, awkwardly approaching Qingqing to offer her the money. It's not much, please accept it. Upon receiving the money, the implication was that the matter of the meal would be dropped. Qingqing did not shy away. Instead, as he extended his hand, she leisurely raised hers. At her fingertips, a sharp blade glinted menacingly in the sunlight, casting a harsh light upon Li Keizi's unattractive face. The blade reversed, mere centimeters from his nose.
Li Keizi blinka.
Nervously swallowing hard. Still, he offered the money, albeit without moving closer. This money. Qingqing would never accept money extracted from his pocket. You may keep it. Use it to buy some supplements for the little pig. Her half-joking remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Qingqing's wit is truly on point. At that moment, Hui Yanheng tiptoed, snatching a few bills from Li Keizi's hand, not handing them to Qingqing but instead pocketing them with a serious demeanor. Mother, I wish to donate this money to children in need. Is that all right? My mother avoids touching money. She finds it dirty.
Li Keizi smila froza.
Was that little brat implying he was filthy? Hui Yanheng continued, there are bacteria on paper currency. Li Keizi crouched down, his cloudy eyes clouded with shadows. Little one, don't you find it dirty? Hui Yanheng certainly found it dirty. He could smell the stench of filth from Li Keizi even from 10 meters away, let alone the bills he had retrieved from his pocket. However, what reeked worse than pig excrement was the foulness emanating from Li Keizi's heart. But it mattered not. It was merely a matter of discarding a piece of clothing and taking a bath. As for why Hui Yanheng chose to do this? Simply because he wished to. How filthy. You are never to handle such dirty items again, Qingqing admonished. Li Keizi was not foolish. He could discern that this mother and son duo were subtly mocking him for being dirty. Today, he had been thoroughly insulted by them. Spitting on the ground, he was met with the staff stepping back in unison, casting awkward glances. The director had initially anticipated that pig slaughtering would consume an entire afternoon. However, to his surprise, Qingqing handled the task with remarkable speed, completing the entire process in under an hour. Having spent 2 days in the village, the crew had yet to explore its entirety. The director planned to take everyone to visit various locations, and this afternoon, he led them to a riverside, shrouded in mystery. Peach Blossom Village nestles amidst mountains and waters, with a river that traverses the settlement from east to west. As one ascends upstream, the terrain becomes increasingly steep, while the midstream waters flow gently, offering ample space perfectly suited for the director's plans today. The river, approximately 30 meters wide, is dotted with a few kayaks along the banks, where staff clad in bright yellow life jackets sit on the boats, paddles in hand, occasionally glancing towards the shore. Holding hands with cold Qingqing, Hui Yanheng gazes intently at the serene surface of the river. This afternoon, the wind is still, and the water reflects the tranquility like a mirror. Rowing? Andy's eyes light up. That must be so much fun. The children, upon hearing of the upcoming rowing game, burst into excited chatter. Yet, Shun Han stands apart, distant from cold Qingqing, lingering at the rear with a pallid expression, seemingly disengaged from the festivities. The director, adopting a serious demeanor, announces, "The rules are simple. Parents and children will form pairs, divided into 5 groups. Each group will receive a boat. Do you see that red flag?" He squints, pointing towards the river. The crowd tiptoes to peer, spotting a red flag fluttering about 15 meters from the shore, swaying with the ripples. Cold Qingqing inquires, "What are the rules and format of the competition?" The director holds up 5 fingers, indicating that the first 2 pairs will compete, while the last pair will join the eliminated teams in a final race, with the group finishing in the shortest time, declared the winner. Aside from the last group facing a penalty, all others will receive participation prizes. Participation prizes? Jiang Tianqiang, dressed sharply, nudges his sunglasses, speaking in a low tone. The director smiles slightly, yet the nature of these prizes remains unspoken. Chapter 50. Incompatible Fates. The lake's surface mirrors the sky, with emerald green grasses swaying beneath, revealing schools of fish swimming below. The children, having never encountered such pristine natural beauty, crouch by the shallows under parental supervision, curiously reaching out to touch the stones along the bank. The clear lake water flows over their fingertips, refreshing and cool, while the mingled scents of earth and grass waft through the air, inviting relaxation. Guests may now draw lots. The director takes the familiar lottery tube from the staff, shaking it a few times. Elise breathes a sigh of relief, grateful it is not that dreaded rock-paper-scissors game, which she wishes to never play again. One by one, the guests approach to draw from the tube, each retrieving a hollow small ball. If you draw a ball of the same color, please stand up. Cold Qingqing holds a red ball, catching a glimpse of Elise searching the crowd. Elise, too, clutches a red ball. Their eyes meet. Elise momentarily startled at the sight of the red sphere resting in Cold Qingqing's delicate hand, narrowing her eyes in response. As fate would have it, their paths intertwine. With the assistance of staff, the first group of competitors dons their life jackets and boards the boat. The wind picks up, and Cold Qingqing sits calmly in the kayak, her hair flowing in the breeze, her clothing rustling. Opposite her, Huyenhang, clad in a life jacket several sizes too small, gazes intently at the fish below, appearing remarkably obedient. Cold Qingqing murmurs, the strength difference between adults and children is vast. How long until we reach the center of the river? Yenhang glances at her, tightening his grip on the paddle. Does she underestimate him? The director is acutely aware of this dynamic, hence, the paddles for parents and children are notably different, with Cold Qingqing's paddle being larger and significantly heavier. Yet, this imbalance could lead to greater instability in the kayak. Could the director be doing this intentionally? To match Huyenhang's strength and speed, she must ease her efforts, and after a period of adjustment, the kayak begins to move, albeit unsteadily. After exerting considerable effort, the kayak behaves like a wild stallion, spinning in place. Meanwhile, Elise and Shunhan, though unrelated, display an unexpectedly harmonious synergy, swiftly navigating toward the river's center. In stark contrast, the mother-son pair remains spinning in place. Hurry up! White Dan exclaims in frustration on the shore, stamping her feet. The director wipes his brow, exclaiming, though they share a deep bond, there's little coordination at this critical moment. What more could he say? These two are undoubtedly mother and son. Cold Qingqing struggles with the paddle, splashing water high and drenching both herself and Huyenhang. He, soaked through, closes his eyes, a look of resignation crossing his face. A child's voice, innocent yet exasperated, seems to sigh. Before boarding the kayak, Cold Qingqing confidently assured her fans that she would seize the flag and not let anyone else take it. However, fate has a swift way of delivering irony. Row, son, row! Cold Qingqing exclaims, her spirit soaring as she continues to paddle. The kayak lurches forward a mere half-meter, but just as they believe they are making progress, it suddenly begins to spin again. What is happening? Cold Qingqing exclaims, growing increasingly dizzy as the kayak spins wildly, disorienting them entirely. Laughter erupts from the guests on the shore. Look at them spin. It's like a circus act. After a few moments, Cold Qingqing finally manages to halt the kayak, her head spinning, and wipes the river water from her face. This kayak and I are truly incompatible. The crowd chuckles, finding her antics amusing. What on earth is she doing? They laugh. Who would have thought she possessed such an endearing side? Huyenhang, having understood the situation, remarks, I get the logic, but can we paddle properly? Their resemblance as mother and son is unmistakable, and even Huyenhang struggles to contain his irritation. Meanwhile, Elise and Shunhan glide effortlessly toward the center, where Elise stands up in her kayak and seizes the flag. Cheers erupt from the shore, and fans in the live stream shout encouragement. Sister, you're amazing. We've won. True to her reputation, Elise's fans shower her with praise, while some taunt Cold Qingqing with veiled sarcasm. What does Cold Qingqing have to compare to Elise? She might as well concede. A certain vase is lost, the crowd disperses, mocking the contrast between the two. Indeed, the comparison highlights Cold Qingqing's shortcomings. Yet, Elise's triumph dispels the gloom brought on by Cold Qingqing's earlier antics, restoring a sense of normalcy. Amidst the same river, Cold Qingqing narrows her eyes, a glimmer of determination shining in her dark pupils, akin to a leopard fixating on its prey. Son, did the director mention anything about not seizing the flag? Hui Yanheng ponders. It seems he did not. Then we're not breaking any rules, she concludes. As she hears a rustling sound, Cold Qingqing rolls up her sleeves, preparing for the next move. The sun is relentless, casting its rays down upon her, prompting her to don sun protection where earlier in the day to shield her fair skin from the scorching heat.
Now.
As she focuses on rolling up one sleeve, revealing her porcelain-like arm, she asks, "Are you ready?" Hui Yanheng replies, "Huh?" Chapter 51. Your name ISNT written on it. Ailey's paddles leisurely towards them, the two kayaks converging. She lifts her chin, casting a provocative glance at Cold Qingqing. In the next moment, the spectators on the shore witness a dramatic turn of events as Cold Qingqing leaps onto Ailey's kayak. The kayak was inherently small, and when Leng Qingqing jumped in, it trembled violently, shaking incessantly, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The occupants were understandably startled. Who could have anticipated such reckless behavior from Leng Qingqing? "Have you lost your mind, Leng Qingqing?" Ailey exclaimed incredulously, forced to plop down and clutch the kayak tightly with both hands to avoid being thrown off. Shun Han was rocked back and forth, gripping the edge of the kayak with one hand while firmly clutching the flag in his other. His face paled slightly, eyes flashing with a mix of anger and a hint of fear. What was Leng Qingqing doing here? What were her intentions? Shun Han cautiously moved towards the other end of the kayak. This was a prize obtained by his stepmother, and he could not allow Leng Qingqing to seize it. "Where do you think you're going?" Leng Qingqing caught a glimpse of Shun Han's movements and swiftly reached out to grasp him, snatching the flag from his hand. Shun Han struggled vehemently. "Return my flag. That's mine. It doesn't even have your name on it. Who would believe you?" Leng Qingqing teased as she fiddled with the flag, securing it at her waist without a hint of remorse for bullying a child. Hui Yanheng furrowed his brow, continuously paddling, attempting to assist. Yet the kayak spun in circles, leaving him disoriented. Ailey, despite her usually amiable temperament, was now thoroughly exasperated. "Return the flag to us," she urged vehemently. "You're breaking the rules." Leng Qingqing smirked. "Is that so? Why don't you come and try to take it?" With that, she leapt into the river, causing the kayak to sway violently once more.
Ailey,
unable to maintain her balance, was thrown overboard with a splash. Both women plunged into the river. Ailey initially intended to feign her inability to swim, hoping to severely tarnish Leng Qingqing's reputation, to let her experience the true meaning of online harassment. However, upon seeing several lifeguards swiftly approaching, she reconsidered her plan. With the flag still in Leng Qingqing's grasp, Ailey took a deep breath, submerged herself, and swam towards the rapidly moving shadow ahead.
Curiously, Ailey thought.
Wasn't Leng Qingqing supposed to be a poor swimmer? When did she learn to swim so proficiently? Ailey squinted. That girl swam incredibly fast, and within moments, she had vanished from sight. The lifeguards who arrived on the scene were baffled. Where did they go? Those two can swim so well. Why aren't they lifeguards? From afar, Leng Qingqing's voice rang out, "Protect my son." The lifeguards gestured and swam towards the kayak, pushing Hui Yanheng towards the shore. Finally able to release the paddle, he stretched his sore arms, his gaze fixed intently on the distance, although nothing was visible from his vantage point. A drone hovered overhead, buzzing as it captured a unique perspective for the live stream audience. Beneath the water, the scene was crystal clear. Currents flowed and aquatic plants swayed as two slender figures darted through the depths like fish. Their speed was astonishing, as if they were competing in a spirited race. The tranquil lake surface was sliced by their swift movements, and where Leng Qingqing swam, the water surged without a single splash. Viewers were captivated, their astonishment palpable as they watched Leng Qingqing swiftly approach the shore. The chat erupted. Is this a reality show or a swimming competition? Are they all such excellent swimmers? Leng Qingqing's breath-holding time is incredible, and she swims beautifully at such speed. Has she been trained? Amazing! Ailey, however, began to falter, her limbs feeling heavy as if weighed down by lead. She realized she could not catch up or win. Surfacing for air, she wiped the river water from her face, her eyes glinting with a shadow of despair. Leng Qingqing seemed to be in trouble. She had not taken a breath the entire time, an extraordinary feat for anyone. Yet, she emerged from the water looking perfectly composed, her breath undisturbed. Transparent droplets cascaded down her fair face, illuminated by the sunlight, creating a stunning image that the drone captured perfectly, inciting a frenzy among the fans in the live chat. "Too beautiful! A fairy descended to earth!" they exclaimed, marveling at the stark contrast between their own appearances and hers. The latest beauty template has emerged. The director clapped from the shore, praising the thrilling competition. On the surface, a small boy with delicate features sat at the front of the kayak, his gaze clear and posture upright, resembling a miniature angler. The lifeguards brought the kayak to the shore, and Huyenheng thanked them before hopping off. His small, white canvas shoes landed firmly on the sandy beach, untouched by mud. Ai Li also emerged from the water, her meticulously styled hair now drenched and clinging to her head, her makeup smeared and looking somewhat disheveled. Surrounding them, onlookers marveled and praised Ai Li and Leng Qingqing. Leng Qingqing, how did you become such a skilled swimmer? Someone asked, astonished. I almost thought I was at a swimming competition. Another remarked. The final question came from the director. Who has the flag? Upon hearing this, Ai Li's face paled further. She bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at Leng Qingqing. But in an instant, she lowered her head, ensuring no one noticed her expression. Soaked through, Leng Qingqing smiled broadly as she triumphantly revealed the flag from behind her back, slightly lifting her chin. Of course, it's mine. Who else could it be? Chapter 52. The conclusion of Huyenheng. Beneath the blazing sun, Leng Qingqing stood at the shore, drenched, her gaze fierce as she spoke those words with an undeniable pride. Strangely, Bai Dan found her irresistibly adorable, a charm that was explosive. If any other artist had said such a thing, it would have come across as arrogance. However, with Leng Qingqing, everything seemed justified, as if she was destined to be the victor. Bai Dan borrowed a blanket from the director, draping it over Leng Qingqing's shoulders. The water is cold. Wrap up quickly so you don't catch a chill. Leng Qingqing grasped the blanket, her eyes sparkling as she thanked her. Thank you, sister. You are so kind to me. Her melodious voice, now soft and endearing, evoked a warmth that was hard to resist. Bai Dan couldn't help but smile gently, playfully tapping her nose, a gesture filled with affection. Now that you call me sister, how could I not treat you well? Nearby, Andy tilted his head. Have you noticed? Leng Qingqing doesn't seem like a mother at all. She feels more like an unmarried girl, lively, vibrant, and beautiful. The other guests exchanged glances. Jiang Tianqiong appeared puzzled as he removed his sunglasses. After a moment of contemplation, Andy carefully articulated, what I mean is, when Qingqing is with Huyenheng, they don't seem like mother and son, but more like friends. Don't you think? Friends? Huyenheng's expression slightly faltered as he lifted his dark gaze towards Leng Qingqing. She was taken aback, understanding Andy's implication. Andy's deduction was quite accurate. Every child is indeed a mother's flesh and blood, born after 10 months of gestation. This adage holds its truth. Although she currently bore the title of Huyenheng's mother, she had never actually given birth. The meticulous Andy discerned this nuance, mistakenly attributing Leng Qingqing's carefree and lively demeanor, along with her husband's indulgence, to a lack of worries, leading her to remain untroubled. Even with a child, her character remained unchanged. The system softly whispered in her ear, if even outsiders can perceive it, do you think Huyenheng hasn't he already noticed something amiss? Even if he could see through her faade, he would never guess her true identity. What's wrong? She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Are you afraid? The system seemed to jump as if its tail had been stepped on. Afraid? How could that be? I am merely a system. What is there to fear? The system continued. Any event could trigger Huyenheng's dark transformation. Once it begins, it will not cease. He must fulfill his destined conclusion. Huyenheng's conclusion? Leng Qingqing glanced down, noticing a small figure beside her, with a delicate, soft face and damp, dark hair clinging to his forehead and cheeks, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. Realizing her gaze was upon him, he slowly blinked his dark eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Why is it that the more I look at him, the more I find him agreeable? Is something amiss? The system continued its incessant chatter. Remember, you must always keep an eye on Huyenheng. Do not let him be bullied. His actions on the brink of darkness could be unpredictable. The arrival of Leng Qingqing, a misunderstood entity, made the future uncertain. A fact the system could not accurately predict. To be frank, it felt a twinge of concern. Leng Qingqing remained silent for a moment before unexpectedly blurting out a question unrelated to the previous topic. So, am I truly here to be a nanny? The system, caught off guard, looked skyward and vanished in haste. As long as it was fast enough, Leng Qingqing's resentment would not catch up to it. Well, is there any dissent? Then, I announce that the winners of this round are Leng Qingqing and Huyenheng. The director, with a booming voice, declared the results, wielding a bright yellow megaphone. The audience applauded in agreement, having witnessed Leng Qingqing reaching the shore first, thus raising no objections. I object, director. At that moment, Ellie stepped forward, shivering and immediately sneezing.
Achoo.
It struck everyone that Ellie was without a blanket. In stark contrast to the lively, rosy-cheeked Leng Qingqing, Ellie appeared cold and on the verge of tears. The production team treated Leng Qingqing like a beloved daughter, but was as harsh as a wicked stepmother towards Ellie. The director quickly sent someone to fetch a blanket, apologizing for his oversight, urging her to wrap up quickly to avoid catching a cold. Ellie's complexion was pale as she offered a faint smile of gratitude. Thank you for your concern, director, but I must say something. She sneezed again, as if truly chilled. The director, with a kind demeanor, inquired, What is it, Ellie? Is there something unclear? Director, I find it unfair. Perhaps due to the cold. Her eyes reddened in an instant as she pointed at Leng Qingqing, accusingly saying, I was the one who grabbed the flag first. Leng Qingqing jumped onto our boat and stole it. She broke the rules. Are you going to cover for her? Her words were filled with indignation, clearly exuding her frustration. The director rubbed his nose, replying, Ellie, we never stated that one could not seize another guest's achievements when we discussed the rules. It seemed that such a simple principle had eluded Ellie. The director, out of options, had to clarify. The greatest fortune for a variety show is encountering participants who know how to play. For a show, what truly matters is entertainment and fun, not the so-called rules. Thus, the director not only tolerated Leng Qingqing's actions, but actively encouraged them. If the guests enjoyed themselves, the online audience would also have a good time. True to his reputation, Andy and the other guests showed no dissent, rather displaying expressions of anticipation. This aligned perfectly with the director's usual style. The remaining guests were unperturbed by the director's statement. Instead, they found Ellie's reaction perplexing. Had she forgotten that she had been the first eliminated by the director after winning the rock-paper-scissors against everyone? There was a hint of selective memory at play. Various expressions adorned the faces of the crowd, none stepping forward to voice their opinions, evidently accepting the director's words. Ellie, clutching her blanket, stood frozen, her lips moving without sound. However, she wanted to say more, but a strong hand wrapped around her shoulder and a familiar fragrance enveloped her, accompanied by a bright, ringing laughter. Don't worry, director. I was too hasty. Leng Qingqing, with sisterly affection, lightly embraced Ellie, though she barely made contact. Since you feel it is unfair, I shall relinquish the flag to you. We can always try again. After all, I will win. When she uttered the words I will win, she tilted her gaze, smirking as she took in Ellie's expression. As expected, a flash of anger crossed Ellie's eyes. Clenching her fists tightly, she had to restrain herself. Leng Qingqing's magnanimity provoked a storm of frustration within Ellie. She refused to believe that the others could not detect her provocation. Yet, Leng Qingqing's words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism. Having already relinquished her hard-earned results, what more could they demand? Countless gazes were fixed upon Ellie. Continuing to protest would be somewhat discourteous. Chapter 53. Leng Qingqing, the Devil. Beneath the scorching sun, Ellie felt a chill enveloping her. Not a single person came to her defense. In just a few days, Leng Qingqing had forged such close ties with the other guests. No need, she forced a smile, her body rigid with discomfort. I didn't anticipate this kind of gameplay. Had she known, she wouldn't have let her escape on the boat earlier.
Why not?
Shun Han pushed through the crowd, having remained seated on the boat, drenched and clad in a wet shirt emblazoned with skulls, equally disheveled as Ellie. He looked at her with confusion, questioning, that flag was rightfully mine. Why shouldn't we take it? Although Shun Han found Leng Qingqing somewhat intimidating, he had no fear of Ellie. She was his stepmother, after all, but she had to heed his father's words, and his as well. If she continued to disregard him, he would make sure to tell his father to send her away. Xiao Han, stop it. We lost. Ellie sighed deeply, crouching down to comfort Shin Han. As her hand rested on his shoulder, he forcefully shrugged it off. Despite his young age, he possessed considerable strength, and in that moment, Ellie felt as if her arm had been dislocated, numb and unresponsive. Pain flickered across her face. She longed to slap Shin Han soundly. Was it not enough that he was throwing a tantrum at such a time? Even you are siding with her to bully me. Yet, Shin Han, oblivious to her thoughts, glared at her with resentment before storming off in anger. From the moment Leng Qingqing and Ellie jumped into the water, the online audience had been in a frenzy. Even now, the barrage of comments on the screen showed no signs of abating, instead multiplying like a snowball. the myriad of small texts intertwined in various colors, dazzling to behold. Previously, there were disputes among netizens, but now it is nearly impossible to discern any individual's comments amidst the rapidly scrolling barrage of messages. Only fragments of words can be captured. The live stream's public screen has become a battleground where arguments cannot unfold. Netizens have shifted their focus to Weibo. Recently, the once quiet and seemingly unremarkable Qingqing has unexpectedly become the queen of topics. Any mention of her name leads to a flurry of overwhelming data. Fans edit the live stream videos and have dedicated individuals transport them to Weibo and other major platforms for promotion. Data reveals a surge of countless spontaneous netizens and fans flocking to the videos, captivated by the content. Soon enough, the video makes its way onto the real-time trending list. Climbing in rank. Joy abounds as fans rush to share the news. Come and see this new video. Qingqing looks stunning. Why is it that everyone else appears normal? Yet Qingqing seems to have a filter applied? I feel as if I'm witnessing a living mermaid, fantasizing that I am the droplet of water cascading down her face. I humbly request foundation. Yet it seems she has not applied any makeup. However, even more sensational is the video where Ailey accuses Qingqing of breaking the rules, and Qingqing willingly relinquishes her flag. Most netizens brush it off. The essence of variety shows lies in their fun and entertainment, not rigid adherence to rules. Qingqing, undoubtedly a seasoned player, has swiftly identified the director's loopholes. Beauty aside, her intellect is equally impressive, leaving ordinary individuals like myself feeling inadequate. One must simply adapt. I exist to contribute to this world. Ailey's fans have been displeased since the live stream, questioning why Qingqing dares to seize Ailey's flag with such audacity. I have never encountered a more infuriating celebrity. She is nothing short of a tyrant. Meanwhile, in Qingqing's live stream, netizens fervently send messages, yet they struggle to find an opportunity to interject. They rally together in groups, urging major fans to leave comments in Qingqing's live stream, only for their messages to be swallowed by the torrent of comments within mere seconds, not a single punctuation mark remaining visible. Ailey's fans have long endured grievances against Qingqing. Finally finding a battleground on Weibo, they brandish their keyboards, ready to launch a fierce counterattack against Qingqing in Ailey's defense. In the comments section, a few highly praised friendly remarks are quickly overshadowed. Anyone going to intervene while Qingqing bullies Ailey? Qingqing exudes a roughness. Why must she constantly seize what belongs to others when she lacks the capability to obtain it herself? Ailey's fans, showing no restraint, openly criticize Qingqing on significant accounts, revealing their long-standing resentment. How can Qingqing's fans remain silent? Many of them entered the fandom through variety shows and are currently infatuated with Qingqing, unable to tolerate any disrespect towards her, displaying remarkable combativeness. Soon, a fierce quarrel ensues, with one side mocking the other for paranoia, while the other curses them to always find instant noodles without seasoning packets. Fortunately, Shun Han has not strayed far. The staff member brings along a pack of his favorite snacks and follows closely. Time flies, and by the conclusion of the final round of competitions, the sun has set, casting a warm glow over the lake, creating a tranquil atmosphere as dusk envelopes everyone in a gentle warmth. The remaining three groups, having engaged in water fights for a considerable time, emerge from the river drenched and bedraggled, yet every face beams with joy, indicating they had a splendid time. The results are revealed, leaving everyone astonished. What speed is this? Qingqing, do tell us, how many years of training have you undergone to achieve such prowess? Andy leans closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The more she learns about Qingqing, the more she is captivated. What kind of person is Qingqing? Thus far, nothing seems beyond her capabilities. Qingqing feigns seriousness while counting on her fingers, pondering. Let us say I practiced for about 20 years. Oh, come on, I'm being serious. Andy bursts into laughter. The director tallies the time taken by all contestants and announces the results. First place goes to Qingqing and Heng, without a doubt. The director glances at the timer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qingqing, this formidable talent, shows no mercy to the other contestants. Chapter 54. Overt Favoritism. As the first place winner, Qingqing is awarded a hefty sky blue storage box. The production staff hands it to her, and the young male staff member, visibly sweating and straining, indicates that it must contain a substantial amount. What could be inside? Can we open it now? Qingqing receives it with an unchanged expression, causing the staff member to look at her in surprise. A strong person? Given Qingqing's prior accomplishments, her display of unexpected strength does not astonish others. If it were anyone else, the staff would be taken aback. But with Qingqing, it's merely expected. She squats down, lifts the milky white lid, and the storage box reveals an abundance of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, truly deserving of the term luxurious. The topmost apples, each large and plump, glisten invitingly in red. Qingqing takes one for herself, finishing the lot perfectly. The guests squat by the shore, rinsing the apples in the crystal-clear lake water before taking crisp bites.
So sweet.
Julie beams as she accepts a piece from her mother, her eyes squinting in delight. Ho Yan-hung holds the largest red apple, hesitating to bite into it. His curled lashes fluttering as he glances at her. She boldly offers him the biggest one, unconcerned about others' opinions. Qingqing notices his gaze and lowers her head, asking, "Why aren't you eating?" Shi recalls that Ho Yan-hung does not dislike apples. At that moment, Jiang Shi, who is ravenously devouring half an apple, turns and spots the large, red apple in Ho Yan-hung's hand. That apple is even bigger than the two in his grasp. Driven by his food-loving instincts, Jiang Shi can't help but exclaim, "Why is Heng-Heng's apple so big?" And Qingqing, "You're biased." The notion of favoritism stirs a peculiar emotion within Ho Yan-hung. Before he can process it, the feeling vanishes, leaving him perplexed. Qingqing approaches, playfully ruffling Jiang Shi's hair, declaring, "He is my son. As his mother, of course, I must favor my own child. If I don't favor him, should I favor you instead?" Jiang Shi, with his hair in disarray, as if swept by a tempest, is taken aback by her words. Ho Yan-hung is equally stunned, his heart shaken, as he lifts his gaze, his eyes reflecting disbelief, as if struggling to accept her words as truth. Yet, she stands there, unashamedly tousling Jiang Shi's hair in frustration, openly declaring her bias towards him, disregarding the feelings of others, and asserting her will. It doesn't feel like a lie. Suddenly, without warning, Jiang Shi bursts into tears. "Daddy, why do you always make me yield to others? No matter what I do, I'm never right. You never favor me. Are you really my father?" Such blatant favoritism is something Jiang Shi yearns for. Through tear-filled eyes, he lifts his head, glancing at Qingqing and then at his biological father, as if he sees an angel and a devil. Jiang Shi pouts, feeling unhappy, and with small emotions brewing. He weeps while stuffing the remaining half of the apple into his mouth, chewing away as if he is devouring Jiang Tianqiong himself. Jiang Tianqiong, this troublesome child. As Jiang Shi wept bitterly, the brightness in Ho Yan-hung's eyes intensified. He clutched the apple in his arms tightly, not having eaten it the entire afternoon. Ellie also received an apple, yet she left it untouched. This exchange naturally garnered praise from Baidan, along with a flurry of admiration from fans in the live stream. Xiao Han, dear me, please refrain from constantly provoking Ellie. Ellie is truly wonderful, and Xiao Han can be a bit mischievous. After all, she is not a biological mother. How many biological mothers would reserve an apple for their child? Suddenly, a bystander intruded upon Ellie's live stream. Having observed the situation, this viewer could no longer contain their thoughts. Leng Qingqing. Such blatant favoritism. Not to mention a child. Even I would want that. Ellie's fans responded with disdain. As the bystander's comment was posted, a multitude echoed their sentiments. Upon witnessing that scene, my heart nearly stopped. Leng Qingqing is truly remarkable. Being her son must be incredibly blissful, haha. It's laughable that some claim she is not a competent mother. The first place reward was announced, but what about the rest? Ellie was particularly concerned about this, as she was in second place. Given the sumptuous reward that first place Leng Qingqing received, hers must surely be commendable as well. The director clapped his hands crisply, and soon a staff member approached, carrying a bag of vegetables. As the bag drew near, Ellie's smile faltered upon seeing it filled to the brim with green spinach. The first place received meat, vegetables, and fruit, while for second place, only a bag of vegetables? The disparity in rewards was quite unfair, especially considering their similar performances. Director, is this not a blatant display of favoritism? Ultimately, Ellie accepted the bag of spinach with a heavy heart. It was better than having nothing at all. However, what transpired next filled Ellie with relief, and she began to find the vegetables more palatable. Only the top two received rewards, while the remaining groups received participation prizes. The director surveyed the remaining 3 children, all of whom gazed at him expectantly, like eager puppies awaiting food. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Jiang Shi, a hint of sympathy flickered in his eyes. "Jiang Shi and Jiang Tianqiong, please step forward to receive your punishment." As the group with the longest duration, the father and son duo had certainly provided ample entertainment. One was a tall, robust man, exuding youthful vigor, while the other, though young, also appeared strong. It was hard to believe they would end up in last place. Yet, this pair, as soon as they boarded the boat, began bickering over trivial matters. Of course, it was Zhang Shi who instigated the argument, while Zhang Tianqiong remained silent, only responding with well-timed retorts. But Zhang Shi was not having it. He pouted, crossed his arms, and sat stubbornly still. Seeing his father sweat, Zhang Shi felt a rush of satisfaction. You always criticize me. Now you must rely on me. Zhang Shi thought that without his help, his father would struggle to row the boat, ultimately having to humble himself. Reality proved otherwise. Without Zhang Shi's assistance, Zhang Tianqiong, with his considerable strength, was more than capable of maneuvering the oars alone, swiftly propelling the kayak across the water. The scenery around them rapidly blurred. Zhang Shi, realizing he was doing nothing, could not remain idle. He lunged towards Zhang Tianqiong, attempting to seize the oar. Quick-witted, Zhang Tianqiong caught his son to prevent him from falling into the river, while firmly maintaining his grip on the oar, his posture unwavering. Even with his usual good temperament, Zhang Tianqiong's frustration was evident as veins throbbed on his forehead.
Zhang.
Sure, he admonished, his voice laced with irritation. Do you still want to win? Zhang Shi, looking up defiantly from his father's strong embrace, retorted, if we don't win, we don't win. I'm not happy. The two engaged in a heated dispute on the boat. Zhang Tianqiong could manage his son, but the confined space of the kayak began to sway, and he feared Zhang Shi might fall overboard. Zhang Shi couldn't swim. The thought of him panicking was alarming. Eventually, when Zhang Shi heeded his father's advice and grasped the oar once more, ready to collaborate with Zhang Tianqiong to achieve greatness, Tian was already standing on the shore, waving a flag and smiling sweetly at them. The director smiled slightly, announcing, the punishment entails washing all the dishes for the next few days. Zhang Shi's face scrunched up in displeasure. I detest washing dishes. Director, can we change the punishment? No need for a change. We will complete it diligently. Zhang Tianqiong glared at Zhang Shi, who immediately lowered his head, knowing that this outcome was a consequence of his own shortcomings. Aside from the dishwashing punishment, Zhang Tianqiong and Zhang Shi would also receive participation prizes, and each group was eligible to join. Leng Qingqing and Ellie, do you wish to participate? The director signaled to the staff, who promptly fetched a 2-meter-long table. Leng Qingqing had already sensed the director's ulterior motives. We shall not participate. Enjoy yourselves. Seeing this, Ellie feigned exhaustion and opted out as well. The guests lined up before the table, which was neatly set with several large white porcelain bowls. At one corner, something was covered by a black cloth, resembling containers for cold beverages. As curiosity piqued among the guests, the director stepped forward. You 3 groups will play a game. Guess the mystery box and drink the juice. Each person must select one from the mystery box and drink it, regardless of what it is. At first glance, this seemed innocuous, but the director's next statement raised concerns. No matter what it is, you must drink it. Bai Dan grasped her daughter's hand tightly, skepticism etched on her face. Could it be a dark beverage? Judging by the director's cunning demeanor, he was certainly capable of such a trick. Andy poked at the object beneath the black cloth, confirming it was indeed a vessel for drinks. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, whatever it is, as long as it's vegetable or fruit juice, I love it. Choose freely. If you can't drink it, I'll do it for you. Andy was brimming with enthusiasm. Bai Dan's eyes lit up, ready to respond. But the director interrupted. I just mentioned that you cannot substitute for other guests. Everyone must drink their own, and no one is allowed to swap.
Bai Dan retorted.
I want to swap. She was determined. How bad could fruit juice possibly be? Meanwhile, Julie gazed at the camera, sighing. There's nothing on this planet worse than my mother's juice. Andy scanned the black cloth for what lay beneath, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Who will go first? Moments later, Zhang Tianqiong lifted a glass of green juice, grimacing slightly before gulping it down. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, but suddenly his expression contorted. The director raised the microphone, declaring, Zhang Tianqiong, you cannot spit it out. You must finish it. If you do, you'll have to drink 2 cups. Perhaps it was this last remark that spurred Zhang Tianqiong. He furrowed his brow and made a valiant effort to swallow, finally managing to get it down. The taste of the juice was beyond mere words of unpleasantness. Zhang Tianqiong erupted into a fit of coughs, and when he looked up again, the usually stoic man had tears brimming in his eyes. Observant viewers quickly discerned what Zhang Tianqiong had consumed. Mustard. It was undoubtedly mustard. Nothing else in the world could bring him to tears. A tough man weeping. Swallowing mustard was truly a feat. Was it mustard and celery juice? Bai Dan and Andy exchanged glances, their faces paling. Andy, didn't you say you loved vegetable and fruit juice? Bai Dan stared at the table, her eyes widening. What do you think of mustard juice? She is someone who cannot tolerate mustard. Just catching a whiff of it sends her into a sneezing frenzy. Andy managed a forced smile, remarking, I've never seen anyone add mustard to their fruit and vegetable juice. Bai Dan released her hold on her daughter and inquired of the director, do the children need to drink it too? The director shook his head, extending his hand with a smile. Little friends, come over here to Uncle Director for some snacks. Each child was given a small treat, such as lollipops and chocolates. The three of them, clutching their goodies, ran off, laughing and playing. Hua Yanheng received 2 chocolates and a pack of sea salt-flavored biscuits. The biscuits were given by Jiang Shi, who, when handing them over, looked at him with a wistful gaze, as if witnessing a parent sending their child off to marry, their eyes shimmering with emotion. Hua Yanheng considered returning them, but Jiang Shi adamantly refused, insisting, why do you want their chocolates but not my biscuits? Is this discrimination against me? Jiang Shi had sworn to treat Hua Yanheng well in front of Leng Qingqing, and was still thinking about the dishes she prepared. In truth, Hua Yanheng did not discriminate against him. He simply disliked Jiang Shi and had no desire for his items. However, with Jiang Shi's insistence, Hua Yanheng had no choice but to keep the biscuits. This scene brought an inexplicable joy to Jiang Shi, who felt that Hua Yanheng cherished the biscuits he had given him, while consuming the chocolates from Zhu Li and Tian Tian, yet preserving his gift. Having never experienced favoritism from his biological father, Jiang Shi surprisingly felt it from Hua Yanheng today. This made him feel a bit teary-eyed, prompting him to warmly grasp Hua Yanheng's hand. Hao Cheng, you are truly wonderful. Hua Yanheng, taken aback, thought he had misheard, his expression gradually revealing confusion. Chapter 56. As if hearing celestial music, the ears become momentarily enlightened. Special talent? Bai Dan pondered, her expression slightly troubled. I can only sing. The director's eyes lit up. How can singing not be considered a special talent? Let's welcome the famous singer Bai Dan to perform a song for the fans in the live stream. He clapped first, and the audience followed suit with enthusiastic applause. Bai Dan was pushed forward, selecting a song that received the highest requests in the live stream, one of her defining works as a singer. Performing live undoubtedly tested a singer's skill and vocal ability. Without a glamorous stage setup, no sound engineers backstage, and a sparse audience, twilight enveloped Bai Dan, and she faced a tranquil surface reflecting the lush shadows of trees. Suddenly, her mind became incredibly serene. Turning to face the crowd, she steadied her breath, closed her eyes, and began to sing. At first, her voice was soft, imbued with a storytelling quality. As the seconds passed, she began to raise her pitch, subtly altering her singing technique. The performer became more engrossed, and so did the listeners. The audience held their breath, hesitant to disturb the atmosphere. While silence reigned at the venue, Bai Dan's fans in the live stream began to emerge. Bai Dan had enjoyed fame for many years. Her fans, mostly longtime supporters who chose to remain discreet, uninterested in the dramas surrounding trending idols or new stars. They quietly tended to their own space, much like a concubine in a royal harem, wishing only for the well-being of their beloved, Bai Dan, without any desire for competition. Their admiration for Bai Dan began with her voice and remained steadfast due to her character. Although these devoted fans were seldom seen, they had always lurked in the background. Now, upon hearing Bai Dan's song, they could no longer contain themselves. As if hearing celestial music, the ears become momentarily enlightened. Bai Dan, when will you hold a concert? How long do you plan to keep us waiting? I've been waiting for 2 whole years, folks. Bai Dan, do you look down on my wallet? My grandmother is 96 this year, and her only wish is to attend your concert, preferably this year. I have a friend oblivious to the frenzy she had incited. Bai Dan simply felt she had performed well. After finishing the song, she fluttered her eyelashes and gently opened her eyes to gauge the audience's reaction. Upon opening her eyes, she found Leng Qingqing half squatting on a large rock, holding her phone directly in front of her face. As she turned, Leng Qingqing stopped recording, applauding and exclaiming, "That was fantastic. I've captured it all for you." Bai Dan's phone buzzed with notifications, and upon checking, she was astonished by Leng Qingqing's photography skills. "Qingqing, have you taken a photography course?" Bai Dan was somewhat surprised, but seeing her bright, sincere eyes, she knew she was not lying. She called Andy over to take a look. Andy's reaction was even more pronounced. I need to show this to my photographer friend. Andy insisted that Bai Dan send the pictures to her immediately. Leng Qingqing felt somewhat perplexed, muttering, "They're just a few pictures." The system, sensing her thoughts, quietly explained, "Do you remember who taught you how to take photos?" This left Leng Qingqing momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she unearthed a long-forgotten name from the depths of her memory, though the associated memories felt alien. The system continued, "That person was a big deal. And when they were struggling, you supported them. They later became a top photography master in that world." "Oh," Leng Qingqing nodded, then suddenly changed the subject with a blank expression. "Of course, I remember. Was it necessary for you to mention it?" The system. "So, you lured me here just to babysit Hui Yanheng?" The system was flabbergasted. How could she still remember this? "I figured it out," it exclaimed, suddenly furious. "You deliberately brought me out to ask about this. How wicked." The system, feeling betrayed by its most trusted host, dove deep into the void of consciousness, ignoring Leng Qingqing's calls for it to return. Leng Qingqing frowned. "This isn't the first time I've deceived you. Is it really that dramatic?" Besides, she had no grudge against it for tricking her into coming here. Reflecting on this, Leng Qingqing felt a surge of frustration and shouted fiercely, "If you can't handle it, just don't play." Within mere seconds, the system began to sob, recounting its dismal fate from the moment it encountered Leng Qingqing since the inception of the Quickware agency. Leng Qingqing dug at her ears, responding with a nonchalant remark. "Can you please stop crying? It's really annoying." It vowed never to shed another tear for Leng Qingqing again. She wasn't worth it. Crying aside, the system eventually concluded with red-rimmed eyes. "I can't provoke her. This woman is truly a formidable force." Chapter 57. Why does Hui Yanheng help her? Andy and Bai Dan were astounded by Leng Qingqing's photography skills, while the subject herself remained indifferent. The director provided Bai Dan with some snacks and drinks, turning to the remaining guests with a smile. "Who's next?" Jiang Tianxiong performed a set of martial arts moves on the spot. Andy took the beach as her stage, showcasing a grand display of runway walking. Their appearances elevated the atmosphere to a peak, and before long, the staff members had gathered around, forming a circle. With a little fire in the center, it would resemble a bonfire party. Only AI Li and Leng Qingqing had yet to take the stage. "Let me dance for everyone. Please forgive me if my performance is lacking." AI Li noticed Leng Qingqing leaping down from a rock and stepped forward to address the director. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting a blood-red hue across the sky and a soft night mist enveloping the surroundings, AI Li stood before the crowd, volunteering to perform a classical dance. Her slender figure moved gracefully, reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Those with a discerning eye could tell that AI Li possessed a foundation in dance. In the live stream, Bai Dan's fans voluntarily stepped back, making way for AI Li's supporters to take the spotlight. "AI Li, you are simply stunning. I'm on the verge of tears from your beauty. Is this a celestial being descending to Earth? I must record this and watch it 100 times every day. Your dancing is breathtaking. How is your waist so slim? My daughter is indeed the most beautiful." The mother is gratified. Leng Qingqing crouched down until her legs felt numb. Just as she stood up to stretch her limbs, she saw Ellie quickly step forward, declaring her intention to dance. She remained in place, seemingly pondering some deeper significance. Did Ellie fear that she would steal her spotlight? If so, she was gravely mistaken. Ellie danced for over 3 minutes, spinning and leaping without pause, as if the sandy stones of the riverbank posed no hindrance whatsoever, her movements flowing like water. Midway through, the director was tempted to interrupt her, yet Ellie remained oblivious, lost in the rhythm of her own dance. Although there was no music, only the gentle sound of flowing water, the buzzing of mosquitoes, and the chirping of crickets hidden among the grass, Ellie appeared entirely immersed in her own world, completely disregarding the director's gestures. The director glanced up at the sky. It was already quite late. How could he make Ellie aware? Someone among the crew stifled a yawn, which quickly spread like contagion. The group had no choice but to wait until Ellie finished her performance. The director was already covered in several itchy bumps from mosquito bites, unable to resist scratching his arms. Applause and cheers erupted, though the volume had diminished compared to before, and Ellie remained unaware. She bowed her head slightly, seemingly shy, and addressed the audience. "I have embarrassed myself." The director looked at Leng Qingqing, contemplating how to broach the subject. Would directly handing her snacks provoke dissatisfaction among the other guests? After all, Leng Qingqing had already received considerable favor. It seemed she could read his thoughts. As she spoke first, "Director, is that all right?" "Of course." The director replied, his face lighting up with a smile. Then let us set off now. It's getting late. And everyone must be hungry. Is there a more considered artist than Leng Qingqing in the world? On the way back, darkness enveloped the land. The distant mountains resembling the undulating spine of a beast, stretching endlessly. Her hand was slightly cool, delicate to the touch, wrapping around his, dispersing some of the summer night's warmth. Although they had not seen each other today, it was still important for everyone to know. Leng Qingqing fell silent, pondering the answer to a question. She realized she was not particularly skilled at anything. Most of her abilities were average, and she had no particular favorites. Am I particularly good at sleeping? She mused, as the only thing that could wake her from her deep slumber was a loud gong. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then laughter erupted along the mountain path.
Wrong.
Leng Qingqing interjected meaningfully. What I mean is, I'm particularly good at butchering. The director. The guests were delighted to witness the director rendered speechless, relishing the moment with hearty laughter. Director, you have your comeuppance today. The cheerful atmosphere was infectious, reaching the online viewers of the live broadcast. The mood was delightful. Only Leng Qingqing dared to banter with the director in such a manner. I love watching this. Give us more. Together, they swiftly prepared a dinner spread. During the meal, no one spoke. Even the usually talkative Jiang Shi remained silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the food, their chopsticks moving incessantly, swiftly clearing the table of dishes. After finishing, they leaned back, clutching their stomachs, reclining or sitting in the pavilion to enjoy the coolness of the night, quietly savoring the leisurely hours. The night breeze caressed their faces like a gentle hand. Jiang Tianxiong took a sip of tea, suddenly recalling something, and raised his head to ask, Director, how is the accommodation arranged for tonight? After a day of exertion, everyone was too drained to engage in any further games. The director smiled, assuring them not to worry. It will be based on the guests' performances during the day. The best performer will get to stay in the number 1 residence, and for those whose performances were similar, we'll draw lots. The guests groaned in dismay, lamenting, Director, why didn't you tell us that the competition was linked to room assignments earlier? Had they known in advance, they would have exerted every effort to secure a good rank. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary competition, unaware of the director's cunningness. This important matter was not disclosed to the guests beforehand. The behavior of the production team was truly unpredictable. As they listened, Ellie's forehead creased with frustration. Unable to endure any longer, she exclaimed, The occupant of the number 1 residence will not be Leng Qingqing again, will it? The director shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Who instructed her to perform the best today? Ellie, don't be anxious. There will be plenty of opportunities. We still have a few days in the village, and sooner or later, you will stay in the best room. Ellie bit her lip. The thatched cottage was damp and cold, the lighting dim, with only 1 bed for 2 occupants. Growing up, she had never shared a bed with anyone other than Shinji, and Shenhan often stole her blankets at night. This morning, she had downed a bowl of ginger soup to stave off the chill. Another night here would surely leave her ailing. Must she really endure another night in the cottage? As for where the other guests would stay, Leng Qingqing was unconcerned. Her sole focus was on whether she and Hui Yanhang would enjoy a comfortable stay. Due to her assistance in butchering the pig for Li Qiong and winning first place in the rowing competition, Leng Qingqing and Hui Yanhang continued to reside in the number 1 accommodation, avoiding relocation. Hui Yanhang also spoke little that night, perhaps exhausted from the day's activities. Later, Leng Qingqing crudely covered all the cameras in their room, beckoning Hui Yanhang to her side to ask a question she had long wanted to pose. Do you know Ellie did it on purpose? Hui Yanhang was taken aback, unable to immediately connect her question to Ellie's claim of being pushed down by Leng Qingqing in the rice field, momentarily bewildered. Leng Qingqing sat at the head of the bed, clutching her blanket, and asked, Why did you help me? Given the things I've done to you in the past, you should detest me. Why did Hui Yanhang choose to assist her? Leng Qingqing found it incomprehensible. Chapter 58, The Morning Syndrome. The next day, the morning light began to filter through. As dawn broke, Hui Yanhang glanced into Leng Qingqing's room as he passed by, but to his disappointment, the windows were tightly shut.
And he saw nothing.
Inside, the system seemed to sense. Leng Qingqing, wake up. Your son has come to see you. In her dreams, Leng Qingqing furrowed her brow, mumbling incoherently, then rolled over, pulling the blanket back over her head to continue sleeping. The system, having heard her curse, felt aggrieved. I kindly called you to wake up, and you cursed at me. Outside, Hui Yanhang paused, standing before the door, seemingly focused on the intricate patterns of the carved wooden door. After a few seconds, he quietly stepped away, making no sound. Hua Yanning opened the window on the first floor and pushed the door open, a chilly draft sweeping in, causing his small face to pale slightly. The morning mist enveloped the surroundings, and the courtyard was empty. He fed King Gigi some rice and wandered through the kitchen. As if recalling something, Hua Yanning added some water for the chickens, ducks, and geese, and finally arrived at the cowshed. A peculiar sound reached his ears, as if something was eating. In the stillness of the early morning, the sound was exceptionally clear. He hesitated for a moment, then approached to investigate. In the corner of the cowshed, near the feed trough, lay 2 pieces of something with bright red skin and creamy white flesh. Hua Yanheng crouched down, reached out to retrieve the object, and brought it to his nose for a gentle sniff. He detected a faint, sweet, fragrant aroma. It was an apple. With Hua Yanheng's keen intellect, he quickly deduced who had thrown the apple into the cowshed. The overnight apple had oxidized, its appearance unappealing, and its odor was not pleasant. He tossed the apple pieces into the feed trough, silently watching as the young calf devoured them. Hua Yanning added some water to the feeding trough, then turned his head, his dark eyes slowly blinking as they accurately gazed towards a room on the second floor. Last night, just before going to bed, Leng Qingqing had gently stroked Hua Yanheng's fluffy head and firmly declared, "Mama will definitely wake up early tomorrow to make breakfast for you." Hua Yanheng was puzzled as to why she would prepare breakfast for him, given that she had never done such a thing in the past. Nevertheless, he replied with a simple aha and wished her good night. Her words were merely a fleeting promise. Believing she would rise early felt as improbable as believing a sow could climb a tree. As expected, an hour after Hua Yanheng woke up, the room on the second floor remained tightly shut, showing no sign of its occupant's intention to awaken. He knew he should never have trusted her. Despite the fact that Hua Yanheng's filming crew had agreed to rise early, vowing to capture the moment he got out of bed, they still arrived too late. By the time they finished their morning routines and lugged their cameras to Hua Yanheng's room, the bed was already empty. The crew exchanged glances in bewilderment. "Does this child suffer from a condition of early rising?" remarked a male staff member in his 30s. "My son, at his age, requires at least 3 calls to get up for school, while Hua Yanheng doesn't need a single one. They're both children. How can the difference be so vast?" Another colleague chimed in, "Well, that's why they say Hua Yanheng is a perfect child. What a blessing to have such an easygoing kid." Hua Yanheng didn't even set an alarm. He possessed his own internal clock, waking up at the designated time with remarkable self-discipline, never lingering in bed. The staff found him in the kitchen, where he skillfully stood on a stool to fry eggs and toast, heating milk. The young boy's dark, glistening eyes surveyed the tidy kitchen, reminiscent of the past, before he wiped the sweat from his brow, a look of satisfaction gradually emerging on his face. It turned out that Hua Yanheng had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. In the sparsely populated live broadcast room, a comment flashed across the screen. Like bait thrown into a lake, it quickly attracted numerous fish. The barrage of comments soon multiplied, filling the screen with lively exchanges of morning and evening greetings. "Good morning. Another vibrant day ahead. I'm already on the subway. It takes 2 hours for a one-way commute. Who understands this pain? I can't endure this dreadful job for another day. Hua Yanheng is so obedient and diligent. Could he really not be my biological son?" Hua Yanheng replied, "It's all thanks to my mom." Hua Yanheng rose early to prepare breakfast for his mother. The early morning Weibo was relatively quiet, as most users surfed the net during the day and went wild at night. Nevertheless, the topic quickly climbed to the top, buoyed by fans and passers-by. The comment section was filled with praises for Hua Yanheng, with scarcely a negative remark in sight. Even the fans known for instigating disputes were, for once, singing his praises. All the compliments directed towards this young child felt somewhat surreal, even to onlookers. As the day brightened, the other guests in the live broadcast room were in cheerful spirits. Shen Han sat before 2 boiled eggs and a box of milk. Being young, he could not suppress a grimace of distaste. "Is this all we have for breakfast? I want meat." His tone was commanding, leaving no room for negotiation. Ai Li, who was peeling an egg, paused in surprise and reassured him, "Little Han, be good. You can have meat for lunch." She placed the smooth, peeled egg into the porcelain bowl before him. "Eat both eggs."
Good boy.
Shen Han poked at the egg with his chopsticks, dividing the egg white in 2 and crumbling the yolk. "I want goose meat," he murmured. Leng Qingqing opened her eyes to see the white canopy above her bed. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the nearby cabinet with a fluffy golden edge, filling the room with warmth. She sat up, her gaze clear, unlike someone just awakening. Stretching her arms, she leapt off the bed, full of vitality. And the first thing she did upon opening the door was to call down to the kitchen, "Son, is breakfast ready? I feel like I'm starving." In the kitchen, Hua Yanhang, who was meticulously arranging breakfast on the plates, paused at the sound of her voice. A complex expression gradually surfaced on his youthful face. The sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs as Leng Qingqing, clutching her flat stomach, hurried down. This shout immediately captured the attention of the fans in the live broadcast room. "You finally woke up. Hurry and manage your son. He seems to be transforming into a little chef. Do you remember saying last night that you would wake up early to cook?" Hua Yanhang thought to himself. My dear mother has finally risen. I've never seen a mother like this, sleeping soundly while her child prepares breakfast. It's like reverse parenting. If you don't like it, don't watch, but I love it. However, part of the audience's focus was rather peculiar. Every time I see her face, I feel like I've been hit with 1,000 points of damage. I look worse without makeup than she does with none. I just looked in the mirror. Alas, I'm no different from a toad. In my next life, I want to reserve this face. And Hua, are you listening? Hua Yanhang placed the breakfast on the table and quietly remarked, "You woke up earlier today than yesterday." He held a glimmer of hope, as it was something they had just discussed the night before. How could she forget it so soon? However, Leng Qingqing picked up her chopsticks and took a big bite of the fried egg, savoring it while appearing to think deeply. "Yes, perhaps it's because I was hungry. Why aren't you eating?" After taking a sip of milk, she noticed that Hua Yanhang had only taken a small bite of his egg. Hua Yanhang succinctly replied, "I'm not in the mood. Who could feel like eating breakfast after being deceived?" Leng Qingqing playfully threatened him, "Even if you're not in the mood, you must eat breakfast. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. Skipping breakfast can lead to gallstones." Seeing that her threat had little effect, she resorted to exaggeration. "Your stomach will hurt terribly, requiring surgery where the doctor will open you up and remove stone-like objects." She clenched her fist and displayed it to him, saying, "I've seen gallstones removed from someone's stomach. They were this big." Confident in her strategy, Leng Qingqing knew that children universally fear doctors and needles. Hua Yanhang, at only 5 years old, shared this common childhood dread. Sensing her success, Leng Qingqing wore a triumphant smile. Chapter 59. Leng Qingqing, don't act like me. Today, there was no competition. The groups of guests were free to act separately, going wherever they pleased. Leng Qingqing was suspicious of the director's generosity. "No tasks today? Just play?" The director replied, "Indeed. The guest's task today is simply to have fun. Each group has a budget of 200 yuan. Whoever buys the most with the least amount of money will be the winner. This game, who can save the most?" sounded quite intriguing. Normally extravagant artists found themselves at a loss when handed just 200 yuan. What can I do with 200? It's not even enough for a meal. Meanwhile, Hua Yanhang clutched the 200 yuan note, his palms slightly sweating as he looked up, his pupils dark and bright. Leng Qingqing waved her hand dramatically, exuding confidence. "Today, Hua Yanhang is in charge of the money. Buy whatever you want. Where shall we go?" Hua Yanhang tightened his grip on the cash and asked, "Shall we go to the town?" Without a word, he silently agreed. A few minutes later, a small, hunched man appeared outside the courtyard, peering in with eager anticipation. "Where is everyone? Where did that beauty go?" In the empty courtyard, several cameras stood alone, undoubtedly expensive. How much could they cost? A few hundred? A few thousand? Or even tens of thousands? Amidst a multitude of cameras, the thought of pilfering one seemed unlikely to attract attention. Despite a physical disability, the act of scaling a wall was executed with fluidity and grace, suggesting this was not his inaugural endeavor. Serendipitously, today coincided with the town's weekly market day, attracting villagers from neighboring hamlets to showcase their wares, creating an impressive spectacle. The narrow streets brimmed with vendors offering an array of colorful goods, overwhelming the senses. Hua Yanheng, captivated by the vibrant scene, felt as though he could will a third eye into existence to take in the enticing sugar figurines to his left, the straw crafts to his right, and the spirited puppies yapping from their cages behind him. Suddenly, Leng Qingqing halted, her expression grave as she called out his name. Hua Yanheng turned, momentarily bewildered. His attention was elsewhere, and as he turned, his clean, youthful visage still bore traces of childlike innocence, devoid of any gloom. His eyes sparkled with curiosity at the unfamiliar sights around him. Casting a glance around, Leng Qingqing crouched to meet his gaze, lowering her voice as she said, "To deter any unsavory characters from noticing us, you may simply refer to me as sister when we are out." Hua Yanheng blinked in confusion, his delicate lashes sweeping down as he furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. The system observed, somewhat exasperated. Leng Qingqing, do not forget your current marital status. The child remained oblivious, yet the system was far from naive. It was acutely aware of her intentions. Feeling a twinge of displeasure, Leng Qingqing retorted, I am still single. Having been thrust into the role of a mother without warning was already vexing enough, and the irritating system had the audacity to meddle further. The system, realizing its misstep, fell silent. Hua Yanheng remained lost in his musings, pondering why he was instructed to call her sister. A glint of mischief danced in Leng Qingqing's eyes as she affectionately ruffled Hua Yanheng's hair, coaxing, come on, call me sister. Hua Yanheng hesitated, while the surrounding staff and viewers in the live stream reacted with amusement. Abruptly, Hua Yanheng's attention was drawn to a figure curled against the wall. Leng Qingqing, sensing his distraction, felt a pang of disappointment as she had yet to hear the longed-for term of endearment from him. Following his gaze, she spotted a slender youth, clad in tattered clothing, with disheveled hair, appearing to be around 17 or 18. She paused, uncertain of Hua Yanheng's intentions, pondering if he felt a surge of compassion. As she approached, a woman from a nearby vegetable stall seized her sleeve. The woman, with sun-kissed skin and a tidy appearance, had noticed the striking young lady and, fearing for her safety, whispered urgently, Dear, do not approach. That boy's mother is mentally ill, and he may pose a danger to you. Although her voice was subdued, the youth's keen ears caught every word, and he fixed a chilling gaze on the woman, sending shivers down her spine. Leng Qingqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the boy, while Hua Yanheng continued to observe him, lost in thought. Huan Huan, she called softly from above, take this to that brother. She pressed a warm, soft rice cake into his hands, freshly purchased for him. Hua Yanheng hesitated, seemingly reluctant, before slowly making his way over. Brother, he called out, his voice sweet yet tinged with coolness. Mother says to eat it while it's hot. The boy's demeanor remained aloof, even as he caught sight of the delicacy wrapped in oiled paper being offered to him. Standing a few paces away, Hua Yanheng held the rice cake out, his small stature and poised demeanor belying an extraordinary presence. Behind him, Leng Qingqing reflected on their previous conversation. Why help me? Hua Yanheng sensed that he might not be as innocent as he appeared. He had the ability to deceive, familiar with the art of lying. Yet gazing into the boy's strikingly clear eyes, he found himself unable to speak. The youth, dirty and huddled in the corner, had lost all semblance of his original skin tone, yet his piercing dark eyes shone with a startling brightness. He scanned his surroundings, emanating an air of danger. As the aroma of the warm rice cake wafted invitingly toward him, he had not eaten in a while, and his throat involuntarily tightened at the sight of the food. The newcomer, a charming little boy around 4 or 5 years old, bore an enchanting beauty, with a small red birthmark on his forehead and eyes that sparkled like exquisite gemstones. He was clearly not from the nearby villages, likely hailing from the city. As he extended his hands to offer the rice cake, he averted his gaze, betraying a hint of shyness and apprehension. In the next moment, his eyes caught sight of the striking young woman standing a few meters away, dressed in an effortlessly chic manner, with dark sunglasses perched on her nose. She emanated an aura of wealth and sophistication, her features strikingly beautiful even in casual attire. No woman from the local villages would wear sunglasses. It was evident she was affluent, with a designer label etched into the side of her frames. However, her attention was focused solely on the little boy, who bore a resemblance to her, suggesting a familial bond. Noticing that the boy was hesitant to take the rice cake, Leng Qingqing furrowed her brow and stepped closer, positioning herself beside Hua Yanheng. This allowed her to better observe the youth's features. He had long, dark eyes that scrutinized her with a mixture of wariness and defiance, resembling a small, prickly creature ready to defend itself. This is rice cake. It is delicious, she said, gently taking the food from Hua Yanheng and personally offering it to him. Are you hungry? If you are, please eat. There's more if you need it. As she approached, the cameras and crew followed closely behind. The boy retreated slightly, his frail back pressed against the cold, grimy wall, on high alert at the sudden intrusion of cameras and the unfamiliar city folk. City dwellers and cameras. His mother always warned him that those who adorned themselves in finery were often the most deceitful. He found her words to ring true in this instance. The young boy regarded the newcomers with a disdainful smile, a cold smirk forming on his lips. In the city, the pursuit of face is paramount. If not for the sake of appearances, the father, who had never met him, would not have remained indifferent for a full 18 years, as if he and his mother had never existed in this world. Even as she lay dying, his mother, in a delirious state, called out his name. "What is this?" Xiezheng heard his own hoarse voice, rough like sandpaper. His dark eyes fixated on the camera. The cameraman, unaware of the boy's knowledge, enthusiastically explained, "This is a camera. We are currently live at the Orange Channel's annual variety show, A Family of Three." He leaned out from behind the equipment, pointing at the dark lens, which appeared utterly empty. Yet he boldly proclaimed, "As long as you speak to this, viewers nationwide can see and hear you." Xiezheng narrowed his elongated eyes. He had mistakenly assumed it was merely a recording, so there are indeed many people watching us? The boy, quick-witted, and without need for further explanation, grasped the essence of the broadcast. The cameraman nodded vigorously. Exactly. He wanted to clarify his association with the aloof Leng Qingqing, as he seemed to be homeless, huddled in this corner. In such circumstances, not recognizing a celebrity was quite understandable when one struggles for basic sustenance. Who has the heart for entertainment? Leng Qingqing nudged the rice cake forward, the curled edge of the oil paper almost brushing against the boy's slender, grimy fingertips, practically inviting him to eat. Her arm felt fatigued, yet the boy showed no inclination to accept. Placing it on the ground might hurt his pride, who would wish to be seen as a beggar. Not eating? Leng Qingqing waved the rice cake before the boy's eyes, and before she could utter, "If you won't eat it, I'll give it to my son," she caught a glimpse of a glimmering malice and mockery flickering in his dark eyes. "You are truly beautiful." The boy's lips were chapped and pale. He licked the cracked skin, his voice hoarse, like a traveler in the desert who had not tasted water for days. "Could you kiss me? If you do, I will eat what you offer." Chapter 61. His innocent demeanor was almost infuriating. Upon hearing this, everyone around was momentarily stunned, genuinely shocked by his words. Fans in the live stream could no longer contain themselves. This was unbearable. Did this boy even know who he was speaking to? That was a star, their goddess. How dare he speak to her like that? Sisters, my fists are clenched. He truly does not recognize the value of good fortune. At such a young age to be so vile. I, an old fan, have never had the chance to kiss her. You think too highly of yourself. Boy, do you not have a mirror at home? I actually felt sympathy for him. How foolish of me. Leng Qingqing's fans were incensed, wishing to rush over and teach this boy a lesson about why flowers bloom so beautifully. Meanwhile, the boy's words had brought a chilling atmosphere, as if pierced by an icy wind. It was that little boy. Hui Yanheng's eyes were dark as night, his thick lashes casting a shadow. He stared intently at the boy, as if imprinting his features in his memory. Xiezheng's long stagnant heart stirred slightly. He curled his lips in a smirk, leaning forward, his narrow eyes brimming with provocation, almost daring the boy to act against him. Hui Yanheng remained expressionless, even serene, his small fists clenched at his sides. The calmest of all was Leng Qingqing. "You go ahead and eat first." The boy anticipated seeing embarrassment, fury, or curses on the face of this hypocrite, yet none appeared. She was far too composed. Just as Xiezheng reached for the rice cake, his dirty fingers about to touch the pristine treat, a small hand swiftly extended from the side, snatching it away. "Yanheng?" Leng Qingqing had no time to react before Hui Yanheng tossed the rice cake to the ground, stepping on it with an impassive face. A small, dark shoe print instantly marred the soft, white rice cake. In front of everyone, Hui Yanheng bent down to pick up the rice cake and stepped forward, offering it to Xiezheng. "Brother, eat." Xiezheng. Initially intending to mock the crowd, he found himself unexpectedly ridiculed by a little boy barely reaching his thigh, which sparked a competitive spirit within him. This child is intriguing. It was merely a piece of trampled rice cake. He wouldn't stoop so low as to care about a small footprint. To his surprise, Xiezheng reached out and actually took the rice cake that Hui Yanheng had stepped on. At that moment, Leng Qingqing slowly covered her mouth, her expression a mix of surprise and joy. She quietly asked the system, "Did you see that?" "System, of course I did. I'm not blind." "What does Hui Yanheng's action mean?" Leng Qingqing pondered, analyzing. The system nearly shouted in her ear, "What do you think it means? He is genuinely protecting you." It was a strange realization for Leng Qingqing, who had never needed protection from anyone in her many years of traversing worlds. Now, being so steadfastly protected by a 5-year-old, her emotions swirled in a complex and intriguing manner. So this is what it feels like to be protected. For some inexplicable reason, she found Hui Yanheng increasingly pleasing to the eye. The viewers in the live stream shared her sentiments. Hui Yanheng's actions were entirely unexpected. Typically, such behaviors might provoke backlash from viewers, as who does not admire a polite child who respects food? However, today, Hui Yanheng's actions stemmed from a genuine desire to protect his mother. To put it simply, he radiated boyfriend material. Viewers found a sense of secure protection in this little boy. After all, when he stepped down, he did so decisively, without a hint of hesitation, as if he were trampling on the boy's face. Not only were Leng Qingqing and Hui Yanheng's fans going wild, but bystanders and fans of the opposing side also could not help but go utterly crazy, clasping their faces in awe, their eyes sparkling with hearts, their emotions tumultuous and difficult to calm. Such scenes had only been witnessed in novels and dramas. The trope of a hero saving a beauty seamlessly fit Leng Qingqing and Hui Yanheng, causing no sense of dissonance whatsoever. Yanheng, you're amazing.
Oh my.
I'm going wild for Yanheng.
Ah.
Glancing at her son, who was only focused on gaming, she felt a pang of sorrow. The sudden charm of the boy was irresistible. She thought, let me be Yanheng's mother in my next life. This was exhilarating, even more captivating than a drama. Instantaneously, she became a fan. This was what a true man looked like. Xiezheng, while reaching for the rice cake, cast a cold glance at the little boy, sneering inwardly. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the rice cake, Hui Yanheng looked at him and gently turned his palm downward, causing the rice cake to fall to the ground. In the next moment, a large yellow dog dashed over, snatched up the rice cake in its mouth, wagged its tail at Xiezheng, and swiftly retreated across the road. Xiezheng.
Big.
Yellow. The large dog had recently given birth and needed nutritional supplements, prompting Xiezheng to take a deep breath to calm himself. One should not stoop to the level of a dog. He could not compete with a dog, especially not in this instance. After several deep breaths that proved ineffective, Xiezheng gritted his teeth, glaring at the little boy beside him. You did that on purpose. This boy, dressed impeccably yet behaving so cunningly, had played him more than once. How could Xiezheng have anticipated that such a small child could outsmart him repeatedly?
How old are you?
Xiezheng squinted his eyes, his voice heavy with inquiry. However, Hui Yanheng chose to ignore him entirely, opting for silence instead. Xiezheng let out a cold snort, pondering how, at such a tender age, the boy bore such a heavy heart. What would become of him when he grew older? Xiezheng was never one to suffer losses, even when faced with a child. He refrained from resorting to physical punishment, but could not help but deliver a few sharp remarks to ease his own discomfort. Moreover, he perceived this child to be exceedingly intelligent, surpassing many adults. Hui Yanheng raised his gaze to meet Xiezheng's, shaking his head and spreading his hands in a gesture of confusion. His expression was innocently infuriating. Are you really not going to take him with you? At the very least, you should leave him some money, or perhaps a business card. Most importantly, you ought to let him know your name. If you leave like this, what if he wishes to find you in the future? Won't he be unable to? As they departed from the boy's vicinity, the system incessantly urged in a cold voice, resembling a persistent croaking frog. Are you truly such a bleeding heart? It taunted. Moreover, the youth's unreasonable demands indicated a lack of mental acuity. With that, the system's agent patted Hui Yanheng's fluffy little head. One peculiar child was quite enough. Hui Yanheng tilted his head, his bright eyes gazing up at her, slowly cultivating a sense of reliance, much like a docile little puppy. Upon hearing this, the system sighed, adopting a tone reminiscent of a spoiled child. You little rascal. What kind of relationship do we share that you would feign ignorance? What am I pretending about? Cold Qingqing retorted, somewhat baffled. Ever since arriving in this world, the system's mental state had been increasingly unstable. Cold Qingqing shook her head, dismissing its words. The system, still in a questionable state of mind, chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. Come now. Did you not know that the boy you just encountered is your future husband Hu Jingxin's greatest rival in the business world, Xiezheng? Cold Qingqing halted in her tracks, her expression one of disbelief. What did you just say? Who is my husband's greatest enemy in the business realm? That filthy beggar? Indeed, the system proclaimed proudly, hands on its hips. You ought to thank me. If I hadn't remembered this, you would have missed out on a monumental opportunity. Xiezheng, at 18, currently identified as a wandering beggar, held a far more significant secret. He was the illegitimate son of an illustrious family in the capital, living in exile. His mother, who bore him 18 years ago, never revealed the identity of his biological father. From the very beginning of his memories, Xiezheng had been subjected to beatings and bullying. He refrained from retaliating, not only due to his mother's frail health requiring care, but primarily because he lacked a father, being labeled as a bastard and an outcast by other children. Ironically, for 18 years, Xie Zheng's biological father remained oblivious to his existence. In his youth, Xie Zheng's father was a notorious figure, indulging in fleeting romances with countless women. Consequently, when Xie Zheng eventually sought him out, his father could barely recall the name of Xie Zheng's mother, merely catching a glimpse of a delicate girl's shadow in the youth's features. The transformation of a libertine into a henpecked husband seemed implausible. Yet, at this moment, no one delved into the validity of such a transformation. It was precisely because Xie Zheng's father not only rejected him but also threatened to drive him away, even declaring his intent to harm him, that Xie Zheng fell into a dark path. Years later, he would successfully usurp his father's company, ruthlessly avenging the wrongs inflicted upon him by his stepmother and others. Xie Zheng was decisive and merciless, quick to turn against anyone. In a word, he was ruthless, extremely so. While he was not a villain, he was certainly no paragon of virtue. Although the present timeline fell before the beginning of the story's plot, it was clear that the one meant to redeem him was not Cold Qingqing. The system pondered, sensing that Xie Zheng's character might still harbor a romantic subplot. Cold Qingqing thought it certainly could not involve her. She had no time for such frivolities. Thus, she inquired further, "Then who is it?" Cold Qingqing felt a twinge of curiosity. What sort of background does this person have? Oh, is that so? Cold Qingqing's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as she nonchalantly replied, "How uninteresting. What does it matter to me? Useless system, always spouting nonsense." Cold Qingqing bit into a candy she had purchased from the roadside, grimacing as if to express her disdain. Who would want to be his white moonlight? Did you not see how he disrespected me just now? White moonlight. She was quite adept at playing the role of a dark moonlight instead. Forget it. She could hardly be bothered with such individuals. Cold Qingqing and Hu Yanheng each held a piece of candy, savoring it as they continued on their way. She was too preoccupied to focus on her treat, her expression grave as she held Hu Yanheng's small hand, darting forward as if pursued by a monster. "I have no interest in being the heroine," Cold Qingqing muttered inwardly, regretting having given him that piece of rice cake. The system had several points to convey. Stop looking back. He's not a wolf dog. How could he possibly catch up? Cold Qingqing was somewhat distracted. Only Hu Yanheng remained mindful of their purpose for this outing. He carefully counted the remaining money in his hand. Cold Qingqing had spent 6 units on a piece of rice cake and 2 pieces of candy, leaving him with 194 units. That was quite a sum. Cold Qingqing stuffed the last piece of candy into her mouth, crunching it before swallowing, and glanced down to find Hu Yanheng intently counting his money. As the sole son of Hu Jingsun, Hu Yanheng certainly had no shortage of funds. However, he had seldom seen money and thus held no true understanding of its value. Since arriving in Taoweiyuan village, this was only his second encounter with currency. Holding money felt remarkably different. The prices here are quite reasonable, and the environment is very livable, Cold Qingqing remarked absent-mindedly, glancing at Hu Yanheng. Hung, do you like it here? Hu Yanheng nodded, somewhat perplexed. Cold Qingqing smiled warmly, adjusting the collar of his garment. "If you wish to return in the future, we could come here for vacation. What do you think?" Vacation? Hu Yanheng's dark, transparent eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Then he pressed his lips together and asked, "Will Daddy come too?" Unexpectedly, Cold Qingqing, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly appeared alarmed. "Oh, dear son, what are you thinking? Do you really need to ask such an obvious question?" Hu Yanheng could not discern what she considered to be obvious, but her tone led him to believe he had guessed correctly, igniting a flicker of excitement and hope within him. It had been quite a while since he had last seen his father, and he missed him dearly. At the same time, Hu Yanheng adored this place. If his father were to come, he would be overjoyed. He truly wished for his father to join them on this vacation, ideally for an extended period. Of course, he won tea. Cold Qingqing stated decisively, her tone resolute, as if she were making a solemn vow. Those 5 light words fell like a heavy weight upon Hu Yanheng's heart. The smile that had just begun to form on his lips froze instantly. Moreover, he seemed to detect a hint of disdain in her tone. But how could she possibly harbor disdain for someone she clearly loved? Yet, every word she uttered echoed in his ears, repeating endlessly, "Of course he won tea."
Why?
Hu Yanheng's mind filled with questions. He could not comprehend. At that moment, a recent memory resurfaced in Hu Yanheng's mind. Cold Qingqing had suggested giving his father a green hat. And he recalled how she had suddenly asked him to call her sister at the market. Why would she want him to refer to her as a sister when she was clearly not? Did she not wish to acknowledge him? A multitude of events flooded his thoughts, and Hui Yanheng's fair face lost all color. Could it be? He looked up in disbelief. Hui Yanheng was burdened with thoughts, his youthful visage displaying an unusual solemnity for his age as he closely followed Leng Qingqing. Wherever she went, he trailed behind her, never straying even a step away, as if fearing she might vanish. Son, give me $1. A hand as white as jade reached out towards him, palm turned up and open. Hui Yanheng looked up to see Leng Qingqing gazing at him with her bright, beautiful eyes, urging him. What are you thinking? Don't you want to eat the rice cake? His gaze fell downward, where her right hand held a freshly steamed, sticky rice cake, emanating steam. This rice cake was indeed what Hui Yanheng desired, for the piece she had previously bought for him had been snatched away by a dog. He retrieved money from his pocket, meticulously counted out $2, and handed them to Leng Qingqing, demonstrating a commendable sense of thrift for one so young. However, she promptly snatched $1 back from his hand, cheerfully declaring, "This is a filled rice cake. It costs $3 each." The 2 rice cakes were filled with sweet red bean paste, their soft and sticky texture blending perfectly with the fragrant sweetness of the beans, albeit a tad sticky. Hui Yanheng took a small bite, glanced up at her, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly raised the rice cake above his head, implying that it was for her. Without hesitation, Leng Qingqing accepted it and took a large bite from the spot where he had bitten, quickly returning it to him. Hui Yanheng cradled the rice cake, his gaze lingering on the bite mark she had left, blinking as his cheeks flushed slightly. "Just one bite for mommy," she said, her eyes widening slightly, her voice muffled. It sounded less like a statement and more like an oath. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. The rice cake was fragrant and soft, with the sweet red bean filling not overly cloying, its sweetness perfectly suited to her taste. She chewed a few times, swallowed, and then gulped down some saliva. Her eyes fixed on the piece of rice cake in Hui Yanheng's hands, revealing a glimmer of desire and anticipation. "It's delicious, I want more," Hui Yanheng thought, realizing that refusing to share would make him appear miserly. The small child, not even reaching the height of Leng Qingqing's thighs, cradled the rice cake in his hands, his wide, dark eyes looking at her as he softly inquired if she wanted more. "Yanheng, are you truly willing to share with me?" Leng Qingqing was taken aback by his generosity. Given her limited understanding of children, she had expected Hui Yanheng to be more possessive of his food. After all, he was a villain, embodying traits such as extremism, obsession, malice, and territoriality, traits that would naturally lead to a reluctance to share. Hui Yanheng nodded, his dark, clear pupils resembling a tranquil lake, devoid of any hint of calculation, conflict, or stinginess. He looked nothing like a villain, but rather resembled a hero. Leng Qingqing was greatly moved. As she lowered her head, she tucked her loose hair behind her ears to avoid any distractions. Then, with a wide-open mouth, she unceremoniously bit off a full 2/3 of the rice cake. The onlookers gasped, transformed into wide-mouthed frogs, exclaiming, "Leng Qingqing, how dare she?" Many remarked on her unconventional approach to motherhood, while other parents in the live stream wished to reserve all the delicious treats for their children, holding only the bare minimum for themselves. Yet Leng Qingqing did not conform to the typical maternal role. Instead, she brazenly competed for food with her child. Viewers anticipated a gentle, serene response from her, only to be astonished when she took a sizable bite, leaving Hui Yanheng with mere scraps. The audience was entranced by this scene, their reactions polarized. Some believed that as a mother, she should not compete with her child for food, deeming her an inadequate parent. Such remarks quickly provoked laughter from her fans. "What, do you intend to revoke her motherhood?" They scoffed. "Come on, not all mothers claim to dislike food. But does that mean they genuinely do? Is Leng Qingqing selfish? Yet I find it utterly delightful. No one online knows me, so I can say it. Leng Qingqing's carefree spirit, unbound by any constraints, embodies the life I yearn for. Just because she is a mother, does that mean she cannot enjoy a hearty bite? Must celebrities conform to your expectations? That's quite overreaching. I too wish to be a mother who embraces such freedom." Gradually, more and more netizens and passers-by began to voice their support for Leng Qingqing, including many mothers who unexpectedly spoke in her defense. "As a mother myself, I envy Leng Qingqing. Before becoming a mother, I was the little princess of my family, and now, well, that is a different story. Those without children have no right to criticize her. She isn't starving her child. She is a mother, yet she is still herself. Mothers, do not be shackled. It is not illegal to indulge in your own needs first. I often do the same. After all, aren't children meant to be playful? The mothers not only articulated their points with precision but also showcased formidable wit in their rebuttals. The earlier wave of aggressive commenters, who had criticized Leng Qingqing, fell silent, unable to counter her supporters. Before the rice cake stall, Leng Qingqing covered her mouth with one hand, savoring the fragrant rice cake, chewing while keeping a watchful eye on Hui Yanheng's expression. As a first-time mother, she felt slightly unskilled and resolved to refrain from competing for food next time. If he were to feel upset, she would simply buy him another piece. Hui Yanheng sat there, holding the small piece of rice cake, lost in thought for quite some time. There was hardly anything left, the cake still warm and soft, resting heavily in his palm. In the past, Leng Qingqing would never have eaten something he had touched, let alone compete for it. Such behavior was inconceivable. Yet today, not only had she bitten into his food, but she had also taken a large mouthful, showing no reluctance to share his saliva. Was this a sign that perhaps she didn't despise him as much as she had before? He raised his hand, gently biting into a piece of rice cake, as if nothing had happened. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely. Stalls were erected on either side of the market for shade, and the two walked closely beneath the awnings to avoid sunburn. Leng Qingqing held 2 pieces of rice cake, taking a bite of the red bean-filled one followed by a bite of the plain one, cheeks bulging as she mumbled, "Mommy truly loves to eat." Hui Yanheng noticed, as anyone with eyes would, her curiosity about the village market, wandering about while he trailed closely beside her, appearing almost like a little adult himself. Their roles seemed humorously reversed. After a minute, Leng Qingqing finished the last bite of rice cake and earnestly explained, "Yanheng, it's not that Mommy doesn't want to buy you some. You're too little to have too much or you might get sick." She spoke earnestly, as Hui Yanheng was indeed too young, and rice cakes were not easily digestible for him. Thus, it fell upon her, the mother, to take on this responsibility. Leng Qingqing mused that the role of a mother was not one that could be fulfilled by just any woman without a big appetite. Suddenly, Hui Yanheng stopped in his tracks, his dark eyes fixating on something ahead. Leng Qingqing followed his gaze to see a small supermarket where a ride-on toy for children was displayed. The rocking horse was all the rage a few years ago, yet it has become a rare sight in recent times. With a coin, one could ride for a mere minute, paying just 1 yuan. Leng Qingqing understood why Hui Yanheng could not make his way forward. The modestly sized rocking horse was adorned with vibrant paint depicting the main characters from Bears in Trouble, with Bear Big and Bear 2 displaying lively expressions, alongside the figure of King Gigi. A little girl, roughly Hui Yanheng's age, was seated atop it. As the vehicle rocked back and forth, the sound system automatically playing the theme song of Bears in Trouble at a jubilant volume. A group of children gathered nearby, gazing enviously at the girl, their eyes reflecting longing and admiration. What was once an outdated amusement in the city was now experiencing a resurgence, adored and cherished by the children. Hui Yanheng's crimson lips moved slightly, as if he wished to say something, his gaze fixated on the girl. Leng Qingqing leaned closer to listen, discovering that Hui Yanheng was softly singing along to the theme song March Forward, his voice mingling with the animated melody. "Illuminate the path I tread alone, roses and thorns grow together. The wounds of past setbacks echo within me each dawn." Leng Qingqing was taken aback, yet found it amusing. This lad remembered the lyrics quite well, every word intact. She could almost read his thoughts. He desperately wanted to ride the rocking horse. After a brief moment of inner conflict, she decisively took out her phone to record. How would the future villain, Hui Yanheng, feel upon seeing this childhood video? The thought made her erupt in uncontrollable laughter, tears of mirth streaming down her face. Those filming her couldn't help but wipe their brows. Who could claim she wasn't a doting mother? The fans in the live stream shared her sentiment, voicing their reactions. "Leng Qingqing, you are recognized as a stunning beauty. Could you not be so oblivious to your image?" Hung. I just smile and remain silent. "This is killing me. Let the child have her turn. The rocking horse is my son's favorite." Finally, I found a common interest between my child and Hung. Did anyone notice that Leng Qingqing is secretly filming? We must save this for Heng's wedding day. The raucous laughter finally captured Hui Yanheng's attention. He turned his head to see the woman standing a meter behind him. Clutching her stomach, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, her cheeks flushed, sunglasses resting on her collar, swaying with her amusement. Hui Yanheng realized he had lingered too long. Accompanied by the exuberant theme song, he lowered his gaze and walked briskly over, tugging at Leng Qingqing's clothing, his youthful voice clear. "Let us go. Don't you want to ride?" Leng Qingqing wiped the tears from her eyes with her fingertips and deliberately teased him, gesturing for him to look ahead. That little girl has already gotten off. The other children surrounding the rocking horse merely watched, their pockets devoid of coins. A dirty little boy attempted to climb aboard, hoping to ride for free, only to be swiftly chased away by the vendor. Get off, get off. Go get your parents to pay. Hua Yanheng stood still, his gaze once again glued to the rocking horse, a mix of conflict and subtle yearning evident in his eyes.
I
don't particularly like it, he insisted, forcing himself to turn away.
Why?
Immature, Hua Yanheng declared resolutely. Leng Qingqing burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
A 5-year-old calling others immature. Hua Yanheng might have stated his disinterest, but the moment he laid eyes on the rocking horse, his feet had already faltered. Leng Qingqing delighted in puncturing his facade of maturity, knowing he secretly wished to play. The more he resisted, the more entertaining she found it, crossing her arms and regarding him with a teasing smile in her crescent-shaped, sparkling eyes. Heng, give your dear mother a kiss, and I'll let you ride. Isn't that a fair deal? Even if he yearned to play, Hua Yanheng would never voice such a request. His reserved nature was far too mature for a child of his age. He cast her a lingering glance, his gaze dropping to her cheek, then looked away 2 seconds later. I don't like this. Leng Qingqing anticipated his refusal. However, having been swayed once, Hua Yanheng would inevitably be swayed again.
Really?
She squatted down, meeting his dark eyes. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. While the city is nice, there are hardly any rocking horses to ride, especially one guarded by Bear Big and Bear 2. She urgently conveyed a message. This was no ordinary rocking horse. It was the one with Bear Big and Bear 2. Even if it required a small concession, it was worth it. No one could resist the allure of idols, not even the future villain Hua Yanheng. Undeniably, Hua Yanheng was moved. The clarity in his eyes gradually clouded with confusion, his brow furrowing as if he were contemplating matters of state rather than the simple act of riding a rocking horse. A fair, delicate profile leaned closer, the faint fragrance wafting toward him. Hua Yanheng clenched his fist, gazing intently at her face, inhaling deeply. Then, closing his eyes, he slowly leaned in. Leng Qingqing beamed, as joyous as if she had won a lottery. This was Hua Yanheng taking the initiative. In the next moment, a gentle, slightly moist touch graced her cheek, the unique scent of a child enveloping her, and in that ambience, she felt blissfully close to melting. Hua Yanheng lightly kissed her cheek and immediately stood upright, as if fearing she might retaliate in the next second. If Leng Qingqing were to compete with Hua Yanheng for food, the system wouldn't be so surprised. However, at this moment, the system was genuinely taken aback. A grown woman, deceiving a child for merely 1 yuan. And more bizarrely, Hua Yanheng actually acquiesced to her unreasonable request. The system was astounded. Leng Qingqing remained silent, pondering a particular thought. The future villain who would send her to a mental institution had just kissed her on the cheek to ride a rocking horse for a single yuan. Impressive, she mused. Chapter 65. Adorably irregular. A photo of Leng Qingqing and Hua Yanheng began to circulate wildly within the fan group. In strict terms, it was not a pose photo but rather a screenshot taken during a live stream, capturing the moment Hua Yanheng stood on tiptoe to kiss Leng Qingqing's cheek. The sunlight was brilliant, casting a golden glow upon her fair profile as she squinted, smiling with glee, awaiting her son's affectionate gesture. In the words of the system, she was positively beaming with pride. The little one, eyes closed, with dark, curled lashes, was about to press his rosy lips against her cheek. Irresistibly adorable. Behind them, people flowed past, yet time seemed to freeze in that singular moment, and the world felt serene. The screenshot, enhanced with a filter by a fan, was already stunning without any embellishments. After being posted to Weibo, it garnered tens of thousands of likes, shares, and comments within mere minutes. Even passers-by were struck by the beauty of the image. What a magical atmosphere. Where was this photo taken? Can you recommend the place? A friendly reminder, it was a screenshot from a live stream, not a professional shot. Where is this? It's so beautiful. I want to go take photos too. Only I noticed the beautiful scenery behind Leng Qingqing. It's truly breathtaking, so pristine and natural. Unbeknownst to everyone, this simple screenshot would later attract a steady influx of tourists to the nearby villages of Taoweiyuan for years to come. Meanwhile, in Leng Qingqing's live stream, fans were indulging in playful antics. Lonely Qingqing does not regard herself as a mother. Rather, she treats her child as a friend. How enviable it is that Heng has such a delightful mother. Haha, when Heng Heng looks back at this scene in the future, will he regret having fallen for Lonely Qingqing's charm? It appears that Lonely Qingqing is indeed a cut above the rest. Sister 555 also yearns for Heng Heng's affectionate kisses. He seems so soft and sweet, simply adorable. Content after receiving kisses, Lonely Qingqing leads Hui Yanheng to continue shopping. They have only spent a fraction of their 200 yuan, and it is imperative that they exhaust the entire sum today. Lonely Qingqing cannot bear to see money linger in her hands. They meandered through the entire market street, exploring from west to north, and after half an hour, both Hui Yanheng and Lonely Qingqing found their arms and necks laden with purchases. With her arms aching and lunchtime approaching, she sought out a stall. Seated across a table from Hui Yanheng, she ordered 2 bowls of wontons, fearing he might not have enough, and added a bowl of noodles as well. Heng Heng, let us take a photo to commemorate our outing. Lonely Qingqing has this habit of documenting her visits wherever she goes, as a sign of having been there. She opened her camera, turned around to adjust her position, ensuring both herself and the person behind her were in the frame. A selfie with a front camera revealed 2 faces, one large and one small, strikingly similar in their features. Hui Yanheng had never taken a photo with her before, but seeing her focused demeanor, he straightened up, placing his hands neatly on the table as if in a classroom setting. His dark eyes locked onto the lens, lips pressed together. There was no forced smile, no upward curl of his lips, just a sincere expression. The steamy aroma of the wontons wafted towards him, and Hui Yanheng felt a pang of hunger. He swallowed hard, suppressing the growl of his stomach, and managed a slight smile for the camera.
Click.
The crisp sound of the shutter echoed, and after the photo was taken, Lonely Qingqing turned back, pushing a bowl of wontons towards him. Her gaze still glued to her phone screen. Eyes fixed on her device, she reminded Hui Yanheng, "Be careful, it's hot. Take your time eating." Hui Yanheng responded with an picking up his spoon and taking small bites of the wontons. Freshly made and delicious. The wontons floated in a clear broth adorned with shrimp flakes and seaweed, sprinkled with a handful of tender cilantro. When Lonely Qingqing finally put her phone away, she noticed Hui Yanheng frowning as he picked out the cilantro. At this age, how can you still be picky? Lonely Qingqing shot him a warning glance, causing Hui Yanheng to pause, his deep, dark eyes gazing at her with a hint of dilemma. Realizing she couldn't bear to see him frown, she immediately switched tactics. "Give it to mommy. Mommy loves cilantro." Hui Yanheng's dark eyes flickered, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately held his tongue. He lowered his head, watching as Lonely Qingqing removed the remaining cilantro from his bowl, then bit into the last half of his wonton with downcast lashes. The staff around them understood well what Hui Yanheng had left unspoken. What in the world is it that you do not enjoy eating? They had never seen her so fond of food. Hui Yanheng swallowed the wonton, deep in thought. Dissatisfied with the earlier photo, Lonely Qingqing noticed the little dumpling eating intently. With a glimmer in her eye, she cautiously retrieved her phone from her pocket, slightly turned her body, and opened the front camera, directing it at the 2 of them. She flashed a peace sign at the lens, ready to snap another shot. However, Hui Yanheng seemed to sense her intentions, lifting his dark eyes to look over, his expression blank, with a crumb of shrimp stuck to the corner of his mouth.
Click.
The shutter clicked again. Caught in the act. Lonely Qingqing remained remarkably calm as she exited the camera app in front of Hui Yanheng and opened a certain pink photo editing software. Observant netizens soon discovered that Lonely Qingqing's screensaver was a photo of Hui Yanheng. Wow, wait a minute, what did I just see? It's a picture of Heng Heng. So adorable. Unfortunately, it was too quick. Did anyone manage to screenshot it? I miss seeing Heng Heng in his festive attire. I'm begging you, Lonely Qingqing, please post it on Weibo. I want to use Heng Heng as my screensaver too. Hui Yanheng also noticed his actions halting, his expression frozen, as a wonton dropped from his spoon into the soup bowl. In that brief moment of surprise, Lonely Qingqing had already stowed her phone away. Though it was a fleeting moment, it was undeniably him. Hui Yanheng had a remarkable memory and recalled when the photo had been taken. It was during last year's New Year celebration at the Hui family's old residence, where, to please his grandmother, he had donned a traditional tang suit in a vibrant red, symbolizing prosperity. The vermilion mark on his forehead complemented the festive color, and with his fair skin and dark brows, he resembled a young master emerging from a painting, though his face bore no smile. The photo was taken by the butler. How could it end up in her possession? Hui Yanheng ceased to scoop wontons, despite his hunger. His little mind raced. From initial disbelief, he began to approach the realization of what he had considered impossible, his heart pounding faster and faster. There was no sign of Lonely Qingqing in the group photo. as his grandmother had not allowed her to join in. If she did not appear in the picture, how did she acquire it and crop him out for her screensaver? There was but one answer, and it could only be one. Hua Yanheng lowered his gaze, fixated on the table corner, inhaling silently. She must have asked the butler for it. Chapter 66. Having food is like having a father. At noon, a fiery orb hung high in the sky, and even the breeze carried a stifling heat. The market remained bustling, alive with the chatter of many. System, didn't you say Xiezheng would appear here? Where is he? The girl's voice was faint and delicate as she, under the scorching sun, extended her slender, pale wrist to gently wipe the sweat forming on her forehead. She was beautiful, with a graceful demeanor akin to an elegant orchid, appearing to be in her early 20s. Lu Panpan, with her innocent brows and bright eyes, offered a gentle smile to every villager whose gaze fell upon her. What a charming girl she was. After searching the entire street without catching sight of Xiezheng, Lu Panpan began to feel fatigued. She glanced around and noticed a woman selling vegetables setting up a sunshade nearby. Approaching the stall, she softly inquired, "Excuse me, do you know Xiezheng?" The short-haired woman paused her work, spinning around with wide eyes. Xiezheng. Adorned in a brown apron and sporting a healthy tan, the woman initially thought she misheard, incredulously sizing up the beautiful girl before her multiple times. Then, the face of that wolfish boy surfaced in her mind, coupled with those dark, narrow eyes filled with gloom. "Dear girl, what do you want with Xiezheng? The sun must be setting in the west today. Not long ago, a girl kindly bought him rice cakes, and now another girl is eagerly looking for him. I'm a friend of Xiezheng's. I need to ask him something. Do you know where he is?" Lu Panpan's eyes sparkled, her voice as gentle as water, her innocence disarming the woman completely. "Xiezheng? He left a long time ago." Before Lu Panpan could ask further, the woman poured out her thoughts, fuming. "I told you he's no good. His mother has mental issues. And he's not quite right either. That girl gave him a rice cake, and he just followed her off. Who knows what he intends to do?" The woman's dark brows knitted in anger, as if she were genuinely upset. "Dear girl, regardless of your relationship with him, do not seek him out. The village's old wives say Xiezheng is born under a bad star. Everyone associated with him meets misfortune." After uttering those words, a shadow of fear crossed her face. Lu Panpan was well aware of Xiezheng's background. If his life were not so tragic, he wouldn't be Xiezheng. As a participant in a story, the significance of Xiezheng's appearance here lies in her redemption. This is also one of the main tasks for Lu Panpan upon arriving in this world. However, a vegetable vendor has just reported that Xiezheng walked away with another woman, leaving Lu Panpan in a state of shock. The system accompanying Lu Panpan is equally at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she weakly inquires, "System, why is this so different from what is written in the book? Wasn't she supposed to be the sole myth of Xiezheng, the light and electricity of Xiezheng? How could Xiezheng, one of her harem members, so easily depart with another woman?" Lu Panpan bites her lip, a flicker of panic arising from her inability to control the unfolding narrative. This is an inauspicious beginning. What has transpired, and who is that woman? She resolves to first pursue Hu Jingsun and set aside thoughts of Xiezheng for the moment. Moments later, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in Lu Panpan's mind. With only 1 yuan left, what should she purchase? Ultimately, she buys 2 lollipops from a roadside stall, one strawberry-flavored and the other orange-flavored. "Which one would you like? Strawberry or orange?" she asks, holding the 2 lollipops in front of Hu Yanheng, ensuring they are within his reach. "I am fine with either," he replies, implying that she should choose first, and he will take the remaining one. Elated, Lu Panpan selects the orange-flavored one and, as she hands over the other to Hu Yanheng, leans in quickly to plant a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, my son. You are so kind to me." She tears open the colorful candy wrapper, pops the lollipop into her mouth, tilts her head in thought, and adds somewhat indistinctly, "Mommy loves you dearly." Hua Yanheng, holding the unopened lollipop, stands in bewilderment. It is impossible that he has not imagined a scenario in which his mother expresses love for him. After all, he is but a few years old, an age when a child craves the fervent and untainted affection of a mother. However, Lu Panpan never articulates her love. She merely implores him to strive for excellence, hoping to retain his father through the darkest of nights. Perhaps it is due to the absence of his father that she has never uttered such words of affection. This is the first time Hu Yanheng hears Lu Panpan say, "I love you." Long, Curled eyelashes cast a shadow over his dark pupils, revealing a mixture of bewilderment, confusion, and disbelief. The lollipop is snatched from his hand, prompting him to raise his eyes instantly. He remains silent, mimicking her actions by placing the lollipop in his mouth, his right cheek puffing out in the shape of the candy. The sweet strawberry flavor gradually spreads across his palate. After their purchases, Lu Pan finds herself at a loss for what else to buy. She has already acquired 2 sun hats, one large and one small, identical in style and pattern, serving as matching parent and child hats. Wearing the sun hats, she passes a stall and decides to buy a colorful sticker of bears out of control for Hui Yanhang. He carefully and reverently places the entire sticker sheet into the small backpack on his back. If she agrees, of course. Lu Pan does not intend to adhere to regulations that dictate spending the maximum amount for the greatest quantity of items. Thus far, she has purchased only what they need or what Hui Yanhang enjoys, treating him to gifts. Nevertheless, she feels as though something is still missing. Often, even when a concept begins to take shape in her mind, the more she ponders it, the more elusive it becomes. This thought tormented Lu Pan throughout the afternoon. At 4 o'clock, the guests who had been out all day finally convened. Although the number of guests was not large, the small courtyard was filled with a cacophony of voices as everyone showcased the treasures they had acquired during the day. "Look, my dad bought me a Diga Ultraman," Jiang Shishing exclaimed, excitedly wiping his nose and producing a Diga model from behind him, zipping around his companions. Finally, he leaped onto a tree stump, surveying the crowd with pride as he declared, "Who wants to play with me?" Silence ensued. The other children were preoccupied with their own activities. Hui Yanhang fed the birds by the pavilion, Shen Han kicked a newly purchased soccer ball, while Julie and Tian played with dolls. Jiang Shishing remarked, "Plastic friends, absolutely plastic friends." Nearby, Jiang Tianqiong crouched down, retrieving items from a sack and laying them on the ground for the director to count. The sounds of children playing echoed in the distance. And Bai Dan couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shishing is such a delightful child. Jiang Tianqiong shook his head, fatigue etched across his face. Delightful? He only calls me dad when he gets new toys. I must have owed him in a past life. His usual gaze seemed to resemble that of a stepfather. And it was only when new toys arrived that the child would voluntarily call him dad. "Where did you get that sack?" Lu Pan asked, tugging at the corner of the coarse, tightly woven bag, marveling at its ability to hold so many items. Jiang Tianqiong seemed to sense her curiosity and pointed to the east. "It was given to me by the villagers in town. They are very warm-hearted and even invited me to their homes for a meal." If he hadn't been quick enough to grab Jiang Shishing, the boy would have already climbed onto the villagers' laps. Food is father, milk is mother. It's hard to say who he takes after. As Shen Han sprinted by, kicking the ball, Jiang Tianqiong suddenly remembered that they were missing Ai Li and asked where she had gone. Lu Pan glanced around the small courtyard. Indeed, there was no trace of Ai Li. Where could that girl have run off to now? Ai Li was, as expected, up to mischief. She was on a phone call with her agent, having deliberately sought refuge in the backyard shed, where there were no cameras to capture her actions. "How is the preparation for what I asked you to do coming along?" she inquired impatiently as soon as the call connected. The agent chuckled on the other end, his tone exuding a sense of control. "Ai Li, after all these years of collaboration, you still doubt my capabilities?" Ai Li fell silent for a moment before replying coolly. "Last time you said the same thing. And what happened?" The agent stammered. "Well, everyone makes mistakes from time to time." Ai Li scoffed. "This time, I do not wish to hear the same words again. Rest assured, I have devised a plan. Once the time is right, Lu Pan and her son will surely be eliminated." However, she was not in a rush to oust them. What she desired was to tarnish Lu Pan and Hui Yanhang's reputations. Ai Li gripped the phone tightly, her voice icy. The agent broke into a cold sweat. Yes. You can absolutely trust me." Although Ai Li's scheme was somewhat underhanded, she anticipated it would yield excellent results. With Lu Pan present, Ai Li found it challenging to shine. Regardless, she must remove Lu Pan, the obstacle in her path. Yet, for so long, Lu Pan had not revealed any vulnerabilities, nor had the agent located any damaging information against her. Their only option was to target Hui Yanhang. Chapter 67. Hui Yanhang in Adulthood. As the guests tallied their purchases, the staff was also counting the cameras in the courtyard. Did I miscount? Why is there one less camera? The individual responsible for counting, positioned in the corner of the courtyard, bore a look of confusion. To ensure accuracy, he recounted, only to find that one camera was still missing. The cameras were valuable assets of the production team. Losing one was no trivial matter. Director, I suspect someone entered here after we left. One camera is missing from the corner. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly summoned the director, and the group stood solemnly before the remaining camera, their expressions grave. The photographer responsible for this camera was new and, upon seeing the director's serious demeanor, trembled, pointing at the ground. There were originally 2 cameras here, and now only one remains. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras installed in the courtyard. Search again. If it's not found, we will report it. The director pondered for a moment before stating. The outcome, of course, was fruitless. During the brief filming of a family of 3 in the countryside, they had lost an imported camera in a matter of days. Once this news leaked, it swiftly surged to the trending topics list. The online community erupted in a chorus of ridicule. So, what happened next? Did they manage to locate the camera? It is no surprise that the production team, often so quiet, could turn such a mishap into a source of humor. After the police departed, the director lamented, striking his thigh in frustration. That was an imported camera. Quite an expensive piece. Although the higher-ups would reimburse the cost, the loss still stung. It had barely been used before it was stolen. In the vacant lot beside the barn, numerous stones and a haphazard collection of debris lay scattered. Glancing over, Leng Qingqing's gaze fixated upon a piece of wood at her feet. Weighing it in her hands, she found it neither too heavy nor too light, perfect for a child. With the wooden block in hand, she ventured into the backyard to retrieve a saw and other tools, determined to bring her idea to fruition. She intended to craft a gift for Hui Yanheng. A gift made by her own hands would hold far greater significance. Donning white gloves, she began to saw the wood into a rough shape, followed by a lengthy process of sanding. Gradually, the object took form in her hands, and she remained oblivious to the crowd gathering around her, including the director, who had abandoned his task of inventorying items to come and watch. What is she doing? No one informed me that she was a carpenter. Her deafness suggested she was far from a novice. I am not curious about what else she can do. I simply wish to know what she cannot. Lost in her task, Leng Qingqing meticulously smoothed the surface of the wood until it was polished to perfection. At the moment she picked up the tools, she had no clear vision of what she would create, merely following her instincts. She aimed to transform the wooden block into a unique gift for Hui Yanheng. Moments later, she cradled her creation in her hands, inspecting it with satisfaction. To her surprise, it was a rounded little wooden fish. Seizing the moment, she also fashioned a wooden mallet, ensuring it would fit comfortably in Hui Yanheng's grasp. Leng Qingqing felt a profound significance in her gift. Hui Yanheng, now an adult, was cold, cynical, and shrouded in gloom. Perhaps presenting him with a wooden fish, a Buddhist ritual tool, might dispel some of the darkness within him, allowing his consciousness to remain clear and unclouded. The system was left dumbfounded. Who but her would think to gift such a thing to her own child? A mother hopes her son grows into a sunny, kind-hearted boy. With great seriousness, Leng Qingqing placed the wooden fish into Hui Yanheng's small palm, gently stating, "Most importantly, I want you to be happy." The 5-year-old villain appeared slightly bewildered. Yet upon seeing her hopeful expression, he pressed his lips together and accepted the gift. "Would you like to try it out?" Leng Qingqing asked eagerly. Hui Yanheng responded with silence, while the onlookers remained speechless. He picked up the wooden mallet and instinctively tapped the fish. No one could resist such an enticing temptation. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Top, top, top. The mallet struck the wooden fish, producing a crisp sound with a rich, ancient quality. Tap, tap, tap. With this wooden fish, Hui Yanheng instantly set himself apart from his peers. The system was unsure whether to commend or mock Leng Qingqing. The villain was indeed extraordinary, while other children were still playing with mud. Hui Yanheng already possessed a wooden fish made by his mother. He lowered his gaze, holding his breath as he struck the fish with delicate focus, appearing to take great pleasure in it. Leng Qingqing feigned ignorance of the system's underlying tone, her voice laced with pride. Of course, just look at the craftsmanship. Such audacity could only come from her, leaving the system with no choice but to respond with a bemused "ha." Hui Yanheng raised his eyes, a flicker of light dancing in his dark pupils, resembling twinkling stars. "Why did you give me a gift?" he inquired. The system fell silent, astonished that Leng Qingqing would make such a promise for Hui Yanheng. In truth, on every birthday, Leng Qingqing and Hui Jingsun would prepare luxurious gifts. Yet their coldness left Hui Yanheng indifferent. This wooden fish, however, handcrafted by Leng Qingqing, felt invaluable to him, despite its seemingly modest worth to others. He cherished it deeply. Tilting his head, Hui Yanheng tapped again. Tap, tap, tap. He pressed his lips together, suppressing the corners that threatened to lift into a smile, and replied with restrained sincerity. Thank you, I really like this gift. I'm glad you like it, Leng Qingqing said, her expression affectionate. There will be more gifts in the future. After a brief pause, she added with conviction, even better ones than this. Leng Qingqing felt a sense of fulfillment. For Hui Yanheng's current response was the normal reaction of a child receiving a gift. He clutched the wooden fish tightly, yet remarked, having this one is enough. Their interaction radiated warmth and affection, and an inexplicable sense of sweetness filled the air. Had Leng Qingqing glanced around at that moment, she would have seen the expressions of everyone present, including the director and guests, encapsulated in sentiments of envy, jealousy, and resentment, as well as a silent wish for obliteration. A crew member leaned in closer to the director, whispering, Director, how old is your child? How does he compare to Hui Yanheng? The director's previously gentle demeanor shifted abruptly. Don't even mention it, that ungrateful child. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Seeing the director's sudden change in expression, the crew member felt relieved and sighed. It seems I'm not the only one whose child acts this way. That eases my mind. The director stared at him in disbelief. You still want to keep your job? Every child has their own brand of mischief. And a child like Hui Yanheng, an angelic being, is indeed a rare find. Bai Dan held her face in her hands, her eyes brimming with hearts. Qingqing is so talented. With a mother like her, Hui Yanheng must feel incredibly fortunate. Meanwhile, Andy was completely absorbed in jotting down notes on his phone. Jiang Tianqiong, taking advantage of his height, caught a glimpse of Andy's notes, which read, In the future, you will receive more gifts from your mother. Jiang Tianqiong was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Andy was actually recording Leng Qingqing's quotes? Realizing he had been caught, Andy sheepishly smiled. I'm afraid I'll forget, so I wrote it down. Next time I give my daughter a gift, I'll say something similar. Julie, who often played the supportive mother role, understood Andy's intentions came from love. She widened her bright blue eyes and promised, Thank you, Mommy. I will be sure to be genuinely touched. What more could Jiang Tianqiong say? Truly, they were mother and daughter. Today's tasks were straightforward for the guests. But for the production team, it was a day filled with laborious work. By the time they completed the inventory, half an hour had passed. As the director wiped the sweat from his brow, he announced the results. Today's task for the guests was to use the 200 yuan in their hands to acquire the maximum number of items. I will now declare the winner. At this point, he raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Ai Li, who had just emerged from the backyard.
Ai Li smiled faintly,
her expression bright with confidence. The director mentioned Ellie's name, but his expression was rather complex as he pointed to a pile of items on the bluestone slab at his feet. These were the fruits of Ellie and Shunhan's labor from their day out, which everyone could take inspiration from. A slight crack appeared in Ellie's otherwise perfect demeanor, but she quickly regained her composure. The guests gathered around, engaging in animated discussions. What did Ellie buy? I thought I had purchased enough, Bai Dan remarked in surprise. 200 yuan can buy so much? Is this food? Andy inquired while squatting down to rummage through the items. First place, well-deserved, Jiang Tianqiong observed coldly, casting a disinterested glance at the ground. Aren't these peanuts? Leng Qingqing also crouched down, carefully picking up a grain of glutinous peanut and examining it between her fingers. Wait, there's a label on this. She peeled off the white label affixed to the peanut and leaned in closer to read the scrawled numbers, which, while presumably numerical, were hastily written and indecipherable in meaning. She smiled, both modest and triumphant. Leng Qingqing paused, quickly processing the situation, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you really buy so many peanuts one by one? How far does Ellie want to win? Is this even a task a person can accomplish? Peanuts are typically sold by weight. How could Ellie have not been thrown out by the shopkeeper? She lifted her long lashes, searching Ellie's face and body with her gaze. Remarkably, Ellie had not been rejected. Her luck was astounding. Upon overhearing their conversation, the guests were left speechless, astonished, and unsure of what to say. Complimenting Ellie's cleverness felt off, yet denying her intelligence would not explain her actions. Jiang Tianqiong's lips moved as if he wished to speak, glancing at the camera, but ultimately withheld his words. What he wanted to express was that Ellie exhibited a foolish cleverness. Was she even aware of it? In the live broadcast room, Ellie's fans were indeed fervently flooding the screen with praise for their idol's actions, reminiscent of new parents elated by their child's first utterance of mommy or daddy. Ellie is incredibly clever. Ha ha ha. My daughter is just amazing. Go, Lily. Every time she surprises us anew. Sister 555 is so smart. She thought of this method. Victory is assured. Xiaohan must be so happy to have such a brilliant mother. A bystander interjected. I say, Ellie S. fans, don't be so absurd. In Chapter 69, Can I Stay With You for a Night? Within the live broadcast room with Leng Qingqing and the other guests, the barrage of comments finally seemed somewhat normal, with netizens expressing diverse opinions. Isn't Ellie a wealthy lady? Why do I feel she's a bit stingy? She didn't break any rules. You understand that now, right? Enough. Can we not always target Ellie? What has she done to you? This method. It surprised me, but not overwhelmingly so. Is this really first place? In summary, due to her exceptional performance today, Ellie successfully secured the first position. On the third night of their stay in Taoyuan village, she finally achieved her desire. Residing in the most luxurious accommodation. After spending 2 days in a dilapidated hut where she could only wash herself with cold water in the dead of night. During the day, she could almost smell the pungent odor emanating from her own body whenever she bent down. Now, she could finally take a proper bath and rest. The director redistributed the accommodations for the night based on the items counted, and coincidentally, the other guests' accommodations remained unchanged. Only Leng Qingqing and Ellie swapped. Ellie felt a surge of pride but feigned embarrassment, apologizing to Leng Qingqing with a smile. Sorry, Qingqing, I've taken your room. While her words expressed apology, her gaze was laden with a provocative challenge, directed solely at Leng Qingqing. Ellie's smile faltered, losing its earlier brilliance. Leng Qingqing, with her charmingly articulate nature, never found it difficult to respond. Only those unable to play would find it challenging. Are you upset? She asked innocently, her eyes wide. I was just joking with you. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed on Ellie, as if she could almost articulate the unspoken words. Don't be so petty. Ellie felt a surge of frustration, her emotions a tumultuous storm, leaving her face pale, and she awkwardly laughed. How could I be? I know you were joking. Oh. Leng Qingqing blinked, seemingly unsatisfied, and continued the charade. It's good that you aren't upset. You looked so serious just now. I thought you were unhappy. This time, Ellie chose not to engage. Bai Dan, the peacemaker, stepped in to shake their hands gently, soothingly saying, We're all friends here. How could we be angry? The atmosphere between the two was palpable, evident to anyone with eyes. The director's team, of course, would not intervene. Conflicts between guests only added to the intrigue. But Ellie appeared remarkably restrained before the camera, often managing to swiftly retract any overt hostility whenever tensions escalated, maintaining a facade of false peace. One could say that this episode's highlight revolved around Leng Qingqing. Once again, Ellie concealed her barbs, lifting her gaze with an immediate transformation to a warm demeanor. Indeed, it was merely a jest. In truth, Ellie had suddenly recalled her ongoing perfect plan. Since Leng Qingqing was destined to fall at her hands sooner or later, why not let her revel in her arrogance for a while? After all, the higher one climbs, the harder one falls. Dinner was still a collaborative effort among the guests, and when Leng Qingqing entered the kitchen, she encountered a plump duck, its feathers not fully removed, lying haphazardly on the cutting board. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the duck's neck had been twisted, its head contorted in a grotesque manner, its eyes rolled back and veiled by a faint grayish haze. Who left this here, without proper handling? Leng Qingqing frowned, finding the scene more bothersome than horrifying, feeling that whoever had prepared it was sloppy and lacked decisiveness. The duck had not been scalded with boiling water, its feathers were still intact, hastily handled, almost unprocessed. Blood and scattered feathers littered the cutting board. It seemed less an act of sustenance and more of a cruel display of frustration. Renowned for her audacity, cultivated through experiences in various horror-themed infinite loops, Leng Qingqing was unfazed by a mere duck. Jiang Tianqiong approached, and even this imposing figure faltered at the sight of the poor creature's fate. Who put this here? He furrowed his brow, voicing the same question as Leng Qingqing. Their eyes met, neither knowing the answer, resorting to a mutual stare. Who cares? Leng Qingqing rolled up her sleeves, reaching for the duck by its twisted neck. Since it's here, it belongs to us. No one could dissuade her. Today, she was determined to claim that duck. Just then, Bai Dan rushed in from outside, leaning against the doorframe, panting as she looked at the two, pointing outside. In Chapter 70, Leng Qingqing, Be a Person. The The director sat in the front hall, slightly leaning forward, feigning attentiveness, with a serious expression. Opposite him sat an elderly man with white hair. "Please don't be anxious. Just sit and talk," the elderly man said, turning to express gratitude to the staff behind him before providing the director with additional information. Perhaps due to his urgency, his words came out somewhat jumbled. The director exchanged a glance with the staff and inquired, "Old man, I mean no offense. But may I ask how you came to know that this duck was with us? Or rather, who informed you?" The old man, with a sorrowful expression, pointed to the black duck cradled in his arms, saying, "It guided me here." At this moment, the crowd's gaze shifted to the elderly man's embrace, where a black duck nestled obediently, its plumage a deep ebony, unmarred by any other hue. Its long beak shimmered with a beautiful, glossy orange, and its dark, shiny eyes moved as if comprehending the words spoken by the humans before it. "This duck led you?" The director's eyes widened slightly, disbelief etched on his face. A duck as a guide? Such a notion seemed almost fantastical. To the ears of the younger generation, the tale bore an air of mystique, yet for the elders, a duck's guidance was not an unusual occurrence. The old man nodded, his rough hand gently caressing the smooth, glossy feathers of the duck. "They are the best of friends, always going to the river in the village to hunt for loaches together. It hasn't eaten all day." A sigh escaped him as he concluded, revealing a bond with the duck that transcended mere ownership. It seemed more akin to that of a parent and child. Unbeknownst to the others, Shen Han, hiding in a corner, widened his eyes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Is it this duck?" A crisp, melodious female voice suddenly interrupted, startling everyone as they turned to the door. Leng Qingqing entered, dragging a half-plucked dead duck, just as a loud crash echoed through the room. The old man sprang to his feet with surprising speed and strength, knocking over the chair behind him with a resounding clatter. "That is my duck," he exclaimed, hastening towards her to snatch the dead duck from her grasp, his eyes already reddened. The elderly man, with his white hair and tear-streaked cheeks, confronted the young girl before him, asking, "Did you steal my duck?" Leng Qingqing vehemently denied it. "Of course not. Do I look like someone capable of such an act?" Her bright eyes held no trace of guilt. After a few moments of mutual gaze, the old man's tense posture began to relax, and he lowered his gaze to the lifeless duck in his hands. A single hot tear rolled down, landing on the back of his hand. "Who killed my duck?" He began to weep. The black duck in his arms, upon seeing its companion's corpse, remained unresponsive, half closing its eyes as if in slumber. Unable to bear the scene, Leng Qingqing averted her gaze, scanning the room until it landed on Shen Han's guilty face. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Shen Han, come here." The old man wiped his tears and lifted his tear-streaked face to follow her gaze. All eyes, like his, turned toward Shen Han. A wave of unease washed over Shen Han, as if all his strength had been drained. He cowered in the corner, unwilling to reveal himself.
Ailey stepped forward,
shielding him from view, her tone stern and righteous. "Qingqing, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that our little Han stole the old man's duck?" Accusations require evidence. However, Leng Qingqing was not merely suspicious. She was convinced. The boy's face betrayed his guilt, and it would take a blind person not to notice. The director rose to intervene, blocking Leng Qingqing's path. "Qingqing, enough. How could it possibly be Han? He is just a child. He lacks the strength to break a duck's neck. It must have been an adult." The crowd found it puzzling that Leng Qingqing would suspect Shen Han. Any normal child confronted with a dead duck would be haunted for days, let alone be capable of such a gruesome act. Feeling bolstered by someone defending him, Shen Han pushed past Ai Li and emerged, parroting, "Qingqing, accusations must be substantiated. The duck flew to the back of the hut last night as it got dark. There were no cameras and no witnesses." He raised his chin defiantly, his demeanor bold and audacious. Meanwhile, on a small table, Hu Yanhem quietly observed the unfolding drama, his dark gaze fixated on Shen Han's back, unblinking. As the situation spiraled into absurdity, even the viewers in the live stream began to voice their discontent, defending Shen Han. What is wrong with Qingqing? Why target a child? Shen Han is merely a mischievous boy. How could he sink so low? The elderly man's cheeks streamed with tears as he gently stroked the black duck nestled in his arms. "You must have seen it, right?" Shen Han found it laughable. What could a duck comprehend? Even if it had seen something, it could not communicate. In the next instant, the black duck abruptly opened its eyes, locking its gaze onto Shen Han. In the ensuing moment, while everyone remained stunned, the duck suddenly burst from the old man's embrace, flapping its wings and pecking at Shenhan. Chapter 71. Quack, quack, quack. A shadow zipped through the air, followed by a terrified shriek. Shenhan covered his face, stumbling back and falling to the ground as the black duck soared above him, pecking mercilessly. 2 glossy black feathers spiraled down to the ground. The duck flapped its wings, struggling fiercely, emitting a hoarse, chilling cry. Quack, quack, quack. The atmosphere grew so silent that a pin drop could be heard. The duck's cries echoed in their ears, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Shenhan burst into tears, his wails rivaling the duck's cacophony, as both creature and boy wept uncontrollably. Yet the old man seemed to grasp something, his gaze sharp and piercing as he fixed it on Shenhan. His voice grew progressively louder. It was you. The director, still confused, asked old man. Please clarify, what do you mean by he? The old man's rough, short fingers pointed at the weeping Shenhan, his raspy voice yet clear. He stole my duck. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, shifting between the flapping duck in Jiang Tianqiong's hands and the inconsolable Shenhan, who appeared to be on the verge of an emotional collapse. Leng Qingqing leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold with detached amusement. Not me. I didn't steal your duck.
Qianhan Kate.
His cheeks throbbing with pain, desperately trying to defend himself. But the old man insisted it saw you. Shenhan peeked through his fingers at the black duck, which, usually a docile creature, now bore bloodshot eyes and emitted incessant shrieks, seemingly filled with deep-seated animosity towards him.
How could that be?
When I caught that duck, there were no others nearby. This is slander. I will have my lawyers sue you. My father will ensure you serve a lifetime in prison.
Qianhan hoted.
Terrified and panicked, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. What? The shocking content of Shenhan's statement left the crowd gaping, their mouths agape like a row of frogs by the pond. In that instant, Ai Li turned sharply, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded him. Xiaohan you. It truly was Shenhan who had committed the act. Leng Qingqing found the situation increasingly amusing, leaning against the doorframe and pulling out some sunflower seeds to snack on, eager to see how much more absurd this scene could become. Clearly, Ai Li had no idea what Shenhan had done. The observing system couldn't help but chime in, sharing its thoughts on the unfolding drama. Having a stepson like Shenhan was indeed a blessing for Ai Li, Leng Qingqing remarked incisively. The system responded in an emotional tone. All things possess spirit. Even this black duck is a blessing for the old man. One voice echoed harmoniously. Some individuals are even inferior to a duck. In the midst of an engaging performance, the director grew anxious. He swiftly called over the staff, his tone urgent, yet deliberately subdued. As he had anticipated, chaos erupted in the live streaming room. The viewers who had previously mocked the protagonist now found themselves feeling like the most foolish individuals in the universe. I can't believe it.
What?
Did Shenhan really do it? But he is only 5 years old. Is this something a child could do? This is terrifying. He will undoubtedly become a monster when he grows up. At 5, I only dared to play in the mud. Is this typical behavior for young boys? Don't come at me. Look at Hung Hung. He is quite well behaved. Even the guests and staff on site were taken aback, including Ai Li, who was momentarily dumbfounded. She raised her gaze and caught a glimpse of Shenhan's guilty expression, nearly choking on her breath. Closing her eyes, she placed a hand over her heart and took several deep breaths. Little Han, please tell me you just misspoke out of excitement, right? She crouched down, placing her hands gently on Shenhan's slightly trembling shoulders, her gaze pleading. It was just a mistake. You didn't steal the duck, did you? The embarrassment of such a situation made Ai Li want to slap him across the face. Shenhan's eyes were brimming with tears, appearing pitiful. After uttering that previous line, Shenhan's earlier bravado evaporated, akin to a deflated balloon, leaving only a shell. He could barely form a coherent sentence, entirely stripped of his prior arrogance. Finally, Leng Qingqing spoke up, her words sharp and unyielding. Ai Li, it's not a big deal if children make mistakes. What truly matters is that they recognize and correct them. Your actions won't help him, they may even harm him. You must think carefully about this. Each word was like a dagger, piercing directly into Ai Li's heart. She fought against the urge to retch, her eyes anxiously darting back to Shenhan, her grip on his shoulders tightening to the point where her nails nearly dug into his skin. Shenhan winced in pain, his face streaked with tears and snot. You're hurting me. Realizing that trying to salvage the situation through Shenhan was futile, Ai Li released her grip, took several deep breaths, and stood up, turning to the elderly gentleman with an apologetic expression. Sir, I truly apologize. It's my negligence in watching over the child. Please let me know how I can compensate you. I am willing to pay tenfold. Hope you will accept. The elderly man sighed deeply, retrieving the black duck from Jiang Tianqiong's arms. Strangely, as soon as the duck was cradled in his embrace, it seemed to sense its owner's mood and became perfectly still. The onlookers were astonished, casting glances of slight respect towards the old man and the black duck. It seemed the elderly man did not hear Ai Li's words. He gently stroked the duck's back and set it down on the ground. Shen Han's cheeks were flushed and swollen, with several bruises and cuts, some even bleeding. The previous fears lingered, and upon seeing the duck placed on the ground, he instinctively thought the old man would command it to attack him, scrambling backwards while crying out for his mother to save him. However, the black duck merely shook its feathers, not sparing Shen Han a glance, and swaggered out the door alongside the elderly man. As they passed by Leng Qingqing at the entrance, the old man nodded slightly and softly said, "Thank you, young lady." One man and one duck gradually faded into the sunset's glow. "Sir, wait. Where do you live? I want to deliver the money to you." Ai Li's sentence was cut short as she slipped and fell. The crowd gasped, realizing she had unknowingly stepped into a pile of the duck's droppings on the stone pavement. The black duck, seemingly aware, glanced back at Ai Li, its small, shiny black eyes twinkling with a hint of mockery before it turned away. Chapter 72. The Wife of Hua Jingsen. Ai Li picked herself up from the ground, her face already bruised and battered. Yet at that moment, she was oblivious to the pain of her injuries. What should she do next? The thought echoed in her mind, while her usually sharp logic seemed to have snapped, leaving her in a void of confusion. If it were merely a case of stealing a duck, she and Shinji would have managed to resolve it. But Shen Han had broken the duck's neck. Was that something a 6-year-old could do? A chill coursed through Ai Li, a sudden pang of fear dawning upon her. She could almost envision the scathing remarks from viewers and fans in the livestream room. Shen Han had indeed made a monumental mistake. At that moment, Ai Li's vision darkened. The world shattered around her. The reality matched her worst fears. Shen Han's act of stealing and killing the duck skyrocketed to the top of trending searches. 10 minutes later, a bold red explosive tag followed the trending topic. Countless curious netizens attempted to access the trending page, only to be met with a page not found message, the server overwhelmed and crashing. This was the kind of attention Ai Li had longed for, yet the reason behind it was entirely contrary to her expectations. She and Shen Han were being condemned in the spotlight. For a full half hour, the recorded footage from the live stream spread like wildfire across the internet, the public discourse swirling vigorously. I can hardly believe a child could do such a thing. Goodness, I wouldn't dare. How could Shen Han break a live duck's neck? I'm feeling a bit frightened. Could Shen Han have bipolar disorder or antisocial personality disorder? Perhaps? If he can harm animals today, could he kill a person tomorrow? How on earth has Ai Li been raising this child? Numerous netizens showered praise upon Leng Qingqing, while those who had previously mocked her were now silenced, vanishing from sight. Leng Qingqing's discerning gaze had identified Shen Han's issues with uncanny accuracy. One man and one duck, collaborating to uncover the truth. Who would have thought Leng Qingqing could see through it so clearly? I can't even imagine Shen Han capable of such actions. Perhaps we should let the dust settle before casting judgment? A 6-year-old is simply a hidden demon. Aside from the condemnation directed at Shen Han and Ai Li as a mother-son duo, many netizens felt a wave of dread. How could such a small child possess such strength, able to break the neck of a 5-pound duck barehanded? Could this have been a recurring incident? Some netizens even began analyzing Shen Han's psychology in the video. From the moment he hid in a corner, sweating profusely, to when he was called out by Leng Qingqing, he had denied it with arrogance, even turning the tables to question whether there was any evidence against him. Throughout the ordeal, he showed no sign of remorse, leading viewers to conclude that Shen Han didn't even realize he had done anything wrong. If it hadn't been for Leng Qingqing and the black duck exposing his slip of the tongue, he would never have come forward to admit it. Countless questions swirled in Ai Li's mind, yet she had no answers. That night, Ai Li naturally did not stay in the coveted first residence. The director didn't specify the reason, and Ai Li tacitly refrained from asking. Instead, they settled for the second-place residence, occupied by Dan and her daughter Tian Tian. That night, Ai Li called Shinji, her voice choked with tears. Honey, what should we do now? Little Han stole a villager's duck and killed it, and I didn't even tell you. I really don't know what to do. The first thing she did was to distance herself from the situation. Shunhan may have acted recklessly, but that was his affair, not hers. On the other end of the line, Shinji remained silent for a long time. A minute later, Ai Li heard the sound of him extinguishing a cigarette, followed by a long exhale of smoke. Instinctively, she held her breath. Ai Li's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Really, darling? Huas? Oh my goodness, is it that Huas?" Shinji scoffed. How many members of the Hu family remain in the capital? Does Madame Hu truly value our collaboration to the extent of attending in person? Ai Li felt a flicker of confusion. Was Shinji referring to the matriarch of the Hu household? Since her husband's passing, Madame Hu had not involved herself in the affairs of the company for many years, so why now? As Ai Li pondered this, Shinji clarified, "No, I mean Madame Hu, the wife of Hu Jingsen." In truth, Shinji had never laid eyes upon this lady, having only heard whispers on the occasion of their marriage announcement years ago. Given his position at the time, he was not privy to such gatherings. As for where he had learned of Madame Hu's attendance, that too came from hearsay. Ai Li felt a pang of envy. She was of similar age to Madame Hu, yet she had never had the opportunity to meet Hu Jingsen. But this thought was fleeting. She wished to inquire further, yet Shinji hastily dismissed the conversation and ended the call. Nevertheless, his words ignited a flicker of hope within her. If the collaboration succeeded, the Shin family would soon ascend to the upper echelons of the capital's society. And she could endure the antics of the mischievous Shun Han a bit longer. Leng Qingqing, feeling rather desolate, moved into the village chief's home with Hu Yanheng. The chief's residence, like those of the other villagers in Taoweiyuan, faced south with a courtyard comprising several large tiled houses. Within the courtyard lay a well, beside which stood a cherry tree. This tree, nourished by the well's water throughout the year, flourished with dense foliage. Its trunk was so robust that it required 2 people to embrace it. Yet, amidst the verdant leaves, there was not a single hint of crimson. One rare morning, Leng Qingqing awoke early and tilted her head skyward, squinting as she searched among the lush leaves. The mottled sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a gentle glow upon her jade-like face. Hu Yanheng, with his short legs, could only stand beneath the tree, mimicking her, lifting his dark eyes to gaze among the leaves. The village chief, observing the duo lingering by the cherry tree, approached with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. Leng Qingqing clapped her hands, still fixated on the cherry tree, her expression tinged with regret. It was such a pity. Having traveled to the countryside, she wished dearly for Hu Yanheng to fully experience the joys of fruit picking. Such an adventure would surely leave an indelible mark on him. Nature is the most nurturing sanctuary for one's spirit. Though Hu Yanheng hailed from a prominent family in the capital, where he had never known want, that opulent mansion felt more like a luxurious prison. It was high time to let him roam in the vastness of the world. If only she could remain here. This thought struck her suddenly, and Hu Yanheng looked at her with a hint of confusion, as if he did not grasp her meaning. Did she not adore the Hu family estate, the place where his grandmother resided? Hu Yanheng was aware that his grandmother did not favor her, yet he thought that was in the past. If his grandmother were to see her now, surely she would not harbor the same disdain. An inexplicable anticipation welled within him for that day to come. After a night of urgent meetings, the production team ultimately acquiesced to Ai Li's proposal to initiate a live-streamed apology session for a national audience. This, however, was not a formal apology in the strictest sense, but rather an explanation, or perhaps a means of redemption. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Ai Li sat in a chair facing a row of ominous black cameras, behind which stood nearly the entire production team, each member's countenance grave and devoid of the usual smiles. She appeared pale, dark circles under her eyes, an embodiment of exhaustion. Her previously rosy lips now devoid of color, seemingly drained by the events surrounding Shinhan, having spent a sleepless night. "Good morning, everyone. I was awake all night." Ai Li began, her voice dry, forcing a wan smile toward the camera. Within 10 minutes of the live stream, the online audience swelled to an astounding 1,000,000. The incident involving Shinhan's cruel treatment of the village's ducks had become an undeniable fact. How would Ai Li address this turmoil? This was the burning question on the minds of fans and netizens alike. Should Ai Li attempt to absolve her stepson, she would inevitably face a torrent of fury from the online community. As fans entered the live stream, they were met with the sight of their idol's haggard appearance, their hearts softening by 5 degrees, yet remaining silent. "As you all know, I did not go live with Xiao Han last night, which was my decision," Ai Li continued, acknowledging that since she and Shun Han had returned to the cottage, The live broadcasts had ceased, leaving the events that transpired thereafter shrouded in mystery. The curious onlookers began to take note. Why was the live stream shut down? Can someone explain? It must have been due to negative repercussions. Then what is the purpose of this press conference? Aili reached for Shun Han's hand, nearly pulling him before the camera, compelling him to confront the lens. Shun Han's face flushed crimson, a look of dissatisfaction on his face as he attempted to pull away, but the weight of her hand upon his shoulder rendered him powerless. I know Xiao Han made a mistake. He understands that too, Aili stated coldly. Xiao Han, apologize. It was unclear how the two had conferred the previous night, but Shun Han surprisingly appeared much more subdued. His eyes reddened as he said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have caught the duck without knowing if it belonged to the villagers. However, he added, but Mom. His eyes glistening with tears under the stinging sensation of the chilly water. Your health is poor. The doctor said before coming here that you need to consume nourishing food regularly. Pausing for a moment, he innocently added. The doctor mentioned that old duck soup is very nutritious. Shun Han's words left the production team behind the camera and the viewers in the live stream momentarily speechless. Aili's health? No, that was not the crux of the matter. What did Aili's health have to do with Shun Han's actions? Was he suggesting that he slaughtered the duck to nourish Aili? Suddenly, everything fell into place. Shun Han, raised in comfort and afforded the finest education, would not resort to such cruelty without reason. The narrative shifted dramatically, and the online army sprang into action, comments flooding the screen in rapid succession. Aili, tears streaming down her face, declared, it truly isn't as everyone assumes. Although Xiao Han is not my biological child, he is kind-hearted and innocent, treating everyone well. I have long regarded him as my own. As for my health issues, there's something I have carried since birth. Since Xiao Han became aware of this, he has instructed our family as nanny to ensure I regularly have soup, which is a testament to my shortcomings as a mother. Unaware of the lengths he goes for me. Yet, she added, Xiao Han did indeed err. We will provide satisfactory compensation to the elderly and will properly educate Xiao Han to ensure such an incident does not recur. Tears welled in Aili's eyes as she choked on her words. This child harbors no ill intent. He was simply unaware that the duck that flew in was from a villager's home, leading to this tragic mistake. I implore you to forgive him, considering his filial piety. Words are best spoken sparingly. Aili left it at that, allowing the audience to draw their own conclusions. The remainder would be for Shun Han to complete. The mother and son wept as if mourning not a duck, but a dearly departed parent. It was too dark. I genuinely thought it was a wild duck. I had no idea it belonged to grandfather. Despite the viewer's best efforts to comprehend the situation, none could fathom that Shun Han had taken a duck's life merely to prepare nourishing soup for Aili. In mere minutes, Shun Han transformed from a small devil to a devoted son, and the online community collectively realized their misunderstanding. What an unexpected twist. How moving. I knew it. How could a child raised in privilege take the life of a duck? For a stepson to go to such lengths, Shun Han is truly filial. This is what true mutual devotion looks like, my friends. I'm teary-eyed. However, it must be noted that Shun Han had indeed snapped the duck's neck. Aili and Shun Han's live-streamed apology turned into an unexpected redemption arc, with Shun Han's filial actions propelling him to the top of trending topics, the heat of the moment remaining unabated. Half an hour later, the live stream concluded. Ellie lowered her head to wipe away her tears, her gaze forlorn. A fleeting smile appearing at the corners of her mouth only to be quickly suppressed. An hour before the apology meeting, the director received a message from higher-ups. There were investors wishing to protect Ellie and Shun Han concerning Ellie's husband, who is also Shun Han's biological father. The director suddenly realized, Ellie's husband is Shinji. The Shin family holds a respectable position in the capital, far from being obscure, which explains much. In this era, having connections can indeed be a skill. However, what was unexpected was that the recently rehabilitated Shun Han would soon face another challenge. Chapter 74, Hidden Talents. According to the agreement with the director, the village chief of Peach Blossom Village arrived at the first residence at 9:30, leading the guests up the mountain for today's shoot. Besides the village chief, a solitary figure of a young man stood silently at the entrance. The director approached, intending to review the day's itinerary with the village chief, but found his gaze captivated by the young man. The boy was strikingly handsome, his tall figure reminiscent of a cypress tree, with dark, tousled hair obscuring his features, accentuating his long, dark eyes. Upon noticing someone approach, he lifted his gaze, the corners of his crimson lips curling into a smile that, despite its apparent warmth, exuded an air of aloofness. The boy slightly nodded, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Xiezheng. As for other details, such as Xiezheng's background, or why the villagers regarded him with trepidation, the village chief refrained from divulging. This child had grown under his watch and was not inherently ill-natured. After all, they belonged to the same village. The director, pleased to have such a striking young man as a guide, eagerly turned to summon the guests, his mind racing with thoughts that such exceptional looks were wasted if not on the stage. This quaint peach blossom village certainly had its share of hidden gems. Xiezheng seemed to have anticipated his presence, the corners of his lips slightly twitching, though he did not allow his emotions to surface. He stood still, his gaze drifting across the courtyard, landing on the threshold of the main hall. In his deep, dark eyes, a spark ignited, brightening like fireworks in the day. He recognized the woman who had given him rice cakes at the market, Leng Qingqing. Having received word that all guests were to gather at the first residence to witness Ellie's misfortune, had arrived early with Hui Yanheng. Yet, Ellie seemed to be avoiding her. Amidst munching on sunflower seeds, Leng Qingqing mused. Of course, even though Ellie has seemingly been rehabilitated, she must feel guilty. Hence her reluctance to confront me. Confront? That hardly seemed accurate. Leng Qingqing had a starkly different perspective. If it were Ellie, she would flaunt her victory. But it was evident that Ellie was evading her, unless other thoughts lingered in her mind. The system innocently queried, surely, after this incident, Ellie has been severely weakened. What further mischief could she possibly engage in? Leng Qingqing, holding the shells of sunflower seeds, rose with an enigmatic expression. Ah, human emotions are intricate. How would you, a mere system, comprehend? The system felt wronged, but found no retort. Ellie, hand in hand with Shun Han, approached, the other guests having exited, leaving only Leng Qingqing leaning against the door, seemingly awaiting her. Although Ellie had successfully cleared her name half an hour ago, with only the company team's follow-up remaining, seeing Leng Qingqing still unnerved her. How did she discern that Shin Han had stolen the old man's duck? With no evidence, she had audaciously accused her. As Ellie crossed the threshold, she unexpectedly encountered the vibrant, smiling face of Leng Qingqing, causing her breath to momentarily hitch. Gripping Shun Han's hand, she felt clammy, an unusual stickiness between them. It dawned on Ellie that her palm was not merely sweaty, Shun Han's was as well. He fixed his gaze on his toes, his jaw clenched tightly. Before leaving, Ellie had sternly instructed him not to display any hateful expressions towards anyone, especially Leng Qingqing. Shin Han was unsure what constituted such a look. He only knew he loathed Leng Qingqing, wishing for her demise. All because of her and that meddlesome duck. He had been scolded by his father. Viewers are astute. If you reveal that kind of expression, our chances are ruined. Noticing Shun Han still dismissive, even regarding her with hostility, Ellie felt a mix of resentment and anger, compelling her to invoke the weight of Shin-ji once more. Ellie's words echoed in his ears. Yet Shun Han believed he could not suppress his anger, thus opted to ignore Leng Qingqing. His body's instinctive responses betrayed him, despite his internal rage, facing Leng Qingqing. This devil instilled a certain trepidation within him, and together, their combined presence was indeed formidable. Having crossed paths, ignoring each other was impossible. Ellie forced herself to act normally. Qingqing, let us walk together. We'll have fun up the mountain today. It will surely be interesting. Leng Qingqing's gaze playfully roamed over Ellie's face, provoking a flush of embarrassment from her before she relented. As they exited the door, a delicate hand lightly brushed against Shun Han's head, ruffling his hair. Shun Han felt a chill run down his spine, his back drenched in cold sweat. The beautiful woman smiled gently at him, leaning slightly forward, her sharp features exuding an imposing presence that was nearly suffocating. Who knew our little Han was so filial? You must continue to care for your mother. Ellie's face turned a shade of pale. After uttering this, Leng Qingqing stepped over the threshold, taking Hui Yanheng's waiting hand, and departed with grace. As she passed by the handsome young man, she coldly ignored him, not even casting a glance his way. Xiezheng, the one with the grim expression, had now gained another. However, Hui Yanheng, having been led a few steps away, seemed to sense something and turned slightly, glancing at the young man. It's him. Chapter 75. Broad shoulders and strong waist. On their ascent, Ellie was exceedingly cautious, walking on the opposite side of the group, not exchanging a word with Leng Qingqing. The live stream within the guest rooms was relatively harmonious. In Ellie's stream, Although skepticism persisted, it was soon drowned out by the overwhelming tide of fans and paid commenters. Wait, who is this handsome guy? Before long, netizens finally recognized the striking figure leading the group, Xiezheng. The young man was tall and well-built, donning a navy blue vest and coarse black trousers. His broad shoulders and powerful waist exuding raw strength. He carried a bamboo basket on his back and a hoe for digging bamboo shoots over his shoulder. As he guided the guests through the bamboo forest, unlike the weary guests, he moved with ease, his long, strong arms showcasing well-defined muscles. The contrast between him and the jovial village chief, merely a fist's distance away, left the netizens in chaos. In such comparison, he looks even more handsome. It's as if he belongs to a different realm. Clearly, you haven't even been paying attention to the live stream. His name is Xiezheng, the guide brought by the village chief. Who would have thought such a figure existed in this village? Is he really not a minor celebrity? Not asking for a Weibo account. He is turning around. His eyes are so beautiful. He is looking at me. That physique could easily qualify him as a model. Has any agency signed him? I want to be his first fan. Here we are. Xiezheng set down the basket and cast a glance at Leng Qingqing. Did she not recognize him? Leng Qingqing was entirely oblivious, crouched down tying Huiyanheng's shoelaces, her fingers deftly creating a beautiful bow. Huiyanheng then. She proceeded to the other foot, thoughtfully untying the shoelace to create another matching bow. Finally satisfied, Leng Qingqing rewarded Huiyanheng with a genuine pat on the head. Such a good boy. Huiyanheng lowered his gaze and inhaled silently. He longed to express to her that he was no delicate girl and had no fondness for bows. Yet he thought it was of little consequence. Bows could indeed be charming. The scenery at the mountainside was exquisite, with a gentle breeze stirring the bamboo groves, their verdant leaves dancing and rustling in a soft symphony. The guests inhaled deeply the fresh mountain air, a fragrant blend of earth and grass enveloping them, while birds chirped in the trees and distant mountains undulated like a paradise untouched by time. Is this the place? How beautiful! Bai Dan exclaimed, continuously marveling as she took out her phone to capture the moment, feeling compelled to document their visit. Artists often traverse the expanse of this land, and one could never know when they might return. Observing their delight, the village chief refrained from hurrying them, standing aside with a warm smile, akin to a benevolent elder at home. Andy stepped forward, her boots piercing the soft earth and leaving a trail of sharp, narrow holes in the ground. Upon reaching the village chief, her 8-centimeter heels were adorned with fallen leaves, creating a rather bizarre spectacle. Leng Qingqing, observing this, felt a mix of disbelief and amusement. She never anticipated someone would ascend the mountain in high heels. Andy maintained her supermodel smile, recalling her teacher's first lesson, to always uphold one's dignity, regardless of the setting. She then sat down and, in a casual manner reminiscent of skewering meat, plucked the leaves from her heels. Jiang Tianxiong smirked, adjusting his sunglasses while muttering, "What an oddity." Aside from him, it was difficult to find a single ordinary person among the guests. The village chief, frowning slightly, squinted at his smartphone, and under Andy's persistent guidance, finally learned to press the shutter button. They began with solo photos of the guests, followed by group pictures with children, as one group of guests departed and another arrived. In the midst of the guests' merriment, a solitary figure, Xiezheng, stood quietly in the woods, his long, dark eyes audaciously peering from the shadows beneath the trees. After several rounds of photos, the village chief felt dizzy and exclaimed, "I can't keep up. Xiezheng, come help me out." "Oh, my eyes are blurry." The wind whispered softly, rustling the bamboo leaves, as Xiezheng approached, each step pressing the dry leaves deep into the fertile soil. He fixed his gaze upon her. Surely, she would remember him now. Leng Qingqing, clad in sunglasses, revealed only her delicate nose and pale chin, concealing her expression. With her arms crossed and an air of aloofness, she exuded an aura that kept others at bay. "Are we ready yet?" she urged lazily. "The director hasn't announced the task." "Just a moment," Bai Dan said, hurrying over to pull her and Huiyanheng into position. "Qingqing, come on. Let us take a photo, together." Reluctantly, Leng Qingqing complied, putting on a sulky expression. This amused Bai Dan, who urged her to smile, as this was their first proper group photo. Leng Qingqing forced a smile, a fade of professionalism. Bai Dan nearly broke character, stifling laughter while pretending to be annoyed. "You're a beauty. Can't you at least consider your image? Your fans would be heartbroken." Nearby, Xiezheng watched, captivated. Though he stood amidst the joyous laughter, he felt a stark contrast with Leng Qingqing's solitary demeanor, her vibrant beauty seemingly from a different realm. Xiezheng struggled to articulate his feelings. Something about this made him uncomfortable. A gentle pat on his shoulder drew his attention, and he looked up to see the village chief's smiling face. "Xiezheng, you're young and strong. Why not help me take their photo?" he suggested. Thus, the once besieged village chief was replaced by the handsome youth before him. Thankfully, after capturing a family photo, Dan finally paused. Andy dashed over first, receiving the phone from the boy, her expression shifting as she browsed through the images. "Something's wrong. Why did you only capture Qingqing?" she exclaimed. Noting the images of the girl lazily leaning against the bamboo, chin lifted slightly towards the camera, yet still donning her sunglasses, a clear sign of indifference. As she scrolled further, it was evident that all the photos featured only Leng Qingqing. Andy felt her frustration mounting. How could the boy manage such a task poorly? "Apologies," the boy said, lifting his gaze. His eyes, dark yet innocent, reflected the confusion of a child unaware of the intricacies of technology. "I don't know how to use a phone." Andy, realizing the futility of her complaints, conceded defeat. She could hardly suggest buying him a phone. That would be rather insulting. A few miscaptured photos were inconsequential, and at least the solo shots of Qingqing were commendable. Ellie was acutely aware of her altered status among the guests, sensing their disdain, and thus refrained from intruding. She merely desired a group photo, yet was taken aback to discover the boy's incompetence. What a letdown. Now was the prime time for bamboo shoots, as the summer warmth hastened their growth, making it the perfect season for harvesting. Upon learning they would be foraging for bamboo shoots, Ellie had diligently prepared, eager for this moment after years of anticipation. As she began to speak, the guests paused, attentively listening. With a satisfied smile, she cleared her throat and continued, "Before you begin to dig for bamboo shoots, observe the ground closely. If you notice slight protrusions, that indicates the shoots are breaking through the surface, confirming there are indeed shoots underneath. However, fallen branches and leaves may obscure them, so be extra vigilant." She added softly, "Shallower shoots can be unearthed by hand, while deeper ones will require tools, such as a hoe." Under Ellie's thorough guidance, the guests dispersed to their designated areas, eagerly embarking on the hunt for bamboo shoots. Her explanations were well received, garnering praise from fans in the live stream. In the days to come, the once villainous Hui Yanhang became her devoted companion, diligently collecting small bamboo shoots and placing them carefully into a basket. The system praised her. "Qingqing, you are truly remarkable. Your ability to find things rivals that of a search dog." Leng Qingqing bent down to extract fresh bamboo shoots from the rich, loamy earth, her lips twitching at the system's words. "You should remember, it's perfectly fine to remain silent." What did it mean to compare her to a search dog? She was undoubtedly superior. As the guests reveled in their discoveries, Ellie's expression grew increasingly sour. Half an hour passed, and she had not found a single shoot. She was beginning to suspect the universe itself conspired against her. Yet it was not merely her misfortune. Shunhan had also found none. They exchanged glances, sharing a silent understanding. Meanwhile, the onlooking viewers noticed Ellie standing alone, her hands empty, and soon erupted in laughter as she wandered further into the bamboo grove in search of shoots. Isn't it amusing? How could she not find any? Leng Qingqing, silently accomplishing great things. That's my idol. I admire her for getting straight to the task without needless chatter. All that talk, and yet she hasn't found a single shoot. It's hilarious. Xiezheng remarked. It doesn't seem to be the optimal season for harvesting shoots. What kind of shoots are these, anyway? In the serene atmosphere, Leng Qingqing gently shook the bamboo shoots in her hands, releasing the earthy soil, and followed closely behind Yanheng, who reached out and deftly took them. Placing them into a small basket, the two exchanged no words, yet their movements harmonized perfectly. These were sweet bamboo shoots, harvested from June to October, found only on this mountain. It was not the village chief who responded to Leng Qingqing, but rather a deep, boyish voice. It was a voice that seemed somewhat familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had heard it before. Perhaps it was a mere misremembering. The boy clad in a dark blue robe stood beside Leng Qingqing, his eyes deep and silent, almost ghostly in their stillness. The system could not discern whether she had truly forgotten or was deliberately ignoring Xiezheng. Memories of Leng Qingqing's previous panic, akin to encountering a fierce beast, flooded in, and the system hesitated, choosing silence out of fear of reprimand. On Teowashan, summer bamboo shoots, also known as sweet bamboo shoots, thrive, characterized by their large size and sweet, refreshing flavor. Xiezheng took a step closer, casting a shadow over her delicate features. "This shoot seems a bit old," he remarked. Though his words referred to the bamboo shoot, his unwavering gaze searched her face, as if seeking an answer. Leng Qingqing finally lifted her eyes, her clear gaze lingering on his face for a moment before she averted her attention, treating him as if he were an inconsequential stranger. The weight of that fleeting glance felt lighter than a feather, yet it stirred something within Xiezheng, a tingling sensation brushing his cheek. His suspicions were confirmed. She truly did not recognize him. Had she acknowledged him, Xiezheng would not have drawn so near. But the fact that she seemed entirely oblivious, or perhaps had recognized him, yet chose to disregard him, piqued his interest. "Old?" Leng Qingqing bent down, retrieving the shoot from Hui Yanheng's basket, examining it in the sunlight for a while. "I think it looks just fine. It's not as old as you claim." Hui Yanheng, who had remained still, stepped forward, intentionally or not, positioning himself between the two. Xiezheng narrowed his eyes, focusing on the young boy. The 5-year-old Hui Yanheng, who barely reached Xiezheng's thigh, met his gaze without flinching, their contrasting heights not diminishing the intensity of the moment. "I prefer the older shoots." Hui Yanheng looked up at Leng Qingqing, tugging at her clothing, his tone as unaltered as usual, yet the content of his words bore a hint of childish affection. "Thank you," he added, rising on tiptoe to plant a kiss on her cheek. Leng Qingqing, taken aback, covered her face in surprise. "What has gotten into you today, Huahua?" This fair and tender child, despite being nearly 5 years old, often donned a serious expression befitting an adult, which made him all the more adorable. She set the bamboo shoot aside and enveloped the young one in a tight embrace, inhaling his fragrance. Hui Yanheng's face reddened under her grip, but he remained silent. Amidst the chaos, he still managed to cast a sharp, beautiful glance at Xiezheng, a subtle provocation in his brow. Xiezheng chuckled softly, unwilling to stoop to the level of a child. Hui Yanheng lowered his head, breathing in the faint scent emanating from her, his tense expression gradually softening. From the side of the basket, a small package attached to him slowly unzipped, and a fluffy bird's head poked out, its eyes dark and bright, alertly surveying its surroundings. The bird eventually emerged, flapping its wings before darting into the thicket of bamboo. The small bag, once slightly puffed, now lay empty save for a delicate yellow feather hanging from the silver zipper. The guests, aside from Ellie who wandered further away, were all engaged in harvesting bamboo shoots, not straying too far from one another. Shen Han had also disappeared, possibly accompanying Ellie. Leng Qingqing picked up a creamy white mushroom, its fragrant aroma reminiscent of a young girl's flowing skirt. This was bamboo fungus, a rare and precious wild mushroom with high nutritional value, typically found growing near bamboo shoots. Not everyone who ventured up the mountain could find it. Villagers often returned empty-handed after multiple attempts. The village chief gently cradled the bamboo fungus, cautious not to damage it, and, after examining it closely, exclaimed, "Bamboo fungus. Truly bamboo fungus. The girl is remarkably lucky. On her first ascent, she not only harvested so many shoots but also found such a valuable mushroom." He regarded the young woman before him with newfound respect. The surrounding crew and guests quickly gathered around, intrigued. Bai Dan, curious, inquired about the mushroom, while Tian, clutching her doll and adorned in a lovely dress, leaned against Julie like a little princess unaware of the world. Hui Yanheng instinctively touched his back, concerned that the crowd might jostle his pet, but found his small bag empty. His expression faltered as he squeezed it again, confirming there was indeed nothing inside. He hastily grabbed the bag, only to find a feather caught in the zipper. His brow furrowed, and worry crept into his demeanor as he searched the vicinity for any sign of his little bird. As the guests learned about the bamboo fungus and its uses, they grew eager to pick some for themselves, realizing that the experience of foraging was vastly different from buying from a store. While Yanheng's team, noticing Leng Qingqing's discovery, rushed to capture the moment, unintentionally neglecting to keep track of him. At this age, the boy's energy might lead him to wander off in the blink of an eye. "Where's Huohuo?" Leng Qingqing asked the crowd, rising to her feet. She distinctly remembered seeing him just moments ago. "I'll go look over there," Xiezheng replied, his expression darkening as he headed in a different direction. The area where they stood was safe, but the inner mountain terrain was complex, often inhabited by wolves and bears. Just last year, a villager had tragically fallen victim to a bear attack. The crew and staff quickly dispersed, calling out as they searched in various directions. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream were filled with anxiety. Huohuo had always been well-behaved, so why had he suddenly gone missing? It was too dangerous to stray so far in the mountains. They blamed the crew for being distracted by the mushrooms instead of watching over the child. Please, let him be safe. Hua Yanheng felt a pang of disappointment as he searched for his best friend, the little bird. His tiny footprints left shallow impressions on the fallen leaves, startling birds perched on nearby branches. Continuing down the path, he found himself before a dense thicket of trees, their lush green leaves unfamiliar to him. Just as he was about to turn back, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Hui Yanheng seemed to recognize who it was and paused. A boy stood in the shade of the trees, slightly taller than Hui Yanheng. Dressed in a black shirt and loose denim pants emblazoned with a dark skull, its hollow eyes coldly staring back at him. The boy stood with his back to Hui Yanheng, his arms moving continuously as he appeared to be toying with something, muttering to himself, "Anyone who dares to bully me, I'll make you pay." Hui Yanheng recognized the voice. It was Shen Han. At that moment, Shen Han, who had been facing away, perked up his ears and swiftly turned around, spotting an unexpected guest several steps away. In that instant, Shen Han's actions were laid bare. In his small hand, he cradled a plump sparrow. Hui Yanheng halted mid-step, his face paling, pupils constricting, his gaze fixed on the bird in Shen Han's grasp. The sparrow lay motionless, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, the whites of its eyes turned towards Hui Yanheng, its beak spilling fresh blood. "What are you doing?" Hui Yanheng's voice was chillingly cold, a subtle tremor only he could detect. He took 2 steps forward, then stopped again. His eyes remained locked on the sparrow, as if desperate to ascertain whether it was indeed the one he had been searching for. Yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immobilized by fear. "You killed King Jiji." Hui Yanheng summoned every ounce of strength to raise his gaze, only to be met with a flood of crimson. He closed his eyes, his face draining of color. Shen Han grinned, not denying the accusation, reveling in Hui Yanheng's pale visage. "I just wanted to crush your bird.
What can you do about it?"
He had long wished to do this. Hui Yanheng clenched his fists tightly, a thick fog of emotion swirling in his eyes. A glimmer of ferocity breaking through his previously tranquil demeanor, causing Shen Han to shiver, goosebumps prickling his skin. "Xiao Han, can you hear Mommy?" A distant voice called out. Ellie's tone echoing through the woods, reaching Shen Han's ears. Shen Han's expression shifted dramatically. Besides Ellie's voice, he heard the shouts of several staff members. A group emerged from the trees, and Shen Han reacted faster than ever, shoving the dead sparrow into Hui Yanheng's embrace, squeezing out a couple of tears, and sprinting towards Ellie in terror. Hui Yanheng was unexpectedly thrust into the presence of the lifeless sparrow. Logically, he should have been frightened. Yet, the thought of the small body that had once accompanied him day and night filled him with a strange sense of calm. Hui Yanheng did not cry. His expression remained unchanged as he gently wiped the blood from the sparrow's feathers, just as he always had, softly stroking its coarse plumage. In the next moment, his fingers froze mid-stroke. "Coarse?" Shen Han plunged into Ellie's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ellie lifted his chin, noticing his tear-streaked face, and though she felt a pang of annoyance, she worriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his tears. "What's wrong? Why are you crying like this?" Shen Han gasped for breath, pointing behind him. "Mommy." Hui Yanheng killed the little bird. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone could react, a slender figure dashed past. Leng Qingqing knelt down, cradling Hui Yanheng's face in her hands, inspecting him closely before finally letting out a sigh of relief upon confirming he was unharmed. However, her gaze soon fell upon the gruesome sight of the dead sparrow in his hands. Hui Yanheng pressed his lips together, meeting her eyes, his dark pupils shifting slightly, seemingly awaiting her to speak first. "You're not hurt, are you?" was the first question she asked, completely ignoring whether he had indeed killed the bird. Hui Yanheng pondered this. It seemed quite normal for her to ask that question, so he answered evasively, "I want to bury it here, because this is its home." Leng Qingqing recognized the sparrow as King Jiji. She quickly organized her thoughts to comfort Hui Yanheng. Behind them, Shen Han continued to wail, as if afraid they could not hear him. "Mommy, I'm so scared." Hui Yanheng broke the little bird's neck, and it's bleeding. "I'm afraid he will do the same to me." Shen Han's words were not entirely fabricated. He had genuinely been frightened, fearing that Hui Yanheng might come after him. He had never seen Hui Yanheng display such a terrifying gaze, reminiscent of a beast poised to devour. Shen Han's heart raced as he recalled the danger he had felt. Still trembling with fear, he clung tightly to Ellie, burying his head in her skirt, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Meanwhile, Hui Yanheng remained calm, seizing the opportunity to silently observe Leng Qingqing's reaction. His dark pupils shifted slightly, indicating a subtle yet significant shift in his thoughts. In the brief span of a few minutes, upon seeing Leng Qingqing again, he found himself donning a facade of wariness and antagonism, faced with Shen Han's cries. Leng Qingqing rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then, pursing her lips, her expression inscrutable, she began to roll up her sleeves, as if preparing to confront someone. Hui Yanheng paused, seemingly contemplating whether matters had escalated to that point. Unbeknownst to him, just 5 minutes prior, Leng Qingqing had received an urgent warning from the system. Trouble. Hui Yanheng shows signs of darkening. Chapter 79. The Little Brat. A blazing sun hung high in the sky, the air stiflingly hot. The forest reverberated with Shen Han's cries and accusations. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to act. Shen Han was inconsolable, his tear-streaked face smeared with snot against Ellie's skirt. Hui Yanheng really wanted to kill me. Shen Han clung desperately to Ellie's leg, his pleading eyes reflecting his sincerity. He was not lying. Had the adults not arrived just in time, Hui Yanheng might have escalated his actions further. However, as Ellie crouched down to examine Shen Han's pale face and trembling lips, his lifeless gaze seemed to convey that he had indeed been frightfully scared. She couldn't help but think that his acting skills had improved. She hoped he wouldn't use this tactic on her in the future. With this thought, Ellie's expression grew grave as she wrapped her arms around the terrified Shen Han, who clung to her as if she were a lifeline. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here, Ellie cooed, gently patting Shen Han's back, her demeanor and tone reminiscent of a true mother. Finally, the pivotal moment arrived. Shen Han's earlier claims were precisely why the directors and guests stood frozen, hesitant to act. Hui Yanheng killed a bird?
How could that be?
I mean, there's some misunderstanding here? Bai Dan was the first to step forward in defense of Hui Yanheng, insisting Hui Yanheng himself raises sparrows. How could he harm one? Her gaze shifted toward the distance, clearly biased in favor of Hui Yanheng. Tian followed suit, holding her doll tightly, timidly asserting, I believe brother Hui Yanheng. He wouldn't hurt small animals. Even the youngest sister was voicing her support, prompting Julie to step up next, echoing her sentiments. Only Jiang Shi stood alone, scratching his head, glancing back and forth between Hui Yanheng and Shen Han, as if faced with a monumental decision. After a moment, he took a chubby foot clad in sneakers and stepped toward Julie, then another step. Jiang Shi recalled that Aunt Qingqing still owed him a meal. He sensed that if he didn't help Hui Yanheng today, there might not be another chance. Torn between food and Shen Han, he ultimately chose to follow his heart, resolutely siding with Hui Yanheng. Friends may come and go, but good food does not come around often. Although he remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. Shen Han cast a resentful glance in his direction, causing Jiang Shi to feel a chill run down his spine, instinctively withdrawing his gaze and quietly observing the unfolding events. The guests expressed their opinions one after another. Jiang Tianqiang and Andy shared the same sentiment. They did not believe that Heng was a child capable of such actions. Heng is the most compassionate and empathetic child I have ever encountered, Jiang Tianqiang remarked mid-sentence, with Andy completing his thought. Heng would never do such a thing. Xiaohan must have seen it incorrectly. Perhaps Heng merely found an injured sparrow? To their astonishment, all the guests sided with Leng Qingqing, leaving the online viewers in disbelief. Surely, you haven't been bribed by Leng Qingqing. She has such a good reputation. Someone exclaimed. Have you all forgotten that Shen Han has a criminal record? Without surveillance, of course. It's just Shen Han's word against Heng's. Can Shen Han lie? He is only 6 years old. I don't believe Heng is that kind of child. How can you be so sure? Many murderers appear quite amiable. Shen Han cried out in fear, startling the guests. I saw him kill the little bird. The bird's body is still in his hands. Everyone's gaze fell upon the palm of Hui Yanheng. Not far away, the scene was undeniably revealing. A plump, gray-feathered sparrow lay still in Hui Yanheng's hand, its neck twisted, lifeless. A faint trace of blood lingered in Hui Yanheng's small, delicate palm, a sight that was quite alarming. Yet, he showed no disdain. He crouched down and gently placed the sparrow on the grass before swiftly digging a small hole with both hands to bury it. In response to Shen Han's accusation, Hui Yanheng remained silent. Was this his tacit acknowledgement? Bai Dan furrowed her brow, wishing to say something, but saw that Leng Qingqing had already rolled up her sleeves and turned coldly towards them. Her expression was markedly different, a rare chill cloaking her usually vibrant features. Xiaohan, Auntie knows you are a good and filial child, Leng Qingqing began, her gaze fixed on Shen Han and Ai Li, her tone soft yet firm. Last time, I told you that without evidence, one should not casually slander others. Shen Han instinctively wanted to refute her, to cast all the blame upon Hui Yanheng. However, when his eyes met hers, the words caught in his throat. Leng Qingqing raised her head, her long, curled eyelashes unblinking as she surveyed the surroundings. In these deep mountains and forests, there are no cameras. Some truths are better left unsaid.
What did she mean by that? Ailie's brows furrowed slightly.
It was clear that her words hinted at Shen Han's past, suggesting that he might have been the one to harm the sparrow. This was precisely what Ai Li feared. After just one night, the events of yesterday could not be allowed to repeat today, otherwise, it would be the end for her. As she thought of this, Ai Li felt a sinking sensation, instinctively clutching her skirt, her palms slick with a sticky, snot-like moisture. Looking down, her expression nearly suffocated her. It was Shen Han's snot, smeared all over her dress. Chapter 80, Deception. Leng Qingqing's gaze turned towards them. Heng has always had a fondness for small animals. Last time, when you tried to catch that little sparrow by the pavilion, Heng saved it, and he has since taken great care of it, even naming it. He cares for that sparrow more than he does for me. She finished with a slight bite of her back teeth, maintaining her smile. Hui Yanheng stood silently beside her, his pale face devoid of expression, quietly listening. No one knew what thoughts were stirring within him. Shen Han, with a sudden shift in his gaze, sniffed and urgently declared, Hui Yanheng killed the sparrow he raised. This statement stunned those around him. Hui Yanheng had personally strangled his pet? Was this true? Setting aside all else, there were only Shen Han and Hui Yanheng present. How could he prove that the sparrow was killed by him, and not that he had killed it and falsely accused Hui Yanheng? Leng Qingqing did not allow Shen Han's words to sway her. Instead, she pivoted sharply, addressing the crux of the matter. Shen Han was taken aback that she could guess so accurately, his breath catching as he stared at her, feeling as if his blood had turned to ice. I didn't do it. It was Hui Yanheng who killed the sparrow. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he continued to resist. Ai Li, having known him for so long, could see his expression and realized he was in serious trouble. She nearly closed her eyes in despair. Everything she had painstakingly built was now at risk of being destroyed by a 6-year-old child. Determined, Leng Qingqing resolved to make this bothersome mother and son leave. Auntie does not wish to say this, but compared to Heng, it seems Xiao Han is the one with the past. What a gentle tone to deliver such a harsh truth. Shen Han, under the pressure of Leng Qingqing's formidable presence, felt so wronged and frightened that he only wanted to cry, unable to utter a single word of defense. Ai Li forcefully pulled Shen Han behind her, adopting a protective stance. Her actions were assertive, yet her eyes glistened with tears. Qingqing, why must you treat a child this way? He is only 6 years old. How could he possibly lie? Leng Qingqing raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp as a knife. If I recall correctly, you said the same thing yesterday, and what happened then? Ai Li faltered, unable to respond. Initially, Leng Qingqing had thought that having Ai Li around would make everything more enjoyable. But now, both Ai Li and her stepson posed a serious threat to Hui Yanheng's mental state. She suspected that Shen Han must have done something to provoke Hui Yanheng, pushing him to the brink of darkness. Thankfully, there had been a system alert that allowed her to arrive in time, preventing any disaster. If Hui Yanheng truly descended into darkness, all her efforts would be in vain. At that moment, not only were Ai Li and Shen Han caught in the storm, but even the staff and guests took a few steps back, fearing they too would be scolded by Leng Qingqing. The usually gentle and smiling beauty was terrifying when angry. I, too, learned for the first time that someone could be even more fearsome when not cursing than when they were. A few staff members whispered among themselves. Their discussions clearly focused on Leng Qingqing. Do you really think Hui Yanheng did it? One staff member asked, focused on the key issue. But when she gets angry, she is still so beautiful. Another, distracted by infatuation, replied. The live broadcast became chaotic, with netizens, fans, and detractors alike stirring up a frenzy. Shen Han was at least acting for his mother, but why did Hui Yanheng strangle his pet? Was he psychologically disturbed? That was his own pet. I thought Heng was an empathetic angel, but it turns out he is a little devil. He is destined for antisocial personality disorder when he grows up. Was this a marketing stunt from Leng Qingqing? I've always said she is no saint. They really can put on a show. Today, I have truly witnessed the devil among us. They must be banned. Someone call the authorities. There is a pervert here. On the screen, Netizens clamored for the cancellation of Leng Qingqing and Hui Yanheng, this mother and son duo. If this were just a reality show, they would not have witnessed such a spectacular drama. However, since it was live-streamed and could not be edited later, the guests' embarrassing moments would be broadcasted in full clarity. Just like now, viewers believed Hui Yanheng's actions stemmed from his true intentions, which was fundamentally different from Shen Han's. This scene particularly hurt the fans who had always adored Hui Yanheng. Hundreds of thousands of netizens have departed from the live broadcast, and the rate of fan attrition within the room is accelerating. Although Leng Qingqing cannot see the barrage of comments, she can surmise what has transpired. I did not harm the sparrow. At this moment, Hui Yanheng, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, his tone calm. His dark eyes slowly turned toward Shen Han, who instinctively took a step back, haunted by the terrifying gaze Hui Yanheng had just cast upon him, reminiscent of a predator ready to strike. Mother. For reasons unknown, Shen Han found himself retreating behind Ai Li, nearly concealing his entire form, as if fearing detection. Ai Li took a deep breath, preparing to appeal to Hui Yanheng's emotions. It's alright to make mistakes, as long as one can bravely admit their faults. All will be well. Her tone was gentle, her expression angelic, as though she were bathed in divine light while uttering these words. Yet, she was neither an archangel nor possessed the ability to reform the wicked. Hui Yanheng pressed his lips together, resolutely repeating, I did not. Ai Li then echoed Leng Qingqing, prompting the system to incessantly urge her to confront that detestable face. Please tell Ani what happened. Look, Xiaohan has made mistakes too. It's truly okay to err as long as one acknowledges their wrongs. You are still Ani's good child. As she spoke, Ai Li softly approached, crouching before Hui Yanheng, her gaze fixed on his dark eyes as if searching for something within. However, in the end, Ai Li found nothing. Shen Han is deceiving. Hui Yanheng fell silent for a moment before finally declaring this statement. Leng Qingqing and the system sighed in relief simultaneously. This child, why wait until now to speak? If it weren't for her presence, he would have been left to suffer alone. Chapter 81. Hui Yanheng's affectionate identity. Upon hearing Hui Yanheng's accusation of deceit, Shen Han immediately grew anxious, his face flushing as he exclaimed, I did not. I told you I did not. Yet, regardless of his protests, he appeared somewhat frantic. Hui Yanheng regarded him with a cold expression. You did. The two children each held their ground, leaving the director, the highest authority present, in a state of distress. Qingqing is right. There are no cameras nearby. How can we verify the truth of their statements? Jiang Tianqiong narrowed his eyes. However, it can be ascertained that the sparrow was indeed harmed by one of the two children. The remainder of his sentence faltered, and he chose silence. Whether it was death by intent or by accident, such words were ill-suited for the ears of children. Yet, in the hearts of Jiang Tianqiong and the other guests, answers had already formed. A 6-year-old child may deceive an adult once, but cannot do so a second time. The complication lay in the absence of evidence, just as before. Aside from the two involved, there was no third party present. The director nodded, his mind devoid of solutions, his brow furrowed tightly, capable of squashing a fly. The forest rustled, silence enveloped the air, and even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The assembly remained frozen in place, the situation stalemated. While online viewers clamored to uncover the culprit, threatening to uproot the director's home should the broadcast be interrupted. Reluctantly, the director summoned the two children before him, casting a heavy gaze over their faces. Shen Han, tell Uncle Director, could it be that you are mistaken? Shen Han opened his eyes wide with effort. Uncle Director, I am not mistaken. The sparrow died in his hands, didn't you all see it? His acting had improved significantly since the last time. He was genuinely angry, frustrated that no one believed his words. Ai Li, witnessing this, felt her eyes redden with tears, her voice trembling. Is it true that just because Xiaohan made a mistake, everyone doubts his words? Sensing Ai Li's intent to stir the waters further, Leng Qingqing interjected. You speak. Whatever he says, I shall believe him. Is it true? The king of Jiji had just flown away. Hui Yanheng spoke, his gaze lowered, thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes. He pursed his lips, pulling out a small bag to display to everyone, revealing it to be empty. I came out looking for King Jiji and saw Shen Han standing here with a dead sparrow in his hand. Despite his small stature, Hui Yanheng articulated his words clearly and methodically, revealing no signs of nervousness. This was not the demeanor of a child who had committed a wrong. Leng Qingqing, resembling an exaggerated performer or a comic foil, immediately reacted to Hui Yanheng's words, This is outrageous. The system echoed, "This is outrageous." Hui Yanheng was on the brink of a transformation. This is too much. The dead sparrow in Shen Han's hand. Was it King Jiji? Leng Qingqing, preoccupied, turned to Hui Yanheng, her tone softening. Only moments had passed since the incident, and she feared reopening his wounds. Hui Yanheng shook his head, his eyes dark, and earnestly stated, "No. The sparrow's color differs from that of King Jiji. King Jiji has a ring of bright yellow feathers around its neck. The sparrow lying quietly in the small pit was merely an ordinary sparrow." Leng Qingqing inquired, "Are you saying that the dead one is not King Jiji?"
Indeed.
Hui Yanheng replied, "King Jiji has not yet been found. However, the one that died is certainly not King Jiji. And the feathers of the sparrow are much coarser than those of King Jiji. They feel entirely different." Suddenly, a nearby chirp of a bird broke the silence. The elusive King Jiji fluttered over from an unknown place, landing on Hui Yanheng's right shoulder, tilting its small head, its black button-like eyes blinking as it surveyed Shen Han. After days of careful nurturing, King Jiji had grown its tail feathers, its plumage now more lush and vibrant, resembling anything but a mere sparrow. Leng Qingqing's slender fingers lifted slightly, and the bird gracefully perched on her fingertip. Hui Yanheng watched, transfixed, a peculiar light glimmering deep within his pupils. Leng Qingqing recognized this bird as Hui Yanheng's beloved pet, her gaze sweeping over its form with astonishment. "This is not." Thus, with her next words, her tone shifted to one of piercing inquiry. "Heng has nurtured a nationally protected animal so well, and you now tell me he crushed a sparrow? Do you think anyone will believe that?" Moreover, her gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced directly at Shen Han. "Can you discern whether the one in my hand is Heng's pet or the one lying on the ground?" Shen Han could not tell, but he distinctly saw Hui Yanheng's foul bird flying in this direction. Could it be that he had mistaken it? Perhaps a child had simply misjudged. Ai Li's smile turned pale, and in that moment, she could hardly inquire about what Leng Qingqing meant by nationally protected animal. Yet, her intuition warned her of impending disaster. Ai Li needed to defend Shen Han. Otherwise, she would be implicated as well. Heng clearly is not a child who would harm small animals, just like our Xiaohan. "Qingqing, I believe there must be some misunderstanding." By the end, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Ai Li's eyes seemed to communicate. "We are sisters at least. Do you not fear what father might think?" However, Hui Yanheng shattered all her hopes with a few words. "It was Shen Han who put the sparrow in my hands." He then turned to Ai Li, quietly reiterating, "Shen Han handed me the dead sparrow and then ran to Auntie Ai Li, claiming he saw me kill it." Some things cannot be said lightly. Ai Li could distinctly feel Shen Han trembling against her leg. Yet she knew she could not show weakness before Leng Qingqing until the very last moment. Bai Dan had been listening intently to their exchange. At this moment, I could not help but stand up and inquire. Did Qingqing just mention that the sparrow is a protected species? Although she could not discern any distinctive features of the bird, her clear enunciation made her statement resonate in everyone's ears. Indeed, Qingqing lowered her eyelashes, playfully toying with the bird, a yellow-breasted bunting, also known as the rice flower sparrow. An adult yellow-breasted bunting measures approximately 14 to 15 centimeters in length. And this one was evidently still a fledgling, though its form and appearance were already quite apparent. Over the past few days, the bird had been exceptionally well cared for by Hui Yanheng. The injured wing had healed, its plumage was becoming increasingly lush, and it could now fly short distances. At this point, Qingqing's gaze was nothing short of a smile, for even a fool knows that harming a first-class protected species could lead to imprisonment. Chapter 82. The arrival of the big shot. Setting aside the veracity of Qingqing's claim, her light-hearted tone made Ai Li tremble slightly. "Qingqing, could it be that you've made a mistake?" Ai Li's voice quivered as she cautiously regarded Qingqing, whispering, "This is merely a sparrow, after all. Birds differ from one another, much like people do." With a smile, Qingqing replied, "A phoenix undergoes a transformative rebirth because it is inherently a divine bird. Yet some ducks, even if they spend their days among swans, will never become a white swan." Although the others did not grasp the meaning of her words, Ai Li certainly did. She recognized that Qingqing was brazenly mocking her, branding her as nothing more than an ugly duckling. What a masterful act of insinuation. Ai Li's smile turned grim as she clenched her hand into a fist, the veins on the back of her hand becoming taut, her composure teetering on the brink of collapse. The production crew and guests exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. No one knew what the yellow-breasted bunting that Qingqing spoke of actually looked like. Could a knowledgeable individual enlighten us? Is what Qingqing said true? The viewers of the live stream began to grow anxious. A fervent debate unfolded in the live chat, with many eager to witness Qingqing's impending spectacle. Come on. She is just a well-known flower vase in the entertainment industry. How credible could her words possibly be? Perhaps she fabricated a tale about a first-class protected species to exonerate her son. Why do you all doubt Qingqing? I believe her reasoning is quite clear and precise. What seems amiss? I find it a bit odd. It appears that most of you are merely her detractors. Huh, is that so? Then let the expert come and verify. If it is indeed a first-class protected species, I shall eat my words right here. Suddenly, a multitude of identical comments rushed across the screen. Remember your words. Remember your words. Remember your words. At that moment, a viewer felt an inexplicable weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. Countless fans clamored in the live chat for a professional to verify, while some critics brazenly tagged notable figures on Weibo. A prominent expert in the study of protected wildlife, whose inbox was nearly overwhelmed, finally descended into the live stream. On one hand, his curiosity piqued. He wondered if the celebrity's claim held any truth. If it truly was a yellow-breasted bunting, it would be a significant achievement. Upon entering the live stream, he happened to notice a viewer providing information. As soon as his name floated across the screen, he was instantly recognized by millions. The big shot is here. The big shot is here. Hello, esteemed expert. Please determine whether the sparrow is indeed a first-class protected species. I truly do not wish to comment on you all. Believing the words of a superficial star is truly foolish. What a waste of the expert's time. The expert, in a good-natured manner, replied, "Let me take a look." Yet, as he began to speak, he suddenly fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. The viewers, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, were abruptly interrupted and eagerly inquired, "So, what is the verdict?" I looked it up on a certain platform, and it appears to be true. Expert, please speak. I only believe you. Do you genuinely think that a mindless woman could identify a first-class protected species? It must be false. It is indeed a yellow-breasted bunting. The familiar black text reappeared on the screen, larger than before, a vibrant display of colorful exclamations. The expert had only stepped away for a few moments, evidently just to tease the audience. The viewers' expressions were a mixture of disbelief and embarrassment. Indeed, it seems that the esteemed expert's presence enhances the aesthetics of the text. The expert did not forget the important matter at hand and quickly shared the good news with the audience. The yellow-breasted bunting, also known as the rice flower sparrow, belongs to the family Emberizidae and the genus Emberiza. The viewers, having waited patiently, were not inclined to hear such familiar information. Expert, please reveal the results. We are already aware of what Qingqing stated. I graduated years ago, yet I suddenly feel the terror of being lectured by a teacher. Master, please spare us. Frustrated by the growing impatience of the audience, the expert finally revealed the conclusion. Qingqing was not mistaken. This is indeed a yellow-breasted bunting, classified as a critically endangered species in 2017 and is currently a first-class protected species. I did not expect this artist, with the surname Qing, to possess such knowledge. We owe her a debt of gratitude for identifying the true nature of the yellow-breasted bunting. The viewers gaped in astonishment, realizing they had been the ignorant ones. The lively chatter that had previously filled the screen now dwindled to a mere few comments, a palpable sense of awkwardness hanging in the air. Qingqing's assertion was validated, and those who had previously mocked her found themselves embarrassed before a national audience. I just want to ask, does the one who claimed they would eat their words still stand by their statement? What an embarrassing moment. The critics have unwittingly constructed a metaphorical Disney castle for themselves. Thankfully, I always believed in Qingqing. Isn't it the case that female stars are all competing for attention? How come she knows everything? Now I realize I should be more cautious with my words. Well, are the critics satisfied now? Is there any dirt left to dig up? The discourse in the live stream shifted dramatically. The once vocal detractors of Qingqing fell silent, as she had effectively silenced them with her competence. Who could have guessed she would possess such knowledge? Too troublesome, I'm out of here. Now, even the critics found their role increasingly demanding. Not only did they have to match wits with celebrities, but they also needed to adapt to the rapidly changing landscape, and most importantly, they had to be well informed. One could only wonder if they had any culture. Would they truly resort to being critics to support their families? The familiar large black text reappeared on the screen. As anticipated, moments later, a call from high-ranking officials reached the director's phone. The director answered, and within seconds, His expression shifted to one of shock, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. He glanced toward Qingqing and Huyenheng, who were not far away. The local forestry bureau is on the line. They wish to speak with Qingqing. Chapter 83. The Third Eye. The forestry bureau wishes to speak with Qingqing? The director approached and handed the phone to her. After a brief exchange, Qingqing's beautiful brow and eyes gradually brightened with a smile. How was it? After hanging up, the director leaned in, echoing the curiosity of everyone present. Qingqing's gaze fell upon a particular mother and son, her expression laden with meaning. It's nothing. The forestry bureau said they will send someone to examine the yellow-breasted bunting's injury. The others were left in shock, jaws nearly dropping as one of them muttered under their breath, "Goodness, it really is a first-class protected species? If this bird is injured, won't that mean jail time?" The voice was intentionally lowered, yet in the stillness of the atmosphere, it rang out distinctly. Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the voice, causing the speaker to immediately fall silent. Ellie was utterly stunned. She could hardly fathom how an ordinary sparrow had transformed into a nationally protected species. Could it be that Qingqing had known all along and had been waiting for this moment? Impossible. Ellie quickly dismissed the thought. Qingqing was no deity. How could she possess such foresight? The only fortunate aspect was that it was not the yellow-breasted bunting that Shen Han had killed, but merely a common sparrow. Otherwise, it would have been a significant issue. To her surprise, the pet raised by Heng was, in fact, a protected animal, thus Heng had made a monumental contribution. Ellie stepped forward, attempting to smooth things over, hoping to erase the earlier incident. Her compliments were directed at Huyenheng, yet her bright almond-shaped eyes were fixed longingly on Qingqing. Unexpectedly, Qingqing did not engage and remarked in a somber tone, "Yes. If Shen Han had just killed the yellow-breasted bunting, that would have been dire." Ellie took a deep breath, her expression sorrowful as she gently cautioned, "Qingqing, everything is still uncertain, but I believe Shen Han did not do it, especially in front of the child." The implication was unmistakable. He did it. Just as Ellie was preparing to stubbornly cling to the lack of evidence, a languid young male voice interjected from the side. A handsome youth stood among the crowd, his tall figure obscured by the tree trunk, causing everyone to overlook him moments earlier. He lowered his gaze, his long, curled eyelashes casting shadows, and spoke in a husky tone. "I saw it. He wanted to catch that bird. In the end, he missed and fell." As he spoke, his gaze lazily drifted to Shen Han's knees, prompting the crowd to follow suit. Indeed, there was dirt on Shen Han's knees. Then, a sparrow fell from the tree. And he had killed it. The young man's voice seemed to carry an enchanting quality, flowing without inflection or emotion, merely stating facts. Yet, at the last moment, a chill ran through everyone, leaving them slightly unnerved. Shen Han felt a shiver run down his spine, and hurriedly brushed off the dirt from his knees, exclaiming, I didn't he do that?" The youth took a few steps toward the tree, and gestured at the nearest camera. Several cameras moved in closer. He placed his pale, slender fingers on the dark lens of one of the cameras, signaling the cameraman to film upward. The moment half of his face appeared on the live stream, viewers were instantly struck by his unexpected beauty. Is this face even real? I'm begging this young man to debut. With a face like that, everything he touches will turn to gold. Without you, Ji, how could I possibly live? Am I the only one concerned about the situation? Who is the cruel bird abuser? You lot, wake up. Huyenheng lifted his gaze, staring intently at him. Although he did not express overt disdain, he seemed rather unpleased with the youth. Huyenheng rarely displayed such peculiar expressions, prompting Qingqing to scratch her head and ask the system, "What is going on? Do they know each other?" The system responded, "Don't ask me. I don't want to talk to that fool." The system fell silent, never anticipating that Qingqing genuinely did not recognize Xie. She was not pretending. What a perplexing woman. You're lying. No, I'm not. Though there wasn't a third party present today. Xie had appeared as the witness. Shen Han's eyes were red, shouting as if that was the only phrase he knew. You're lying. Ellie's vision had darkened several times, and she gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to spit blood. If you truly saw it, why didn't you say anything before? Why wait until now? By the end of her statement, bitterness rose in her throat, filled with anger. She suspected this youth had come merely to stir trouble. Xie remained unfazed, his fox-like eyes long and beautiful, a slight smile playing on his lips. I didn't wish to meddle. But your child is so young yet harbors such malicious thoughts. I felt it necessary for everyone to be aware. After all, If he were to harm not just a bird but a person in the future, wouldn't that be my fault? His words were particularly harsh for a mere 6-year-old. Yet, upon reflection, the crowd realized he had a point. Fate had led him to witness this scene. Shen Han had previously tortured village livestock and was now harming birds. Such actions were far beyond what a child should be capable of. Even the adults felt a chill at the sight of the sparrow's demise. Ellie was not foolish. She recognized the underlying implication in the youth's words. Had Shen Han not framed another, he would not have intended to be this witness. It was all Shen Han's own doing. He believed he had executed his plan flawlessly, unaware that there was a third eye observing. Chapter 84. How much do you want? The live broadcast of A Family of Three was abruptly shut down, leaving countless viewers in shock. What had transpired? The stream had been running smoothly moments ago. Surely, Shen Han's actions had been confirmed, and he would face consequences. I'm curious to see who dares to criticize Hui Yanheng. Some viewers, who prided themselves on being internet detectives, were baffled that a child had managed to deceive them twice, finding it laughable. Shen Han is truly vicious. This drama is more thrilling than any TV show. Ellie, you should take him to see a psychologist. This is truly alarming. Following Xie Zhi's identification, the production team and higher-ups promptly convened an online meeting to discuss the fate of Ellie and her son. Half an hour later, Ellie received the unfortunate news. As for when filming would resume, the production team provided no clear answers. Frankly, the director had exhausted all possibilities. However, Ellie's last glance was directed towards Qingqing, whose exquisitely made-up face momentarily twisted with malice. Qingqing, don't think this is over. Desperately, Ellie's fans infiltrated other live streams, disguised as bystanders to gather information. Surprisingly, all the guests exhibited no signs of shock. They continued to chat, play, and engage as if nothing had happened. Although the fans were reluctant to admit it, Ellie's departure had not affected the guests in the slightest. They acted as if they had never known Ellie, not even mentioning her. Ellie stared out the car window, refusing to even glance at Shen Han, her expression cold and disdainful, unable to feign otherwise. Shen Han seemed to realize he had truly erred this time, slumping his shoulders in silence throughout the journey. Without the cameras capturing every angle, Ellie felt utterly defeated, slumped in the back seat, her complexion pale and devoid of any smile. From the moment they entered the car, she had been tirelessly making and receiving calls. Until now, Ellie had just hung up the phone when the shrill ringtone blared again, sounding like a death knell. Her throat was so hoarse she could hardly speak, and she had no time to sip water. Upon receiving a call from her agent, her expression changed, and her spine gradually stiffened. The inevitable had finally arrived. The company and the entire public relations team were bracing for a monumental storm, and now it had come. This time, the burden of the situation fell squarely on Hui Yanheng's shoulders. It seemed as if the impending separation was palpable, no matter who approached. They did not spread their wings to leave this small, warm island. As she dug, a hunched figure stepped into view. It was Li Qiaozi. He carried a shovel that was nearly heavier than his shoulders, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth as he grinned broadly. In a few strides, Li Qiaozi's eyes remained glued to the cold and indifferent face of Leng Qingqing, his gaze reminiscent of a deep-sea mollusk's tentacles, slimy and chill. I came up the mountain to dig some bamboo shoots, he said, nodding and bowing to the crowd. Many staff members greeted him. After all, he was a disabled person, evoking a sense of sympathy. Li Qiaozi did not engage with the guests, but simply greeted Leng Qingqing, thanking her for her previous assistance. Finally, with a wary glance at Leng Qingqing's side, he limped away. You know it wasn't Hang Hang who did it, so why didn't you say so earlier? The words carried an accusatory tone. The youth leaning against the bamboo lifted his eyelids and, upon seeing her, the hostility and impatience in his gaze vanished, replaced by a fleeting hint of a smile. Sister, didn't I say that even if I spoke, no one would believe me? Lying, the system interjected urgently. Xiezheng is lying. Do not believe him. Xiezheng, accustomed to the coldness of human emotions, remained vigilant and guarded toward everyone. Yet he was also adept at ensnaring hearts. To put it simply, this lad was a master deceiver. Moreover, given Xiezheng's striking appearance, the names of the women he had ensnared would fill 10 baskets. The system's warning was a caution for Leng Qingqing to be wary and not fall for this trickster. Did you say his name is Xiezheng? Leng Qingqing pondered, pretending to be enlightened. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, Isn't he that beggar from last time? How did he end up here, looking so handsome? He can't be trying to con me out of my money, can he? The urgency in her voice was palpable with the last question. Leng Qingqing mused, how does he know that beneath my aloof exterior lies a heart that values beauty? How did he perceive my inner self beyond the facade? How did he know I was wealthy? The system replied sternly, say that again. I do not wish to converse with fools. What Xie Zheng intended remained a mystery to the system. It was aware of the narrative, but could not fathom the complexities of human psychology. Nonetheless, the system was correct. Xie Zheng was indeed lying. He refrained from revealing the truth to everyone earlier because, firstly, he wanted to observe Hui Yanhong's true standing in Leng Qingqing's eyes. Secondly, he sought to leverage a personal favor in front of her. Had it not been for Xie Zheng's eventual identification, whether Ellie could depart would remain uncertain. Having assisted Leng Qingqing in such a significant way, it was only natural for the young man to desire some form of reward. However, the thought of giving money made Leng Qingqing wince, especially when she noticed the cunning glint in Xie Zheng's elongated eyes, his handsome visage resembling that of a charming rogue. He hardly seemed the type to ask for less money. Xie Zheng, is it? Leng Qingqing said stiffly. The youth, noticing her recognition, brightened and took a step closer, narrowing the distance between them. Sister, you finally recognized me. He gazed at her, licking his crimson lips, sounding endearingly coy, like a cat beguiled by its master. I helped you with such a significant task. How do you plan to reward me?
Leng Qingqing alarm belran udli.
She squinted at the youth in front of her. After a brief pause, she sighed heavily, as if resigned to her fate, and lowered her voice to say, all right, how much do you want? Chapter 85. Are you polite? I do not want your money. Whether it was Leng Qingqing's illusion or not, the moment she uttered those words, the youth's expression shifted slightly. Xie Zheng looked at her, reiterating, I do not want money. Was he aiming to play the long game? To fish for a bigger catch by first gaining her trust before deceiving her of all her wealth? This young man certainly had an insatiable appetite. What she did not realize was that her statement prompted Xie Zheng to reconsider. He subtly curled his lips, a flicker of intrigue hidden in his gaze. Sister, I heard you came from the imperial capital. Xie Zheng fell silent for a moment, then spoke again then. Sister, consider it a favor owed to me. When I think of what I want, I will find you. Is that agreeable? Leng Qingqing widened her eyes slightly and readily agreed. Sure, why not? With merely 3 days left before her departure, whether she could repay this favor remained uncertain. If it were someone else, she would have promptly offered a reward. But Xie Zheng was no ordinary person. Leng Qingqing understood that Xie Zheng had only stepped forward at the last moment, having weighed his options carefully. Although she was unaware of what prompted him to finally speak up, he had surely considered the possibility of never revealing the truth. For Xie Zheng, the choice to speak or remain silent was trivial. Truth and lies held little distinction, yet his words bore the power to determine Hui Yanhong's innocence or guilt. Observing Xie Zheng's demeanor, it became clear that he had been waiting for this moment. With the situation having escalated to Hui Yanhong, Leng Qingqing had no choice but to play the role of the villain. Xie Zheng led the guests down the mountain, taking a different route. Leng Qingqing, possessing a keen sense of direction, soon realized something was amiss. She halted her steps. Did we take a wrong turn? This isn't the way we came. Upon her stop by Dan and Tian also paused, the entire group looking around, their silence betraying their unease as they hesitated on the stony path halfway down the mountain. As the guide, Xie Zheng naturally took the lead. His eyes dark and deep as he gazed back at her. Sister, your memory is excellent. This is a different route and it's quicker down. Perhaps the youth recalled something. Or perhaps he sensed Leng Qingqing's unusual attitude. His eyes, dark as a deep pool, seemed to conceal many secrets. The village chief stepped forward from the group, saying, Indeed, Xie Zheng is correct. Although the scenic route up the mountain is beautiful, it takes longer. This path is quicker for descending, and the villagers usually take this route. The village chief, considering the time of day, noted the sun's high position. The descending path was rocky without shade, and the visitors from the city were likely already famished. Thus, he opted for the shortest route down. The guests, upon reflection, recognized the village chief's goodwill. Just then, someone in the group let out a loud growl from their stomach, the sound reverberating clearly in the tranquil summer forest. Laughter erupted around them, showing no mercy. Jiang Shi's face flushed as he rubbed his belly, exclaiming, What is so funny? Is it wrong to be hungry? The guests laughed and quickened their pace. After walking a few steps, they noticed a small path to the right of the mountain road, piquing their curiosity. For they had never seen such a trail since their ascent. Village chief, what is this path for? Andy crouched down, pulling out a wet wipe from his bag to clean Julie's face and palms, inquiring of the village chief. The village chief squinted at the path ahead and replied, "Oh, there's a beast pit up ahead. This path was created by people from the past for hunting." Upon hearing the words beast pit, the once hungry and thirsty crowd became intrigued, clamoring to see it and not waste their visit. So this is the beast pit on the mountain? It seems no one has visited in a long time. The guests stood before a vast pit, which the village chief claimed was once used for hunting wild beasts. As they approached, it became evident that the pit's bottom was entirely covered in sharp steel spikes, obscured beneath a layer of withered leaves and branches. Near the right side of the pit, dark brown bloodstains, long dried and merely speckled, marked the tips of the spikes. Any creature that fell into this abyss, regardless of its ferocity or size, would surely be gravely injured. The village chief warned all the guests to keep their distance from the edge of the pit to avoid falling in. If even a large beast could be killed, humans would fare no better. Hua Yanheng, tightly holding onto Leng Qingqing's hand, was permitted only to stand at a distance, straining on his toes to glimpse the entirety of the pit. With keen eyesight, he discerned several small, bleached bones lying quietly at the bottom, their ribcages pierced by the spikes, resembling the remains of a rabbit or squirrel. "Are you afraid?" Xiazheng appeared beside them, directing his question towards Hua Yanheng, who had evidently recognized him. Observing the seemingly gentle boy, Xiazheng sensed a darker nature within. He was curious as to why the boy refrained from explaining himself to the group, but was certain that Hua Yanheng was not one to be easily victimized, a trait they shared. Just as Hua Yanheng, who previously showed no fear, reacted upon seeing Xiazheng, he turned away and buried his face in Leng Qingqing's clothing. Was he expressing a desire to avoid seeing Xiazheng, or was he unnerved by the sight of the animal remains? After exchanging a few words, the duo departed, leaving Xiazheng standing alone at the pit's edge, with no one bothering to inquire about him. "Is this how you show politeness?" Xiazheng muttered, rubbing his temples. His patience was already thin, and his goodwill towards Leng Qingqing and helping Hua Yanheng was merely an attempt to garner favor since he had heard she came from the capital. Having achieved his goal, he felt increasingly reluctant to cater to this oblivious mother and son, and so he discreetly slipped away. In Chapter 86, She is Still Useful. The bamboo forest was alive with dancing shadows, where an elderly figure hunched over, using rough, dark fingers to clear away dead branches and leaves to unearth the bamboo shoots buried beneath the soil. With no outsiders present, Li Keizi's smile faded, replaced by a frown on his dark, wrinkled face as he searched for bamboo in the thicket. In a matter of seconds, when Li Keizi lifted his gaze, he found someone standing before him. He jerked his head back, nearly losing his balance and having to grasp a nearby bamboo stalk to steady himself. The figure was none other than Xiazheng, who had been away for quite some time. You didn't leave with them?" Li Keizi stuttered, feeling a tinge of apprehension upon encountering Xiazheng. He had intended to seize the opportunity to greet Leng Qingqing, having fortuitously come across a beauty. However, upon seeing Xiazheng beside her, he felt deterred. As the saying goes, those who are stiff fear the bold, and the bold fear the reckless. Li Keizi, known as the troublemaker of the village, nonetheless had his own fears. Given his age, it was clear he could not contend with the youthful vigor of Xiazheng. Offending this young man would undoubtedly lead to a beating. Xiazheng appeared to smile as he inquired about Li Keizi's purpose for being on the mountain. Noticing the flicker in Li Keizi's eyes, which suggested he was concocting a feeble excuse, Xiazheng shifted his approach, cheerfully remarking, "Let me guess. You didn't come up here just to see a beauty, did you?" It seems the old man still hears things quickly. Li Keizi interpreted a different meaning from his words, his murky gaze suddenly brightening as he cautiously stepped forward. "How did you know? Do you also?" "Also?" Xiazheng repeated, savoring the word before breaking into a soft laugh. "You may have a bad leg, but your perception is quite sharp." With a smirk, Xiazheng's expression gradually darkened as he pressed, "Who have you set your sights on?" Li Keizi, cautious, refrained from revealing her identity, instead rubbing his hands together and chuckling. "Me? How could I possibly be worthy of her?" At least he showed some self-awareness. Xiazheng scoffed, unsure whether he was mocking the city folk or Li Keizi. "How would you know if you don't try?" Li Keizi's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for this encouragement, his spirit visibly lifted. Yes. How would I know if she doesn't like me?" He began to mentally tally up his assets. "Though I'm a bit older, I am still a first-time groom. With over a dozen pigs at home. In our village, that makes me quite well off. Why should I worry about supporting her?" He mused. "She's just pretty and has a child, but he's not mine. They'll still rely on me to support them both. Li Kezi reveled in this comparison of their circumstances, while Xiezheng crossed his arms, leaning against a tree, coldly observing his daydreams. However, Li Kezi seemed to have forgotten the most crucial detail. Wait, does she have a husband? After listening to Li Kezi's delusions for a while, Xiezheng could no longer contain himself. He approached and kicked Li Kezi's injured leg, whispering fiercely, "There's no water at home. Do you still need to urinate?" A sharp crack echoed as Li Kezi's complexion turned pale, clutching his injured leg and collapsing to the ground. The bamboo forest resonated with his heart-wrenching cries. "She is still useful to me." Xiezheng reached for the backpack on his back, casting a fleeting glance at the writhing Li Kezi on the ground, his eyes glimmering with a chilling resolve. "If you dare to undermine my plans, you can forget about your other leg." With that, he stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to Li Kezi's sound leg. The sound of dislocation rang out clearly, indicating the force he had exerted. Though he had only kicked twice, each strike was filled with malice.
Li Kezi,
tormented by the pain in both legs, was momentarily at a loss as to which to cradle, tears and snot covering his face as he begged for mercy. "I won't do it again. I swear I won't." The youth, carrying the bamboo basket, chuckled softly before striding away. The forestry department had come and taken King Jiji away, leaving Huyenheng with a medal, a certificate, and a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. Aside from the cash, the medal and certificate were additional rewards offered by the authorities upon learning that a 5-year-old child had rescued the yellow-breasted bunting. They had already investigated and discovered that Huyenheng was the child of a celebrity, presuming he came from a well-off family and did not lack for money. In contrast to monetary rewards, a child might value a sense of ceremony more. After leaving these 3 tokens, the forestry personnel placed King Jiji in a birdcage and loaded it into a white van. The yellow-breasted bunting in the cage was separated from Huyenheng, who stood at the gate by the gently closed van door. Everyone assumed Huyenheng would have much to say to the yellow-breasted bunting, but before parting, he merely reached out a finger to gently touch its claw. "Will I be able to see it again?" he earnestly inquired of the forestry personnel. "Of course. As long as you wish to visit, you can come any time." He touched his chest, furrowing his brow, feeling a slight sting in his nose. In his brief 6 years of life, this was his first experience of the bittersweet nature of parting. "Whenever you want to see it, I will accompany you," Leng Qingqing assured him, noticing his subdued expression, hoping to lift his spirits. Huyenheng still seemed disinterested, giving a slight nod. As for the items left by the forestry personnel, Jiang Shi was almost envious, pestering Huyenheng to let him play with them, especially the medal. Huyenheng, however, was not particularly fond of the medal, and having just bid farewell to King Jiji at such a sorrowful moment, he had no desire to see the medal and be reminded of the bird.
"It's yours," he said.
Jiang Shi widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. "Is it true? This is a gift from King Jiji. He merely intended to play with it." Never expecting that Huyenheng would be so generous as to give it to him outright, Jiang Shi struggled to articulate his thoughts, but the general message was clear. "This is the last thing left to you by King Jiji. How can you bear to give it to someone else?" Huyenheng cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shi. His beautiful, large eyes clouded with emotion. He uttered a sentence that lingered in the minds of all present. "He is no longer here. What purpose do these things serve?" Jiang Shi was taken aback for a long moment, unable to respond. After a while, he stammered, "But, regardless, this is still something that King Jiji left for you. I cannot accept it." Despite his insatiable appetite, Jiang Shi still held certain principles. After lunch, the director announced that a new group of substitute guests would meet everyone the following morning. For everyone, curiosity about the new guests paled in comparison to the intrigue surrounding Ailey's current situation. It was evident what Ailey and Shinhan were going through. During the quiet of the afternoon break, Leng Qing opened her phone and logged into Weibo, only to find several trending topics bearing Ailey's name shining brightly on the hot search list. Ailey, Shinhan urgently exits the vehicle. Ailey's stepson commits animal cruelty. Ailey's company issues a clarification. Shinhan's mental state. Chapter 87. This is intolerable. Yet midway through, she and Shinhan had been kicked out of the car, shattering all their plans. All that awaited her were posts filled with scathing criticism, thousands of malicious comments, and rampant insults online. The work she was about to finalize was all rescinded, and some even threatened to sue her over Shinhan's incident, demanding exorbitant compensation. By the end of the afternoon, Ailey was utterly exhausted, all because Shinhan had crushed a bird. "Mom, I will reflect on this matter thoroughly. Rest assured. I will not let Xiaohan come to any harm." All right, goodbye, Mom. In the capital, the Shun family's villa was enveloped by the thick night. In the living room, Ailey sat in a corner of the European-style sofa, one hand gripping her phone tightly while the other clutched her skirt, her complexion pale enough to drip water. The person on the other end of the call said something she could not discern. Suddenly, Ailey's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly replied, "No need, Mom. You don't have to come in person. Xiao Han is fine. He has already gone to bed. You can rest easy. I will take good care of him." The first few words were pronounced with extra emphasis. After hanging up, Ailey glared with resentment at the bedroom located around the corner on the second floor of the villa. That was where Shun Han resided. The instigator of this turmoil, Shun Han, was being sheltered by Shinji and their grandmother. He had merely received some reprimands before being sent upstairs to rest. Shinji's mother called, subtly mocking her inability to be a proper mother, reminding her that she only had this one precious grandson, and if anything happened, she would not be spared. Yet Shinji did not utter a single word in her defense. Ailey, as a stepmother, felt trapped from all sides, nearly driven to madness. "Is it my fault?" Ailey's tone was self-deprecating as her nails grazed the genuine leather sofa, leaving behind glaring marks. She had been publicly humiliated before millions of viewers. This incident was enough to provide her peers with laughter for a decade. Her reputation was thoroughly tarnished. The most troublesome aspect was the outcry from netizens demanding an explanation. Under the pressure of public opinion, Ailey could only formally announce on Weibo that she would take Shun Han to a professional hospital for a psychological assessment and would publicly disclose the results. Such a substantial matter. Who gave you the right to decide unilaterally? By stating that you would take Xiao Han to the hospital, are you not implying that he is unwell? Ailey stood up helplessly from the sofa, utterly bewildered by the scolding. In their years of marriage, it was the first time Shinji had argued with her. While it was indeed for Shun Han's sake, it was clear that everything was Shun Han's fault. Shun Han descended the stairs barefoot, sitting in his father's lap, his tiny arms wrapping around his father's neck, tears streaming down his cheeks.
Daddy.
In that moment, he appeared to be the quintessential victim, devoid of any remnants of the ruthlessness he had displayed when crushing the sparrow. Ailey was not foolish enough to confront Shinji directly. She knew his sensitivities. Quickly regaining her composure, she softly said, "You must have drunk too much. Let me prepare a cup of honey water for you." An astute maneuver, it displayed her vulnerability and diverted the topic. After speaking, she gently brushed the corner of her eyes, which glistened with unshed tears, and turned toward the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with a cup of honey water. Ailey personally brought it to her husband, almost pressing the rim to his lips, the sweet aroma mingling with the fragrance of her freshly bathed skin. With redness in her eyes and an abundance of tenderness directed at him, Shinji, who had entered with a heart full of anger, found 6/10 of it dissipating. He held his son tightly, accepted the honey water, and drank it down in one gulp, his expression solemn. The following morning, Shinji, still bleary-eyed, descended the stairs and suddenly heard someone crying downstairs. He paused, frowning, wondering who could be so unfortunate so early in the day. As he took a few steps down, ready to scold, he glanced up and saw a delicate, lavender-clad figure leaning against the flower window, none other than Ailey. He focused intently, realizing that Ailey was on the phone, speaking to his father-in-law, Leng Qingqing. Ailey held the phone, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. At a critical juncture, she became so choked with emotion that she nearly drove Leng Qingqing to despair. "Dear daughter, please tell me what your husband said. The project is cancelled?" Beside her stood a beautiful woman dressed in a dark green qipao adorned with entwined peonies, leaning on Leng Feng's shoulder, her ears perked up, listening intently to the conversation. She bore a striking resemblance to Ailey, and was none other than Ailey's biological mother, Xue Meijun. He had not said it that way. After a prolonged wait, they finally received a glimmer of reassurance. Just as Leng Qingqing and the woman breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Ailey sobbing, but he indeed meant that. Leng Feng's heart sank heavily. If his son-in-law cancelled the collaboration with the company, that would be unacceptable. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. His expression darkened as he sternly declared, "Dear daughter, stop crying. I will call that ungrateful son-in-law right now to avenge this grievance for you and your grandson." After hanging up, Ailey remained leaning against the window, tears of despondency cascading down her cheeks. Through the reflection in the window, she caught sight of Shinji eavesdropping from the corner of the staircase. Shinji slowly descended, his mind swirling with questions. He had long known that Ailey had a sister, but Ailey had indicated that their relationship was strained. To what extent? Since their marriage, he had never seen this sister. Shinji even entertained the notion that Ailey might have fabricated the existence of this sister. "You're awake?" Shinji was lost in thought when he heard Ailey's gentle inquiry from downstairs. "Are you hungry? I will have Jean Ma bring breakfast to you." She leaned against the windowsill, clad only in a thin nightgown, dark circles under her eyes suggesting a sleepless night due to the events of the previous evening.
Yet,
When facing Shinji, she still smiled. Feeling a surge of guilt for his earlier anger, Shinji hurried down the stairs and embraced her. Ailey obediently rested her head on his shoulder, seemingly having forgotten the Cold War from the previous night. "A few days ago, you mentioned discussing collaboration with the Hua family. How did it go? When will you meet with Mr. Hua and Mrs. Hua? I want to prepare in advance. One cannot have it all." Since her own career was temporarily stalled, Ailey resolved to focus her attention on the most pressing matters at hand. "The Hua family?" Shinji cleared his throat, his voice slightly uneven as he pushed her away. "The meeting will be in the next few days. I will notify you in advance." In the throes of elation, Ailey failed to notice her husband's unease. She was already lost in thoughts of what jewelry and haute couture to wear for the meeting, so as not to be overshadowed by Mrs. Hua. Shinji sat at the dining table, his gaze heavy with contemplation. Shin merely engaged in discussions with a subsidiary of the Hua group regarding a project. Given the nature of such projects, encountering Hu Jingsun in person was utterly improbable. Even if a collaboration were to materialize, it would likely only involve meetings with Hu Jingsun's subordinates. The notion of dining with Madame Hua is even more far-fetched, as the anniversary celebration of the Hua enterprise is approaching, and it is customary for Hu Jingsun to attend with his wife. Allies served him a bowl of wontons, incessantly chattering about the collaboration. Shinji, feeling vexed, sullenly stuffed a dumpling into his mouth, refusing to respond. Chapter 88. Divorce. A call from Leng Feng naturally went unanswered. For Leng Qingqing had long since blocked his number to avoid his incessant disturbances. In Taoyuan village, the guests, having finished breakfast, spontaneously gathered in the courtyard of residence No. 1, seated in pairs within the pavilion, awaiting the arrival of the substitute guests for Ally and Shunhan's group. "Director, could you provide any hints? Are the newcomers acquaintances of ours?" Bai Dan, brimming with curiosity, incessantly chirped like a yellow warbler. Leng Qingqing lounged in the pavilion, casting a glance at Bai Dan before shaking her head. "I truly couldn't tell at first glance." Bai Dan blinked, leaning forward. "What? Couldn't he tell what?" It was apparent to everyone, and Bai Dan's expression brightened, anticipating a compliment. The guests and staff presumed Leng Qingqing would offer praise for Bai Dan. Leng Qingqing replied, "I couldn't he tell you were such a chatterbox." Bai Dan retorted, "I knew you wouldn't say anything nice." After a while, the children in the courtyard began playing games, hopping on squares. To her surprise, Leng Qingqing found a half piece of chalk in the back shed and brought it to the front courtyard, sketching out a hopscotch pattern. Julie and Tian joined forces to find a smooth, round white stone to use as their marker. Jiang Shi eagerly insisted, "I want to go first." Julie shook her head, her expression indifferent. "No. To ensure fairness, everyone must play rock, paper, scissors." Only Hu Yanheng didn't know how to play. Yet he won. Standing before the first square, the small figure held the stone in hand, pursing his lips and gazing at Leng Qingqing with a look of confusion. He did not know how to play. Receiving Hu Yanheng's gaze, Leng Qingqing walked over helplessly, picking up the stone from his palm. "Hopscotch is very simple. Haven't you played it in kindergarten?" Hu Yanheng shook his head. "The teacher never taught us that." Leng Qingqing wanted to inquire further, but feared that continued questioning would arouse suspicion among sharp-eyed online viewers, particularly regarding how a mother could be so unaware of her son's ignorance. It was better to refrain for now. However, she speculated that at the elite private kindergarten Hu Yanheng attended, such simple games might indeed be beneath their notice. "Watch closely," she instructed, tossing the stone, which landed perfectly in the largest semicircle. Julie, Tian, and Jiang Shi rushed over, exclaiming in unison, "Wow! Aunt Qingqing is amazing." Jiang Shi wore a look of astonishment. "Auntie, teach me." Julie chimed in. "Auntie is incredible." Tian stammered. With a swift motion, Leng Qingqing tied her long hair into a ponytail, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "Is that all it takes to be impressive? Just wait." She leaped gracefully, effortlessly explaining the rules of the game to Hu Yanheng as she jumped. He was quick-witted and grasped the rules after a single explanation. When she asked if he understood, he nodded, his gaze fixed intently on her as she leaped through the squares, her high ponytail shimmering in the sunlight like scattered golden rays. At the moment Leng Qingqing was leaping, Lu Panpan, having pushed open the courtyard gate, beheld this enchanting scene. The woman stood with her back to her, bouncing on the ground, her lustrous black ponytail fluttering in the air, the ends curling with lively arcs. Surrounding her were several adorable children, 2 boys and 2 girls, one of whom was likely the daughter of supermodel Andy. All eyes were on her. Even the director and guests wore expressions of warm delight, as though they were observing a beloved family member. Standing at the entrance, Lu Panpan found herself momentarily breathless, feeling like an intruder. Upon seeing the woman for the first time, she instantly recognized her as Hu Yanheng's malevolent biological mother, the discarded ex-wife of the magnate Hu Jingse, Leng Qingqing. She was indeed stunning, just as described in literature, radiantly beautiful under the sun. Upon first laying eyes on Leng Qingqing, Lu Panpan's attention was completely captivated, leaving no room for anyone else. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Her 5-year-old brother, Lu Bai, pouted, feeling neglected. Lu Panpan affectionately ruffled her brother's hair, knowing that since their arrival, Lu Bai had been quite amiable towards her. "Nothing much. Sister will take you inside. You must greet the uncles and aunts, all right?" Lu Bai sulked, reluctantly nodding. As Lu Panpan led her brother inside, the crowd in the courtyard suddenly brightened. If Ally, who had departed, resembled a rain-drenched rose, delicate and charming, then Lu Panpan appeared as a frail orchid blossoming in a secluded valley, yet she bore an inherent warmth that made her approachable. Compared to the previous guest, this young girl appeared exceptionally pleasing to the eye. The first encounter left the guests thoroughly impressed with their new addition. Lu Panpan smoothly integrated into the gathering, everything progressing according to her plans. Invited to rest in the pavilion, as she addressed the guests' inquiries, a thought struck her mind. Since Ally, who is supposed to expose Leng Qingqing's abuse, has suddenly exited, who will unveil Leng Qingqing's misdeeds? A cold electronic voice quickly resonated in her mind.
Lu Panpan responded, understood.
So, if I were to reveal it, it would not affect the subsequent plot. Chapter 89. She won the bet. With one guest exiting, another would inevitably take their place. Nothing peculiar about that. Notably, the 2 new guests were not a parent-child duo, but rather biological siblings. Sister Lu Panpan, a rising star in the acting world with doe-like, expressive eyes, and her brother Lu Bai, a 5-year-old child star who had already portrayed the young versions of leading characters in several popular dramas. This pair of siblings was well known to the audience, carrying their own fan base, and upon their appearance, they instantly garnered affection. In the live stream, some viewers expressed their confusion. "I thought it would be a new parent-child pair. Who knew they were siblings? Surprising. Though it's a family of 3, it doesn't necessarily mean a parent and child combination. I find it quite intriguing. The actress has such lively eyes. What works has she done? White Bai's mother has arrived. My Bai has achieved such success, appearing on such a popular show. A mother's tears." Lu Bai's fame even surpassed that of his sister Lu Panpan. Despite his adorable, delicate features, he had earned a reputation as a little tyrant in the child star circle. At the age of 4, Lu Bai had appeared on a celebrity parenting reality show, where during the week of filming, he managed to fluster the most popular artists of the time, even claiming he regretted participating in the show. From that point on, he earned the title of the most troublesome little tyrant, becoming a nightmare for the artists appearing on the parenting show. Viewers relished this dynamic, enjoying the sight of a small child besting a major star, creating a sense of inexplicable satisfaction. Artists, aware of this appeal, even willingly allowed themselves to be playfully bullied by little Lu Bai. The interactions between Lu Bai and the artists on the show garnered a considerable amount of goodwill from the public. Little Lu Bai was not shy. Merely 5 minutes after entering the courtyard, he scrambled onto Jiang Tianqiong's broad back, gripping his ears with both hands. Overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of his father, Jiang Shi was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw as he pointed at the little boy, Lu Bai, perched on his father's back, exclaiming, He is such a social butterfly." Jiang Tianqiong, with a resigned expression, clasped Lu Bai's bottom with both arms to prevent him from falling. "You are the first person bold enough to treat me this way," Jiang Tianqiong declared, channeling the lines of a domineering CEO. "But you certainly won't be the last." Bai Dan had just echoed his sentiments when Lu Bai, with his large, dark eyes, turned to gaze back at them, his pupils sparkling with the wonder of discovering a new and fascinating toy. Bai Dan averted her gaze, her lips pressed tightly together, fearful of being scrutinized. Tian, having always been well-behaved, found herself at a loss when faced with such an outgoing child. "Jiangge, my apologies. My brother has always been a bit mischievous. Lu Panpan approached, having tidied her belongings, and gently lifted her brother down from Jiang Tianqiang's back, her face adorned with a look of regret. Her voice was sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a young girl's lilt, akin to the cheerful chirping of a oriole in the woods. It's quite all right. Jiang Tianqiang relaxed his expression, offering a warm smile. Children are like that. Let Lu Bai play here while you attend to your matters. This gesture signified his acceptance of them. Lu Panpan's expression brightened with surprise, her clear eyes widening as she asked, Really, Jiangge? Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Standing in the pavilion, the girl appeared delicate and unassuming, exuding an aura of humility and kindness. The guests were favorably impressed by Lu Panpan, willing to extend their assistance. Not at all. Since you're new here, feel free to ask me, Andy. Or Qingqing if you have any questions. Bai Dan offered first, then inquired about Lu Panpan's birth year. Upon hearing it, Bai Dan turned to look at Leng Qingqing in astonishment. Oh, you're of the same age as her? Lu Panpan momentarily froze, surprised that Leng Qingqing was born in the same year. Leng Qingqing lounged in the pavilion, her demeanor disinterested, saying, What is so remarkable about that? Some people are young yet thriving in their careers, while others are already parents. Such is the disparity of the world. The original character had given birth to Huiyanheng merely to marry into wealth, without any sense of responsibility. If it were Leng Qingqing, she would never have considered motherhood. Andy shot her a disapproving glance, feigning anger as he retorted, How can you say that? You've already had a child. Standing next to a young girl, you hardly look like a mother. Leng Qingqing was humorously dubbed the new generation Queen of Versailles by Andy. Why stop there? I enjoy hearing compliments about myself. She squinted her eyes, but to her surprise, Andy was resolute in his silence. There's only a had to say. Their playful banter contrasted with Lu Panpan, who felt increasingly awkward, diverting her gaze. While at first glance Andy's remarks seemed harmless, a closer examination revealed an underlying implication that even as a mother, Leng Qingqing might be perceived as more attractive than Lu Panpan. Sensitive and suspicious, Lu Panpan began to feel a swell of discontent. Moreover, although the guests appeared to welcome her, all attention gravitated toward Leng Qingqing whenever she was present, leaving Lu Panpan feeling like an outsider, unable to fit in. After lunch, the guests planned to visit a temple near Taoweiyuan village, where their tasks would be carried out. In front of the pavilion, the director held a task card, announcing the day's mission to the guests. Being new, Lu Panpan was still unfamiliar with many aspects and timidly raised her hand. Director, where will our ingredients for lunch come from? She understood that her chance to replace Ellie was aided by Hu Jingsun, as she had sent him a letter revealing Leng Qingqing's mistreatment of Huiyanheng. Boldly, she decided to be forthright, knowing she was in a position of visibility. While he could do little against her, Lu Panpan had been eagerly awaiting a meeting with Hu Jingsun. Even if he had not arranged a meeting, he was likely investigating her background and origins privately. However, Hu Jingsun remained composed, prompting Lu Panpan to tentatively express her desire to replace Ellie and join the same show as his wife. The following day, just as Lu Panpan feared failure, she received a call from her agent. The agent, brimming with excitement, displayed an unprecedented level of flattery. Panpan, I truly didn't expect you to be so capable. Knowing someone from the Hua family, you should have mentioned it sooner. Lu Panpan hung up, biting her lip, her eyes sparkling with determination. She had won the gamble. Hu Jingsun would meet her in due time. Chapter 90. I feel a bit scared. This marked the first lunch for the guests following the arrival of the new participant. Even before mealtime, Jiang Tianqiang was sharpening his knife. The tall man, standing at 1.8 meters, was out in the yard under the blazing sun, honing a fish-slicing knife to a gleaming finish. Leng Qingqing emerged from the kitchen, circling around him, her gaze seemingly questioning his capabilities. Jiang Tianqiang recalled his previous embarrassing moment, standing tall and extending the knife forward in a gesture of humility, seeking guidance. Is it acceptable? Leng Qingqing delicately pointed her slender, porcelain-like finger to nudge the knife's tip aside, the polished blade reflecting half of her fair face. Are you certain you want to do this? Jiang Tianqiang nodded earnestly. I've memorized what you taught me. I must try it myself. His fear of cutting fish had become a source of amusement among fans for several days. With the arrival of new guests, it was the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his skills and redeem himself. Their seemingly serious interaction elicited laughter from viewers in the live chat. I don't understand. Are they performing a skit? Someone commented. I can't help but laugh every time I see them together. Come on, Jiangge, let's just call Leng Qingqing instead. Who would have thought that such a big guy would be afraid to cut a fish? Who said men must be fearless in the kitchen? Another user replied. By that logic, Leng Qingqing is practically a man. Leng Qingqing is not just a man, she surpasses them. Satisfied? Amidst the torrent of comments, a few inquiries about Ellie's absence briefly flickered by, but the name was currently unwelcome among the audience, quickly drowned out. As the youngest sister among the new guests, Lu Panpan was granted exemption from kitchen duties. Her primary task today was to play with the children, aligning perfectly with her desires. Exposing Leng Qingqing's true nature was also a means to earn the favor of the antagonist, Hui Yanheng. The system had its limitations, although it functioned on a favorability basis. It could only be used to gain affection from specific male characters. Accumulating their favor would unlock items in the system shop. The more significant the male character's role in the narrative, the more challenging the pursuit of their favor, yet the rewards would be correspondingly greater. Lu Panpan, no novice, felt confident in her abilities. Can I call you Huohuo? She finally seized the chance to engage with the solitary Hui Yanheng, observing him closely. He was the same age as Lu Bai, both being 5 years old. The boy's gaze was indifferent, his skin exceptionally pale, with dark eyes and a small red birthmark on his forehead, radiating an aura of coldness, like a figure crafted from snow. Most of his beauty seemed to stem from his mother. However, Lu Panpan quickly dismissed this notion, realizing that the expression in Hui Yanheng's eyes bore a striking resemblance to someone else. Upon being softly questioned by the beautiful older girl, little Hui Yanheng hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. In recent days, he had grown less wary of strangers. Is that all right? So I'll call you Huohuo from now on?
Thank you, Huohuo.
The ease of their initial communication left Lu Panpan pleasantly surprised. Did this mean Hui Yanheng liked her? It seems that future tasks will proceed more smoothly. Hui Yanheng gazed at her with his dark eyes, his voice soft and gentle as he said, "You're welcome, sister." Lu Panpan's expression stiffened slightly at the address. In truth, she felt quite pleased that Hui Yanheng called her sister, and there was nothing inappropriate about it. However, if she were to be with Hui Jingsun in the future, would her identity in Hui Yanheng's eyes transition more easily from sister to mother, or from that of an aunt to a mother? The latter seemed more plausible. It was correct to call her sister, but as an older sister, her relationship with Hui Jingsun might seem a bit distant. Just call me Aunt, Lu Panpan said, leaning closer to him to adjust the collar of the little antagonist's shirt. As she drew near, Hui Yanheng instinctively leaned back, but with the wall behind him, he had nowhere to retreat, and by the time he raised his hand to refuse, his collar had already been neatly arranged by her delicate hands. Those hands quickly withdrew, polite and respectful, leaving Hui Yanheng feeling no discomfort. Thank you, Aunt. The collar, having been tidied by Lu Panpan, felt strangely uncomfortable. Yet, during the previous adjustments, Hui Yanheng had never experienced such an intense sensation of unease. How about Aunt taking you to play with Lu Bai? When is your birthday, Hui Yanheng? Lu Panpan did not expect to engage with Hui Yanheng so quickly and felt delighted, hoping to introduce Lu Bai to Hui Yanheng as a playmate to foster a closer bond. Hui Yanheng's birthday fell on the 15th of August, while little Lu Bai was younger, born in October. Hui Yanheng is actually a big brother. He can play with Lu Bai in the future, Lu Panpan informed him, subconsciously reaching for his small hand, only to have it dodged by Hui Yanheng. He offered no explanation for his action, merely lowering his thick lashes to focus on his toes. Behind those lashes, a flicker of cold disdain passed through his eyes, unnoticed even by himself. Hui Yanheng remained silent, effectively isolating Lu Panpan in her silence. Just moments ago, she had felt favored by the future antagonist. But now she was suddenly engulfed by the heavy pressure and intimidation emanating from the little villain before her. Indeed, antagonists are often unpredictable, their tempers as changeable as the weather, making their thoughts inscrutable. Lu Panpan took a few deep breaths, contemplating the situation. Hui Yanheng was merely 5 years old at this time, devoid of the formidable power and intricate, malicious thoughts he would possess as an adult. It was entirely normal for him to be guarded against outsiders, especially under the cool demeanor he maintained. She refrained from trying to hold Hui Yanheng's hand again, acting as though nothing had happened, and cheerfully brought her younger brother, Lu Bai, closer. Lu Bai, a child star who had appeared in several well-known directors' dramas, was not an ordinary child by any means, but standing next to Hui Yanheng, he appeared as just another child from an average family. Perhaps this was the halo of the antagonist. Lu Panpan sighed, then wondered why she was sighing at all. After all, Lu Bai was not her biological brother. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Leng Qingqing observed a scene of a rugged man gutting fish. She pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket to crack open, her mind far from the fish. System, earlier you mentioned detecting an anomaly in the magnetic field, but since I left the pavilion, has it returned to normal? Does that mean what I think it does? The system, sounding like a chicken stepped on its foot, exclaimed, What do you mean? This system's detection has never been wrong. Leng Qingqing paused, her seed cracking momentarily. Could it be that Lu Panfan is also transmigrated? If so, her acting is quite impressive. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have noticed. The system, in a haughty tone, replied, It's perfectly normal for there to be other systems. After all, times have changed. Various small worlds may overlap, allowing multiple taskers to infiltrate one small world. Leng Qingqing discarded the sunflower seed shells, feeling slightly cold, wrapped her arms around herself, and murmured, I'm a bit scared. Still pretending. The system nearly spat in her face. You've faced similar situations before. Why act innocent now? Chapter 91. He was inherently not fond of smiling. Under the scorching sun, a maid emerged from the study on the second floor of the Hui family villa, her face pale, trembling legs barely supporting her as she leaned against the wall to descend the stairs.
She had been dismissed.
However, she had received a substantial severance package. Or rather, a hush money. Upon reaching the storage room, the tension she had been holding snapped, and she collapsed onto the cold floor with a thud, covering her chest. She gasped for breath like a fish thrown back into the sea after being sun-dried on the shore. Moments later, she rummaged through her apron pocket for her phone and hastily pressed a few buttons, the screen flashing two large characters. Madam. Although the madam had a notoriously bad temper, she had generally treated the maid well. Now that she had been dismissed due to the madam and young master's affairs, it was only right to inform the madam, as a gesture of loyalty after their time together. However, Leng Qingqing's phone was unreachable. Madam, please answer the phone. The maid clutched the phone tightly, peering through the slightly ajar door to glance upstairs. After a few seconds of ringing, the call was disconnected. With a resigned sigh, she tucked the phone back into her pocket, preparing to leave and gather her belongings. Madam, I hope you fare well. The director had received inaccurate information. The guest destination was not a temple but rather a Yulao temple and a nearby Kaishan temple. After lunch, the guests departed on time, traversing the winding mountain paths. Lu Bai began to cry out for someone to carry him midway. Lu Panpan tried to hold him for a while but soon found it too tiring, sweating profusely. Little Lu Bai pouted, feigning tears. I don't want to walk. I want to be carried. No sooner had he spoken than tears welled up in his big eyes. Looking pitifully at Bai Dan, reaching out to her. Aunt, carry me. Moreover, little Lu Bai's adorable request to be carried made Bai Dan's heart flutter, and she picked him up, scrutinizing him closely. Wow, this is what a well-raised child looks like. While undeniably cute, she still believed her own child to be the most adorable. Tian gazed wide-eyed at the little boy nestled in her mother's arms. She tugged gently at her mother's clothing, her big, pleading eyes seeming to say, Mommy, I want to be carried too. Unfortunately, Bai Dan was lost in the delight of holding this new little being, unaware of her daughter's yearning. The barrage of comments began to criticize Bai Dan for forgetting her own child in favor of a new one, deeming her actions cold-hearted and unreasonable. Sister Dan, it's fine if the album isn't released, but how could you forget your own child? Forgetful guest. Bai Dan, do you still want your daughter? If not, I'll take her. Tian, come with me. I'll be your new mommy. Bai Dan, just a little longer. Others' children are always the best. Compared to young Lu Panpan, Bai Dan clearly handled holding children with greater ease. Observing this, Lu Panpan hurried to catch up, repeatedly apologizing, Sister Dan, I'm so sorry to trouble you. Please put him down, he can walk by himself. He.s. just being deliberate. Lu Bai wrapped his small arms tightly around Bai Dan's neck, pressing his soft cheek against hers. He made a face at his sister. Sister, doesn't he carry me? Bad. With that, he clung to Bai Dan like an octopus, refusing to let go. Lu Panpan, in a state of panic, felt sweat beading on her forehead. Of course, it's all an act. Bai Dan waved her hand dismissively, smiling brightly. Little Lu Bai is very well behaved. Let me hold him for just a bit longer. We'll arrive soon. Lu Panpan sighed, casting a half-hearted glare at her brother, ultimately expressing her gratitude politely. Well then, thank you, Sister Dan. She discreetly glanced to the side, intentionally slowing her pace. Before long, Leng Qingqing and Hui Yaneng caught up, walking alongside her. Lu Panpan's gaze gradually lowered, landing on the hands held by the little and big characters. her eyes flickering with emotion. At this moment, how could Huyenhang, who harbored resentment towards Leng Qingqing, possibly desire any physical contact with her? After a considerable time, Lu Panpan pondered thoughtfully. Truly, as a future antagonist, she had been adept at masquerading since childhood, mastering the art of suppressing her animosity. Upon further observation, Lu Panpan noted that Huyenhang maintained a consistently indifferent expression, never uttering a word to Leng Qingqing, which reflected the true state of his inner self. At the tender age of 5, he exhibited remarkable restraint. This realization evoked a tinge of pity within her. A profound sense of justice descended upon her shoulders as she resolved to liberate Huyenhang from the clutches of the malicious Leng Qingqing. Lu Panpan's gaze became almost tangible, fervently fixed on Huyenhang, attempting to convey significant messages through her eyes. Huyenhang, coming to a realization, blinked in confusion, his dark eyes slowly turning to meet hers. Elated, Lu Panpan widened her eyes slightly and offered him a gentle smile. Yet, Huyenhang found no inclination to smile. He was not naturally inclined to do so. As they prepared for departure, the system inquired how Leng Qingqing intended to deal with her adversary, Lu Panpan, and what strategies she had in mind. Leng Qingqing stood before the kitchen door, stretching lazily, her shirt hem lifting slightly to reveal a glimpse of her fair waist, her tone relaxed. What adversary? Lu Panpan is merely a witness to the affectionate bond between my son and me. What strategies? I have no strategies. I simply wish for her to witness how happy Huyenhang will be after recognizing me as his mother. As a mother, my sole desire is to bring happiness to Huyenhang. Is that a fault? In the end, Leng Qingqing innocently and curiously queried the system. As expected, the system found itself once again at a loss for words in the face of her remarks. I've said it countless times, stop with the awkwardness. Leng Qingqing continued, it's merely my first time as a mother. It's inevitable that there will be shortcomings. However, I am confident that Huyenhang possesses the resilience to handle it. They are a pair of destined mother and son, and I firmly believe in my overwhelming love for him. In front of the matchmaker temple, 20 meters away, a small stream flowed, bordered by a towering tree of an unidentified species, its lush foliage so abundant that even several male workers, arms outstretched, could not encircle its trunk. According to the village chief, this tree of fate had been standing here for centuries. Above, the branches were adorned with red strings and fragrant sachets, swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a tree ablaze in the wind. Since the village chief's childhood memories began, this tree had stood tall, providing shade for him and his friends to play under during summer days, and in the evenings, he would catch cicadas with an oil lamp in hand. This ancient tree even attracted visitors from neighboring villages, who often came to burn incense and make wishes. The footage captured by cameras and streamed live captivated countless online viewers. Even before summer vacation, many hearts yearned to venture out. I wanted to go ever since I saw Leng Qingqing at the market, one user exclaimed. Not to mention, the scenery here is truly beautiful, with pristine natural landscapes perfect for photography. Another chimed in, I've booked tickets. And I want to see just how effective this matchmaker temple really is. After walking for over half an hour, Huyenhang's once rosy lips had cracked. Leng Qingqing knelt down, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her large bag to moisten his lips. Drinking water isn't helping. I should have brought lip balm, she lamented. A slender hand, delicate and white, extended a peppermint-flavored lip balm towards him. Qingqing jia, if you don't mind, you can use mine, Lu Panpan offered. Leng Qingqing accepted it, unscrewing the cap and smiling at her. Is this yours? Under the gaze of her enchanting eyes, Lu Panpan instinctively straightened her back, feeling a touch of nervousness. Huyenhang shook his head, declining the offer. I don't need it, thank you, Aunt Panpan. Why not? Your lips are cracked. It must be painful, Lu Panpan urged. Though young, Huyenhang was quite astute. In front of many, he couldn't admit to being averse to using something someone else had touched. He pursed his lips and stated, I'm allergic to peppermint. Leng Qingqing instantly laughed, her eyes curving with delight. Such a flimsy excuse, yet he managed to conjure it up. The previous night, one of the dishes served to the guests was a mint dish, freshly picked from the riverside, prepared by Leng Qingqing herself. The other guests, and even the production team, were unfamiliar with mint until Leng Qingqing pinched a leaf and brought it to their noses, prompting them to recognize the scent. Holding the mint leaf aloft, she nearly laughed out loud. This is mint. How is it possible that none of you recognized it? What? Mint? Like the mint in mint candy? The guests crowded around, searching along the riverbanks for leaves resembling the one in her hand. Indeed, there was a minty aroma, albeit slightly different from that of the candy, somewhat peculiar. "Can this be eaten?" questioned Andy, a fervent lover of mint candies, struggling to comprehend why the scent of the mint leaf differed entirely from that of the candy. The small green leaf in his palm was evidently far superior in flavor to the processed candy. Bai Dan quickly joined the mint-picking frenzy with her daughter. "Qingqing," she remarked, "you know so much. I've had mint gum and mint-flavored soda, but I've never seen what mint actually looks like." Tian blinked her big eyes, casting an admiring glance at Leng Qingqing. "Aunt Qingqing is amazing," she chimed. That evening, Leng Qingqing prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with mint, instantly captivating everyone's taste buds. Jiang Tianqiang declared, "I'm truly impressed. It can't just be me who gave birth to a prodigy." He devoured a bowl of rice alongside the scrambled eggs without a hint of allergy. Hua Yanhang told a fib, one that everyone except Lu Panpan was privy to. Upon hearing his words, the others turned to look at him, their expressions laced with teasing amusement. Such a young child, yet he has a cleanliness obsession? From the expressions of Leng Qingqing and Hua Yanhang, Lu Panpan discerned that they were concealing something from her, and she stiffly took back the lip balm, feeling an unexpected sense of isolation and confusion, as though deliberately excluded from their circle. A twinge of jealousy flickered within her. She knew the truth could not possibly be what it seemed. Hua Yanhang was not necessarily allergic to peppermint. She forced a smile, saying, "It's all right. If you're allergic, it's best not to use it." Inside the matchmaker temple, a clay statue of the deity stood prominently, surrounded by a pristine environment. According to the village chief, the temple had a long history, yet the interior showed no signs of decay, indicating the villagers' diligent care and respect for the place. Since they had entered, it was only fitting to pay their respects. Though they might not fully understand certain matters, reverence should still be maintained. On the ground before the statue, several cushions lay in wait, and the guests knelt down, hands clasped, eyes closed in prayer. The temple was enveloped in silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, the public screen also fell silent, soon followed by a flurry of prayerful messages flooding the chat. "May my family be happy and healthy. I want that too. Please grant me a handsome guy who is 185 meters tall with abs. Oh, by the way, I'm a guy. Now, even guys are competing with us for men?" One person quipped. "Don't make me slap you in front of the matchmaker." A minute passed, and the temple remained silent. At this point, Bai Dan, kneeling in the front row, discreetly opened one eye, followed by the other. The guests continued to kneel with hands clasped, their expressions earnest, murmuring what seemed to be prayers for blessings. Moments later, the guests began to rise in small groups. Bai Dan, curious, approached the village chief and asked, "Chief, is this matchmaker temple truly effective?" The village head smiled and said, "Why wouldn't it work?" A villager from the neighboring village, at 40 years old, still single, prayed to the matchmaker god, and the following year, he got married, and the year after that, he welcomed a pair of chubby twins. Bai Dan exclaimed, "Wow, then Jiang Tianqiang should pray earnestly. Not to mention wanting children, he should at least find a wife. He can't remain single forever, can he?" Jiang Tianqiang's ears turned slightly red as he clenched his fist against his lips and coughed lightly. "I am not in a hurry." His gaze drifted towards the delicate figure kneeling in the front row, unmoving. Leng Qingqing had her hands clasped together, eyes closed, brow slightly furrowed. Her curled lashes trembled slightly, and she murmured, exuding an air of absolute devotion to anyone who glanced her way. The village head looked at her and the small boy kneeling beside her with admiration and satisfaction. Ahem, actually everyone has families and children now. There's no need to pray to the matchmaker god anymore. Why come to him when you're already married with kids? Leng Qingqing, eyes still shut, replied, "Thank you. But I am single." The village head blinked in surprise. "Ah? Oh, I see. Then you can pray. Do it well." So she is a single mother. The other guests and the director's team, upon hearing Leng Qingqing's words, were taken aback, their heads snapping up in shock. "What?" Leng Qingqing remained with her eyes closed, her lips moving slightly. "Regardless, that is not important. I will tell you later." Even if she were not single now, she would certainly be single in the near future. From the day she arrogantly crossed over, Leng Qingqing had planned to divorce Hu Jingsen. She just hadn't found the time. The village head, lost in thought, looked at Leng Qingqing with an expression that sparkled with empathy. "Ah, it is truly not easy for a woman to raise a child to this age. The matchmaker god will surely hear your prayers." In the next moment, Leng Qingqing opened her eyes. Who told you I was praying for love? The village head was bewildered. Not praying for love. Then what are you praying for? A shadow suddenly dashed past the camera. Viewers in the live stream only caught a glimpse of a figure with flowing hair speeding across the screen. It was Leng Qingqing. Where was she going? My goodness. She can run so fast. Our contestant, Leng Qingqing, was sprinting at a speed of 10 toward the dilapidated Kaishan temple, shouting as she ran, "What? There's actually a Kaishan temple here? Why didn't anyone say so earlier?" Everyone looked up, of course, because you weren't paying attention to the village head. As she crossed the threshold of the Kaishan temple, she suddenly knelt down with a thud on the temple floor, sliding smoothly to the mat before closing her eyes, hands clasped and remaining in a long kneel. By the time the camera crew rushed over, this was the scene they encountered. Chapter 93. Do not fall into the trap of romantic thoughts. Leng Qingqing knelt for 5 minutes and finally, the crowd could bear it no longer. "Qingqing, enough, get up." Bai Dan pretended to help her up. "Sister Qingqing, the Kaishan must have heard your prayers. That's enough. Get up. Kneeling for too long will hurt your knees." Lu Panpan said with a worried expression. Andy, leaning against a pillar in the temple, was laughing uncontrollably, wiping the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. "Are you a comedic genius? I'm going to die laughing here." Jiang Tianqiong remained silent, but nodded in agreement with Andy's statement. "I feel the same." As for the director's team, everyone had long since lost the words to express their astonishment. This was not the first time they had been rendered speechless by Leng Qingqing's antics. After enduring the shaky footage, viewers finally got a clear view of Leng Qingqing. Kneeling devoutly in the Kaishan temple, everyone's heads were filled with question marks. I wouldn't even glance at the matchmaker temple. Yet I'm kneeling here in the Kaishan hall. This woman is acting again. Damn. Why didn't anyone mention there was a Kaishan temple? I just want to get rich. To hell with love. I beg the Kaishan to bless me with great wealth this year. Praying. The believer is willing to exchange a lifetime of romantic destiny for a lottery win of 10 billion. The viewers who had just earnestly prayed for love at the matchmaker temple, under Leng Qingqing's influence, suddenly shifted their wishes. The live stream chat for all guests was flooded with messages, regardless of fan factions, united in their desire. We are not interested in romance. We just want to get rich, to get rich. The children were truly desperate to get rich, nearly going mad with the thought. No way. I must go to the Kaishan temple to pray. I'm booking a plane ticket. Wait for me. Let us form a group. You guys are too superficial. Where's your dignity? Where's the address? Getting rich requires me to be included. 5555. Let us see the children. Within 10 minutes. All flights to the Imperial City were sold out, and those who didn't grab tickets had to reschedule for the next day. Several trending topics rapidly surged to the top of the charts, causing a frenzy. Leng Qingqing ran out of the matchmaker temple. Leng Qingqing was kneeling in front of the Kaishan temple. Leng Qingqing was acting again. The public was delighted to see Leng Qingqing trending again. Each time the sister appeared on the trending list, it signified the occurrence of something new and amusing. Sure enough, upon checking the trending topics, everyone was laughing uncontrollably. Apart from Leng Qingqing, it was hard to think of another female artist who could pull off such antics. Within just a few days, Leng Qingqing had successfully transformed her image in the eyes of the viewers. In the shortest time, she had completed a stunning metamorphosis from a well-known flower vase in the entertainment circle to a renowned comedic figure. In the comment section under the trending topic, all viewers were playing with memes, affectionately calling her Teacher Leng. Many of Leng Qingqing's emoticons appeared. What new antics is Teacher Leng up to today? Hello, Teacher Leng. Have you eaten today? Humbly, the homepage had more emoticons of Teacher Leng, available for anyone who needed them. Leng Qingqing. Devoutly praying for wealth, do not disturb. This emoticon is hilarious. I'm taking it. Is there more? Recently, Teacher Leng's emoticons have been so popular that anyone without a few good ones feels embarrassed to chat with friends. Meanwhile, the entire internet was inquiring about the address of the Kaishan temple Leng Qingqing visited. Discussions about Shidawayuan village were exceptionally lively online, with many locals posting on Weibo to thank the director and guest team of A Family of Three for showcasing their hometown. Among the most grateful was Leng Qingqing. At this moment, Hui Yanheng leaned against the vermilion door frame, quietly observing the woman kneeling on the ground ahead, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Could it be that his father's money was insufficient for her? Hua Yanheng lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, then approached and gently knelt beside Leng Qingqing. Imitating her pose, he clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed quietly. As his consciousness sank into darkness, Hui Yanheng could not see. But he sensed a steady breathing next to him and caught the familiar scent, allowing him to gradually relax and settle down. He wished upon the divine. I have no wishes for myself, but for one person, I hope she can achieve her desires. Neither spoke aloud. And no one knew the contents of their respective prayers. When Leng Qingqing opened her eyes, she noticed a little boy kneeling beside her. Raising an eyebrow, she asked with a teasing expression, "Our little Hengheng is only 5 years old, and he's already planning for future wealth? Truly, what a remarkable villain. His thoughts are ahead of those of ordinary people." Hui Yanheng glanced at her, his dark eyes piercing. "Are you in dire need of money?" Leng Qingqing indeed had a fondness for money, for it was honest and would not lie. Most importantly, she currently needed money to fight a divorce case against Hu Jingsun. Her sole demand was to take Hui Yanheng with her. As the only son and heir of Hu Jingsun, Hui Yanheng held significant importance for both Hu Jingsun and Madame Hu. The Hu family would never allow her to take him away. Even in literature, Hu Jingsun and Madame Hu had never been harsh on their family's only heir. However, they had never given Hui Yanheng any love. Leng Qingqing resolved to take away Hui Yanheng, having made up her mind. She grasped Hui Yanheng's hand and gently brushed the dust off his knees, as he had just knelt on the ground and gathered quite a bit of dirt. Observing her surroundings, she noted that compared to the flourishing incense offerings at the Moon Elder Temple, the Wealth God Temple appeared somewhat dilapidated. She sighed, pondering the nature of those who sought only ephemeral love without any desire for tangible benefits. In the next moment, Hui Yanheng felt a chill on his chin as a delicate hand pinched it, prompting him to turn. "Rang Rang, promise your mother, never let love cloud your judgment," Leng Qingqing earnestly instructed him. In this moment, she couldn't help but recall the system's words as the greatest antagonist in the story. Falling in love with the heroine was his destined fate. At merely 5 years of age, Hui Yanheng did not comprehend the meaning of her words. Yet seeing the seriousness etched on Leng Qingqing's brow, he understood it must be of great significance to her. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "All right, I promise you." With Hui Yanheng's assurance, Leng Qingqing finally exhaled in relief, her expression transforming into one of delight as she extended her pinky, eagerly presenting it to him. "Pinky swear," she stated with solemnity. Hui Yanheng complied, without hesitation. "However, if you ever become love-struck, do not blame me for being unyielding," she added with a hint of menace. For she possessed a unique skill in dismantling relationships. Hui Yanheng nodded. But there is still one question." He blinked slowly, a flicker of confusion and contemplation passing through his eyes, before he raised his face to ask, "What does love-struck mean?" Chapter 94. Affection Level at Zero. In the capital city, at the top floor of the Hu Corporation office building, within the presidential conference room, the atmosphere was vast and empty, with tightly drawn curtains blocking any sliver of daylight. At the head of the long conference table rested a slender hand belonging to a man. His skin was pale and cool, with a broad palm gripping a sleek black remote control. The shareholders had departed 2 minutes prior, and the secretary had also been dismissed. Only a few dim spotlights illuminated the room, casting a cold and gloomy light from above. The man, impeccably dressed, sat with an air of icy detachment. Hu Jingsun preferred to contemplate in the shadows. In his memory, Leng Qingqing was a superficial and hypocritical beauty, easy to handle, simple to control. As he turned the screen back on, a deep, muted light reflected in his dark eyes, which closely resembled those of Hui Yanheng. The conference room screen gradually illuminated behind him. The stark white light outlined his tall figure, while the spotlight cast a beam upon one shoulder, revealing the sharp lines of his well-tailored suit, exuding an aura so cold it felt almost unapproachable. Hu Jingsun turned, his gaze slightly raised, landing on the screen. There, within a temple, a woman knelt on a mat, her hands clasped in prayer, long lashes casting shadows over her closed eyes, remaining silent. Light danced across her pale cheek, momentarily obscured by the shifting shadows of the trees, yet she remained unmoving. This was a version of Leng Qingqing he had never encountered before, in his recollections. She had never been so serene, resembling a magnificent and pure jade sculpture. At that moment, a voice broke the silence, an elderly man with white whiskers and bright eyes. Dressed simply. Ahem, in truth, we all have families and children now, so there is no need to seek the Moon Elder anymore. It was the village head. Hu Jingsun thought silently. The woman on the screen kept her eyes shut, her expression unchanged, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Thank you, but I am single." Her tone, though soft, resonated clearly with everyone present, carrying a hint of disdain, not for the village head, but for the concept of family itself. Hu Jingxin's expression remained indifferent as he leaned back in his leather chair, his arms resting on the armrests. The elder appeared taken aback. Ah, oh, I see. Then you may pray well. Leng Qingqing remained with her eyes closed, her lips moving slightly, her brows furrowing, seemingly irritated by the interruption of her prayer over such trivial matters. In any case, this isn't important. I will tell you later. The scene was paused. Hu Jingxin tossed the remote onto the conference table, producing a crisp sound. Rising to his feet, his eyes dark and devoid of emotion, he turned, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman's face on the large screen. Her visage was familiar, yet something seemed to have shifted. Not important. The sky was an endless azure, with a gentle breeze and no clouds in sight. Within the Wealth God Temple, the director announced the day's tasks to the guests, marking the first assignment since Lu Panpan's arrival. She clutched her clothing nervously, her doe-like eyes fixed intently on the director, exuding a hint of anxiety. Yet, Lu Panpan was not truly listening to the director's words. Within her mind, she quietly called upon the system. Check Hu Yanhong's affection level towards me. After spending considerable time, there had been no progress with Hu Yanhong. He was indeed a challenging antagonist, suspicious even in his youth, as if he were covered in thorns, rendering her unable to approach him. A sense of urgency and helplessness began to swell within her. The electronic voice chimed. Current affection level of Hu Yanhong towards the host, 0. Lu Panpan's eyes widened in disbelief. What? After all the conversations we've had, how can the affection level be 0? Is there an error? Overwhelmed by shock, she failed to notice that she had exclaimed aloud. The director looked up, glancing her way. Panpan, is there a problem? Quickly, Lu Panpan waved her hand. Sorry, director, I was just lost in thought. Please continue. I will pay close attention. Today, we have invited all the guests here primarily to serve as volunteers for a day. As he mentioned the word invite, a cunning smile suddenly appeared on the director's face, reminiscent of a sly fox. Leng Qingqing interrupted. Director, we're all friends here. There's no need for formalities. Just say it plainly. The director wiped his brow. You said it yourself. We are friends, and friends do not deceive one another. Facing the camera, Leng Qingqing introduced. The director is all talk. In the live stream, the viewers erupted in laughter. Director, just admit your defeat. Why do you keep provoking her? Help, I love watching Teacher Leng take charge. Teacher Leng. The books should not be smashed, do you understand? Where can I buy Teacher Leng's works? The two temples were relatively clean, though no dedicated staff maintained them. Local villagers or worshippers came voluntarily to tidy up. The guests' main tasks today included cleaning the temple, the courtyard, and the roads in front of the temples, as well as welcoming worshippers and guiding them through our two temples. Finally, stepping out of the camera's view, the director shot a weary glare at his subordinates. You lot, just standing around and watching without offering to help me. The director felt aggrieved, though he remained silent. His subordinates, however, protested in unison. Director, we want to help you, but you can't even hold your ground against her, so don't expect us to. Exactly. If we go, all we'll get is scolded. Teacher Leng truly lived up to her title. Teacher Leng is so beautiful, she is truly captivating. The guests had begun distributing tasks, yet Lu Panpan remained engulfed in disheartenment. It turned out that all her efforts that day had been in vain. In Hu Yanhong's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential stranger. A wave of frustration washed over her. She bit her lip. Then, can I check Hu Yanhong's affection level towards Leng Qingqing? Chapter 95. In-laws. Hu Yanhong's affection level towards Leng Qingqing, 70. Jiang Tianqiong, Andy, and Bai Dan took it upon themselves to handle the cleaning duties in front of a temple. 3 individuals unanimously nominated Leng Qingqing and Lu Panpan to welcome the pilgrims, citing their appealing appearances as a fitting choice for temple ambassadors. After stating their reasoning, they promptly seized their brooms and vanished without a trace. Leng Qingqing exchanged a glance with a young girl beside her. I am here to stay. Leng Qingqing resolutely claimed the Kaishan temple, unwilling to depart, as if her feet were anchored by gold. Lu Panpan, at a glance, did not seem like someone who would contest with her, at least not openly. The girl nodded obediently. All right, Qingqing Jia. I shall head to the Yu Lao temple. With that, she departed with light footsteps. As Lu Panpan descended the stone steps of the Kaishan temple, she wandered under the shade of the trees towards another temple. Her complexion was pale, and her usually cheerful lips had taken on a slight downturn. Her lashes gradually drooped, concealing the complexity of emotions in her eyes.
System.
Are you certain that Hui Yanheng's affection for Leng Qingqing is at 70? The system's voice was devoid of emotion. System detection is infallible, host. You must seize the moment. Lu Pan quickened her pace. How can I seize the moment? It's only been a few days, and Leng Qingqing has somehow reached a 70 approval rating. What on earth has she done? She longed to grasp time tightly. However, hearing of Hui Yanheng's high affection for Leng Qingqing inevitably instilled a sense of dread within her. Yet, she could not fathom the reasons behind it, nor did she notice anything peculiar. If anything were to be deemed strange, it would be that Leng Qingqing was exceptionally adept at feigning the role of a good mother. Had Hui Yanheng truly been enchanted? At the foot of the stone steps of the Kaishan temple sat two figures, one large and one small. The gentle breeze rustled, and the shadows of the trees swayed. At this hour, no pilgrims had yet arrived. With some leisure time on her hands, Leng Qingqing sought an activity to pass the time. She pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket. However, before she could take further action, she sensed a pair of eyes fixated on her. Blinkingly, she turned her head slowly. Hui Yanheng's dark eyes were locked onto her and the sunflower seeds in her palm.
His tone, though soft,
carried a hint of reproach. Eating sunflower seeds in a temple is quite disrespectful. Embarrassed, Leng Qingqing tucked the seeds away and bowed her head apologetically. Immediately afterwards, she ruffled his hair affectionately. Yanheng, you must always remember the words you spoke before the deities. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to them, do you understand? Hui Yanheng repeated her words back to her, turning his head to face her. Although he had an answer in mind, he pressed his lips together and asked which words. Leng Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise as she crouched on the stone steps, placing her hands on his little shoulders and shaking him gently. You can't be serious. Have you forgotten so soon? You just promised your mother that you would never become infatuated with romance when you grow up. Observing him sitting obediently on the steps, his innocent little face caused Leng Qingqing to feel a pang of despair. Hui Yanheng blinked, as if suddenly enlightened. Oh, I remember now. A glimmer of mischief flickered in his bright, dark eyes. The screen was flooded with a myriad of comments, a dazzling array of colors and styles. Yanheng, I've worried endlessly for this mom. Mom, when will you grow up? The newcomers are confused. Who is the real mom here? Yanheng is lying. I have proof. What does being infatuated even mean? Half an hour later, Leng Qingqing welcomed a young couple. We are from a nearby village and have heard that this Yulao temple is quite effective, so we wanted to pay our respects. The couple appeared to be in their mid-20s, closely nestled together, with the young man's arm draped over the young woman's shoulders. A constant display of affection since they entered the frame. The girl, smiling sweetly, inquired cautiously if she could take a photo with Leng Qingqing. Of course, Leng Qingqing replied, taking the girl's phone and naturally handing it to Hui Yanheng. The girl widened her eyes and reached out to stop him. Wait, is that appropriate? Hui Yanheng, cradling the oversized pink phone, stepped back to find a suitable angle, raising the device with a calm demeanor, poised to press the shutter. The girl hurriedly pulled her boyfriend closer, positioning themselves on either side of Leng Qingqing, flashing their bright smiles at the camera. Uncle, could you move a bit to the right? Hui Yanheng looked up and spoke slowly. The man wearing glasses, standing too close for comfort, blinked in surprise. Adjusting his spectacles with a smile. Sure. He shifted slightly to the side. Through the phone screen, it was clear to see the man's smile falter. Compared to the girl's charming demeanor, the man's features appeared somewhat peculiar. His double eyelids were prominent, his sclera slightly murky, and his smile revealed lines at the corners of his eyes. Hui Yanheng stood with his legs slightly apart, striking a pose that belied his age. His expression serene as he focused on the phone screen. At the moment he pressed the shutter, he exuded a maturity that was unexpected for someone so young.
Wow.
So cute, the girl exclaimed. Yanheng is just too adorable. She was so taken by his cuteness that she stomped her feet in excitement, wanting to lean in and kiss him, but hesitating for fear of startling him. Leng Qingqing beamed with pride, unabashedly showcasing her son's skills. What do you think? My son has quite a talent for photography, doesn't he? The girl cupped her face. Indeed, his photography skills are far superior to my boyfriend's. Leng Qingqing, lost in thought, mused. It seems I must nurture him well from a young age, lest he be outshone by others when he grows up. My expectations are modest, just to be a good son. I ask for no grand contributions to the nation, just to be a good person. The girl sighed, My boyfriend never takes my photos seriously. I've mentioned it countless times, yet he never changes. Qingqing Jie, do you have any advice? The man in glasses took a couple steps towards them, his expression awkward. Mian. He called the girl's name. However, she ignored him, and the atmosphere between them grew oddly strained. Mian continued, but we have been together for 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Is it worth it to fuss over such trivial matters? Her voice gradually lowered, sounding almost like a whisper, as if confiding in Leng Qingqing. Leng Qingqing sensed a hint of self-deception in the air. Clearly, the girl was reminded of past events, and the old wounds resurfaced. Ignoring the man's discomfort, she noted the girl's dazed expression and offered a poignant remark. You may deceive others, but do not deceive yourself. The girl chuckled lightly, her smile appearing strained as she joked. Qingqing Jia, tell me, how is it that an adult cannot be as sensible as a child? Mian gazed at the 5-year-old Hu Yanheng, whose sparkling eyes reflected a mix of emotions, with a subtle sadness permeating his gaze. It seemed her words held deeper meaning. Hu Yanheng, already facing many competitors, was indeed the subject of her concern, referring to his potential suitors. With a playful smile, she waved at the camera as if her suitors were right before her, her demeanor confident and poised, devoid of any awkwardness. The girl, observing this, felt a twinge of envy within her. Hu Yanheng, with his short legs, approached and handed the phone back to the girl. Upon hearing Leng Qingqing's praise of him, he stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Chapter 96. The Benefits of Marriage. Wow, Yanheng is simply amazing. The girl's emotions shifted quickly as she held the phone. Scrolling through the photos Hu Yanheng had taken of the 3 of them, she was exceedingly supportive, showering praises upon Hu Yanheng, yet when she reached the last photograph, her smile faltered slightly. Afterward, she hastily scrolled through and closed the album. A few seconds later, the girl lifted her gaze again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and with a hopeful tone, asked, May I take a picture with Huhur? Just one will suffice. Fearful that Leng Qingqing might decline, she quickly extended a finger as a gesture of assurance. Do not be so polite. If you like, take it. Without hesitation, Leng Qingqing picked up the child and placed him in the girl's arms, embodying the essence of a home service approach. Hu Yanheng's short legs dangled in midair, wobbling as he struggled momentarily, but ultimately, he was nestled into the girl's embrace. The girl was genuinely taken aback by the celebrity's amiability and down-to-earth nature, expressing her astonishment with a heartfelt, thank you. Hu Yanheng obediently rested his head on her shoulder, his dark, clear eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Fixated solely on Leng Qingqing, Leng Qingqing gently squeezed his tiny hand and said, Be good, take a photo with this auntie.
She adores you and is a fan.
Hu Yanheng replied, Okay. The girl wiped her tear-stained eyes, cradling the small, warm body in her arms, feeling as if a void within her heart was finally being filled. Online, many claimed that Leng Qingqing had a bad temper, labeling her a mere empty vase. Yet, upon this encounter, it became apparent that she was not only beautiful but also remarkably accommodating, fulfilling the girl's wishes without a trace of impatience. It was undeniably heartwarming. This warmth was a personal experience for the girl, yet those who witnessed the scene online felt a sense of healing in their hearts. Teacher Leng, you are so warm. I have not misjudged you. Huhur is the most adorable mascot. I wish to take a picture with him too, cried another in despair, feeling an equal envy towards everyone who had held Huhur. Please tell me what it feels like. Oh my, Huhur must smell divine. The girl tightened her embrace around the fragrant child, her heart racing wildly. She glanced around, and her gaze landed on a nameless flowering tree in the courtyard, its pink petals in full bloom, swaying gently in the breeze. Hu Yanheng clung to the girl's shoulder, gazing back at the scenery retreating behind them as she held him, stopping under the shade of the tree, smiling and waving at the camera. How could I trouble you? Allow me to take the photo, she suggested. Leng Qingqing squinted in the sunlight, focusing intently on the screen to find the perfect angle. The bespectacled man aimed at the phone but more so at the person. His finger was about to touch the delicate hand gripping the phone when, in the next moment, he was sharply struck on the back of his hand by the phone. The girl's pink phone case, adorned with sturdy rhinestones and various decorations, dug painfully into his skin, causing him to yelp and clutch his arm. The bespectacled man wore an expression of disbelief, his pain triggering a flash of fierce indignation in his eyes. What on earth were you doing approaching so suddenly? Trying to scare someone to death? Leng Qingqing frowned, her expression conveying, Though I collided with you, I am the victim here. Realizing his fault, the bespectacled man chuckled sheepishly. No worries, I startled you. It was my mistake. Leng Qingqing ignored him, engrossed in taking photos, her expression indifferent, as if she hadn't heard. The man, in secret pain, rolled his eyes, questioning whether he had fractured a bone from the impact. He dared to glance at Leng Qingqing several times and, seeing her unperturbed demeanor, he finally sighed in relief. It seemed she hadn't noticed. A true star, indeed. She was even more beautiful in person. How often does one encounter such a stunning woman? Though painful, it was worth it. Upon returning home, she intended to print a few photos to display by Hui Yanhong's bedside. The girl was utterly stunned when the superstar sought her for photo. After successfully receiving the images she had sent, Leng Qingqing felt a sense of satisfaction with her photography skills, as always. Momentlate. She guided her group to the love tree, where they each tossed fragrant sachets and red strings symbolizing love onto the branches. The girl's gaze flickered, her eyes closed, hands clasped together in prayer. To maintain the task's effect, Leng Qingqing casually remarked, "You threw them perfectly. The deity of love will surely notice your red threads." In the next instant, a strong gust of wind swept through. The newly placed red string surprisingly flipped over, caught by the wind and blown far away. The group watched as the red string fell to the ground, rolling thrice before disappearing into a foul drainage ditch. It seems the deity of love is not in a good mood today. Perhaps you should return another day? Leng Qingqing suggested. The bespectacled man bowed his head and gently asked the girl, "Shall we try again?" The girl shook her head, smiling lightly, contrary to the bespectacled man's attitude. She seemed unfazed by the red string's fate. Biting her lip, she turned to Leng Qingqing and asked, "May I pose a question, if it's not too inconvenient?" Leng Qingqing raised a hand, brushing against the end of a red string. "Of course, feel free to ask. What do you believe is the greatest benefit of marriage?" The girl's question rendered Leng Qingqing momentarily speechless. An unbroken silence ensued. For a full 3 minutes, Leng Qingqing remained still, her occasional blinking and the subtle movement of her calm eyes indicating she was deeply pondering her response. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Hua's corporate building, the man before the large screen was also engulfed in silence. Chapter 97. A Gift from Mother. What are the benefits of marriage? That is indeed a thought-provoking question. After a brief pause, Leng Qingqing gazed skyward. The sun is exceptionally bright today. She had anticipated that she might diverge from the norm, yet she did not foresee the situation unfolding in this manner. Even the fans in the live broadcast room began to express their sentiments. Hearing your words is akin to receiving profound wisdom. Thus, Leng Qingqing seemed to imply that she saw no merit in marriage. If even a female celebrity harbored such thoughts, it was quite alarming. That moment of silence was deafening. Had Leng Qingqing just articulated the sentiments of a married woman? Was this permissible to voice? Naturally. The term mother fans refers to those who are genuinely mothers, not those who merely claim the title. During dinner, Lu Panpan showcased her culinary skills by preparing her signature scallion oil chicken. "Panpan, your cooking is truly remarkable. The only one who could rival you is our Qingqing," remarked Bai Dan, who tasted a bite and widened her eyes in delight, unable to suppress her thumbs up. Receiving such praise was expected for Lu Panpan, but she was taken aback when she heard the name she was reluctant to hear. For a moment, her smile faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. "Oh, I should take the time to learn from Sister Qingqing," Lu Panpan thought, convinced that no one could surpass her culinary prowess. After all, her culinary skills were exchanged with a system, rivaling that of a 5-star chef. Those who had tasted her dishes only sang praises, and those who had tried once longed for a second helping. How could she possibly be outdone by a mere Leng Qingqing? Perhaps Bai Dan was currying favor with Leng Qingqing, hence she had to step on Lu Panpan. Leng Qingqing ignored Lu Panpan's inquisitive gaze as she served Hui Yanheng a chicken leg, stating, "This dish is indeed well made. Eat more." Hui Yanheng was disinclined to eat, feeling it somewhat greasy. After devouring half of the chicken leg, he could no longer continue. While Lu Panpan was cleaning the table, she noticed an empty bowl with half a chicken leg resting on it. The chicken leg, perfectly cooked with glistening skin and tender meat, was rich in the aroma of scallions. Yet someone had not finished it.
Whose bowl is this?
Lu Panpan inquired of Bai Dan and Jiang Tianxiong. Jiang Tianxiong, collecting a plate, glanced at the chicken leg and replied, "It seems to belong to Huahua."
Ah.
Lu Panpan took the bowl, her gaze fixating on the small bite mark left on the chicken leg. After a moment, she bit her lip, clutching the porcelain bowl tightly, her expression tinged with hurt. "Sister, what's the matter?" Little Lu Bai rushed over, wrapping his arms around her leg, his small face looking up at her with concern. After everyone finished tidying the kitchen and she had lulled her brother to sleep, Lu Panpan stepped outside, only to find a small figure sitting alone in the courtyard. It was Hua Yanheng. He moved a small stool and placed it under the tree, quietly observing the ants scurrying across the ground. The young boy turned around, his features as delicate as snow, and his deep black eyes gazed intently at the girl, exuding a maturity uncommon for his age. Looking into those eyes, Lu Panpan suddenly felt a notion arise within her, as if before her stood not a child, but a true adult. She shook her head, dismissing the fanciful thought.
How could that be?
Hua Yanheng was merely more composed than his peers. Lu Panpan handed him a cup filled with water, saying, "Heng, have some water." "Wasn't Auntie's cooking a bit salty?" Hua Yanheng hesitated for a moment before accepting it, replying, "No, just a bit greasy." "Be careful," Lu Panpan exclaimed, realizing too late that she had accidentally knocked over the cup, spilling water all over Hua Yanheng's sleeve, where the stain quickly spread. How could Lu Panpan let such a golden opportunity slip away? She quickly grabbed him, exclaiming, "Did you get burned? Let Auntie take a look." As she reached to roll up his sleeve, she noted that despite it being summer, Hua Yanheng, unlike other children, was always wrapped up tightly. Others might have thought it a quirk of childhood, but Lu Panpan understood immediately upon seeing him. His arms bore the marks of cold, harsh whips. Even as an adult, Hua Yanheng never wore short sleeves or any clothing that revealed his skin. Lu Panpan's hand hovered awkwardly in midair, watching the opportunity slip away, feeling helpless. "Is it really okay, Hingham? You truly don't need Auntie to take a look?" The girl's eyes were earnest, almost pleading, filled with emotions that Hua Yanheng could not decipher. Yet he still shook his head, a flicker of wariness and caution towards this strangely behaving ant creeping into his heart. Lu Panpan felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should have known better than to use lukewarm water. Hua Yanheng was always able to endure. If he could withstand the pain of being whipped, surely this little splash of warm water would not trouble him. What a blunder! However, amidst her frustration, a sharp, urgent alarm rang out in her mind, piercing through her thoughts. System, warning. Warning! Hua Yanheng's favorability is at 20, approaching negative value. The alarm startled Lu Panpan, causing her heart to skip a beat, but soon her gaze was drawn irresistibly to something around Hua Yanheng's neck, drowning out all other sounds. Instead of seeing scars, she noticed something extraordinary. The object hanging from Hua Yanheng's neck grew increasingly familiar to Lu Panpan, as if she had seen it somewhere before. This is... Lu Panpan's hand instinctively reached out, yearning to grasp that red string and pull it free. "Heng, tell Auntie who gave you this jade pendant." Lu Panpan did not even realize her breath had quickened. If someone familiar with Hua Yanheng were present, they would recognize that he was indeed angry. Lu Panpan suddenly recalled what it was. Xiezheng. This was Xiezheng's pendant. How did it come to be in Hua Yanheng's possession? Lu Panpan was left dumbfounded. This jade pendant was a token of recognition between Xiezheng and his father. And it was also a cherished relic left to him by his mother before her passing, something Xiezheng had always held dear. According to the narrative, this item was supposed to be gifted to her by Xiezheng 6 months later. Wait, Hua Yanheng said it belonged to his mother. Could it be that? Was Leng Qingqing the one who stole Xiezheng's possession? Or had Xiezheng bestowed this jade pendant upon Leng Qingqing? Lu Panpan certainly hoped it was not the latter. Leaning against the doorframe, she gazed at Leng Qingqing's graceful silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, as the comments flooded in, all amused, with Lu Panpan herself entranced by Leng Qingqing's beauty. "Sister Qingqing," Lu Panpan finally spoke, her voice resolute yet soft. "I think the thing around Heng's neck is quite beautiful. Where did you buy it?" Leng Qingqing, having already spotted her reflection through the window, was surprised by her patience. She retrieved the steamed egg custard from the pot, dripped a few drops of sesame oil, and casually remarked, "Oh, I found it on the road." The aroma of sesame oil wafted through the air. Hua Yanheng had hardly eaten anything that evening, and she had come down to prepare a bowl of custard for him. "Found it?" Lu Panpan paused, her gaze skeptical. "Really? Sister Qingqing, you're not joking with me, are you?" "Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you over such a trivial matter?" Leng Qingqing turned to face her, her beautiful eyes now holding a hint of displeasure, before breaking into a smile. "Do you like it? If you do, take it. It's not worth much anyway." "Really? Is it true?" The unexpected good fortune left Lu Panpan somewhat ecstatic. It seemed she had indeed not been deceived. A weight lifted from her heart. "I said it. Can I possibly be lying to you?" Leng Qingqing waved her hand towards the window, calling Hui Yanheng to come inside. She casually unclasped the jade pendant from around his neck and tossed it over to Lu Panpan. She had long wished to dispose of this object Xie Zheng had given her. Chapter 98. Not enemies, not together. Lu Panpan cradled the jade pendant delicately, placing it carefully into her pocket. Since it was something Xie Zheng had carelessly lost, perhaps it would aid her in establishing a connection with him. After all, she had been in this place for quite some time without even having met Xie Zheng. Little did Lu Panpan realize how quickly their meeting would come about. That evening, as per usual, they were to allocate rooms based on the completion of tasks, but the guests had all performed exceptionally well, thus resorting to rock, paper, scissors. Not rock, paper, scissors again. Jiang Shi exclaimed, clutching his head in exasperation. The director's game of rock, paper, scissors had not only annoyed the guests, but also mentally fatigued the children. Only Lu Panpan found it intriguing. Hurry up, I'm exhausted. Leng Qingqing gently nudged Hui Yanheng forward, as a group of children gathered together and chorused, rock, paper, scissors.
All right.
The director adjusted his collar. Andy and Julie are out. Julie, with her bewildered sapphire blue eyes, looked at her right hand, revealing she had chosen a bag. Hui Yanheng appeared contemplative. After a few seconds, he blinked. Will Dad agree? Leng Qingqing, surprised, looked down. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten you even had a dad. Why do we need to ask for his opinion on our matters? What if Dad disagrees? At that moment, Hui Yanheng exhibited a hint of obstinacy. It wasn't that he feared his father, but rather that he seldom interacted with him. This kind of playful activity might not receive his father's approval. Though they rarely met, Hui Yanheng still harbored a deep respect for his father. Despite his young age, he understood who truly held authority in the Hua household. Unexpectedly, Leng Qingqing frowned and waved her hand dismissively. If he disagrees, let him move out. If he still disagrees, we'll replace him. Hui Yanheng's pupils trembled, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, in the upper management office of the Hua Corporation in the capital, a certain man fell silent once more. In Leng Qingqing's live-streaming room, the comments erupted. The Queen has spoken. I'm so worried about my sister's husband's position at home, Schadenfreude. Oh no. Even this old lady has been won over. Is this what personal charm looks like? It seems Teacher Leng has quite the standing in her household. Thumbs up. She's wealthy and beautiful, and has such an outstanding son. What isn't her strength? Envy was all that could be expressed, leaving others at a loss for words. Hui Yanheng's young heart was enveloped in the immense shock from earlier, while beside him, Lu Baibai clung to Jiang Tianqiong's leg, exclaiming, Uncle, I want to live in a big house. The new owner of residence one was Jiang Tianqiong and Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi was finally able to reside in a large house, but before he could revel in the joy, he felt the piercing gaze of his son upon him, as if he had seen gold. Then, Lu Baibai pounced towards his father with enthusiasm, exhibiting a warmth that surpassed even that of his biological son. Lu Panpan repeatedly apologized, while Jiang Tianqiong displayed remarkable generosity. It's perfectly fine. Since you are new here, you may need some time to adjust. Feel free to stay here. I can reside anywhere with Jiang Shi, right? Jiang Shi? After speaking, he lowered his head and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. Jiang Shi, with tears brimming in his eyes, murmured, I wouldn't dare to speak. Jiang Tianqiong graciously offered the number 1 residence to Lu Panpan and her brother, who were immensely grateful and quickly expressed their thanks. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Let us all gather here for breakfast tomorrow. I will be sure to wait for everyone. Naturally, Lu Panpan could not accept their kindness without reciprocation. Jiang Shi's eyes turned red as he licked his lips, resembling a plump cat that had just endured a beating, but I still want to eat Aunt Qingqing's cooking. The chubby boy looked up, his eyes filled with longing as he tugged at Aunt Qingqing's sleeve. Aunt Qingqing, when will you fulfill your promise? Upon hearing the words lose weight, Jiang Shi felt as if struck by lightning. His greatest aversion, aside from labor, was dieting. The soldiers overheard this, and cold Qingqing engaged Jiang Tianqiong in a profound philosophical discussion regarding his weight issue. Whether a child is overweight is not the main concern. What truly matters is that obesity can lead to a myriad of health issues, especially at such a tender age. It becomes increasingly difficult to lose weight as one grows older. It's quite simple, just moderate your diet and take it slow. Jiang Tianqiong furrowed his brow. He had indeed been mindful of this matter, but had never found the time to act upon it. Jiang Shi wore a disheartened expression as if the sky had fallen. The following morning, everyone gathered in the pavilion of the number 1 residence. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose gently, and the morning mist gradually dissipated. As promised the previous evening, Lu Panpan had prepared breakfast for everyone. Andy consumed the least, merely sipping a small bowl of plain porridge. Yet his phoenix eyes could not help but glance enviously at cold Qingqing's bowl. How infuriating you all are, those who don't need to lose weight. Due to cold Qingqing's exquisite cooking, Andy had gained 4 pounds over 5 days. Naturally predisposed to gaining weight, maintaining her figure for fashion shows had been a continuous struggle, and she hadn't anticipated that participating in a variety show would lead to such a setback. Her manager incessantly called, scolding her not to eat cold Qingqing's dishes. Look at what you've become. Don't forget that you have 3 magazine shoots this month. Upon hearing this, cold Qingqing hurriedly devoured 3 bowls of porridge in front of her. The guest's full-day task was to assist the villagers with their work in exchange for food. As the sun rose higher and the heat intensified, the director, after hastily outlining the tasks, felt parched. Having introduced the plan in a haphazard manner, he quickly retreated to a nearby shed. Oh, and the guests must find the villagers themselves for assistance. The director lounged beneath the shed, holding a bottle of cola, and called out to the guests laboring in the fields. The guests scattered like wild ducks, approaching the villagers who were busy with agricultural tasks. In the sweltering summer, villagers only worked in the fields from 5 to 8 in the morning and from 4 to 7 in the evening, during the cooler hours, to avoid the scorching sun. On the ridge of the field, cold Qingqing held Hui Yanhong's hand, and within seconds, both felt a layer of sticky sweat forming in their palms. Let us go over there and take a look. With keen eyesight, cold Qingqing spotted a black figure of an elderly man about 10 meters away, wielding a hoe for farming. Quack, quack, quack. A familiar duck call echoed. Cold Qingqing focused, noticing a completely black duck waddling awkwardly toward the field, bowing down to drink from the water on the ridge. This duck seemed somewhat familiar. Is it you? You haven't left yet? The elderly man turned upon hearing her voice, recognizing her as the girl who had helped him find his duck. Although he did not remember Ellie, he recalled his poor duck that had perished at the hands of a child. Understanding her words, he knew exactly who she meant. Oh, I can't accept it. The elderly man shook his head, redirecting water in the field with his hoe. He was watering crops that had not seen rain for several days and needed watering every few days. Cold Qingqing inquired, why not? The clear, cool water flowed over the elder's bare, dark feet as he leaned on his hoe, gazing into the distance. How could I take this money? It's not just a duck. This land is rented out for 1,000 yuan a year, and I am here to water the adjacent field while helping him out. The elderly man said, bending down to pick up his black cloth shoes and tapping the soil off the soles before pointing toward the field. Look, he's coming. Cold Qingqing turned her head to see a youth standing not far from her, tall and slender, with slightly squinted eyes that seemed to smile. Who else could it be but Xiezheng? Truly, it is said that enemies are destined to meet. Chapter 99. She wore a set of a house. Before the sun had fully risen, villagers in Taoweiyuan were scattered about, weeding and watering the crops. It was uncertain when it would rain. It had been nearly a week without any. If only it would rain soon. We could also take a break. Lubo. Xiezheng approached, wearing the same style of black cloth shoes as the elderly man, his gaze fixed on cold Qingqing with a hint of mirth, as if to say,
Here we meet again.
Cold Qingqing lifted Hui Yanhong's small hand and waved dismissively. Hao greet him. As a mere tool, Hui Yanhang had no choice but to speak. Hello, uncle. Xiezheng patted his head, smiling as he replied, Just call me brother. Afterward, he raised his eyes. Sister, we meet again. I heard that you'll be leaving soon. The villagers? Xiezheng's lips curled slightly, his lowered eyelashes concealing the mockery in his eyes. Sister, from your tone, it seems you are eager to leave. Is life in the capital truly that splendid? Xiezheng's expression shifted. What business? However, cold Qingqing chose to remain silent at that moment, akin to those who tell half a story. The black duck waddled over from a few meters away, standing beside its owner and quacking. The elderly man bent down to pat its head and address the group. All right, I must take my leave. After bidding farewell to the elderly man, cold Qingqing's gaze shifted, where she noticed Lu Panpan, who had been wanting to say something but had not found the opportunity. Perhaps due to the rising heat, her fair complexion flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her doe-like eyes sparkled with anticipation as they rested on Xiezheng, making her appear like a delectable, fuzzy peach. Unfortunately, it seemed Xiezheng was entirely oblivious to her presence, upholding her philosophy of not shying away from trouble. Cold Qingqing grasped Lu Panpan's hand and took a step forward, pushing her towards Xiezheng. The youth lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze landing on Lu Panpan's face for the first time. Hello, you can call me Pan Pan. Taking a deep breath, Lu Pan Pan extended her hand, only for the youth to merely glance at her palm, not even moving his arm. Sorry, my hands are dirty from work. I want to shake hands. Lu Pan Pan stammered. And no, it's fine. While the two conversed, Cold Qingqing had already taken Huyen Hang and walked in the opposite direction. Lu Pan Pan, feeling nervous, spoke up again to the youth. I haven't found any other villagers yet. Can I help you work alongside Qingqing? Seeing the youth's lack of response, she pleaded with a pitiful expression, please, if we fail the task, we will go hungry for both lunch and dinner. Lu Pan Pan was not just referring to herself, but also to the little Lu Bai beside her. With two pairs of bright, sparkling eyes gazing at the handsome young man, he, holding a hoe, walked toward the direction Cold Qingqing had departed, casually remarking, it's up to you. Hunger had nothing to do with him. Ouch, that hurts. Half an hour later, Lu Pan Pan sat in the field, squinting at the blisters forming on her palms under the sunlight. Little Lu Bai sat beside her, playing with mud, both hands covered in it. It was unclear where the water had come from. Lu Bo had only helped Xiezheng water a few rows of vegetables at the field's edge before departing as soon as he saw Xiezheng arrive. Lu Pan Pan gazed into the distance with a hint of disappointment, watching Xiezheng chase after Leng Qingqing. Her eyes reflected a sense of grievance and resentment. Xiezheng had truly left her behind to assist Leng Qingqing with her tasks. Leng Qingqing bent down, using a hoe to weed the earth, followed closely by Huyen Hang, whose primary role was to eliminate the straggling weeds that the hoe had missed. The little figure squatted on the earthen ridge, resembling a small frog, pulling at the tender wild grass with his tiny hands. The young green blades glistened with morning dew, dampening the back of Huyen Hang's hand, leaving it cool to the touch. Weeds would siphon off the nutrients meant for crops, and given their vigorous growth and strong reproductive capacity, it was essential to uproot them entirely. A pale, slender hand extended from the sunlight, decisively yanking a weed from the ground, leaving no trace behind. Tiny clumps of soil and dust fell from the air, some landing inside Huyen Hang's shoes, causing him to furrow his brow in suspicion that Xiezheng had done it intentionally. He pursed his lips and shot a glance at Xiezheng, sitting down to remove his small shoes and empty the dirt inside. His fair face puffed out, as if he were annoyed, unable to resist. Leng Qingqing reached out to poke his cheek. What are you doing? Huyen Hang asked. Are you tired? Leng Qingqing glanced at her watch. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the heat was becoming increasingly oppressive, causing a layer of sticky sweat to form on her skin. Xiezheng noticed her watch, and the camera zoomed in on the diamond timepiece, captivating all viewers in the live stream, for it sparkled remarkably under the sunlight. Soon, an astute viewer identified the watch by its understated light gold center. In my lifetime, I am fortunate enough to see this watch. I have no regrets, exclaimed one viewer. Leng Qingqing is wearing a house on her wrist. It appears she has married a super-rich man. This watch is priceless. Now I am even more curious about who her husband is. Can we stop teasing? I genuinely want to know what makes this watch so special. Screenshot and search for yourself. You will be astonished. Everyone, be quiet. You're ruining my screenshot. The brand of Leng Qingqing's watch quickly climbed to the top of trending searches, firmly overshadowing a paid article from a certain magazine. Xiezheng narrowed his eyes, fixating on the watch, its dazzling diamonds embedded in the face, the brown leather strap made from some exotic animal hide, and the delicate, snow-white wrist it adorned. Strangely, the opulent watch overlapped with thoughts of the capital city in his mind. His mother's frail, whispering voice echoed in his ears, dreamlike and surreal. Do not go to the capital. It is not a place for you. Forget it. Xiezheng's fists slowly clenched, veins protruding on his forehead, his jaw tightening as if he were suppressing something profound. Xiezheng, can you help me? Lu Pan Pan bit her lip, feeling somewhat helpless. I don't know. The hoe suddenly slipped and fell. I can't seem to fix it. Chapter 100. Are you an orphan too? Observing the two figures leaving side by side, some viewers in the live stream began to speculate. They look good together. Honestly, does this guy not consider entering the entertainment industry? His looks could outshine most male artists, right? And this is him without any makeup. Doesn't anyone have the discerning eye to scout him? Leng Qingqing, is it too late to jump on the bandwagon today? Sister? Rich lady. It's one thing to be beautiful, but to be wealthy as well. What window did God close on her? Xiezheng walked through the fields, the scorching earth beneath his feet radiating heat, as if he were being baked by a furnace. Beside him, Lu Pan Pan seemed equally affected by the heat, fanning herself while loosening 2 buttons of her shirt, revealing her delicate collarbone. Suddenly, Xiaozhen caught a glimpse of jade flashing around Lu Panpan's neck, and his expression changed instantly. How did this come to be with you? Lu Panpan feigned confusion, lowering her head to retrieve the jade pendant. Do you recognize this jade? It was an ancient, smooth dragon and phoenix pendant strung on a red cord, hanging gracefully around Lu Panpan's slender, fair neck. The jade complementing her beauty in a way that was hard to distinguish, which was more exquisite. Xie Zheng's gaze fixated on the pendant as he inquired, "Where did you acquire this jade?" Though he posed the question, his heart already knew the answer. Who but Leng Qingqing would dare to engage in such antics? Xie Zheng inhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a wave of dizziness. Lu Panpan had played a clever trick, harmless yet capable of evading any scrutiny from the viewers. Yes, I found it. Should any viewers challenge her, they could easily interpret her response as a light-hearted fib, prompted by her fear of Xie Zheng's expression. Moreover, it was indeed Leng Qingqing who had discovered it. What was wrong with her claiming it as her own? After speaking, Lu Panpan discreetly glanced over at Leng Qingqing, who remained still, seemingly oblivious. Xie Zheng quickly regained his composure, extending his hand. So it was Miss Lu who found it. This pendant belonged to my late mother. I have been searching for it these past few days, not realizing it had been left behind. Lu Panpan felt a twinge of surprise but also found it all to be quite reasonable. In a sense, she owed a debt of gratitude to Leng Qingqing. Task objective: increase Xie Zheng's favorability level to 10. Lu Panpan was bewildered. Which of her words had inadvertently touched Xie Zheng's sensitive spot? He was clearly smiling at her. Gazing at his handsome visage, Lu Panpan felt an unfamiliar flutter as his striking eyes seemed to carry a chilling depth, creeping up her spine. Thank you, Miss Lu. Xie Zheng smiled slightly, his dark pupils fixed on her as he continued. I would like to invite you and your brother to my home for a meal at noon. As a gesture of gratitude. The reflection of Lu Panpan in his pupils was accompanied by thoughts of another woman. He wondered if Leng Qingqing knew that he had secretly placed the pendant into her backpack, thus gifting it to Lu Panpan. How intriguing. Grateful for the opportunity to engage further with Xie Zheng, Lu Panpan readily accepted, her fair cheeks blooming with a faint blush, her eyes sparkling. This, won't it disturb you? Of course not, Xie Zheng replied with an enigmatic smile. Task objective: increase Xie Zheng's favorability level to 10. Lu Panpan. Under the scorching midday sun, with no one in sight for miles, the farmhouse was refreshing, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Leng Qingqing closed her eyes, relishing the powerful gusts sweeping towards her from a few meters away, her long, dark hair dancing in the air. An old desktop fan, though worn, still functioned well, stationed near the corner of the wall. Lu Panpan, feeling the need for a breeze, shifted closer to it, her gaze landing on a young boy in the yard, attempting to catch a hen in the pen. A camera was persistently tracking Xie Zheng, who was live-streaming through Leng Qingqing's channel, while she was temporarily assigned to share the screen with Lu Panpan. The boy moved skillfully and decisively, slicing open the hen's neck with a knife, collecting a bowl of bright red blood, then boiling water to scald the feathers, plucking them and chopping the chicken into uneven pieces. From their vantage point, Leng Qingqing and her companions had a clear view of the entire yard. Xie Zheng has nowhere to go, but who provided him with this yard? Leng Qingqing wondered. Considering how friendly the villagers were, perhaps the village chief or someone like Ruber had lent it to him. However, Ruber had mentioned that the plot of land rented to Xie Zheng cost 1,000 yuan a year. How much could he possibly earn from farming? Leng Qingqing's gaze drifted towards the kitchen without a door, where thick smoke billowed, and amid the haze, a tall, sturdy figure could be seen, crouched at the stove, tending to the fire. Moments later, the aroma of stir-fried chicken wafted through the air. Leng Qingqing nodded, her expression one of appreciation. Men are certainly more charming when they remain silent while cooking. System. Indeed, a man who cooks earnestly is the most attractive. Lu Panpan was unsure when she had entered the kitchen. She glanced around, feigning ignorance, and asked, Xie Zheng, are you the only one at home? Where are your relatives? Xie Zheng's voice was barely a whisper. If one did not listen closely, it would be nearly inaudible. The crackling of the fire had subsided, and within the soot-stained walls of the dimly lit kitchen, a gentle sigh escaped the girl's lips. I understand what it feels like to be alone. It must be quite challenging. Xie Zheng's favorability rating increased to 10. The young boy finally turned his head, revealing a pale yet handsome face in the darkness. He paused in his task of adding more firewood to the stove, and a flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, imbued with an inexplicable tenderness. Are you an orphan too? The question clearly indicated that Xiezheng had overlooked the small figure sitting on the doorstep, or perhaps he simply had not noticed or cared.
Lu Panpan diplaid. No.
Xiezheng's favorability rating rose to 20. Lu Panpan stepped back in fear, her hand resting against the dark wall as she felt a tinge of apprehension in conversing with Xiezheng. Chapter 101. Comical. Let us eat. 5 individuals were crowded around a modest square table, at the center of which lay a plate of stewed chicken, surrounded by 2 or 3 side dishes, with a basket of pristine white steamed buns at the corner. The buns had just been taken from the pot, exuding a warm steam that mingled with the aroma of chicken, wafting enticingly towards the guests. A loud gurgling sound echoed in the small space, resonating clearly. Lu Panpan shyly glanced at Xiezheng, then took the initiative to break a bun in half, offering one half to her brother. Little Lu Bai took a bite of the bun, his eyes fixated on the plate of stewed chicken. Xiezheng sat beside him, in the cramped space where their knees almost touched. He smiled and said, "Everyone, let us eat. What are we waiting for? The children are hungry." Lu Bai reached out and grabbed both chicken wings for himself. After gnawing on one for a while, he spat out a bone from his greasy little mouth, contemplated for a moment, then placed the other chicken wing into Lu Panpan's bowl. She didn't even need to look to know that little Lu Bai's actions had likely sparked discussions among the viewers in the live stream. However, at that moment, Lu Panpan had too many thoughts to care. Xiezheng's favorability rating was precariously low, teetering on the edge. Oh, right, there was another person. Lu Panpan's gaze shifted to the other side of the table, where Hui Yanheng sat. Hui Yanheng quietly perched on a small stool, leaning against the cold side. Not touching the chopsticks before him, his gaze fixed vacantly on the corner of the table, lost in thought. Although he was quite hungry, he could not eat until the host began. Xiezheng, however, was generous, having killed a chicken to treat his 4 guests. He picked up his chopsticks and first served Hui Yanheng a beautifully cooked chicken leg. "Not from your own farm, I suppose? Did you steal it?" Xiezheng's tone seemed to be jesting, the corners of his crimson lips curling slightly, yet his long, narrow eyes revealed no trace of amusement. Perhaps he had been provoked again. With only 2 chicken legs available, Xiezheng offered one to Hui Yanheng and the remaining one to Lu Panpan, as little Lu Bai had already consumed 2 chicken wings. Upon seeing Xiezheng's actions, Lu Panpan was initially taken aback, but then her heart swelled with joy. Xiezheng's diminishing favorability only ignited a spark of competitiveness within her. The more he deviated from the storyline and treated her with indifference, the more it stirred her emotions. "Thank you, but I think this chicken leg should go to Qingqing Jia." Lu Panpan pursed her lips and smiled shyly as she picked up the chicken leg and placed it in the bowl opposite her. Having already triumphed, she was indifferent to a mere chicken leg. Moreover, as a rising star, Lu Panpan could not afford to gnaw on a chicken leg in front of millions of viewers, leaving her face greasy and unrefined. Xiezheng's favorability rating was now at 10. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in her mind, causing Lu Panpan to look up in surprise. What did that mean? Leng Qingqing realized that Xiezheng was deliberately trying to embarrass her, and she shook her head in disbelief. He acted like a child. Hui Yanheng swiftly handed her the chicken leg, succinctly stating, "I can't eat it." Xiezheng narrowed his elongated eyes and then stood up to leave. It was rather inappropriate for him to walk away just as the guests began their meal. Leng Qingqing pondered for a moment, then stood up, signaling to the camera before following him out. The camera did not pursue them for filming, while Hui Yanheng diligently dealt with the chicken leg in his bowl, as everyone understood that this indicated a trip to the restroom. Leng Qingqing followed Xiezheng into the kitchen, coincidentally witnessing him emerging from the pot with a plate of enticing steamed chicken. "Did you kill 2 chickens?" she exclaimed, standing at the doorway with widened eyes. This boy had 2 chickens. Why hadn't he brought them out earlier? It seemed he had intended to see her embarrassed, but alas, he had failed, prompting him to fetch the second one. Leng Qingqing huffed, crossing her arms in displeasure. "You little rascal, your conscience must be severely lacking. It's just 1 chicken. Am I going to steal it?" Xiezheng raised an eyebrow. "It's not what you think. This steamed chicken required half an hour of vigorous steaming. He had merely time to serving. Even if he were stingy, he wouldn't begrudge her a chicken or 2. Leng Qingqing did not believe his words, dismissing him with, "Fine, whatever you say." Xiezheng's brows knitted together as he opened his mouth to argue, but then inhaled deeply and fell silent. Why was he even discussing this with her? Yet, being misunderstood like this left a lingering discomfort in his heart. He lifted his gaze, his misty eyes scanning the yard, noticing 2 cameras positioned on the doorstep, their lenses not directed towards them. "You deliberately placed the jade pendant in her backpack." Rather than a question, it sounded more like an accusation from Xie Zheng. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Leng Qingqing's eyes sparkled mischievously as she countered in the same tone. You intentionally put the jade pendant in my backpack. What are you trying to do? Accuse me of stealing your things? The scene turned somewhat comical. This boy certainly had a big mouth. Leng Qingqing raised her hand. The women's watch on her wrist sparkling brilliantly. Are you referring to this? Xie Zheng's gaze fell on it for just a moment. His eyes remained calm, devoid of greed, and he nodded. Yes. Leng Qingqing sighed in relief. It was indeed about money, which was easily resolved. She casually unfastened the watch and handed it over. Here. As she extended it, she reminded him, accepting this watch means I have repaid you for testifying for Huahua, and from now on we are even. Xie Zheng's sharp eyes fell upon the watch resting in her palm, its cold, luxurious face pressing against his skin, clearly valuable. A ludicrous thought formed in his mind. This watch might be worth more than his life at this moment. Xie Zheng had never had a concept of money. For nearly 20 years, he had never encountered anyone from a higher class than himself. Now, he suddenly felt the stark reality. Everything stemmed from this dazzling star before him. Even in a humble dwelling, she radiated brilliance. Any object she carelessly discarded was something he had never seen before in terms of value. She hailed from the imperial capital, possessed countless fans, and was a renowned superstar throughout Huahua. Clearly within reach, yet astonishingly distant. Under normal circumstances, an individual like myself would not have crossed paths with her. The imperial capital, the imperial capital. Xie Zheng lifted his gaze towards the blazing sun on the horizon, his eyes stinging with tears. A glance at his watch was swiftly followed by its disposal into the frayed and dry pocket of his trousers, hidden from sight. Chapter 102, A Grave Misfortune. After lunch, the sun hung high in the sky. According to Xie Zheng and the villagers' schedule, it was time for a midday rest. It was too hot. We would go later when it was cooler, Xie Zheng succinctly expressed, swiftly tidying up the dishes and carrying them to the soul well in the courtyard to wash them. Lu Panpan observed his upright figure with a hint of reluctance. Let me help. You should rest. You worked hard this morning, and even cooked for us, she said, rolling up her sleeves, ready to kneel and wash the remaining dishes, hoping to leave a good impression on Xie Zheng. She felt it imperative to contrast herself with the indifferent ones who would simply eat and sleep. Xie Zheng was no fool and would not be easily deceived. He moved faster than she, blocking the remaining dishes with his body and stating in a neutral tone, no need, you should rest. I will call you in the afternoon. Lu Panpan felt a fleeting glance from his dark, long eyes, sending a tingling sensation across her cheeks, as if brushed by a feather. This sensation coursed through her veins to her heart, which suddenly began to race, the sound of her heartbeat echoing loudly in her ears. Really, you don't need help? She stammered. Well, if you insist. Leng Qingqing and Huayaneng slept until 3:30 in the afternoon, the sun still blazing outside, the air thick with heat. She sat up from Xie Zheng's bed, picked up a fan from the cool mat, and gently fanned Huayaneng. Huayaneng looked adorably peaceful in her sleep, her long lashes curling and her fair cheeks marked with faint red impressions from the mat. It was hard for her to summon the will to wake her. Are you awake? A low voice interrupted, a knock at the door, Xie Zheng. Huayanheng's thick lashes fluttered, slowly revealing her clear, pure eyes, untainted, reminiscent of a sky washed clean by rain. What time is it? She murmured sleepily. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Zheng had moved a small table to the shade of a large elm tree in the courtyard, where it was pleasantly cool. On the table lay a vibrant green watermelon, which Xie Zheng had soaked in cold well water since noon. When they finally indulged in it, it was icy and crisp, the sweetness washing away the heat and revitalizing their spirits. Having just awakened, none felt inclined to engage in chatter, each holding a piece of watermelon and mindlessly nibbling. As the sweetness of the fruit penetrated their senses, their awareness gradually returned. Xie Zheng clearly knew how to select a good watermelon. It was both crunchy and sweet. Although her period was approaching, Leng Qingqing couldn't resist taking a bite. Moments later, sitting on a stool, Leng Qingqing suddenly wore an odd expression. She slowly set down the half-eaten piece of watermelon, her legs fidgeting as if she wanted to stand but hesitated. She leaned toward Lu Panpan, whispering something. Lu Panpan raised her eyebrows in surprise, then nodded. Leng Qingqing, turning away from the camera, stood up. What do you think? She asked. Lu Panpan nodded vigorously, pointing at her backside. Yes, really. Xie Zheng had no intention of watching, but upon witnessing their cryptic exchange, he furrowed his brow and stole a glance. His expression shifted, revealing a rare mix of shock and horror.
Blood.
The crimson stains rapidly spread in Xiezheng's widened dark pupils, and his mind raced with concern. In the next moment, Xiezheng sprung to his feet, his long legs striding over, and before Leng Qingqing could react, he scooped her up and marched outside with urgency. "It's all right. I will take you to the hospital." Everyone, including Leng Qingqing, was left dumbfounded. Just as Xiezheng was about to exit the courtyard, a breathless Lu Panpan rushed in front of them. Wait. Xiezheng's favorability has increased by 20. The system's notification echoed in Lu Panpan's mind, nearly making her spit blood, but she had no time to ponder that. She just has her period. She's not poisoned. What are you rushing for? Don't you know this basic knowledge? Leng Qingqing, cradled in his arms, reached out and gently patted the young man's shoulder, murmuring, "I'm fine, let me down." She thought to herself that Xiezheng, at heart, was not a bad person. Perhaps he wasn't as terrible as she had imagined. Xiezheng's expression visibly cracked, and as he looked down at her, she caught the fleeting surprise in his eyes. Realization dawned upon him, and through Lu Panpan's flustered demeanor and Leng Qingqing's teasing smile, he understood the reason behind her bleeding. Seeing his handsome face pale with embarrassment, Leng Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Please, put me down. I really am fine." In that moment, the concern reflected in Xiezheng's eyes was genuine. She found herself perceiving him in a more favorable light. Though he had little experience with women, Xiezheng was aware that those on their period were quite fragile, and prolonged bleeding could deplete their vitality. He unusually refrained from arguing, gently placing her down and supporting her as she sat, before silently retreating to the kitchen. After a moment, he returned with a bowl of red sugar goji berry water, 2 plump poached eggs nestled within. Upon consuming the bowl, Leng Qingqing felt a wave of warmth wash over her, placing the bowl down with a clang. Lu Panpan bit her lip, noticing Xiezheng not casting a glance her way, feeling a twinge of imbalance and sadness. If only it were her who had unexpectedly gotten her period. Surely Xiezheng would have been just as concerned. "Let me take care of Sister Qingqing," Lu Panpan finally volunteered. No one opposed her. Yet Leng Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. "Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. No need for care." The next moment, she clutched her stomach, her face turning pale as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Everyone exchanged looks that seemed to say, "See? If you don't need care, who does? Don't force yourself." Indeed, Leng Qingqing was not accustomed to menstrual cramps, but the original owner had suffered immensely with each cycle. This time, she was truly in for a rough experience. Chapter 103. So sweet, just like you. Leng Qingqing leaned against the headboard, propped up by a pillow, her complexion pale, lips devoid of color, appearing quite unwell. She lacked the strength to utter a word, clutching her abdomen and frowning, holding her breath. The pain within her felt like a tempest, twisting and turning like a drilling machine, making her feel as if she might be taken away at any moment. She pressed a steaming hot water bottle against her abdomen, the outside world scorched by the sun, oppressive heat suffusing the air. Yet she was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Hua Yanheng stood at the head of the bed, her dark, expressive eyes fixed on Leng Qingqing with a hint of worry. This scene inevitably reminded viewers of the earlier moments when Leng Qingqing had boasted with great bravado. In contrast, the current situation was rather amusing. Who was it that claimed they didn't need care? The fastest face lap in history. "Don't you have any medicine on hand? You really seem to be in pain. You're holding your breath," someone commented, feeling the ache just by watching her. Typically so lively, she had suddenly collapsed, a sight that was startling. Leng Qingqing mused, "Only menstrual cramps can bring me down. Drink more hot water." A room full of people stood helplessly before a woman suffering from menstrual pain, unable to do anything but remain still. After all, no one had anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Leng Qingqing lifted her eyelids, casting a weak glance over, and with a slight effort, nodded. Then she closed her eyes and took a brief rest. Everyone dared not disturb her slumber and quietly withdrew, leaving only Hu Yanheng and Xiezheng. Hua Yanheng climbed onto the bed, gently pulling the corner of the quilt to cover her cold, exposed arm. Turning his head, he noticed a figure standing at the door. He furrowed his brow slightly, his clear pupils silently scrutinizing the tall youth before him, as if questioning, "Why do you linger?" Xiezheng sensed the displeasure emanating from the small figure, but paid it no mind. His somber gaze settled upon the silhouette on the bed, and after a few seconds, he softly remarked, "If you need anything, call for me. I'll be in the yard." "Oh." Hu Yanheng turned his head, his small face somewhat frosty. Were it not for the presence of the camera, he would have uttered not even that single word. If only his father were here. Yanheng pressed his lips together, feeling a yearning for his father as he had been out for quite some time. However, the thought of seeing his father in 2 days allowed him to temporarily bury that longing. The most pressing matter at hand was to care for the patient. Upon hearing the door close behind him, Yanheng swiftly climbed down from the bed and rushed to the window, tiptoeing to peer through the dilapidated window frame. The tall, slender figure had not wandered far but had instead moved to the center of the yard to chop firewood. Lu Panpan approached him, seemingly sharing some words, and Xie Zheng halted his actions, squinting in the sunlight as he began to speak. "Wasn't he the hoe repaired this morning?" Lu Panpan, gripping her hands nervously, replied. "But I'm not familiar with the path." After contemplating, she resorted to the excuse of being directionally challenged, her eyes widening with a pleading look. "Please take me, otherwise I truly want to know where the field is." Xie Zheng remained silent, his long, raven-black eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. After 2 seconds, he slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced to the right. Following his gaze, Lu Panpan discovered, as expected, that it was indeed in the direction of Leng Qingqing. Intuition as a woman allowed Lu Panpan to comprehend the situation in an instant. What had begun as a test turned into genuine consent from Xie Zheng. "Let us go," he said, putting down the axe and picking up a nearby basket, casting a sidelong glance at the few chickens pecking at one another in the coop. Not a single egg laid. The 2 eggs remaining at home had already been placed in brown sugar water for Leng Qingqing. Wasn't it clear enough? Xie Zheng was willing to escort her to the field solely to procure food for Leng Qingqing. Along the way, Xie Zheng did not engage in conversation with Lu Panpan, appearing rather indifferent to her enthusiastic chatter, seemingly unbothered by her attempts at dialogue. Ultimately, Lu Panpan conceded defeat. Leng Qingqing dared to show disrespect to her aunt and was bold enough to eat ice during her menstrual period. "Aunt, please, aunt. Just like me?" She's being reckless, ha ha ha. Who hasn't he indulged in ice cream during their period when they were young? It's hardly a concern. She's already a mother. Yet still hasn't he learned, huh? Pointing and gesturing next time, she'll probably learn a lesson. The pain is hers to bear, and no one else can take it away. Although she is a mother, she still seems like a little girl. Perhaps she has been well protected. How enviable. In a simple rural room, a female celebrity lay resting on a bed made of a bamboo mat, while fans in the live stream commented on the main subject. Though Leng Qingqing lay motionless, appearing as if she were asleep, it did not quell the enthusiasm of her fans and netizens. Even in her stillness, it did not prevent the barrage of comments on the screen. Some found her mere presence amusing enough. A gentle breeze caressed Leng Qingqing, while a solitary electric fan stood in the corner of the room, on an old chair, set to the lowest speed. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat bewildered. The pain in her abdomen had subsided, and she realized her legs felt oddly numb, as if they did not belong to her. Struggling to move, she managed to sit up, only to find Yanheng clutching her calves, sprawled across the bed, breathing evenly as he slept soundly. Gently, she touched his forehead, her palm damp with sweat. This child was overheating. Carefully, she pried his arm away and dragged her numb legs off the bed, directing the fan towards Yanheng. He turned over, stretching his arms out in a starfish shape. Pushing the door open, Leng Qingqing found the yard deserted, with not a soul in sight. Not even the film crew. A chicken in the coop was attempting to escape, flapping its wings and crowing loudly. "Where is everyone?" Instinctively, she glanced at her wrist to check her watch, only to remember it was given to Xie Zheng as a token of goodwill. Ding dong. A message arrived on her phone. Leaning back against the headboard, she crossed her legs, one hand supporting her head, adopting a relaxed posture as she began to savor the watermelon she had taken from the table in the yard. The watermelon, having been sun-drenched for a while, was no longer cool, but retained its crispness and sweetness. As she took a bite, the sweetness made her squint her eyes in delight. Curiously, she opened WeChat to see who had messaged her. Observing the leisurely demeanor of Leng Qingqing, fans in the live stream began to chime in. Looks like she's doing well. Just when she's back to normal, she starts flaunting that watermelon again. Is it really that delectable? So sweet, just like you. I can't help but think. Healed scars forget pain. I truly don't know what to say about her. Sister, I'm speechless. Whose adult is this forgetful? Local folks. Please explain. Our local watermelons are exceptionally sweet and very affordable. Everyone is welcome to come and taste.